A Tour Through the Whole Island of Great Britain. By Daniel Defoe. The author's preface to the first volume. If this work is not both pleasant and profitable to the reader, the author most freely and openly declares the fault must be in his performance, and it cannot be any deficiency in the subject. As the work itself is a description of the most flourishing and opulent country in the world, so there is a flowing variety of materials, all the particulars are fruitful of instructing and diverting objects. If novelty pleases, here is the present state of the country described, the improvement, as well in culture, as in commerce, the increase of people, and employment for them, also here you have an account of the increase of buildings. As well in great cities and towns, as in the new seats and dwellings of the nobility and gentry. Also the increase of wealth, in many eminent particulars. If antiquity takes with you, though the looking back into remote things is studiously avoided, yet it is not wholly omitted, nor any useful observations neglected. The learned writers on the subject of antiquity in Great Britain have so well discharged themselves, that we can never overvalue their labours, yet there are daily farther discoveries made, which give future ages, room, perhaps not to mend, yet at least to add to what has been already done. In travelling through England, a luxuriance of objects presents itself to our view, wherever we come, and which way soever we look, we see something new, something significant, something well worth the traveller's stay, and the writer's care. Nor is any check to our design, or obstruction to its acceptance in the world, to say the like has been done already, or to panegyric upon the labours and value of those authors who have gone before. In this work, a complete account of Great Britain will be the work of many years, I might say ages, and may employ many hands, whoever has travelled Great Britain before us, and whatever they have written, though they may have had a harvest. Yet they have always, either by necessity, ignorance, or negligence passed over so much, that others may come and glean after them by large handfuls. Nor could it be otherwise, had the diligence and capacities of all who have gone before been greater than they are. For the face of things so often alters, and the situation of affairs in this great British Empire gives such new turns, even to nature itself, that there is matter of new observation every day presented to the traveller's eye. The fate of things gives a new face to things, produces changes in low life, and innumerable incidents, plants and supplants families, raises and sinks towns, removes manufactures, and trades, great towns decay, and small towns rise. New towns, new palaces, new seats are built every day, great rivers and good harbours dry up, and grow useless. Again, new ports are opened, brooks are made rivers, small rivers navigable, ports and harbours are made where none were before, and the like. Several towns, which antiquity speaks of as considerable, are now lost and swallowed up by the sea, as Dunwich in Suffolk for one. And others, which antiquity knew nothing of, are now grown considerable. In a word, new matter offers to new observation, and they who write next, may perhaps find as much room for enlarging upon us, as we do upon those that have gone before. The author says, that indeed he might have given his pen a loose here, to have complained how much the conduct of the people diminishes the reputation of the island, on many modern occasions. And so we could have made his historical account a satire upon the country, as well as upon the people. But they are ill friends to England, who strive to write a history of her nudities, and expose, much less recommend her wicked part to posterity. He has rather endeavoured to do her justice in those things which recommend her, and humbly to move a reformation of those, which he thinks do not. In this he thinks he shall best pay the debt of a just and native writer, who, in regard to the reader, should conceal nothing which ought to be known, and in regard to his country, expose nothing which ought to be concealed. A description of the country is the business here, not descanting upon the errors of the people. And yet, without boasting, we may venture to say, we are at least upon a level with the best of our neighbours, perhaps above them in morals, whatever we are in their pride, but let that stand as it does, till times mend. 'Tis not, I say, the present business. The observations here made, as they principally regard the present state of things, so, as near as can be, they are adapted to the present taste of the times, the situation of things is given not as they have been, but as they are. The improvements in the soil, the product of the earth, the labor of the poor, the improvement in manufactures, in merchandises, in navigation, all respects the present time, not the time past. In every county something of the people is said, as well as of the place, of their customs, speech, employments, the product of their labor, and the manner of their living, the circumstances as well as situation of the towns, their trade and government, of the rarities of art, or nature, the rivers, of the inland, and river navigation. Also of the lakes and medicinal springs, not forgetting the general dependence of the whole country upon the city of London, as well for the consumption of its produce, as the circulation of its trade. The preparations for this work have been suitable to the author's earnest concern for its usefulness. 17 very large circuits, or journeys have been taken through divers parts separately, and 3 general tours over almost the whole English part of the island. In all which the author has not been wanting to treasure up just remarks upon particular places and things, so that he is very little in debt to other men's labors, and gives but very few accounts of things, but what he has been an eye-witness of himself. Besides these several journeys in England, he has also lived some time in Scotland, and has travelled critically over great part of it. He has viewed the north part of England, and the south part of Scotland 5 several times over. All which is hinted here, to let the readers know what reason they will have to be satisfied with the authority of the relation, and that the accounts here given are not the produce of a cursory view, or riced upon the borrowed lights of other observers. It must be acknowledged, that some foreigners, who have pretended to travel into England, and to give account of things when they come home, have treated us after a very indifferent manner, as they viewed us with envy. So they have made their account rather equal to what they wished we should be, than to what we are. And wrote as if they were afraid the country they wrote to should be in love with us, and come away to live among us. In short, speaking of England, they have, like the Israelitish spies, carried abroad a very ill report of the land. Señor Gratiano, a Spaniard, is one of those. He has given such a scandalous account of England in Spanish, as made a wiser man than himself say, that if the history of England written by Augustine Gratiano had been written in the days of Philip II, and he had believed it to be true, he would never have thought it worth his while to fit out such an armada for the conquest of it. But that it appeared by King Philip's making that unfortunate attempt, that he was certainly better acquainted with it, than Gratiano. It is worth no man's while to examine and confute foreign authors, whose errors are their ignorance. Our business is to give just ideas of our country to our readers, by which foreigners may be rightly informed, if they please to judge impartially. If any man will not be informed, we must write on that blindness, let him be ignorant. But after all that has been said by others, or can be said here, no description of Great Britain can be, what we call a finished account, as no clothes can be made to fit a growing child, no picture carry the likeness of a living face. The size of one, and the countenance of the other always altering with time, so no account of a kingdom thus daily altering its countenance, can be perfect. Even while the sheets are in the press, new beauties appear in several places, and almost to every part we are obliged to add appendixes, and supplemental accounts of fine houses, new undertakings, buildings, and thus posterity will be continually adding, every age will find an increase of glory. And may it do so, till Great Britain as much exceeds the finest country in Europe, as that country now fancies they exceed her. How do you find this book? Any thoughts about the book or the author? Any suggestion for improvement? Please take a moment to share your thoughts in a comment. If you like it, share it with your friends who might enjoy it as well. Subscribe to keep in touch. Visit CompleteAudiobooks.com for more quality content. Letter 1. Containing a description of the seacoasts of the counties of Essex, Suffolk, Norfolk, etc., as also of part of Cambridge-Shire. Through Essex to Colchester. I began my travels, where I purposed to end them, viz. at the city of London, and therefore my account of the city itself will come last, that is to say, at the latter end of my southern progress. And as in the course of this journey I shall have many occasions to call it a circuit, if not a circle, so I chose to give it the title of circuits, in the plural, because I do not pretend to have travelled it all in one journey, but in many. And some of them many times over. the better to inform myself of everything I could find worth taking notice of. I hope it will appear that I am not the less, but the more capable of giving a full account of things, by how much the more deliberation I have taken in the view of them, and by how much the oftener I have had opportunity to see them. I set out, the 3d of April, 1722, going first eastward, and took what I think, I may very honestly call a circuit in the very letter of it. For I went down by the coast of the Thames through the marshes or hundreds, on the south side of the county of Essex, till I came to Malden, Colchester, and Harwich, thence continuing on the coast of Suffolk to Yarmouth. Thence round by the edge of the sea, on the north and west side of Norfolk, to Lynn, Wisbech, and the Wash. Thence back again on the north side of Suffolk and Essex, to the west, ending it in Middlesex, near the place where I began it, reserving the middle or centre of the several counties to some little excursions, which I made by themselves. Passing Bow Bridge, where the county of Essex begins, the first observation I made was, that all the villages which may be called the neighbourhood of the city of London on this, as well as on the other sides thereof, which I shall speak to in their order. I say, all those villages are increased in buildings to a strange degree, within the compass of about 20 or 30 years past at the most. The village of Stratford, the first in this county from London, is not only increased, but, I believe, more than doubled in that time. Every vacancy filled up with new houses, and 2 little towns or hamlets, as they may be called, on the forest side of the town, entirely new, namely, Maryland Point, and the gravel pits, one facing the road to Woodford, and Epping, and the other facing the road to Ilford, and as for the hither part, it is almost joined to Bow, in spite of rivers, canals, marshy grounds, and nor is this increase of building the case only, in this and all the other villages round London. But the increase of the value and rent of the houses formerly standing, has, in that compass of years above mentioned, advanced to a very great degree, and I may venture to say at least a 5th part. Some think a 3rd part, above what they were before. This is indeed most visible, speaking of Stratford in Essex, but it is the same thing in proportion in other villages adjacent, especially on the forest side. As at Low Leighton, Leytonstone, Walthamstow, Woodford, Wanstead, and the towns of West Ham, Plaistow, Upton, and in all which places, or near them, as the inhabitants say, above 1,000 new foundations have been erected, besides old houses repaired, all since the Revolution, and this is not to be forgotten too, that this increase is, generally speaking, of handsome large houses, from 20l. a year to 60l. Very few under 20l. a year, being chiefly for the habitations of the richest citizens, such as either are able to keep 2 houses, one in the country, and one in the city. Or for such citizens as being rich, and having left off trade, live altogether in these neighbouring villages, for the pleasure and health of the latter part of their days. The truth of this may at least appear, in that they tell me there are no less than 200 coaches kept by the inhabitants within the circumference of these few villages named above, besides such as are kept by accidental lodgers. This increase of the inhabitants, and the cause of it, I shall enlarge upon when I come to speak of the like in the counties of Middlesex, Surrey, and where it is the same, only in a much greater degree, but this I must take notice of here, that this increase causes those villages to be much pleasanter and more sociable than formerly, for now people go to them, not for retirement into the country, but for good company. Of which, that I may speak to the ladies as well as other authors do, there are in these villages, nay, in all, 3 or 4 excepted, excellent conversation, and a great deal of it, and that without the mixture of assemblies, gaming houses, and public foundations of vice and debauchery. And particularly I find none of those incentives kept up on this side the country. Mr. Camden, and his learned continuator, Bishop Gibson, have ransacked this country for its antiquities, and have left little unsearched. And, as it is not my present design to say much of what has been said already, I shall touch very lightly where 2 such excellent antiquaries have gone before me. Except it be to add what may have been since discovered, which as to these parts is only this: that there seems to be lately found out, in the bottom of the marshes, generally called Hackney Marsh, and beginning near about the place now called the Wick, between Old Ford and the said Wick, the remains of a great stone causeway, which, as it is supposed, was the highway, or great road from London into Essex, and the same, which goes now over the great bridge between Bow and Stratford. That the great road lay this way, and that the great causeway landed again just over the river, where now the Temple Mills stand, and passed by Sir Tho. Hicks's house at Ruckles, all this is not doubted. And that it was one of those famous highways made by the Romans, there is undoubted proof, by the several marks of Roman work, and by Roman coins, and other antiquities found there, some of which are said to be deposited in the hands of the Rev. Mr. Stripe, vicar of the parish of Low Leyden. From hence the great road passed up to Leydenstone, a place by some known, now as much, by the sign of the Green Man, formerly a lodge upon the edge of the forest. And crossing by Wanstead House, formerly the dwelling of Sir Josiah Child, now of his son the Lord Castlemaine, of which, hereafter, went over the same river which we now pass at Ilford. And passing that part of the great forest which we now call Henalt Forest, came into that which is now the great road, a little on this side the Whalebone, a place on the road so called, because a rib bone of a great whale, which was taken in the river of Thames the same year that Oliver Cromwell died, 1658, was fixed there for a monument of that monstrous creature, it being at first about 28 foot long. According to my first intention of effectually viewing the sea-coast of these three counties, I went from Stratford to Barking, a large market town, but chiefly inhabited by fishermen, whose smacks ride in the Thames, at the mouth of their river. From whence their fish is sent up to London to the market at Billingsgate, by small boats, of which I shall speak by itself in my description of London. One thing I cannot omit in the mention of these Barking fisher smacks, viz. that one of those fishermen, a very substantial and experienced man, convinced me, that all the pretences to bringing fish alive to London market from the North Seas, and other remote places on the coast of Great Britain, by the new-built sloops called fish pools, have not been able to do anything, but what their fishing smacks are able on the same occasion to perform. These fishing smacks are very useful vessels to the public upon many occasions. As particularly, in time of war they are used as press smacks, running to all the northern and western coasts to pick up seamen to man the navy, when any expedition is at hand that requires a sudden equipment, at other times. Being excellent sailors, they are tenders to particular men of war. And on an expedition they have been made use of as machines, for the blowing up fortified ports and havens, as at Calais, St. Malo's, and other places. This parish of Barking is very large. And by the improvement of lands taken in, out of the Thames, and out of the river which runs by the town, the tithes, as the townsman assured me, are worth above 6_0. per annum, including small tithes. Note, this parish has 2 or 3 chapels of ease, viz. one at Ilford, and one on the side of Henalt Forest, called New Chapel. Sir Tho. Fanshawe, of an antient Roman Catholic family, has a very good estate in this parish. A little beyond the town, on the road to Dagenham, stood a great house, antient, and now almost fallen down, where tradition says the gunpowder treason plot was at first contrived, and that all the first consultations about it were held there. This side of the county is rather rich in land, than in inhabitants, occasioned chiefly by the unhealthiness of the air. For these low marsh grounds, which, with all the south side of the county, have been saved out of the river Thames, and out of the sea, where the river is wide enough to be called so, begin here or rather begin at West Ham, by Stratford, and continue to extend themselves from hence eastward, growing wider and wider, till we come beyond Tilbury, when the flat country lies 6, 7, or 8 miles broad, and is justly said to be both unhealthy and unpleasant. However, the lands are rich, and, as is observable, it is very good farming in the marshes, because the landlords let good pennyworths, for it being a place where every body cannot live, those that venture it, will have encouragement. And indeed it is but reasonable they should. Several little observations I made in this part of the county of Essex. We saw passing from Barking to Dagenham, the famous breach, made by an inundation of the Thames, which was so great, as that it laid near 5,000 acres of land under water, but which after near 10 years lying under water, and being several times blown up has been at last effectually stopped by the application of Captain Perry, the gentleman, who for several years had been employed, in the Tsar of Muscovy's works, at Varenitsa, on the river Don. This breach appeared now effectually made up, and they assured us, that the new work, where the breach was, is by much esteemed the strongest of all the sea walls in that level. It was observable that great part of the lands in these levels, especially those on this side East Tilbury, are held by the farmers, cow-keepers, and grind butchers who live in and near London, and that they are generally stocked, all the winter half-year, with large fat sheep, viz. Lincolnshire and Leicestershire wethers, which they buy in Smithfield in September and October, when the Lincolnshire and Leicestershire graziers sell off their stock, and are kept here till Christmas, or Candlemas, or thereabouts. And though they are not made at all fatter here, than they were when bought in, yet the farmer, or butcher finds very good advantage in it, by the difference of the price of mutton between Michaelmas, when 'tis cheapest, and Candlemas when 'tis dearest. This is what the butchers value themselves upon, then they tell us at the market, that it is right marsh mutton. In the bottom of these marshes, and close to the edge of the river stands the strong fortress of Tilbury, called Tilbury Fort, which may justly be looked upon, as the key of the river of Thames, and consequently the key of the city of London. It is a regular fortification. The design of it, was a pentagon, but the water bastion as it would have been called, was never built. The plan was laid out by Sir Martin Beckman, chief engineer to King Charles II, who also designed the works at Sheerness. The esplanade of the fort is very large, and the bastions, the largest of any in England. The foundation is laid so deep, and piles under that, driven down two on end of one another, so far, till they were assured they were below the channel of the river, and that the piles, which were shod with iron, entered into the solid chalk rock adjoining to, or reaching from the chalk hills on the other side. These bastions settled considerably at first, as did also part of the curtain, the great quantity of earth that was brought to fill them up, necessarily, requiring to be made solid by time. But they are now firm as the rocks of chalk which they came from, and the filling up one of these bastions, as I have been told by good hands, cost the government 6,000 l. Being filled with chalk rubbish fetched from the chalk pits at Northfleet, just above Gravesend. The works to the land side are complete, the bastions are faced with brick. There is a double ditch, or moat, the innermost part of which is 180 foot broad. There is a good counterscarp, and a covered way marked out, with ravelins, and T-nails, but they are not raised a second time after their first settling. On the land side there are also two small redoubts of brick, but of very little strength, for the chief strength of this fort on the land side consists in this, that they are able to lay the whole level under water, and so to make it impossible for an enemy to make any approaches to the fort that way. On the side next the river, there is a very strong curtain, with a noble gate called the Water Gate in the middle, and that ditch is palisadoed. At the place where the water bastion was designed to be built, and which by the plan should run wholly out into the river, so to flank the two curtains on each side. I say, in the place where it should have been, stands a high tower, which they tell us was built in Queen Elizabeth's time, and was called the Blockhouse. The side next the water is vacant. Before this curtain above and below the said vacancy, is a platform in the place of a counterscarp, on which are planted 106 pieces of cannon, generally all of them carrying from 24 to 46 pound ball. A battery, so terrible, as well imports the consequence of that place, besides which, there are smaller pieces planted between, and the bastions and curtain also are planted with guns. So that they must be bold fellows who will venture in the biggest ships the world has heard of, to pass such a battery, if the men appointed to serve the guns, do their duty like stout fellows, as becomes them. The present government of this important place is under the prudent administration of the Right Honourable the Lord Nubruff. From hence, there is nothing for many miles together remarkable, but a continued level of unhealthy marshes, called the 300s, till we come before Lee, and to the mouth of the river Chelmer, and Blackwater. These rivers united make a large firth, or inlet of the sea, which by Mr. Camden is called Idumenum Fluvium, but by our fishermen and seamen, who use it as a port, 'tis called Maiden Water. In this inlet of the sea is Osey or Osseth Island, commonly called Usey Island, so well known by our London men of pleasure, for the infinite number of wildfowl, that is to say, duck, mallard, teal and widgeon, of which there are such vast flights. That they tell us the island, namely the creek, seems covered with them, at certain times of the year, and they go from London on purpose for the pleasure of shooting. And indeed often come home very well loaden with game. But it must be remembered too, that those gentlemen who are such lovers of the sport, and go so far for it, often return with an Essex ague on their backs, which they find a heavier load than the fowls they have shot. 'Tis on this shore, and near this creek, that the greatest quantity of fresh fish is caught, which supplies not this country only, but London markets also, on the shore beginning a little below Candy Island, or rather below Lee Road. There lies a great shoal or sand called the Black Tail, which runs out near 3 leagues into the sea due east. At the end of it, stands a pole or mast, set up by the Trinity House men of London, whose business is, to lay buoys, and set up sea marks for the direction of the sailors. This is called Shoe Bacon, from the point of land where this sand begins, which is called Shoebury Ness, and that from the town of Shoebury, which stands by it. From this sand, and on the edge of Shoebury, before it, or south-west of it, all along, to the mouth of Colchester water, the shore is full of shoals and sands, with some deep channels between. All which are so full of fish, that not only the barking fishing smacks come hither to fish, but the whole shore is full of small fisher boats in very great numbers, belonging to the villages and towns on the coast, who come in every tide with what they take. And selling the smaller fish in the country, send the best and largest away upon horses, which go night and day to London market. N.B. I am the more particular in my remark on this place, because in the course of my travels the reader will meet with the like in almost every place of note through the whole island, where it will be seen how this whole kingdom, as well the people, as the land, and even the sea, in every part of it, are employed to furnish something, and I may add, the best of every thing, to supply the city of London with provisions. I mean by provisions, corn, flesh, fish, butter, cheese, salt, fuel, timber, and cloths also, with everything necessary for building, and furniture for their own use, or for trades, of all which in their order. On this shore also are taken the best and nicest, though not the largest oysters in England. The spot from whence they have their common appellation is a little bank called Woolfleet, scarce to be called an island, in the mouth of the river Crouch, now called Crooksea Water. But the chief place where the said oysters are now had, is from Wivenhoe and the sheers adjacent whither they are brought by the fishermen, who take them at the mouth of, that they call, Colchester Water, and about the sand they call the Spits, and carry them up to Wivenhoe, where they are kid in beds or pits on the shore to feed, as they call it. And then being barrelled up, and carried to Colchester, which is but 3 miles off, they are sent to London by land, and are, from thence, called Colchester oysters. The chief sort of other fish which they carry from this part of the shore to London, are soles, which they take sometimes exceeding large and yield a very good price at London market, also sometimes middling turbot, with whitings, codling, and large flounders. The small fish as above, they sell in the country. In the several creeks and openings, as above, on this shore, there are also other islands, but of no particular note, except Mersey, which lies in the middle of the 2 openings, between Malden Water and Colchester Water, being of the most difficult access, so that, 'tis thought 1,000 men well provided, might keep possession of it against a great force, whether by land or sea. On this account, and because if possessed by an enemy, it would shut up all the navigation and fishery on that side, the government formerly built a fort on the southeast point of it, and generally in case of Dutch war, there is a strong body of troops kept there to defend it. At this place may be said to end what we call the hundreds of Essex, that is to say, the 300s or divisions, which include the marshy country, viz. Barnstaple 100, Rockford 100, and Denny 100. I have one remark more, before I leave this damp part of the world, and which I cannot omit on the women's account, namely, that I took notice of a strange decay of the sex here. Insomuch, that all along this county it was very frequent to meet with men that had had from 5 or 6, to 14 or 15 wives, nay, and some more. And I was informed that in the marshes on the other side the river over against Candy Island, there was a farmer, who was then living with the 25th wife, and that his son who was but about 35 years old, had already had about 14. Indeed this part of the story, I only had by report, though from good hands too. But the other is well known, and easy to be inquired into, about Fobbing, Curringham, Thundersley, Benfleet, Prittlewell, Wakering, Great Stambridge, Cricksea, Burnham, Dengie, and other towns of the like situation, the reason. As a merry fellow told me, who said he had had about 12 of wives, though I found afterwards he fibbed a little, was this. That they being bred in the marshes themselves, and seasoned to the place, did pretty well with it. But that they always went up into the hilly country, or to speak their own language into the uplands for a wife, that when they took the young lasses out of the wholesome and fresh air, they were healthy, fresh and clear, and well. But when they came out of their native air into the marshes among the fogs and damps, there they presently chonged their complexion, got an ague or two, and seldom held it above half a year, or a year at most. And then, said he, we go to the uplands again, and fetch another, so that marrying of wives was reckoned a kind of good farm to them. It is true, the fellow told this in a kind of drollery, and mirth, but the fact, for all that, is certainly true. And that they have abundance of wives by that very means, nor is it less true, that the inhabitants in these places do not hold it out. As in other countries, and as first you seldom meet with very antient people among the poor, as in other places we do, so, take it one with another, not 1/2 of the inhabitants are natives of the place. But such as from other countries, or in other parts of this county settle here for the advantage of good farms, for which I appeal to any impartial inquiry, having myself examined into it critically in several places. From the marshes, and low grounds, being not able to travel without many windings, and indentures, by reason of the creeks, and waters, I came up to the town of Malden. A noted market town situate at the conflux or joining of two principal rivers in this county, the Chelm or Chelmer, and the Blackwater, and where they enter into the sea. The channel, as I have noted, is called by the sailors Malden Water, and is navigable up to the town, where, by that means, is a great trade for carrying corn by water to London. The county of Essex being, especially on all that side, a great corn country. When I have said this, I think I have done Malden justice, and said all of it that there is to be said, unless I should run into the old story of its antiquity, and tell you it was a Roman colony in the time of Vespasian. And that it was called Camulodunum. How the Britons under Queen Boadicea, in revenge for the Romans' ill usage of her, for indeed they used her majesty ill, they stripped her naked, and whipped her publicly through their streets for some affront she had given them. I say, how for this, she riced the Britons round the country, overpowered, and cut in pieces the 10th legion, killed above 80,000 Romans, and destroyed the colony. But was afterwards overthrown again in a great battle, and 60,000 Britons slain. I say, unless I should enter into this story, I have nothing more to say of Malden, and as for that story, it is so fully related by Mr. Camden, in his History of the Romans in Britain, at the beginning of his Britannia, that I need only refer the reader to it, and go on with my journey. Being obliged to come thus far into the uplands, as above, I made it my road to pass through Witham, a pleasant well-situated market town, in which, and in its neighbourhood, there are as many gentlemen of good fortunes, and families, as I believe can be met with in so narrow a compass in any of the 3 counties, of which I make this circuit. In the town of Witham dwells the Lord Pawsaly, eldest son of the Earl of Abercorn of Ireland, a branch of the noble family of Hamilton, in Scotland. His lordship has a small, but a neat well-built new house, and is finishing his gardens in such a manner, as few in that part of England will exceed them. Nearer Chelmsford, hard by Boreham, lives the Lord Viscount Barrington, who though not born to the title, or estate, or name which he now possesses, had the honour to be twice made heir to the estates of gentlemen, not at all related to him. At least one of them, as is very much to his honour mentioned in his patent of creation. His name was Shute, his uncle a linen draper in London, and served sheriff of the said city, in very troublesome times. He changed the name of Shute, for that of Barrington, by an act of Parliament, obtained for that purpose, and had the dignity of a baron of the kingdom of Ireland conferred on him by the favour of King George. His lordship is a dissenter, and seems to love retirement. He was a member of Parliament for the town of Berwick upon Tweed. On the other side of Witham, at Fawburn, an antient mansion house, built by the Romans, lives Mr. Bullock, whose father married the daughter of that eminent citizen, Sir Josiah Child of Wanstead, by whom she had 3 sons, the eldest enjoys the estate, which is considerable. It is observable, that in this part of the country, there are several very considerable estates purchased, and now enjoyed by citizens of London, merchants and tradesmen, as Mr. Western an iron merchant, near Kelvedon, Mr. Cressner, a wholesale grocer, who was, a little before he died, nomined for sheriff at Earl's Colne, Mr. Olemus, a merchant at Braintree, Mr. Westcombe, near Malden, Sir Thomas Webster at Copthall, near Waltham, and several others. I mention this, to observe how the present increase of wealth in the city of London, spreads itself into the country, and plants families and fortunes, who in another age will equal the families of the antient gentry, who perhaps were bought out. I shall take notice of this in a general head, and when I have run through all the counties, collect a list of the families of citizens and tradesmen thus established in the several counties, especially round London. The product of all this part of the country is corn, as that of the marshy feeding grounds mentioned above, is grass, where their chief business is breeding of calves, which I need not say are the best and fattest, and the largest veal in England, if not in the world. And as an instance, I eat part of a veal or calf, fed by the late Sir Josiah Child at Wanstead, the loin of which weighed above 30, and the flesh exceeding white and fat. From hence I went on to Colchester, the story of Kildane, which is told of the town of Kelvedon, 3 miles from Witham, namely, that this is the place where the massacre of the Danes was begun by the women. And that therefore it was called Kildane. I say of it, as we generally say of improbable news, it wants confirmation. The true name of the town is Kelvedon, and has been so for many 100 years. Neither does Mr. Camden, or any other writer I meet with worth naming, insist on this piece of empty tradition. The town is commonly called Keldon. Colchester is an antient corporation, the town is large, very populous, the streets fair and beautiful. And though it may not be said to be finely built, yet there are abundance of very good and well-built houses in it. It still mourns, in the ruins of a civil war, during which, or rather after the heat of the war was over, it suffered a severe siege, which, the garrison making a resolute defence, was turned into a blockade, in which the garrison and inhabitants also, suffered the utmost extremity of hunger, and were at last obliged to surrender at discretion, when their 2 chief officers, Sir Charles Lucas, and Sir George Lisle, were shot to death under the castle wall. The inhabitants had a tradition, that no grass would grow upon the spot where the blood of those 2 gallant gentlemen was spilt, and they shewed the place bare of grass for many years, but whether for this reason, I will not affirm. The story is now dropped, and the grass, I suppose, grows there as in other places. However, the battered walls, the breaches in the turrets, and the ruined churches still remain, except that the church of St. Mary's, where they had the royal fort, is rebuilt, but the steeple, which was 2/3 battered down, because the besieged had a large culverin upon it, that did much execution, remains still in that condition. There is another church which bears the marks of those times, namely, on the south side of the town, in the way to the Hythe, of which more hereafter. The lines of contravallation, with the forts built by the besiegers, and which surrounded the whole town, remain very visible in many places, but the chief of them are demolished. The river Colne, which passes through this town, compasses it on the north and east sides, and served in those times for a complete defence on those sides. They have 3 bridges over it, one called North Bridge, at the north gate, by which the road leads into Suffolk, one called East Bridge, at the foot of the High Street, over which lies the road to Harwich, and one at the Hythe, as above. The river is navigable within 3 miles of the town for ships of large burthen, a little lower it may receive even a royal navy, and up to that part called the Hythe, close to the houses, it is navigable for hoys and small barks. This Hythe is a long street, passing from west to east, on the south side of the town. At the west end of it, there is a small intermission of the buildings, but not much, and towards the river it is very populous. It may be called the Wapping of Colchester. Winky Face. There is one church in that part of the town, a large quay by the river, and a good custom house. The town may be said chiefly to subsist by the trade of making bays, which is known over most of the trading parts of Europe, by the name of Colchester bays, though, indeed, all the towns round carry on the same trade, namely, Kelvedon, Witham, Coggeshall, Braintree, Barking, and the whole county, large as it is, may be said to be employed, and in part maintained, by the spinning of wool for the bay trade of Colchester, and its adjacent towns. The account of the siege, anno 1648, with a diary of the most remarkable passages, are as follows, which I had from so good a hand, as that I have no reason to question its being a true relation. A diary. Or, an account of the siege and blockade of Colchester. N. 1648. On the 4th of June, we were alarmed in the town of Colchester, that the Lord Goring, the Lord Capel, and a body of 2,000 of the loyal party, who had been in arms in Kent, having left a great body of an army in possession of Rochester Bridge, where they resolved to fight the Lord Fairfax, and the Parliament army, had given the said General Fairfax the slip, and having passed the Thames at Greenwich, were come to Stratford, and were advancing this way, upon which news, Sir Charles Lucas, Sir George Lisle, Colonel Cook, and several gentlemen of the loyal army, and all that had commissions from the King, with a gallant appearance of gentlemen volunteers, drew together from all parts of the country, to join with them. The 8th, we were further informed, that they were ad vain to Chelmsford, to New Hall House, and to Witham. And the 9th, some of the horse arrived in the town, taking possession of the gates, and having engineers with them, told us, that General Goring had resolved to make this town his headquarters, and would cause it to be well fortified. They also caused the drums to beat for volunteers, and a good number of the poor bay weavers, and such like people, wanting employment, listed, so that they complete Sir Charles Lucas's regiment, which was but thin, to near 800 men. On the 10th we had news, that the Lord Fairfax, having beaten the Royalists at Maidstone, and retaken Rochester, had passed the Thames at Gravesend, though with great difficulty, and with some loss, and was come to Horndon on the hill, in order to gain Colchester before the Royalists. But that hearing Sir Charles Lucas had prevented him, had ordered his rendezvous at Billericay, and intended to possess the pass at Maldon on the 11th, where Sir Thomas Honeywood, with the county trained bands, was to be the same day. The same evening the Lord Goring, with all his forces, making about 5,600 men, horse and foot, came to Colchester, and encamping without the suburbs, under command of the cannon of St. Mary's Fort, made disposition to fight the Parliament forces, if they came up. The 12th, the Lord Goring came into Colchester, viewed the fort in St. Mary's churchyard, ordered more cannon to be planted upon it, posted 2 regiments in the suburbs without the head gate, let the town know he would take them into his Majesty's protection, and that he would fight the enemy in that situation. The same evening, the Lord Fairfax, with a strong party of 1,000 horse, came to Lexton, at 2 small miles distance, expecting the rest of his army there, the same night. The Lord Goring brought in prisoners the same day, Sir William Massam, and several other gentlemen of the county, who were secured under a strong guard. Which the Parliament hearing, ordered 20 prisoners of the royal party to be singled out, declaring, that they should be used in the same manner as the Lord Goring used Sir William Massam, and the gentlemen prisoners with him. On the 13th, early in the morning, our spies brought intelligence, that the Lord Fairfax, all his forces being come up to him, was making dispositions for a march, resolving to attack the Royalists in their camp, upon which the Lord Goring drew all his forces together resolving to fight. The engineers had offered the night before to entrench his camp and to draw a line round it in one night's time, but his lordship declined it. And now there was no time for it, whereupon the general, Lord Goring, drew up his army in order of battle, on both sides the road, the horse in the open fields on the wings, the foot were drawn up, 1 regiment in the road. 1 regiment on each side, and 2 regiments for reserve in the suburb, just at the entrance of the town, with a regiment of volunteers, advanced as a forlorn hope, and a regiment of horse at the head gate, ready to support the reserve, as occasion should require. About 9 in the morning we heard the enemy's drums beat a march, and in half an hour more their first troops appeared on the higher grounds towards Lexton. Immediately the cannon from St. Mary's fired upon them, and put some troops of horse into confusion, doing great execution. Which, they not being able to shun it, made them quicken their pace, to fall on, when our cannon were obliged to cease firing, lest we should hurt our own troops, as well as the enemy. Soon after, their foot appeared. And our cannon saluted them in like manner, and killed them a great many men. Their first line of foot was led up by Colonel Barkstead, and consisted of 3 regiments of foot, making about 1700 men, and these charged our regiment in the lane, commanded by Sir George Lisle, and Sir William Campion. They fell on with great fury, and were received with as much gallantry, and 3 times repulsed. Nor could they break in here, though the Lord Fairfax sent fresh men to support them, till the Royalists' horse, oppressed with numbers on the left, were obliged to retire, and at last, to come full gallop into the street, and so on into the town. Nay, still the foot stood firm, and the volunteers, being all gentlemen, kept their ground with the greatest resolution, but the left wing being routed, as above, Sir William Campion was obliged to make a front to the left, and lining the hedge with his musketeers, made a stand with a body of pikes against the enemy's horse, and prevented them entering the lane. Here that gallant gentleman was killed with a carabine shot. And after a very gallant resistance, the horse on the right being also overpowered, the word was given to retreat. Which however was done in such good order, the regiments of reserve standing drawn up at the end of the street, ready to receive the enemy's horse upon the points of their pikes, that the royal troops came on in the openings between the regiments, and entered the town with very little loss, and in very good order. By this, however, those regiments of reserve, were brought, at last, to sustain the efforts of the enemy's whole army, till being overpowered by numbers, they were put into disorder, and forced to get into the town in the best manner they could. By which means near 200 men were killed or made prisoners. Encouraged by this success, the enemy pushed on, supposing they should enter the town pell-mell with the rest. Nor did the Royalists hinder them, but let good part of Barkstead's own regiment enter the head gate, but then sallying from St. Mary's with a choice body of foot on their left, and the horse rallying in the High Street, and charging them again in the front, they were driven back quite into the street of the suburb, and most of those that had so rashly entered were cut in pieces. Thus they were repulsed at the south entrance into the town, and though they attempted to storm 3 times after that with great resolution, yet they were as often beaten back, and that with great havoc of their men. And the cannon from the fort all the while did execution upon those who stood drawn up to support them, so that at last seeing no good to be done, they retreated, having small joy of their pretended victory. They lost in this action Colonel Needham, who commanded a regiment called the Tower Guards, and who fought very desperately, Captain Cox, an old experienced horse officer, and several other officers of note, with a great many private men, though, as they had the field, they concealed their number, giving out, that they lost but 100, when we were assured they lost near 1,000 men besides the wounded. They took some of our men prisoners, occasioned by the regiment of Colonel Farr, and 2 more, sustaining the shock of their whole army, to secure the retreat of the main body, as above. The 14th, the Lord Fairfax finding he was not able to carry the town by storm, without the formality of a siege, took his headquarters at Lexton, and sent to London, and to Suffolk for more forces. Also he ordered the trained bands to be raised, and posted on the roads, to prevent succours, notwithstanding which, divers gentlemen, with some assistance of men and arms, found means to get into the town. The very same night they began to break ground, and particularly, to raise a fort between Colchester and Lexton, to cover the general's quarter from the sallies from the town. For the royalists, having a good body of horse, gave them no rest, but scoured the fields every day, falling on all that were found straggling from their posts, and by this means killed a great many. The 17th, Sir Charles Lucas having been out with 1200 horse, and detaching parties toward the seaside, and towards Harwich, they brought in a very great quantity of provisions, and abundance of sheep and black cattle, sufficient for the supply of the town for a considerable time. And had not the Suffolk forces advanced over Cataway Bridge to prevent it, a larger supply had been brought in that way. For now it appeared plainly, that the Lord Fairfax, finding the garrison strong and resolute, and that he was not in a condition to reduce them by force, at least without the loss of much blood, had resolved to turn his siege into a blockade, and reduce them by hunger. Their troops being also wanted to oppose several other parties, who had, in several parts of the kingdom, taken arms for the king's cause. This same day General Fairfax sent in a trumpet, to propose exchanging prisoners, which the Lord Goring rejected, expecting a reinforcement of troops, which were actually coming to him, and were to be at Linton in Cambridgeshire as the next day. The same day 2 ships brought in a quantity of corn and provisions, and 56 men from the shore of Kent with several gentlemen, who all landed, and came up to the town. And the greatest part of the corn was with the utmost application unloaded the same night into some hoys, which brought it up to the Hythe, being apprehensive of the Parliament's ships which lay at Harwich, who having intelligence of the said ships, came the next day into the mouth of the river, and took the said 2 ships, and what calm was left in them. The besieged sent out a party to help the ships, but having no boats they could not assist them. 18. Sir Charles Lucas sent an answer about exchange of prisoners, accepting the conditions offered, but the Parliament's general returned that he would not treat with Sir Charles, for that he Sir Charles being his prisoner upon his parole of honour, and having appeared in arms contrary to the rules of war, had forfeited his honour and faith, and was not capable of command or trust in martial affairs. To this Sir Charles sent back an answer, and his excuse for his breach of his parole. But it was not accepted, nor would the Lord Fairfax enter upon any treaty with him. Upon this second message, Sir William Massam, and the Parliament Committee and other gentlemen, who were prisoners in the town, sent a message in writing under their hands to the Lord Fairfax, entreating him to enter into a treaty for peace. But the Lord Fairfax returned, he could take no notice of their request, as supposing it forced from them under restraint. But, that, if the Lord Goring desired peace, he might write to the Parliament, and he would cause his messenger to have a safe conduct to carry his letter. There was a paper sent enclosed in this paper, signed Capel, Norwich, Charles Lucas. But to that the general would return no answer, because it was signed by Sir Charles, for the reason above. All this while, the Lord Goring, finding the enemy strengthening themselves, gave order for fortifying the town, and drawing lines in several places, to secure the entrance, as particularly without the East Bridge, and without the North Gate and Bridge, and to plant more cannon upon the works, to which end, some great guns were brought in from some ships at Wevenhoe. The same day, our men sallied out in 3 places, and attacked the besiegers, first at their fort, called Essex, then at their new works, on the south of the town. A third party sallying at the East Bridge, brought in some booty from the Suffolk troops, having killed several of their stragglers on the Harwich road. They also took a lieutenant of horse prisoner, and brought him into the town. 19. This day we had the unwelcome news, that our friends at Linton were defeated by the enemy, and Major Muschamp, a loyal gentleman, killed. The same night, our men gave the enemy alarm at their new Essex fort, and thereby drew them out as if they would fight, till they brought them within reach of the cannon of St. Mary's, and then our men retiring, the great guns let fly among them, and made them run. Our men shouted after them. Several of them were killed on this occasion, one shot having killed 3 horsemen in our sight. 20. We now found the enemy in order to a perfect blockade, resolved to draw a line of circumvallation round the town, having received a train of 40 pieces of heavy cannon from the Tower of London. This day the Parliament sent a messenger to their prisoners, to know how they fared, and how they were used, who returned word, that they fared indifferent well, and were very civilly used, but that provisions were scarce, and therefore dear. This day a party of horse with 300 foot, sallied out, and marched as far as the fort on the Isle of Mersey, which they made a shew of attacking, to keep in the garrison. Meanwhile the rest took a good number of cattle from the country, which they brought safe into the town, with 5 wagons loaden with corn. This was the last they could bring in that way, the lines being soon finished on that side. This day the Lord Fairfax sent in a trumpet to the Earl of Norwich, and the Lord Goring, offering honourable conditions to them all, allowing all the gentlemen their lives and arms, exemption from plunder and passes, if they desert to go beyond sea, and all the private men pardon, and leave to go peaceably to their own dwellings. But the Lord Goring and the rest of the gentlemen rejected it, and laughed at them, upon which the Lord Fairfax made proclamation, that his men should give the private soldiers in Colchester free leave to pass through their camp, and go where they pleased without molestation, only leaving their arms, but that the gentlemen should have no quarter. This was a great loss to the royalists, for now the men, foreseeing the great hardships they were like to suffer, began to slip away, and the Lord Goring was obliged to forbid any to desert on pain of present death, and to keep parties of horse continually patrolling to prevent them. Notwithstanding which, many got away. 21. The town desired the Lord Goring to give them leave to send a message to Lord Fairfax, to desire they might have liberty to carry on their trade and sell their bays and says, which Lord Goring granted. But the enemy's general returned, that they should have considered that before they let the royalists into the town, that to desire a free trade from a town besieged, was never heard of, or at least, was such a motion as was never yet granted, that however, he would give the baymakers leave to bring their bays and says, and other goods, once a week, or oftener, if they desire it, to Lexton Heath, where they should have a free market, and might sell them or carry them back again, if not sold, as they found occasion. 22. The besieged sallied out in the night with a strong party, and disturbed the enemy in their works, and partly ruined one of their forts, called Ewer's Fort, where the besiegers were laying a bridge over the river Colne. Also they sallied again at East Bridge, and faced the Suffolk troops, who were now declared enemies. These brought in 56 good bullocks, and some cows, and they took and killed several of the enemy. 23. The besiegers began to fire with their cannon from Essex Fort, and from Barkstead's Fort, which was built upon the Malden Road, and finding that the besieged had a party in Sir Harbottle Grimston's house, called the Friary, they fired at it with their cannon, and battered it almost down, and then the soldiers set it on fire. This day upon the townsmen's treaty for the freedom of the bay trade, the Lord Fairfax sent a second offer of conditions to the besieged, being, the same as before, only excepting Lord Goring, Lord Capel, Sir George Lisle, and Sir Charles Lucas. This day we had news in the town, that the Suffolk forces were advanced to assist the besiegers and that they began a fort called Fort Suffolk, on the north side of the town, to shut up the Suffolk road toward Stratford. This day the besieged sallied out at North Bridge, attacked the outguards of the Suffolk men on Mile End Heath, and drove them into their fort in the woods. This day Lord Fairfax sent a trumpet, complaining of chewed and poisoned bullets being shot from the town, and threatening to give no quarter if that practice was allowed. But Lord Goring returned answer, with a protestation, that no such thing was done by his order or consent. 24th. They fired hard from their cannon against St. Mary's steeple, on which was planted a large culverin, which annoyed them even in the general's headquarters at Lexton. One of the best gunners the garrison had, was killed with a cannon bullet. This night the besieged sallied towards Audley, on the Suffolk road, and brought in some cattle. 25. Lord Capel sent a trumpet to the Parliament General, but the rogue ran away, and came not back, nor sent any answer. Whether they received his message or not, was not known. 26. This day having finished their new bridge, a party of their troops passed that bridge, and took post on the hill over against Mile End Church, where they built a fort, called Fothergall's Fort, and another on the east side of the road, called Rainsborough's Fort, so that the town was entirely shut in, on that side, and the royalists had no place free but over East Bridge, which was afterwards cut off by the enemies bringing their line from the Hythe within the river to the stone causeway leading to the East Bridge. July I. From the 26th to the 1st, the besiegers continued finishing their works, and by the 2d the whole town was shut in, at which the besiegers gave a general salvo from their cannon at all their forts. But the besieged gave them a return, for they sallied out in the night, attacked Barkstead's fort, scarce finished, with such fury, that they twice entered the work sword in hand, killed most part of the defendants, and spoiled part of the forts cast up. But fresh forces coming up, they returned with little loss, bringing 8 prisoners, and having slain, as they reported, above 100. On the 2nd, Lord Fairfax offered exchange for Sir William Massam in particular, and afterwards for other prisoners, but the Lord Goring refused. 5. The besieged sallied with 2 regiments, supported by some horse, at midnight. They were commanded by Sir George Lisle. They fell on with such fury, that the enemy were put into confusion, their works at Eastbridge ruined, and 2 pieces of cannon taken, Lieutenant Colonel Sambrook, and several other officers, were killed, and our men returned into the town, bringing the captain, 2 lieutenants, and about 50 men with them prisoners into the town. But having no horse, we could not bring off the cannon, but they spicked them, and made them unfit for service. From this time to the 11th, the besieged sallied almost every night, being encouraged by their successes, and they constantly cut off some of the enemy, but not without loss also on their own side. About this time we received by a spy, the bad news of defeating the king's friends almost in all parts of England, and particularly several parties which had good wishes to our gentlemen, and intended to relieve them. Our batteries from St. Mary's Fort and Steeple, and from the North Bridge, greatly annoyed them, and killed most of their gunners and firemen. One of the messengers who brought news to Lord Fairfax of the defeat of one of the parties in Kent, and the taking of Weymouth Castle, slipped into the town, and brought a letter to the Lord Goring, and listed in the regiment of the Lord Capel's horse. 14. The besiegers attacked and took the Hythe Church, with a small work the besieged had there, but the defenders returned in time. Some were taken prisoners in the church, but not in the fort. Sir Charles Lucas's house was attacked by a great body of the besiegers. The besieged defended themselves with good resolution for some time, but a hand grenade thrown in by the assailants, having furred the magazine, the house was blown up, and most of the gallant defenders buried in the ruins. This was a great blow to the royalists, for it was a very strong pass, and always well guarded. 15. The Lord Fairfax sent offers of honourable conditions to the soldiers of the garrison, if they would surrender, or quit the service, upon which the Lords Goring and Capel, and Sir Charles Lucas, returned an answer signed by their hands. That it was not honourable or agreeable to the usage of war, to offer conditions separately to the soldiers, exclusive of their officers, and therefore civilly desired his lordship to send no more such messages or proposals, or if he did, that he would not take it ill if they hanged up the messenger. This evening all the gentlemen volunteers, with all the horse of the garrison, with Sir Charles Lucas, Sir George Lisle, and Sir Bernard Gascoigne at the head of them, resolved to break through the enemy, and forcing a pass to advance into Suffolk by Nayland Bridge. To this purpose, they passed the river near Middlemill, but their guides having misled them, the enemy took the alarm. Upon which their guides, and some pioneers which they had with them, to open the hedges, and level the banks, for their passing to Barkstead, all run away, so the horse were obliged to retreat. The enemy pretended to pursue, but thinking they had retreated by the North Bridge, they missed them, upon which being enraged, they furred the suburbs without the bridge, and burned them quite down. 18. Some of the horse attempted to escape the same way, and had the whole body been there as before, they had effected it, but there being but 2 troops, they were obliged to retire. Now the town began to be greatly distressed, provisions failing. And the townspeople, which were numerous, being very uneasy, and no way of breaking through being found practicable, the gentlemen would have joined in any attempt wherein they might die gallantly with their swords in their hands. But nothing presented. They often sallied and cut off many of the enemy, but their numbers were continually supplied, and the besieged diminished, their horse also sunk and became unfit for service, having very little hay, and no corn. And at length they were forced to kill them for food, so that they began to be in a very miserable condition, and the soldiers deserted every day in great numbers, not being able to bear the want of food, as being almost starved with hunger. 22. The limited Fairfax offered again an exchange of prisoners, but the Lord Goring rejected it, because they refused conditions to the chief gentlemen of the garrison. During this time, 2 troops of the Royal Horse sallied out in the night, resolving to break out or die. The first rode up full gallop to the enemy's horse guards on the side of Malden Road, and exchanged their pistols with the advanced troops. And wheeling, made as if they would retire to the town. But finding they were not immediately pursued, they wheeled about to the right, and passing another guard at a distance, without being perfectly discovered, they went clean off, and passing towards Tiptree Heath, and having good guides, they made their escape towards Cambridge-Shire, in which length of way they found means to disperse without being attacked, and went every man his own way as fate directed. Nor did we hear that many of them were taken, they were led, as we are informed, by Sir Bernard Gascoigne. Upon these attempts of the horse to break out, the enemy built a small fort in the meadow right against the ford, in the river, at the Middle Mill, and one set that mill on fire, but it was extinguished without much damage. However, the fort prevented any more attempts that way. 23. The Parliament General sent in a trumpet, to propose again the exchange of prisoners, offering the Lord Capel's son for one, and Mr. Ashburnham, for Sir William Massam. But the Lord Capel, Lord Goring, and the rest of the loyal gentlemen rejected it. And Lord Capel in particular sent the Lord Fairfax word, it was inhuman to surprise his son, who was not in arms, and offer him to insult a father's affection, but that he might murder his son if he pleased. He would leave his blood to be revenged as heaven should give opportunity. And the Lord Goring sent word, that as they had reduced the king's servants to eat horse flesh, the prisoners should feed as they fed. The enemy sent again to complain of the royalists shooting poison bullets, and sent 2 affidavits of it made by 2 deserters, swearing it was done by the Lord Norwich's direction. The generals in the town returned under all their hands. That they never gave any such command or direction. That they disowned the practice. And that the fellows who swore it were perjured before in running from their colours, and the service of their king, and ought not to be credited again, but they added, that for shooting rough-cast slugs they must excuse them. As things stood with them at that time. About this time a porter in a soldier's habit got through the enemy's leaguer, and passing their outguards in the dark, got into the town, and brought letters from London, assuring the royalists that there were so many strong parties up in arms for the king, and in so many places, that they would be very suddenly relieved. This they caused to be read to the soldiers to encourage them. And particularly it related to the rising of the Earl of Holland, and the Duke of Buckingham, who with 500 horse were gotten together in arms about Kingston in Surrey. But we had notice in a few days after, that they were defeated and the Earl of Holland taken, who was afterwards beheaded. 26. The enemy now began to batter the walls, and especially on the west side, from St. Mary's towards the north gate. And we were assured they intended a storm. On which the engineers were directed to make entrenchments behind the walls where the breaches should be made, that in case of a storm, they might meet with a warm reception. Upon this, they gave over the design of storming. The Lord Goring, finding that the enemy had set the suburbs on fire right against the Hythe, ordered the remaining houses, which were empty of inhabitants, from whence their musketeers fired against the town, to be burned also. 31. A body of foot sallied out at midnight, to discover what the enemy were doing at a place where they thought a new fort raising. They fell in among the workmen, and put them to flight, cut in pieces several of the guard, and brought in the officer who commanded them prisoner. August 2nd. The town was now in a miserable condition. The soldiers searched and rifled the houses of the inhabitants for victuals. They had lived on horseflesh several weeks, and most of that also was lean as carrion, which not being well salted bred worms. And this want of diet made the soldiers sickly, and many died of fluxes, yet they boldly rejected all offers of surrender, unless with safety to their officers. However, several hundreds got out, and either passed the enemy's guards, or surrendered to them, and took passes. August 7th. The townspeople became very uneasy to the soldiers, and the mayor of the town, with the aldermen, waited upon the general, desiring leave to send to the Lord Fairfax, for leave to all the inhabitants to come out of the town, that they might not perish. To which the Lord Goring consented, but the Lord Fairfax refused them. 12. The rabble got together in a vast crowd about the Lord Goring's quarters, clamouring for a surrender, and they did this every evening, bringing women and children, who lay howling and crying on the ground for bread. The soldiers beat off the men, but the women and children would not stir, bidding the soldiers kill them, saying they had rather be shot than be starved. 16. The general, moved by the cries and distress of the poor inhabitants, sent out a trumpet to the Parliament General, demanding leave to send to the Prince, who was with a fleet of 19 men of war in the mouth of the Thames, offering to surrender, if they were not relieved in 20 days. The Lord Fairfax refused it, and sent them word, he would be in the town in person, and visit them in less than 20 days, intimating that they were preparing for a storm. Some tart messages and answers were exchanged on this occasion. The Lord Goring sent word, they were willing, in compassion to the poor townspeople, and to save that effusion of blood, to surrender upon honourable terms, but that as for the storming them, which was threatened, they might come on when they thought fit, for that they, the Royalists, were ready for them. This held to the 19. 20. The Lord Fairfax returned, what he said, was his last answer, and should be the last offer of mercy. The conditions offered were, that upon a peaceable surrender, all soldiers and officers under the degree of a captain, in commission, should have their lives, be exempted from plunder, and have passes to go to their respective dwellings, all the captains and superior officers, with all the lords and gentlemen, as well in commission as volunteers, to surrender prisoners at discretion. And when the people came about them again for bread, set open one of the gates, and bid them go out to the enemy, which a great many did willingly. Upon which the Lord Goring ordered all the rest that came about his door, to be turned out after them, but when the people came to the Lord Fairfax's camp, the outguards were ordered to fire at them, and drive them all back again to the gate. Which the Lord Goring seeing, he ordered them to be received in again. And now, although the generals and soldiers also, were resolute to die with their swords in their hands, rather than yield, and had maturely resolved to abide a storm, yet the mayor and aldermen having petitioned them, as well as the inhabitants, being wearied with the importunities of the distressed people, and pitying the deplorable condition they were reduced to, they agreed to enter upon a treaty. And accordingly, sent out some officers to the Lord Fairfax, the Parliament General, to treat. And with them was sent 2 gentlemen of the prisoners upon their parole to return. Upon the return of the said messengers with the Lord Fairfax's terms, the Lord Goring, and sent out a letter, declaring they would die with their swords in their hands, rather than yield without quarter for life, and sent a paper of articles, on which they were willing to surrender, but in the very interim of this treaty, news came, that the Scots army under Duke Hamilton, which was entered into Lancashire, and was joined by the Royalists in that county, making 21,000 men, were entirely defeated. After this, the Lord Fairfax would not grant any abatement of articles, viz. to have all above lieutenants surrender at Mersey. Upon this, the Lord Goring and the general refused to submit again, and proposed a general sally, and to break through or die, but found upon preparing for it, that the soldiers, who had their lives offered them, declined it, fearing the gentlemen would escape, and they should be left to the mercy of the Parliament soldiers. And that upon this they began to mutiny, and talk of surrendering the town, and their officers too. Things being brought to this pass, the lords and general laid aside that design, and found themselves obliged to submit, and so the town was surrendered the 28th of August, 1648, upon conditions, as follows. The lords and gentlemen all prisoners at Mersey. The common soldiers had passes to go home to their several dwellings, but without arms, and on oath not to serve against the Parliament. The town to be preserved from pillage, paying 14,000 L. ready money. The same day a council of war being called about the prisoners of war, it was resolved, that the lords should be left to the disposal of the Parliament. That Sir Charles Lucas, Sir George Lisle, and Sir Marmaduke Gascoigne, should be shot to death, and the other officers prisoners, to remain in custody till farther order. The two first of the three gentlemen were shot to death, and the third respite. Thus ended the siege of Colchester. N.B. Notwithstanding the number killed in the siege, and dead of the flux, and other distempers, occasioned by bad diet, which were very many, and notwithstanding the number which deserted and escaped in the time of their hardships. Yet there remained at the time of the surrender Earl of Norwich, Goring, Lord Capel, Lord Loughborough, 11 knights, 9 colonels, 8 lieutenant colonels, 9 majors, 30 captains, 72 lieutenants, 69 ensigns, 183 serge and corporal, 3,067 private soldiers, 65 servants to the lords and general officers and gentlemen, 3513, in all. The town of Colchester has been suppository to contain about 40,000 people, including the out-villages which are within its liberty, of which there are a great many. The liberty of the town being of a great extent, one sad testimony of the town being so populous is, that they buried upwards of 5,259 people in the plague year, 1665. But the town was severely visited indeed, even more in proportion than any of its neighbours, or than the city of London. The government of the town is by a mayor, high steward, a recorder, or his deputy, 11 aldermen, a chamberlain, a town clerk, assistants, and 18 common councilmen. Their high steward, this year, 1722, is Sir Isaac Ribot, a gentleman of a good family and known character, who has generally, for above 30 years, been one of their representatives in Parliament. He has a very good house at the entrance in at the south, or head gate of the town, where he has had the honour, several times, to lodge and entertain the late Conn William, of glorious memory, in his returning from Holland, by way of Harwich to London. Their recorder is Earl Cooper, who has been twice Lord High Chancellor of England, but his lordship not residing in those parts, has put in for his deputy, Price, Esq., Bannister at law, and who dwells in the town. There are in Colchester 8 churches, besides those which are damaged, and 5 meeting houses, whereof 2 for Quakers, besides a Dutch church and a French church. Public edifices are Bay Hall, an ancient society kept up for ascertaining the manufactures of bays, which are, or ought to be, all brought to this hall, to be viewed and sealed according to their goodness, by the masters. And to this practice has been owing the great reputation of the Colchester bays in foreign markets, where to open the side of a bale and shew the seal, has been enough to give the buyer a character of the value of the goods without any farther search. And so far as they abate the integrity and exactness of their method, which, I am told, of late is much omitted, I say, so far, that reputation will certainly abate in the markets they go to, which are principally in Portugal and Italy. This corporation is governed by a particular set of men who are called governors of the Dutch Bay Hall. And in the same building is the Dutch Church. The Guild Hall of the town, called by them the Moot Hall, to which is annexed the town gaol. The workhouse, being lately enlarged, and to which belongs a corporation, or a body of the inhabitants, consisting of 60 persons incorporated by Act of Parliament Anno 1698. For taking care of the poor, they are incorporated by the name and title of the governor, deputy governor, assistants, and guardians, of the poor of the town of Colchester. They are in number 8 and 40, to whom are added the mayor and aldermen for the time being, who are always guardians by the same charter. These make the number of 60, as above. There is also a grammar free school, with a good allowance to the master, who is chosen by the town. The castle of Colchester is now become only a monument shewing the antiquity of the place, it being built as the walls of the town also are, with Roman bricks, and the Roman coins dug up here, and ploughed up in the fields adjoining, confirm it. The inhabitants boast much, that Helena, the mother of Constantine the Great, first Christian emperor of the Romans, was born there, and it may be so for aught we know. I only observe what Mr. Camden says of the castle of Colchester, viz. In the middle of this city stands a castle ready to fall with age. 1. Though, this castle has stood 120 years from the time Mr. Camden wrote that account, and it is not fallen yet. Nor will another 120 years, I believe, make it look one jot the older, and it was observable, that in the late siege of this town, a cannon shot, which the besiegers made at this old castle, were so far from making it fall, that they made little or no impression upon it. For which reason, it seems, and because the garrison made no great use of it against the besiegers, they fared no more at it. There are 2 charity schools set up here, and carried on by a generous subscription, with very good success. The title of Colchester is in the family of Earl Rivers, and the eldest son of that family is called Lord Colchester, though, as I understand, the title is not settled by the creation, to the eldest son, till he enjoys the title of Earl with it. But that the other is by the courtesy of England, however this I take ad referendum. Harwich and Suffolk. From Colchester, I took another step down to the coast, the land running out a great way into the sea, south, and se. Makes that promontory of land called the Nace, and well known to seamen, using the northern trade. Here one sees a sea open as an ocean, without any opposite shore, though it be no more than the mouth of the Thames. This point called the Nace, and the any point of Kent, near Margate, called the North Foreland, making, what they call, the mouth of the river, and the port of London, though it be here above 60 miles over. At Walton, under the Nace, they find on the shore, copper stone in great quantities, and there are several large works called coppers' houses, where they make it with great expense. On this promontory is a new sea mark, erected by the Trinity House men, and at the public expense, being a round brick tower, near 80 foot high. The sea gains so much upon the land here, by the continual winds at SW, that within the memory of some of the inhabitants there, they have lost above 30 acres of land in one place. From hence we go back into the country about 4 miles, because of the creeks which lie between. And then turning east again, come to Harwich, on the utmost eastern point of this large country. Harwich is a town so well known, and so perfectly described by many writers, I need say little of it. 'Tis strong by situation, and may be made more so by art. But, 'tis many years since the government of England have had any occasion to fortify towns to the landward. 'Tis enough that the harbour or road, which is one of the best and securest in England, is covered at the entrance by a strong fort, and a battery of guns to the seaward, just as at Tilbury, and which sufficiently defend the mouth of the river, and there is a particular felicity in this fortification, viz. That though the entrance or opening of the river into the sea is very wide, especially at high water, at least 2 miles, if not 3 over. Yet the channel, which is deep, and in which the ships must keep and come to the harbour, is narrow, and lies only on the side of the fort, so that all the ships which come in, or go out, must come close under the guns of the fort. That is to say, under the command of their shot. The fort is on the Suffolk side of the bay, or entrance, but stands so far into the sea upon the point of a sand or shoal, which runs out toward the Essex side, as it were, laps over the mouth of that haven like a blind to it. And our surveyors of the country affirm it to be in the county of Essex. The making this place, which was formerly no other than a sand in the sea, solid enough for the foundation of so good a fortification, has not been done but by many years' labour, often repairs, and an infinite expense of money, but 'tis now so firm, that nothing of storms and high tides, or such things, as make the sea dangerous to these kind of works, can affect it. The harbour is of a vast extent, for, as 2 rivers empty themselves here, viz., Stour from Mainingtree, and the Orwell from Ipswich, the channels of both are large and deep, and safe for all weathers. So where they join they make a large bay or road, able to receive the biggest ships, and the greatest number that ever the world saw together, I mean, ships of war. In the old Dutch war, great use has been made of this harbour. And I have known that there has been 100 sail of men of war and their attendants, and between 300 and 400 sail of collier ships, all in this harbour at a time, and yet none of them crowding, or riding in danger of one another. Harwich is known for being the port where the packet boats between England and Holland go out and come in. The inhabitants are far from being famed for good usage to strangers, but on the contrary, are blamed for being extravagant in their reckonings, in the public houses, which has not a little encouraged the setting up of sloops, which they now call passage boats, to Holland, to go directly from the river of Thames. This, though it may be something the longer passage, yet as they are said to be more obliging to passengers, and more reasonable in the expense, and as some say also the vessels are better sea-boats, has been the reason why so many passengers do not go or come by the way of Harwich, as formerly were wont to do. Insomuch, that the stage coaches, between this place and London, which ordinarily went 2 or 3 times a week, are now entirely laid down, and the passengers are left to hire coaches on purpose, take post-horses, or hire horses to Colchester, as they find most convenient. The account of a petrifying quality in the earth here, though some will have it to be in the water of a spring hard by, is very strange. They boast that their town is walled, and their streets paved with clay, and yet, that one is as strong, and the other as clean as those that are built or paved with stone. The fact is indeed true, for there is a sort of clay in the cliff, between the town and the beacon hill adjoining, which when it falls down into the sea, where it is beaten with the waves and the weather, turns gradually into stone, but the chief reason assigned, is from the water of a certain spring or well, which rising in the said cliff, runs down into the sea among those pieces of clay, and petrifies them as it runs, and the force of the sea often stirring, and perhaps, turning the lumps of clay, when storms of wind may give force enough to the water, causes them to harden everywhere alike. Otherwise those which were not quite sunk in the water of the spring, would be petrified but in part. These stones are gathered up to pave the streets, and build the houses, and are indeed very hard. 'Tis also remarkable, that some of them taken up before they are thoroughly petrified, will, upon breaking them, appear to be hard as a stone without, and soft as clay in the middle. Whereas others, that have lain a due time, shall be thorough stone to the centre, and as exceeding hard within, as without. The same spring is said to turn wood into iron, but this I take to be no more or less than the quality, which as I mentioned of the shore at the Ness, is found to be in much of the stone, all along this shore, viz. of the copperous kind, and 'tis certain, that the copperous stone, so called, is found in all that cliff, and even where the water of this spring has run. And I presume, that those who call the hardened pieces of wood, which they take out of this well by the name of iron, never tried the quality of it with the fire or hammer. If they had, perhaps they would have given some other account of it. On the promontory of land, which they call Beacon Hill, and which lies beyond, or behind the town, towards the sea, there is a lighthouse, to give the ships directions in their sailing by, as well as their coming into the harbour in the night. I shall take notice of these again all together, when I come to speak of the Society of Trinity House, as they are called, by whom they are all directed upon this coast. This town was erected into a marquisate, in honour of the truly glorious family of Schomberg, the eldest son of Duke Schomberg, who landed with King William, being styled Marquis of Harwich. But that family, in England at least, being extinct, the title dies also. Harwich is a town of hurry and business, not much of gaiety and pleasure. Yet the inhabitants seem warm in their nests, and some of them are very wealthy. There are not many, if any, gentlemen or families of note either in the town, or very near it. They send 2 members to Parliament. The present are, Sir Peter Parker, and Humphrey Parsons, Esq. And now being at the extremity of the county of Essex, of which I have given you some view, as to that side next the sea only, I shall break off this part of my letter, by telling you, that I will take the towns which lie more towards the centre of the county, in my return by the north and west part only, that I may give you a few hints of some towns which were near me in my route this way, and of which being so well known, there is but little to say. On the road from London to Colchester, before I came into it at Witham, lie 4 good market towns at equal distance from one another, namely, Rumford, noted for 2 markets, viz., one for calves and hogs, the other for corn and other provisions. Most, if not all, bought up for London market. At the farther end of the town, in the middle of a stately park, stood Goldie Hall, vulgarly Giddy Hall, an antient seat of one Coke, sometime Lord Mayor of London, but forfeited, on some occasion, to the Crown, it is since pulled down to the ground. And there now stands a noble stately fabric or mansion house, built upon the spot by Sir John Isles, a wealthy merchant of London, and chosen sub-governor of the South Sea Company. Immediately after the ruin of the former sub-governor and directors, whose overthrow makes the history of these times famous. Brentwood and Ingarstone, and even Chelmsford itself, have very little to be said of them, but that they are large thoroughfare towns, full of good inns, and chiefly maintained by the excessive multitude of carriers and passengers, which are constantly passing this way to London, with droves of cattle, provisions, and manufactures for London. The last of these towns is indeed the county town, where the county jail is kept, and where the assizes are very often held. It stands on the conflux of two rivers, the Chelmer, whence the town is called, and the Can. At Lees, or Lees Priory, as some call it, is to be seen an antient house, in the middle of a beautiful park, formerly the seat of the late Duke of Manchester, but since the death of the Duke, it is sold to the Duchess Dowager of Buckinghamshire. The present Duke of Manchester, retiring to his antient family seat at Kimbolton in Huntingdonshire, it being a much finer residence. His Grace is lately married to a daughter of the Duke of Montague by a branch of the House of Marlborough. For market towns fill up the rest of this part of the country, Dunmow, Braintree, Thaxted, and Coggeshall. All noted for the manufacture of baize, as above, and for very little else, except I shall make the ladies laugh, at the famous old story of the flitch of bacon at Dunmow, which is this. One Robert Fitzwalter, a powerful baron in this county, in the time of Hen. 3. On some merry occasion, which is not preserved in the rest of the story, instituted a custom in the priory here, that whatever married man did not repent of his being married, or quarrel, or differ and dispute with his wife, within a year and a day after his marriage, and would swear to the truth of it, kneeling upon two hard-pointed stones in the churchyard, which stones he caused to be set up in the priory churchyard, for that purpose, the prior and convent, and as many of the town as would, to be present, such person should have a flitch of bacon. I do not remember to have read, that any one ever came to demand it, nor do the people of the place pretend to say, of their own knowledge, that they remember any that did so. A long time ago several did demand it, as they say, but they know not who, neither is there any record of it, nor do they tell us, if it were now to be demanded, who is obliged to deliver the flitch of bacon, the priory being dissolved and gone. The forest of Epping and Hainault spreads a great part of this country still. I shall speak again of the former in my return from this circuit. Formerly, 'tis thought, these two forests took up all the west and south part of the county. But particularly we are assured, that it reached to the river Chelmer, and into Denny Hundred, and from thence again west to Epping and Waltham, where it continues to be a forest still. Probably this forest of Epping has been a wild or forest ever since this island was inhabited, and may shew us, in some parts of it, where enclosures and tillage has not broken in upon it, what the face of this island was before the Romans' time. That is to say, before their landing in Britain. The constitution of this forest is best seen, I mean, as to the antiquity of it, by the merry grant of it from Edward the Confessor, before the Norman conquest to Randolph Pepperking, one of his favourites, who was after called Peveril, and whose name remains still in several villages in this county. As particularly that of Hatfield Peveril, in the road from Chelmsford to Witham, which is suppository to be originally a park, which they called a field in those days, and Hartfield may be as much as to say a park for deer. For the stags were in those days called harts, so that this was neither more nor less than Randolph Pepperking's Hartfield, that is to say, Ralph Peveril's Deer Park. N.B. This Ralph Randolph, or Ralph Peveril, call him as you please, had, it seems, a most beautiful lady to his wife, who was daughter of Ingelric, one of Edward the Confessor's noblemen. He had 2 sons by her, William Peveril, a famed soldier, and Lord or Governor of Dover Castle, which he surrendered to William the Conqueror, after the Battle of Sussex. And Payne Peveril, his youngest, who was Lord of Cambridge, when the eldest son delivered up the castle, the lady his mother, above named, who was the celebrated beauty of the age, was it seems there. And the Conqueror fell in love with her, and whether by force, or by consent, took her away, and she became his mistress, or what else you please to call it, by her he had a son, who was called William, after the Conqueror's Christian name. But retained the name of Peveril, and was afterwards created by the Conqueror, Lord of Nottingham. This lady afterwards, as is supposed, by way of penance, for her yielding to the Conqueror, founded a nunnery at the village of Hatfield Peveril, mentioned above, and there she lies buried in the chapel of it, which is now the parish church, where her memory is preserved by a tombstone under one of the windows. Thus we have several towns, where any antient parks have been plaqued, called by the name of Hatfield on that very account. As Hatfield Broad Oak in this county, Bishop's Hatfield in Hertfordshire, and several others. But I return to King Edward's merry way, as I call it, of granting this forest to this Ralph Pepperking, which I find in the antient records, in the very words it was passed in, as follows, take my explanations with it. For the sake of those that are not us to the antient English. The grant in Old English. The explanation in modern English. I che Edward Koning. I Edward the King. Have given of my forest the keepin of the hundred of Chelmer and Dancing. Have made ranger of my forest of Chelmsford hundred, and Deering hundred. To Randolph Pepperking, and to his kindling. Ralph Peveril, for him and his heirs for ever. With Heort and Hind, Doe and Bok. With both the red and fallow deer. Hare and fox, cat and brock. Hare and fox, otter and badger. Wild fowl with his flock. Wild fowl of all sorts. Patrick, pheasant hen, and fee-sant cock. Partridges and pheasants. With green and wild stub and stock. Timber and underwood, roots and tops. To keepen and to yemen with all her might. With power to preserve the forest. Both by day, and eke by night. And watch it against deer stealers and others. And hounds for to hold. Good and swift, and bold. With a right to keep hounds of all sorts. 4 greyhound, and 6 ratchas. 4 greyhounds, and 6 terriers. 4 hare and fox, and wild cats. Harriers and foxhounds, and other hounds. And therefore ish made him my book. And to this end I have registered this my grant, in the crown rolls or books. Witness the Bishop of Woolston. And book I'll read many on. To which the Bishop has set his hand as a witness for any one to read. And Swain of Essex, our brother. Also signed by the King's brother, or, as some think, the Chancellor Swain, then Earl or Count of Essex. And taken him many other. He might call such other witnesses to sign as he thought fit. And our steward Howlin. That besought me for him. Also the King's High Steward was a witness, at whose request this grant was obtained of the King. There are many gentlemen's seats on this side the county, and a great assembly set up at New Hall, near this town, much resorted to by the neighbouring gentry. I shall next proceed to the county of Suffolk, as my first design directed me to do. From Harwich therefore, having a mind to view the harbour, I sent my horses round by Manningtree, where there is a timber bridge over the Stour, called Cataway Bridge, and took a boat up the river Orwell, for Ipswich. A traveller will hardly understand me, especially a seaman, when I speak of the river Stour and the river Orwell at Harwich, for they know them by no other names than those of Manningter Water, and Ipswich Water. So while I am on salt water, I must speak as those who use the sea may understand me, and when I am up in the country among the inland towns again, I shall call them out of their names no more. It is 12 miles from Harwich up the water to Ipswich. Before I come to the town, I must say something of it, because speaking of the river requires it, in former times, that is to say, since the writer of this remembers the place very well, and particularly just before the late Dutch wars, Ipswich was a town of very good business. Particularly it was the greatest town in England for large colliers or coal ships, employed between Newcastle and London, also they built the biggest ships and the best. For the said fetching of coals of any that were employed in that trade, they built also their so prodigious strong, that it was an ordinary thing for an Ipswich collier, if no disaster happened to him, to reign, as seamen call it, 40 or 50 years, and more. In the town of Ipswich the masters of these ships generally dwelt, and there were, as they then told me, above 100 sail of them, belonging to the town at one time, the least of which carried 15 score, as they computed, that is, 300 chaldron of coals. This was about the year 1668, when I first knew the place. This made the town be at that time so populous, for those masters, as they had good ships at sea, so they had large families, who lived plentifully, and in very good houses in the town, and several streets were chiefly inhabited by such. The loss or decay of this trade, accounts for the present pretended decay of the town of Ipswich, of which I shall speak more presently. The ships wore out, the masters died off, the trade took a new turn. Dutch fly boats taken in the war, and made free ships by Act of Parliament, thrust themselves into the coal trade for the interest of the captors, such as the Yarmouth and London merchants, and others. And the Ipswich men dropped gradually out of it, being discouraged by those Dutch flyboats. These Dutch vessels which cost nothing but the caption, were bought cheap, carried great burthens, and the Ipswich building fell off for want of price. And so the trade decayed, and the town with it. I believe this will be owned for the true beginning of their decay, if I must allow it to be called a decay. But to return to my passage up the river. In the winter time those great collier ships, above mentioned, are always laid up, as they call it, that is to say, the coal trade abates at London, the citizens are generally furnished, their stores taken in, and the demand is over. So that the great ships, the northern seas and coast being also dangerous, the nights long, and the voyage hazardous, go to sea no more, but lie by, the ships are unrigged, the sails, and carried ashore, the topmasts struck, and they ride moored in the river, under the advantages and security of sound ground, and a high woody shore, where they lie as safe as in a wet dock. And it was a very agreeable sight to see, perhaps 200 sail of ships, of all sizes lie in that posture every winter, all this while, which was usually from Michaelmas to Lady Day. The masters lived calm and secure with their families in Ipswich, and enjoying plentifully, what in the summer they got laboriously at sea, and this made the town of Ipswich very populous in the winter, for as the masters, so most of the men, especially their mates, boatswains, carpenters, and were of the same place, and lived in their proportions, just as the masters did, so that in the winter there might be perhaps 1,000 men in the town more than in the summer, and perhaps a greater number. To justify what I advance here, that this town was formerly very full of people, I ask leave to refer to the account of Mr. Camden, and what it was in his time. His words are these. Ipswich has a commodious harbour, has been fortified with a ditch and rampart, has a great trade, and is very populous, being adorned with 14 churches, and large private buildings. This confirms what I have mentioned of the former state of this town, but the present state is my proper work, I therefore return to my voyage up the river. The sight of these ships thus laid up in the river, as I have said, was very agreeable to me in my passage from Harwich, about 35 years before the present journey. And it was in its proportion equally melancholy to hear, that there were now scarce 40 sail of good colliers that belonged to the whole town. In a creek in this river called Lavington Creek we saw at low water, such shoals, or hills rather, of mussels that great boats might have loaded with them, and no miss have been made of them. Near this creek Sir Samuel Barnardiston had a very fine seat, as also a decoy for wild ducks, and a very noble estate, but it is divided into many branches since the death of the antient possessor. But I proceed to the town, which is the first in the county of Suffolk of any note this way. Ipswich is seated, at the distance of 12 miles from Harwich, upon the edge of the river, which taking a short turn to the west, the town forms, there, a kind of semicircle, or half-moon upon the bank of the river. It is very remarkable that though ships of 500 ton may upon a spring tide come up very near this town, and many ships of that burthen have been built there, yet the river is not navigable any farther than the town itself, or but very little. No, not for the smallest boats, nor does the tide, which rises sometimes 13 or 14 foot, and gives them 24-foot water very near the town, flow much farther up the river than the town, or not so much as to make it worth speaking of. He took little notice of the town, or at least of that part of Ipswich, who published in his wild observations on it, that ships of 2002 ton are built there, I affirm, that I have seen a ship of 400 ton launched at the building yard, close to the town. And I appeal to the Ipswich colliers, those few that remain, belonging to this town, if several of them carrying 17 score of coals, which must be upward of 400 ton, have not formerly been built here. But superficial observers, must be superficial writers, if they write at all, and to this day, at John's Ness, within a mile and half of the town itself, ships of any burthen may be built and launched even at neap tides. I am much mistaken too, if since the Revolution, some very good ships have not been built at this town, and particularly the Melford or Milford galley, a ship of 40 guns, as the Greyhound frigate, a man of war of 36 to 40 guns, was at John's Ness. But what is this towards lessening the town of Ipswich, any more than it would be to say, they do not build men of war, or East India ships, or ships of 500 ton burthen, at St. Catherine's, or at Battlebridge in the Thames? When we know that a mile or two lower, viz., at Radcliffe, Limehouse, or Deptford, they build ships of 1,000 ton, and might build first-rate men of war too, if there was occasion. And the like might be done in this river of Ipswich, within about 2 or 3 miles of the town. So that it would not be at all an out-of-the-way speaking to say, such a ship was built at Ipswich, any more than it is to say, as they do, that the Royal Prince, the great ship lately built for the South Sea Company, was London built. Because she was built at Limehouse. And why then is not Ipswich capable of building and receiving the greatest ships in the navy, seeing they may be built and brought up again loaden, within a mile and half of the town? But the neighbourhood of London, which sucks the vitals of trade in this island to itself, is the chief reason of any decay of business in this place. And I shall in the course of these observations, hint at it, where many good seaports and large towns, though farther off than Ipswich, and as well fitted for commerce, are yet swallowed up by the immense indraft of trade to the city of London. And more decayed beyond all comparison, than Ipswich is supposed to be. As Southampton, Weymouth, Dartmouth, and several others which I shall speak to in their order, and if it be otherwise at this time, with some other towns, which are lately increased in trade and navigation, wealth, and people. While their neighbours decay, it is because they have some particular trade or accident to trade, which is a kind of nostrum to them, inseparable to the place, and which fixes there by the nature of the thing. As the herring fishery to Yarmouth, the coal trade to Newcastle, the Leeds clothing trade, the export of butter and lead, and the great corn trade for Holland, is to Hull. The Virginia and West India trade at Liverpool, the Irish trade at Bristol, and the like. Thus the war has brought a flux of business and people, and consequently of wealth, to several places, as well as to Portsmouth, Chatham, Plymouth, Falmouth, and others. And were any wars like those, to continue 20 years with the Dutch, or any nation whose fleets lay that way, as the Dutch do, it would be the like perhaps at Ipswich in a few years, and at other places on the same coast. But at this present time an occasion offers to speak in favour of this port. Namely, the Greenland fishery, lately proposed to be carried on by the South Sea Company, on which account I may freely advance this, without any compliment to the town of Ipswich, no place in Britain, is equally qualified like Ipswich. Whether we respect the cheapness of building and fitting out their ships and shallops, also furnishing, victualling, and providing them with all kind of stores, convenience for laying up the ships after the voyage, room for erecting their magazines, warehouses, rope walks, cooperage, and on the easiest terms. And especially for the noisome cookery, which attends the boiling their blubber, which may be on this river, as it ought to be, remote from any places of resort. Then their nearness to the market for the oil when 'tis made, and, which above all, ought to be the chief thing considered in that trade, the easiness of their putting out to sea when they begin their voyage. In which the same wind that carries them from the mouth of the haven, is fair to the very seas of Greenland. I could say much more to this point, if it were needful, and in few words could easily prove, that Ipswich must have the preference of all the port towns of Britain, for being the best centre of the Greenland trade. If ever that trade fall into the management of such a people as perfectly understand, and have a due honest regard to its being managed with the best husbandry, and to the prosperity of the undertaking in general, but whether we shall ever arrive at so happy a time, as to recover so useful a trade to our country, which our ancestors had the honour to be the first undertakers of, and which has been lost only through the indolence of others, and the increasing vigilance of our neighbours, that is not my business here to dispute. What I have said, is only to let the world see, what improvement this town and port is capable of. I cannot think, but that Providence, which made nothing in vain, cannot have reserved so useful, so convenient a port to lie vacant in the world. But that the time will some time or other come, especially considering the improving temper of the present age, when some peculiar beneficial business may be found out, to make the port of Ipswich as useful to the world, and the town as flourishing, as nature has made it proper and capable to be. As for the town, it is true, it is but thinly inhabited, in comparison of the extent of it, but to say, there are hardly any people to be seen there, is far from being true in fact. And whoever thinks fit to look into the churches and meeting-houses on a Sunday, or other public days, will find there are very great numbers of people there, or if he thinks fit to view the market, and see how the large shambles, called Cardinal Wolsey's butchery, are furnished with meat, and the rest of the market stocked with other provisions, must acknowledge that it is not for a few people that all those things are provided, a person very curious, and on whose veracity I think I may depend, going through the market in this town, told me, that he reckoned upwards of 600 country people on horseback and on foot, with baskets and other carriage, who had all of them brought something or other to town to sell, besides the butchers, and what came in carts and wagons. It happened to be my lot to be once at this town, at the time when a very fine new ship, which was built there, for some merchants of London, was to be launched. And if I may give my guess at the numbers of people which appeared on the shore, in the houses, and on the river, I believe I am much within compass, if I say there were 20,000 people to see it. But this is only a guess, or they might come a great way to see the sight, or the town may be declined farther since that, but a view of the town is one of the surest rules for a gross estimate. It is true, here is no settled manufacture. The French refugees, when they first came over to England, began a little to take to this place, and some merchants attempted to set up a linen manufacture in their favour. But it has not met with so much success as was expected, and at present I find very little of it. The poor people are however employed, as they are all over these counties, in spinning wool for other towns where manufactures are settled. The country round Ipswich, as are all the counties so near the coast, is applied chiefly to corn, of which a very great quantity is continually shipped off for London. And sometimes they load corn here for Holland, especially if the market abroad is encouraging. They have 12 parish churches in this town, with 3 or 4 meetings. But there are not so many Quakers here as at Colchester, and no Anabaptists, or Antipoedo Baptists, that I could hear of. At least there is no meeting-house of that denomination. There is one meeting-house for the Presbyterians, one for the Independents, and one for the Quakers. The first is as large and as fine a building of that kind as most on this side of England, and the inside the best finished of any I have seen, London not excepted. That for the Independents is a handsome new-built building, but not so gay or so large as the other. There is a great deal of very good company in this town. And though there are not so many of the gentry here as at Bury, yet there are more here than in any other town in the county. And I observed particularly, that the company you meet with here, are generally persons well informed of the world, and who have something very solid and entertaining in their society. This may happen, perhaps, by their frequent conversing with those who have been abroad, and by their having a remnant of gentlemen and masters of ships among them, who have seen more of the world than the people of an inland town are likely to have seen. I take this town to be one of the most agreeable places in England, for families who have lived well, but may have suffered in our late calamities of stocks and bubbles, to retreat to, where they may live within their own compass. And several things indeed recommended to such. Good houses, at very easy rents. An airy, clean, and well-governed town. Very agreeable and improving company almost of every kind. A wonderful plenty of all manner of provisions, whether flesh or fish, and very good of the kind. Those provisions very cheap. So that a family may live cheaper here, than in any town in England of its bigness, within such a small distance from London. Easy passage to London either by land or water, the coach going through to London in a day. The Lord Viscount Hereford has a very fine seat and park in this town. The house indeed is old built, but very commodious. 'Tis called Christchurch, having been as 'tis said, a priory, or religious house in former times. The green and park is a great addition to the pleasantness of this town, the inhabitants being allowed to divert themselves there with walking, bowling, and the large spire steeple, which formerly stood upon that they call the Tower Church, was blown down by a great storm of wind many years ago, and in its fall did much damage to the church. The government of this town is by 2 bailiffs, as at Yarmouth. Mr. Camden says they are chosen out of 12 burgesses called portmen, and 2 justices out of 24 more. There has been lately a very great struggle between the 2 parties for the choice of these 2 magistrates, which had this amicable conclusion, namely, that they chose one of either side. So that neither party having the victory, 'tis to be hoped it may be a means to allay the heats and unneighbourly feuds, which such things breed in towns so large as this is. They send 2 members to Parliament, whereof those at this time, are Sir William Thomson, Recorder of London, and Colonel Negus, Deputy Master of the Horse to the King. There are some things very curious to be seen here, however some superficial writers have been ignorant of them. Dr. Beeston, an eminent physician, began, a few years ago, a physic garden adjoining to his house in this town. And as he is particularly curious, and as I was told exquisitely skilled in botanic knowledge, so he has been not only very diligent, but successful too, in making a collection of rare and exotic plants, such as are scarce to be equalled in England. One Mr. White, a surgeon, resides also in this town, but before I speak of this gentleman, I must observe, that I say nothing from personal knowledge. Though, if I did, I have too good an opinion of his sense to believe he would be pleased with being flattered, or complimented in print, but I must be true to matter of fact. This gentleman has begun a collection, or chamber of rarities, and with good success too. I acknowledge I had not the opportunity of seeing them. But I was told there are some things very curious in it, as particularly a seahorse carefully preserved, and perfect in all its parts, 2 Roman urns full of ashes of human bodies, and supposed to be above 1,700 years old. Besides a great many valuable medals, and antient coins. My friend who gave me this account, and of whom I think I may say he speaks without bias, mentions this gentleman, Mr. White, with some warmth, as a very valuable person in his particular employ, of a surgeon. I only repeat his words. Mr. White, says he, to whom the whole town and country are greatly indebted and obliged to pray for his life, is our most skilful surgeon. These I say are his own words, and I add nothing to them but this, that 'tis happy for a town to have such a surgeon, as it is for a surgeon to have such a character. The country round Ipswich, as if qualified on purpose to accommodate the town for building of ships, is an inexhaustible storehouse of timber, of which now their trade of building ships is abated. They send very great quantities to the King's building yards at Chatham, which by water is so little away, that they often run to it from the mouth of the river at Harwich, in one tide. From Ipswich I took a turn into the country to Hadley, principally to satisfy my curiosity, and see the place where that famous martyr, and pattern of charity and religious zeal in Queen Mary's time, Dr. Rowland Taylor, was put to death. The inhabitants, who have a wonderful veneration for his memory, shew the very place where the stake which he was bound to, was set up, and they have put a stone upon it, which no body will remove. But it is a more lasting monument to him that he lives in the hearts of the people, I say more lasting than a tomb of marble would be, for the memory of that good man will certainly never be out of the poor people's minds, as long as this island shall retain the Protestant religion among them. How long that may be, as things are going, and if the detestable conspiracy of the Papists now on foot, should succeed, I will not pretend to say. A little to the left is Sudbury, which stands upon the river Stour, mentioned above. A river which parts the counties of Suffolk and Essex, and which is within these few years made navigable to this town, though the navigation does not, it seems, answer the charge, at least not to advantage. I know nothing for which this town is remarkable, except, for being very populous and very poor. They have a great manufacture of seize and perpetuanas, and multitudes of poor people are employed in working them. But the number of the poor is almost ready to eat up the rich. However, this town sends 2 members to Parliament, though it is under no form of government particularly to itself, other than as a village, the head magistrate whereof is a constable. Near adjoining to it, is a village called Long Melford, and a very long one it is, from which I suppose it had that addition to its name. It is full of very good houses, and, as they told me, is richer, and has more wealthy masters of the manufacture in it than in Sudbury itself. Here and in the neighbourhood, are some antient families of good note. Particularly here is a fine dwelling, the Antient, seat of the Cordells, whereof Sir William Cordell was master of the rolls in the time of Queen Elizabeth, but the family is now extinct. The last heir, Sir John Cordell, being killed by a fall from his horse, died unmarried, leaving 3 sisters co-heiresses to a very noble estate, most of which, if not all, is now centred in the only surviving sister. And with her in marriage is given to Mr. Firebrass, eldest son of Sir Basil Firebrass, formerly a flourishing merchant in London, but reduced by many disasters. His family now rises by the good fortune of his son, who proves to be a gentleman of very agreeable parts, and well esteemed in the country. From this part of the country I returned northwest by Lenham, to visit St. Edmundsbury, a town of which other writers have talked very largely, and perhaps a little too much. It is a town famed for its pleasant situation and wholesome air, the Montpellier of Suffolk, and perhaps of England. This must be attributed to the skill of the monks of those times, who chose so beautiful a situation for the seat of their retirement, and who built here the greatest and in its time, the most flourishing monastery in all these parts of England. I mean the monastery of St. Edmund the Martyr. It was, if we believe antiquity, a house of pleasure in more antient times. Or to speak more properly, a court of some of the Saxon or East Angle kings, and, as Mr. Camden says, was even then called a royal village, though it much better merits that name now. It being the town of all this part of England, in proportion to its bigness, most thronged with gentry, people of the best fashion, and the most polite conversation, this beauty and healthiness of its situation was no doubt the occasion which drew the clergy to settle here, for they always chose the best places in the country to build in, either for richness of soil, or for health and pleasure in the situation of their religious houses. For the like reason, I doubt not, they translated the bones of the martyred King Street Edmund, to this place, for it is a vulgar error to say he was murdered here. His martyrdom, it is plain, was at Hoxton or Hennelston, near Harleston, on the Waveney, in the farthest northern verge of the county, but Segibert, king of the East Angles, had built a religious house in this pleasant rich part of the country. And as the monks began to taste the pleasure of the place, they procured the body of this saint to be removed hither, which soon increased the wealth and revenues of their house, by the zeal of that day. In going on pilgrimage to the shrine of the blessed St. Edmund. We read, however, that after this, the Danes under King Sweno, overrunning this part of the country, destroyed this monastery and burnt it to the ground, with the church and town. But see the turn religion gives to things in the world. His son King Canutus, at first a pagan and a tyrant, and the most cruel ravager of all that crew, coming to turn Christian, and being touched in conscience for the soul of his father, in having robbed God and his holy martyr St. Edmund, sacrilegiously destroying the church, and plundering the monastery, I say, touched with remorse, and, as the monks pretend, terrified with a vision of St. Edmund appearing to him, he rebuilt the house, the church, and the town also, and very much added to the wealth of the abbot in his fraternity, offering his crown at the feet of St. Edmund, giving the house to the monks, town and all. So that they were absolute lords of the town, and governed it by their steward for many ages. He also gave them a great many good lordships, which they enjoyed till the general suppression of abbeys, in the time of Henry VIII. But I am neither writing the history, or searching the antiquity, of the abbey, or town. My business is the present state of the place. The abbey is demolished. Its ruins are all that is to be seen of its glory, out of the old building, 2 very beautiful churches are built, and serve the 2 parishes, into which the town is divided, and they stand both in one churchyard. Here it was, in the pathway between these 2 churches, that a tragical and almost unheard of act of barbarity was committed, which made the place less pleasant for some time, than it used to be, when Arundel Coke, Esq., a barrister at law, of very antient family, attempted, with the assistance of a barbarous assassin, to murder in cold blood, and in the arms of hospitality, Edward Crisp, Esq. His brother-in-law, leading him out from his own house, where he had invited him, his wife and children, to supper, I say, leading him out in the night, on pretence of going to see some friend that was known to them both. But in this churchyard, giving a signal to the assassin he had heard, he attacked him with a hedge bill, and cut him, as one might say, almost in pieces. And when they did not doubt of his being dead, they left him. His head and face was so mangled, that it may be said to be next to a miracle that he was not quite killed, yet so Providence directed for the exemplary punishment of the assassins, that the gentleman recovered to detect them, who, though he outlived the assault, were both executed as they deserved, and Mr. Crisp is yet alive. They were condemned on the statute for defacing and dismembering, called the Coventry Act. But this accident does not at all lessen the pleasure and agreeable delightful shew of the town of Bury. It is crowded with nobility and gentry, and all sorts of the most agreeable company, and as the company invites, so there is the appearance of pleasure upon the very situation. And they that live at Bury, are supposed to live there for the sake of it. The Lord Jermyn, afterwards Lord Dover, and since his lordship's decease, Sir Robert Davers, enjoyed the most delicious seat of Rushbrook, near this town. The present members of Parliament for this place are, Jermyn Davers, and James Reynolds, Esquires. Mr. Harvey, afterwards created Lord Harvey, by King William, and since that, made Earl of Bristol by King George, lived many years in this town, leaving a noble and pleasantly situated house in Lincolnshire. For the more agreeable living on a spot so completely qualified for a life of delight as this of Bury. The Duke of Grafton, now Lord Lieutenant of Ireland, has also a stately house at Euston, near this town, which he enjoys in right of his mother, daughter to the Earl of Arlington, one of the chief ministers of state in the reign of King Charles II. And who made the second letter in the word cabal, a word formed by that famous satirist Andrew Marvell, to represent the 5 heads of the politics of that time, as the word smectamnus was on a former occasion. I shall believe nothing so scandalous of the ladies of this town and the county round it, as a late writer 3 insinuates, that the ladies round the country appear mighty gay and agreeable at the time of the fair in this town. I acknowledge. One hardly sees such a show in any part of the world, but to suggest they come hither as to a market, is so coarse a jest that the gentlemen that wait on them hither, for they rarely come but in good company, ought to resent and correct him for it. It is true, Bury Fair, like Bartholomew Fair, is a fair for diversion, more than for trade, and it may be a fair for toys and for trinkets, which the ladies may think fit to lay out some of their money in, as they see occasion. But to judge from thence, that the knights' daughters of Norfolk, Cambridge-Shire, and Suffolk, that is to say, for it cannot be understood any otherwise, the daughters of all the gentry of the 3 counties, come hither to be picked up, is a way of speaking I never before heard any author have the assurance to make use of in print. The assembled he justly commends for the bright appearance of the beauties, but with a sting in the tail of this compliment, where he says, they seldom end without some considerable match or intrigue. And yet he owns, that during the fair, these assembles are held every night. Now that these fine ladies go intriguing every night, and that too after the comedy is done, which is after the fair and raffling is over for the day. So that it must be very late. This is a terrible character for the ladies of Bury, and intimates in short, that most of them are whores, which is a horrid abuse upon the whole country. Now, though I like not the assemblies at all, and shall in another place give them something of their due, yet having the opportunity to see the fair at Bury, and to see that there were indeed abundance of the finest ladies, or as fine as any in Britain, yet I must own, the number of the ladies at the comedy, or at the assembly, is no way equal to the number that are seen in the town, much less are they equal to the whole body of the ladies in the 3 counties, and I must also add, that though it is far from true, that all that appear at the assemble are there for matches or intrigues, yet I will venture to say, that they are not the worst of the ladies who stay away. Neither are they the fewest in number, or the meanest in beauty, but just the contrary. And I do not at all doubt, but that the scandalous liberty some take at those assembles, will in time bring them out of credit with the virtuous part of the sex here, as it has done already in Kent and other places. And that those ladies who most value their reputation, will be seen less there than they have been. For though the institution of them has been innocent and virtuous, the ill use of them, and the scandalous behavior of some people at them, will in time arm virtue against them, and they will be laid down as they have been set up, without much satisfaction. But the beauty of this town consists in the number of gentry who dwell in and near it, the polite conversation among them, the affluence and plenty they live in, the sweet air they breathe in, and the pleasant country they have to go abroad in. Here is no manufacturing in this town, or but very little, except spinning. The chief trade of the place depending upon the gentry who live there, or near it, and who cannot fail to cause trade enough by the expense of their families and equipages, among the people of a county town. They have but a very small river, or rather but a very small branch of a small river, at this town, which runs from hence to Mildenhall, on the edge of the fens. However, the town and gentlemen about, have been at the charge, or have so encouraged the engineer who was at the charge, that they have made this river navigable to the said Mildenhall, from whence there is a navigable dyke, called Mildenhall Drain, which goes into the river Ouse, and so to Lynn. So that all their coal and wine, iron, lead, and other heavy goods, are brought by water from Lynn, or from London, by the way of Lynn, to the great ease of the tradesmen. This town is famous for two great events. One was that in the year 1447, in the 25th year of Henry the VIII, a parliament was held here. The other was, that at the meeting of this parliament, the great Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, regent of the kingdom, during the absence of King Henry the VIII, and the minority of Henry the VIII, and to his last hour, the safeguard of the whole nation, and darling of the people, was basely murdered here. By whose death, the gate was opened to that dreadful war between the houses of Lancaster and York, which ended in the confusion of that very race, who are supposed to have contrived that murder. From St. Edmundsbury I returned by Stowmarket and Needham, to Ipswich, that I might keep as near the coast as was proper to my designed circuit or journey. And from Ipswich, to visit the sea again, I went to Woodbridge, and from thence to Orford, on the seaside. Woodbridge has nothing remarkable, but that it is a considerable market for butter and corn to be exported to London. For now begins that part which is ordinarily called High Suffolk, which being a rich soil, is for a long tract of ground, wholly employed in dairies. And again famous for the best butter, and perhaps the worst cheese, in England. The butter is barrelled, or often pickled up in small casks, and sold, not in London only, but I have known a firkin of Suffolk butter sent to the West Indies, and brought back to England again, and has been perfectly good and sweet, as at first. The port for the shipping off their Suffolk butter is chiefly Woodbridge, which for that reason is full of corn factors, and butter factors, some of whom are very considerable merchants. From hence turning down to the shore, we see Orford Ness, a noted point of land for the guide of the colliers and coasters, and a good shelter for them to ride under, when a strong northeast wind blows and makes a foul shore on the coast. South of the Ness is Orford Haven, being the mouth of two little rivers meeting together. 'Tis a very good harbour for small vessels, but not capable of receiving a ship of burthen. Orford was once a good town, but is decayed, and as it stands on the land side of the river, the sea daily throws up more land to it, and falls off itself from it, as if it was resolved to disown the place, and that it should be a seaport no longer. A little farther lies Aldborough, as thriving, though without a port, as the other is decaying, with a good river in the front of it. There are some gentlemen's seats up farther from the sea, but very few upon the coast. From Aldborough to Dunwich, there are no towns of note. Even this town seems to be in danger of being swallowed up, for fame reports, that once they had 50 churches in the town. I saw but one left, and that not half full of people. This town is a testimony of the decay of public things, things of the most durable nature, and as the old poet expresses it, by numerous examples we may see that towns and cities die, as well as we. The ruins of Carthage, or the great city of Jerusalem, or of antient Rome, are not at all wonderful to me, the ruins of Nineveh, which are so entirely sunk, as that 'tis doubtful where the city stood. The ruins of Babylon, or the great Persepolis, and many capital cities, which time and the change of monarchies have overthrown. These, I say, are not at all wonderful, because being the capitals of great and flourishing kingdoms, where those kingdoms were overthrown, the capital cities necessarily fell with them. But for a private town, a seaport, and a town of commerce, to decay, as it were of itself, for we never read of Dunwich being plundered, or ruined, by any disaster, at least not of late years. This I must confess, seems owing to nothing but to the fate of things, by which we see that towns, kings, countries, families, and persons, have all their elevation, their medium, their declination, and even their destruction in the womb of time, and the course of nature. It is true, this town is manifestly decayed by the invasion of the waters, and as other towns seem sufferers by the sea, or the tide withdrawing from their ports, such as Orford just now named, Winchelsea in Kent, and the like, so this town is, as it were, eaten up by the sea, as above, and the still encroaching ocean seems to threaten it with a fatal immersion in a few years more. Yet Dunwich, however ruined, retains some share of trade, as particularly for the shipping off butter, cheese, and corn, which is so great a business in this county, and it employs a great many people and ships also. And this port lies right against the particular part of the county for butter, as Framlingham, Halstead, and also a very great quantity of corn is bought up hereabout for the London market. For I shall still touch that point, how all the counties in England contribute something towards the subsistence of the great city of London, of which the butter here is a very considerable article. As also coarse cheese, which I mentioned before, us chiefly for the king's ships. Hereabouts they begin to talk of herrings, and the fishery, and we find in the antient records, that this town, which was then equal to a large city, paid, among other tribute to the government, 50,000 of herrings. Here also, and at Swole, or Southall, the next seaport, they cure sprats in the same manner as they do herrings at Yarmouth. That is to say, speaking in their own language, they make red sprats, or to speak good English, they make sprats red. It is remarkable, that this town is now so much washed away by the sea, that what little trade they have, is carried on by Walderswick, a little town near Swole, the vessels coming in there. Because the mines of Dunwich make the shore there unsafe and uneasy to the boats. From whence the northern coasting seamen a rude verse of their own using, and I suppose of their own making, as follows. Swole and Dunwich, and Walderswick, all go in at one lousy creek. This lousy creek, in short, is a little river at Swole, which our late famous atlas maker calls a good harbour for ships, and rendezvous of the Royal Navy, but that by the by, the author it seems knew no better. From Dunwich, we came to Southwold, the town above named. This is a small port town upon the coast, at the mouth of a little river called the Blyth. I found no business the people here were employed in, but the fishery, as above, for herrings and sprats, which they cure by the help of smoke, as they do at Yarmouth. There is but one church in this town, but it is a very large one and well built, as most of the churches in this county are, and of impenetrable flint. Indeed there is no occasion for its being so large, for staying there one Sabbath day, I was surprised to see an extraordinary large church, capable of receiving 5,000 or 6,000 people. And but 27 in it besides the parson and the clerk. But at the same time the meeting house of the dissenters was full to the very doors, having, as I guessed, from 600 to 800 people in it. This town is made famous for a very great engagement at sea, in the year 1672, between the English and Dutch fleets, in the bay opposite to the town, in which, not to be partial to ourselves, the English fleet was worsted. And the brave Montague Earl of Sandwich, admiral under the Duke of York, lost his life, the ship Royal Prince, carrying 100 guns, in which he was, and which was under him, commanded by Sir Edward Spragg, was burnt, and several other ships lost. And about 600 seamen. Part of those killed in the fight, were, as I was told, brought on shore here and buried in the churchyard of this town, as others also were at Ipswich. At this town in particular, and so at all the towns on this coast, from Orfordness to Yarmouth, is the ordinary place where our summer friends the swallows, first land when they come to visit us. And here they may be said to embark for their return, when they go back into warmer climates. And, as I think the following remark, though of so trifling a circumstance, may be both instructing, as well as diverting, it may be very proper in this place. The case is this. I was some years before at this place, at the latter end of the year, viz. About the beginning of October, and lodging in a house that looked into the churchyard, I observed in the evening an unusual multitude of birds sitting on the leads of the church. Curiosity led me to go nearer to see what they were, and I found they were all swallows. That there was such an infinite number that they covered the whole roof of the church, and of several houses near, and perhaps might, of more houses which I did not see. This led me to inquire of a grave gentleman whom I saw near me, what the meaning was of such a prodigious multitude of swallows sitting there. 0sir, says he, turning towards the sea, you may see the reason, the wind is off sea. I did not seem fully informed by that expression, so he goes on, I perceive, sir, says he, you are a stranger to it. You must then understand first, that this is the season of the year when the swallows, their food here failing, begin to leave us, and return to the country, wherever it be, from whence I suppose they came. And this being the nearest to the coast of Holland, they come here to embark. This he said smiling a little, and now, sir, says he, the weather being too calm, or the wind contrary, they are waiting for a gale, for they are all windbound. This was more evident to me, when in the morning I found the wind had come about to the northwest in the night, and there was not one swallow to be seen, of near 1,000,000, which I believe was there the night before. How those creatures know that this part of the island of Great Britain is the way to their home, or the way that they are to go. That this very point is the nearest cut over, or even that the nearest cut is best for them, that we must leave to the naturalists to determine, who insist upon it, that brutes cannot think. Certain it is, that the swallows neither come hither for warm weather, nor retire from cold, the thing is of quite another nature, they, like the shoals of fish in the sea, pursue their prey, they are a voracious creature, they feed flying. Their food is found in the air, viz. the insects, of which in our summer evenings, in damp and moist places, the air is full. They come hither in the summer, because our air is fuller of fogs and damps than in other countries, and for that reason, feeds great quantities of insects. If the air be hot and dry, the gnats die of themselves, and even the swallows will be found famished for want, and fall down dead out of the air, their food being taken from them. In like manner, when cold weather comes in, the insects all die. And then of necessity, the swallows quit us, and follow their food wherever they go. This they do in the manner I have mentioned above, for sometimes they are seen to go off in vast flights like a cloud, and sometimes again, when the wind grows fair, they go away a few and a few, as they come, not staying at all upon the coast. Note, this passing and repassing of the swallows, is observed nowhere so much, that I have heard of, or in but few other places, except on this eastern coast, namely, from above Harwich to the east point of Norfolk, called Winterton Ness, north. Which is all right against Holland, we know nothing of them any farther north, the passage of the sea being, as I suppose, too broad from Flamborough Head, and the shore of Holderness in Yorkshire, and I find very little remarkable on this side of Suffolk, but what is on the sea shore as above. The inland country is that which they properly call High Suffolk, and is full of rich feeding grounds and large farms, mostly employed in dairies for making the Suffolk butter and cheese. Of which I have spoken already. Among these rich grounds stand some market towns, though not of very considerable note. Such as Framlingham, where was once a royal castle, to which Queen Mary returned, when the Northumberland faction, in behalf of the Lady Jane, endeavoured to supplant her. And it was this part of Suffolk where the Gospellers, as they were then called, preferred their loyalty to their religion, and complemented the Popish line at expense of their share of the Reformation. But they paid dear for it, and their successors have learned better politics since. In these parts are also several good market towns, some in this county, and some in the other, as Beckless, Bungay, Harleston, and all on the edge of the river Waveney, which parts here the counties of Suffolk and Norfolk, and here in a byplace, and out of common remark, lies the antient town of Hoxton, famous for being the place where St. Edmund was martyred, for whom so many cells and shrines have been set up, and monasteries built, and in honour of whom, the famous monastery of St. Edmund's Bury above mentioned, was founded, which most people erroneously think was the place where the said murder was committed. Besides the towns mentioned above, there are Halesworth, Saxmundham, Devonham, all standing in this eastern side of Suffolk, in which, as I have said, the whole country is employed in dairies, or in feeding of cattle. This part of England is also remarkable for being the first where the feeding and fattening of cattle, both sheep as well as black cattle with turnips, was first practiced in England. Which is made a very great part of the improvement of their lands to this day. And from whence the practice is spread over most of the east and south parts of England, to the great enriching of the farmers, and increase of fat cattle, and though some have objected against the goodness of the flesh thus fed with turnips, and have fancied it would taste of the root, yet upon experience 'tis found, that at market there is no difference, nor can they that buy, single out one joint of mutton from another by the taste, so that the complaint which our nice palates at first made, begins to cease of itself. And a very great quantity of beef, and mutton also, is brought every year, and every week to London, from this side of England, and much more than was formerly known to be fed there. I can't omit, however little it may seem, that this county of Suffolk is particularly famous for furnishing the city of London and all the counties round, with turkeys. And that, 'tis thought, there are more turkeys bred in this county, and the part of Norfolk that adjoins to it, than in all the rest of England, especially for sale. Though, this may be reckoned, as I say above, but a trifling thing to take notice of in these remarks. Yet, as I have hinted, that I shall observe, how London is in general supplied with all its provisions from the whole body of the nation, and how every part of the island is engaged in some degree or other of that supply. On this account I could not omit it, nor will it be found so inconsiderable an article as some may imagine, if this be true which I received an account of from a person living on the place, viz. That they have counted 300 droves of turkeys, for they drive them all in droves on foot, pass in one season over Stratford Bridge on the river Stour, which parts Suffolk from Essex, about 6 miles from Colchester on the road from Ipswich to London. These droves, as they say, generally contain from 300 to 1,000 each drove, so that one may suppose them to contain 500 one with another, which is 150,000 in all. And yet this is one of the least passages, the numbers which travel by Newmarket Heath, and the open country in the forest, and also the numbers that come by Sudbury and Clare, being many more. For the further supplies of the markets of London with poultry, of which these countries particularly abound, they have within these few years found it practicable to make the geese travel on foot too, as well as the turkeys. And a prodigious number are brought up to London in droves from the farthest parts of Norfolk, even from the fen country, about Lynn, Downham, Wisbech, and the Washes. As also from all the east side of Norfolk and Suffolk, of whom 'tis very frequent now to meet droves, with 1,000, sometimes 2,000 in a drove, they begin to drive them generally in August, by which time the harvest is almost over. And the geese may feed in the stubbles as they go. Thus they hold on to the end of October, when the roads begin to be too stiff and deep for their broad feet and short legs to march in. Besides these methods of driving these creatures on foot, they have of late also invented a new method of carriage, being carts formed on purpose, with 4 stories or stages, to put the creatures in one above another. By which invention one cart will carry a very great number. And for the smoother going, they drive with 2 horses abreast, like a coach, so quartering the road for the ease of the gentry that thus ride, changing horses they travel night and day. So that they bring the fowls 70, 80, or 100 miles in 2 days and 1 night. The horses in this new-fashioned voiture go 2 abreast, as above, but no perch below as in a coach. But they are fastened together by a piece of wood lying crosswise upon their necks, by which they are kept even and together, and the driver sits on the top of the cart, like as in the public carriages for the army, and in this manner they hurry away the creatures alive, and infinite numbers are thus carried to London every year. This method is also particular for the carrying young turkeys, or turkey poults in their season, which are valuable, and yield a good price at market, as also for live chickens in the deer seasons. Of all which a very great number are brought in this manner to London, and more prodigiously out of this country than any other part of England, which is the reason of my speaking of it here. In this part, which we call High Suffolk, there are not so many families of gentry or nobility placked, as in the other side of the country, but 'tis observed that though their seats are not so frequent here, their estates are. And the pleasure of West Suffolk is much of it supported by the wealth of High Suffolk, for the richness of the lands, and application of the people to all kinds of improvement, is scarce credible. Also the farmers are so very considerable, and their farms and dairies so large, that 'tis very frequent for a farmer to have £1,000 stock upon his farm in cows only. Norfolk and Cambridgeshire. From High Suffolk, I passed the Waveney into Norfolk, near Scolin. In my passage I saw at Redgrave, the seat of the family, a most exquisite monument of Sir John Holt, Knight, late Lord Chief Justice of the King's Bench, several years, and one of the most eminent lawyers of his time. One of the heirs of the family is now building a fine seat about a mile on the south side of Ipswich, near the road. The epitaph, or inscription on this monument, is as follows. M.S. D. Johannes Holt, Equitus or Totius Anglii in Banco Regis. Per 21 annos continuos. Capitalis Justitiarii. Guglielmo Regi Annaec. Regini. Conciliarii Perpetui. Libertatis AC Legum Anglicorum. Assertoris, Vindicis, Custodes. Vigilis Acris and Intrepidi. Rolandus Frater Vnicus and Hares. Optimi de si Marito. Posuit. Die Martis Vito. 1709 sublatus est. Ex oculis nostris. Natus 30 Decembris, anno 1642. When we come into Norfolk, we see a face of diligence spread over the whole country. The vast manufactures carried on, in chief, by the Norwich weavers, employs all the country round in spinning yarn for them. Besides many thousand packs of yarn which they receive from other countries, even from as far as Yorkshire, and Westmoreland, of which I shall speak in its place. This side of Norfolk is very populous, and thronged with great and spacious market towns, more and larger than any other part of England so far from London, except Devonshire, and the West Riding of Yorkshire. For example, between the frontiers of Suffolk and the city of Norwich on this side, which is not above 22 miles in breadth, are the following market towns, viz. Thetford, Hingham, Harleston. Dis, West Dereham, E. Dereham. Harling, Attleborough, Wotton. Buckingham, Windham, Loddon, and C. Most of these towns are very populous and large. But that which is most remarkable is, that the whole country round them is so interspersed with villages, and those villages so large, and so full of people, that they are equal to market towns in other counties. In a word, they render this eastern part of Norfolk exceeding full of inhabitants. An eminent weaver of Norwich gave me a scheme of their trade on this occasion, by which, calculating from the number of looms at that time employed in the city of Norwich only, besides those employed in other towns in the same county, he made it appear very plain, that there were 120,000 people employed in the woolen and silk and wool manufactures of that city only, not that the people all lived in the city, though Norwich is a very large and populous city too, but I say, they were employed for spinning the yarn used for such goods as were all made in that city. This account is curious enough, and very exact, but it is too long for the compass of this work. This shews the wonderful extent of the Norwich manufacture, or stuff-weaving trade, by which so many thousands of families are maintained. Their trade indeed felt a very sensible decay, and the cries of the poor began to be very loud, when the wearing of painted calicoes was grown to such an height in England, as was seen about 2 or 3 years ago. But an Act of Parliament having been obtained, though not without great struggle, in the years 1720 and 1721, for prohibiting the use and wearing of calicoes, the stuff trade revived incredibly. And as I passed this part of the country in the year 1723, the manufacturers assured me, that there was not in all the eastern and middle part of Norfolk any hand, unemployed, if they would work. And that the very children after 4 or 5 years of age, could every one earn their own bread. But I return to speak of the villages and towns in the rest of the county. I shall come to the city of Norwich by itself. This throng of villages continues through all the east part of the county, which is of the greatest extent, and where the manufacture is chiefly carried on. If any part of it be waste and thin of inhabitants, it is the west part. Drawing a line from about Brand, or Brandon, south, to Walsingham, north. This part of the country indeed is full of open plains, and somewhat sandy and barren, and feeds great flocks of good sheep, but put it all together, the county of Norfolk has the most people in the least tract of land of any county in England. Except about London, and Exon, and the West Riding of Yorkshire, as above. Add to this, that there is no single county in England, except as above, that can boast of 3 towns so populous, so rich, and so famous for trade and navigation, as in this county. By these 3 towns, I mean the city of Norwich, the towns of Yarmouth and Lynn. Besides, that it has several other seaports of very good trade, as Wisbech, Wells, Burnham, Cley, and Norwich is the capital of all the county, and the centre of all the trade and manufactures which I have just mentioned. An antient, large, rich, and populous city. If a stranger was only to ride through or view the city of Norwich for a day, he would have much more reason to think there was a town without inhabitants, than there is really to say so of Ipswich. But on the contrary, if he was to view the city, either on a Sabbath day, or on any public occasion, he would wonder where all the people could dwell, the multitude is so great. But the case is this. The inhabitants being all bussy at their manufactures, dwell in their garrets at their looms, and in their combing shops, so they call them, twisting mills, and other workhouses, almost all the works they are employed in, being done within doors. There are in this city 32 parishes besides the cathedral, and a great many meeting houses of dissenters of all denominations. The public edifices are chiefly the castle, antient and decayed, and now for many years past made use of for a jail. The Duke of Norfolk's house was formerly kept well, and the gardens preserved for the pleasure and diversion of the citizens, but since feeling too sensibly the sinking circumstances of that once glorious family, who were the first peers and hereditary earl-marshals of England. The walls of this city are reckoned 3 miles in circumference, taking in more ground than the city of London, but much of that ground lying open in pasture fields and gardens. Nor does it seem to be, like some antient places, a decayed declining town, and that the walls mark out its antient dimensions. For we do not see room to suppose that it was ever larger or more populous than it is now, but the walls seem to be placed, as if they expected that the city would in time increase sufficiently to fill them up with buildings. The cathedral of this city is a fine fabric, and the spire steeple very high and beautiful. It is not antient, the bishop see having been first at Thetford, from whence it was not translated hither till the 12th century. Yet the church has so many antiquities in it, that our late great scholar and physician, Sir Tho. Brown, thought it worth his while to write a whole book to collect the monuments and inscriptions in this church, to which I refer the reader. The river Yare runs through this city, and is navigable thus far without the help of any art, that is to say, without locks or stops, and being encreased by other waters, passes afterward through a long tract of the richest meadows, and the largest, tax them all together, that are anywhere in England, lying for 30 miles in length, from this city to Yarmouth, including the return of the said meadows on the bank of the Waveney south, and on the river Thyrn, north. Here is one thing indeed strange in itself, and more so, in that history seems to be quite ignorant of the occasion of it. The river Waveney is a considerable river, and of a deep and full channel, navigable for large barges as high as Beccles. It runs for a course of about 50 miles, between the two counties of Suffolk and Norfolk, as a boundary to both. And pushing on, though with a gentle stream, towards the sea, no one would doubt, but, that when they see the river growing broader and deeper, and going directly towards the sea, even to the edge of the beach. That is to say, within a mile of the main ocean, no stranger, I say, but would expect to see its entrance into the sea at that place, and a noble harbour for ships at the mouth of it. When on a sudden, the land rising high by the seaside, crosses the head of the river, like a dam, checks the whole course of it, and it returns, bending its course west, for 2 miles, or thereabouts. And then turning north, through another long course of meadows, joining to those just now mentioned, seeks out the river Yare, that it may join its water with hers, and find their way to the sea together. Some of our historians tell a long fabulous story of this river's being once open, and a famous harbour for ships belonging to the town of Lowestoft adjoining. But that the town of Yarmouth, envying the prosperity of the said town of Lowestoft, made war upon them. And that after many bloody battles, as well by sea as by land, they came at last to a decisive action at sea with their respective fleets, and the victory fell to the Yarmouth men, the Lowestoft fleet being overthrown and utterly destroyed. And that upon this victory, the Yarmouth men either actually did stop up the mouth of the said river, or obliged the vanquished Lowestoft men to do it themselves, and bound them never to attempt to open it again. I believe my share of this story, and I recommend no more of it to the reader, adding, that I see no authority for the relation, neither do the relators agree either in the time of it, or in the particulars of the fact. That is to say, in whose reign, or under what government all this happened, in what year, and the like, so I satisfy myself with transcribing the matter of fact, and then leave it as I find it. In this vast tract of meadows are fed a prodigious number of black cattle, which are said to be fed up for the fattest beef, though not the largest in England. And the quantity is so great, as that they not only supply the city of Norwich, the town of Yarmouth, and county adjacent, but send great quantities of them weekly in all the winter season, to London. And this in particular is worthy remark, that the gross of all the Scots cattle which come yearly into England, are brought hither, being brought to a small village lying north of the city of Norwich, called St. Faith's, where the Norfolk graziers go and buy them. These Scots runts, so they call them, coming out of the cold and barren mountains of the Highlands in Scotland, feed so eagerly on the rich pasture in these marshes, that they thrive in an unusual manner, and grow monstrously fat. And the beef is so delicious for taste, that the inhabitants prefer them to the English cattle, which are much larger and fairer to look at, and they may very well do so. Some have told me, and I believe with good judgment, that there are above 40,000 of these Scots cattle fed in this country every year, and most of them in the said marshes between Norwich, Beccles, and Yarmouth. Yarmouth is an antient town, much older than Norwich, and at present, though not standing on so much ground, yet better built, much more complete, for number of inhabitants, not much inferior. And for wealth, trade, and advantage of its situation, infinitely superior to Norwich. It is placked on a peninsula between the river Yare and the sea. The two last lying parallel to one another, and the town in the middle. The river lies on the west side of the town, and being grown very large and deep, by a conflux of all the rivers on this side the county, forms the haven. And the town facing to the west also, and open to the river, makes the finest quay in England, if not in Europe, not inferior even to that of Marseilles itself. The ships ride here so close, and as it were, keeping up one another, with their head-fasts on shore, that for half a mile together, they go cross the stream with their bowsprits over the land, their bows, or heads, touching the very wharf. So that one may walk from ship to ship as on a floating bridge, all along by the shore side. The quay reaching from the drawbridge almost to the south gate, is so spacious and wide, that in some places, 'tis near 100 yards from the houses to the wharf. In this pleasant and agreeable range of houses are some very magnificent buildings, and among the rest, the custom house and town hall, and some merchants' houses, which look like little palaces, rather than the dwelling houses of private men. The greatest defect of this beautiful town, seems to be, that though it is very rich and increasing in wealth and trade, and consequently in people, there is not room to enlarge the town by building. Which would be certainly done much more than it is, but that the river on the land side prescribes them, except at the north end without the gate. And even there the land is not very agreeable, but had they had a larger space within the gates, there would before now have been many spacious streets of noble fine buildings erected, as we see is done in some other thriving towns in England. As at Liverpool, Manchester, Bristol, Frome, and the quay and the harbour of this town during the fishing fair, as they call it, which is every Michaelmas, one sees the land covered with people, and the river with barks and boats, busy day and night, landing and carrying off the herrings, which they catch here in such prodigious quantities, that it is incredible. I happened to be there during their fishing fair, when I told, in one tide, 110 barks and fishing vessels coming up the river, all loaden with herrings, and all taken the night before. And this was besides what was brought on shore on the Dean, that is the seaside of the town, by open boats, which they call cobles, and which often bring in 2 or 3 last 5 of fish at a time. The barks 6 often bring in 10 last apiece. This fishing fair begins on Michaelmas Day, and lasts all the month of October, by which time the herrings draw off to sea, shoot their spawn, and are no more fit for the merchant's business, at least not those that are taken thereabouts. The quantity of herrings that are catched in this season are diversely accounted for. Some have said, that the towns of Yarmouth and Lowestoft only, have taken 40,000 last in a season. I will not venture to confirm that report. But this I have heard the merchants themselves say, viz. that they have cured, that is to say, hanged and dried in the smoke 40,000 barrels of merchantable red herrings in one season, which is in itself, though far short of the other, yet a very considerable article. And it is to be added, that this is besides all the herrings consumed in the country towns of both those populous counties, for 30 miles from the sea, whither very great quantities are carried every tide during the whole season. But this is only one branch of the great trade carried on in this town. Another part of this commerce, is in the exporting these herrings after they are cured. And for this their merchants have a great trade to Genoa, Leghorn, Naples, Messina, and Venice, as also to Spain and Portugal, also exporting with their herring very great quantities of worsted stuffs, and stuffs made of silk and worsted camlets, and the manufactures of the neighbouring city of Norwich, and the places adjacent. Besides this, they carry on a very considerable trade with Holland, whose opposite neighbours they are. And a vast quantity of woolen manufactures they export to the Dutch every year. Also they have a fishing trade to the North Seas for white fish, which from the place are called the North Sea cod. They have also a considerable trade to Norway, and to the Baltic, from whence they bring back deals, and fir timber, oaken plank, balks, spars, oars, pitch, tar, hemp, flax, spruce canvas, and sailcloth. With all manner of naval stores, which they generally have a consumption for in their own port, where they build a very great number of ships every year, besides refitting and repairing the old. Add to this the coal trade between Newcastle and the river of Thames, in which they are so improved of late years, that they have now a greater share of it than any other town in England. And have quite worked the Ipswich men out of it, who had formerly the chief share of the colliery in their hands. For the carrying on all these trades, they must have a very great number of ships either of their own, or employed by them. And it may in some measure be judged of by this, that in the year 1697, I had an account from the town register, that there was then 1,123 sail of ships using the sea, and belonged to the town. Besides such ships as the merchants of Yarmouth might be concerned in, and be part owners of, belonging to any other ports. To all this I must add, without compliment to the town, or to the people, that the merchants, and even the generality of traders of Yarmouth, have a very good reputation in trade, as well abroad as at home, for men of fair and honourable dealing. Punctual and just in their performing their engagements, and in discharging commissions. And their seamen, as well masters as mariners, are justly esteemed among the ablest and most expert navigators in England. This town, however populous and large, was ever contained in one parish, and had but one church. But within these 2 years they have built another very fine church, near the south end of the town. The old church is dedicated to St. Nicholas, and was built by that famous Bishop of Norwich, Will. Herbert, who flourished in the reign of William II, and Hen. William of Malmesbury calls him vir pecuniosus. He might have called him vir pecuniosissimus, considering the times he lived in, and the works of charity and munificence, which he has left as witnesses of his immense riches, for he built the cathedral church, the priory for 60 monks, the bishop's palace, and the parish church of St. Leonard, all in Norwich, this great church at Yarmouth, the church of St. Margaret at Lynn, and of St. Mary at Elmham. He removed the episcopal see from Thetford to Norwich, and instituted the Cluniac monks at Thetford, and gave them, or built them a house. This old church is very large, and has a high spire, which is a useful seamark. Here is one of the finest marketplaces, and the best served with provisions, in England, London excepted, and the inhabitants are so multiplied in a few years, that they seem to want room in their town, rather than people to fill it. As I have observed above, the streets are all exactly straight from north to south, with lanes or alleys, which they call rows, crossing them in straight lines also from east to west. So that it is the most regular built town in England, and seems to have been built all at once, or, that the dimensions of the houses, and extent of the streets, were laid out by consent. They have particular privileges in this town, and a jurisdiction by which they can try, condemn, and execute in especial cases, without waiting for a warrant from above. And this they exerted once very smartly, in executing a captain of one of the king's ships of war in the reign of King Charles II, for a murder committed in the street, the circumstance of which did indeed call for justice. But some thought they would not have ventured to exert their power as they did. However, I never heard that the government resented it, or blamed them for it. It is also a very well-governed town. And I have nowhere in England observed the Sabbath day so exactly kept, or the breach so continually punished as in this place, which I name to their honour. Among all these regularities, it is no wonder if we do not find abundance of revelling, or that there is little encouragement to assemblies, plays, and gaming meetings at Yarmouth, as in some other places. And yet I do not see that the ladies here come behind any of the neighbouring counties, either in beauty, breeding, or behaviour. To which may be added too, not at all to their disadvantage, that they generally go beyond them in fortunes. From Yarmouth I resolved to pursue my first design, viz. to view the seaside on this coast, which is particularly famous for being one of the most dangerous and most fatal to the sailors in all England, I may say in all Britain. And the more so, because of the great number of ships which are continually going and coming this way, in their passage between London and all the northern coasts of Great Britain. Matters of antiquity are not my inquiry, but principally observations on the present state of things, and if possible, to give such accounts of things worthy of recording, as have never been observed before. And this leads me the more directly to mention the commerce and the navigation when I come to towns upon the coast, as what few writers have yet meddled with. The reason of the dangers of this particular coast, are found in the situation of the county, and in the course of ships sailing this way, which I shall describe as well as I can, thus. The shore from the mouth of the river of Thames to Yarmouth Road, lies in a straight line from SSE to NNW, the land being on the W or larboard side. From Winterton Ness, which is the utmost northerly point of land in the county of Norfolk, and about 4 miles beyond Yarmouth, the shore falls off for near 60 miles to the west, as far as Lynn and Boston. Till the shore of Lincolnshire tends north again for about 60 miles more, as far as the Humber, whence the coast of Yorkshire, or Holderness, which is the east riding, shoots out again into the sea, to the Spurn, and to Flamborough Head. As far east almost as the shore of Norfolk had given back at Winterton, making a very deep gulf or bay, between those 2 points of Winterton and the Spurn Head. So that the ships going north, are obliged to stretch away to sea from Winterton Ness, and leaving the sight of land in that deep bay which I have mentioned, that reaches to Lynn, and the shore of Lincolnshire, they go, I say, N or still NNW. To meet the shore of Holderness, which I said runs out into the sea again at the Spurn, this they leave also, and the first land they make, or desire to make, is called as above, Flamborough Head. So that Winterton Ness and Flamborough Head are the two extremes of this course. There is, as I said, the Spurn Head indeed between, but as it lies too far in towards the Humber, they keep out to the north to avoid coming near it. In like manner the ships which come from the north, leave the shore at Flamborough Head, and stretch away sse for Yarmouth roads, and the first land they make is Winterton Ness, as above. Now, the danger of the place is this. If the ships coming from the north are taken with a hard gale of wind from the se or from any point between NE and se, so that they cannot, as the seamen call it, weather Winterton Ness, they are thereby kept in within that deep bay. And if the wind blows hard, are often in danger of running on shore upon the rocks about Cromer, on the north coast of Norfolk, or stranding upon the flat shore between Cromer and Wells. All the relief they have, is good ground tackle to ride it out, which is very hard to do there, the sea coming very high upon them. Or if they cannot ride it out then, to run into the bottom of the great bay I mentioned, to Lynn or Boston, which is a very difficult and desperate push, so that sometimes in this distress whole fleets have been lost here altogether. The like is the danger to ships going northward, if after passing by Winterton they are taken short with a northeast wind, and cannot put back into the roads, which very often happens, then they are driven upon the same coast, and embayed just as the latter. The danger on the north part of this bay is not the same, because if ships going or coming should be taken short on this side Flamborough, there is the river Humber open to them, and several good roads to have recourse to, as Burlington Bay, Grimsby Road, and the Spurn Head, and others, where they ride under shelter. The dangers of this place being thus considered, 'tis no wonder, that upon the shore beyond Yarmouth, there are no less than 4 lighthouses kept flaming every night, besides the lights at Castor, north of the town, and at Golston. All which are to direct the sailors to keep a good offing, in case of bad weather, and to prevent their running into Cromer Bay, which the seamen call the Devil's Throat. As I went by land from Yarmouth northward, along the shore towards Cromer aforesaid, and was not then fully master of the reason of these things, I was surprised to see, in all the way from Winterton, that the farmers and country people had scarce a barn, or a shed, or a stable. Nay, not the pales of their yards, and gardens, not a hogsty, not a necessary house, but what was built of old planks, beams, wales and timbers, and the wrecks of ships, and ruins of mariners' and merchants' fortunes. And in some places were whole yards filled, and piled up very high with the same stuff laid up, as I suppository to sell for the like building purposes, as there should be occasion. About the year 1692, I think it was that year, there was a melancholy example of what I have said of this place. A fleet of 200 sail of light colliers, so they call the ships bound northward empty to fetch coals from Newcastle to London, went out of Yarmouth roads with a fair wind, to pursue their voyage, and were taken short with a storm of wind at N.E., after they were past Winterton Ness, a few leagues. Some of them, whose masters were a little more wary than the rest, or perhaps, who made a better judgment of things, or who were not so far out as the rest, tacked, and put back in time, and got safe into the roads. But the rest pushing on, in hopes to keep out to sea, and weather it, were by the violence of the storm driven back, when they were too far embayed to weather Winterton Ness, as above. And so were forked to run west, every one shifting for themselves, as well as they could, some run away for Lynn Deeps, but few of them, the night being so dark, could find their way in there, some but very few rid it out, at a distance. The rest being above 140 sail were all driven on shore, and dashed to pieces, and very few of the people on board were saved. At the very same unhappy juncture, a fleet of loaden ships were coming from the north, and being just crossing the same bay, were forcibly driven into it, not able to weather the Ness, and so were involved in the same ruin as the light fleet was. Also some coasting vessels loaden with corn from Lynn and Wells, and bound for Holland, were with the same unhappy luck just come out, to begin their voyage, and some of them lay at anchor. These also met with the same misfortune, so that in the whole, above 200 sail of ships, and above 1,000 people perished in the disaster of that one miserable night, very few escaping. Cromer is a market town close to the shore of this dangerous coast. I know nothing it is famous for, besides its being thus the terror of the sailors, except good lobsters, which are taken on that coast in great numbers, and carried to Norwich. And in such quantities sometimes too, as to be conveyed by sea to London. Farther within the land, and between this place and Norwich, are several good market towns, and innumerable villages, all diligently applying to the woolen manufacture, and the country is exceeding fruitful and fertile. As well in corn as in pastures. Particularly, which was very pleasant to see, the pheasants were in such great plenty, as to be seen in the stubbles like cocks and hens, a testimony though, by the way, that the county had more tradesmen than gentlemen in it. Indeed this part is so entirely given up to industry, that what with the seafaring men on the one side, and the manufactures on the other, we saw no idle hands here, but every man busy on the main affair of life, that is to say, getting money. Some of the principal of these towns are Alsham, North Walsham, South Walsham, Worst, Caston, Reefham, Holt, Saxthorpe, St. Faiths, Blickling, and many others. Near the last Sir John Hobart, of an antient family in this county, has a noble seat, but old built. This is that St. Faiths, where the drovers bring their black cattle to sell to the Norfolk graziers, as is observed above. From Cromer, we ride on the strand or open shore to Weyburn Hope, the shore so flat that in some places the tide ebbs out near 2 miles. From Weyburn west lies Cley, where there are large salt works, and very good salt made, which is sold all over the county, and sometimes sent to Holland, and to the Baltic. From Cley, we go to Massam, and to Wells, all towns on the coast, in each whereof there is a very considerable trade carried on with Holland for corn, which that part of the county is very full of. I say nothing of the great trade driven here from Holland, back again to England, because I take it to be a trade carried on with much less honesty than advantage. Especially while the clandestine trade, or the art of smuggling was so much in practice. What it is now, is not to my present purpose. Near this town lie the 7 Benhams, as they are called, that is to say 7 small towns, all called by the same name, and each employed in the same trade of carrying corn to Holland, and bringing back, and from hence we turn to the SW. To Castle Rising, an old decayed borough town with perhaps not 10 families in it, which yet, to the scandal of our prescription right, sends 2 members to the British Parliament, being as many as the city of Norwich itself, or any town in the kingdom, London excepted, can do. On our left we see Walsingham, an antient town, famous for the old ruins of a monastery of note there, and the shrine of Our Lady, as noted as that of St. Thomas a Becket at Canterbury, and for little else. Near this place are the seats of the 2 allied families of the Lord Viscount Townsend, and Robert Walpole, Esq. The latter at this time one of the Lords Commissioners of the Treasury, and Minister of State, and the former one of the principal Secretaries of State to King George, of which again. From hence we went to Lynn, another rich and populous thriving port town. It stands on more ground than the town of Yarmouth, and has I think parishes, yet I cannot allow that it has more people than Yarmouth, if so many. It is a beautiful well-built, and well-situated town, at the mouth of the river Ouse, and has this particular attending it, which gives it a vast advantage in trade. Namely, that there is the greatest extent of inland navigation here, of any port in England, London excepted. The reason whereof is this, that there are more navigable rivers empty themselves here into the sea, including the Washes which are branches of the same port, than at any one mouth of waters in England, except the Thames and the Humber. By these navigable rivers the merchants of Lynn supply about 6 counties wholly, and 3 counties in part, with their goods, especially wine and coals, viz. By the Little Ouse, they send their goods to Brandon, and Thetford, by the lake to Mildenhall, Barton Mills, and St. Edmundsbury, by the river Grant to Cambridge, by the great Ouse itself to Ely, to St. Ives, to St. Neots, to Barford Bridge, and to Bedford, by the river Nine, to Peterborough, by the drains and washes to Wisbech, to Spalding, Market Deeping, and Stamford. Besides the several counties, into which these goods are carried by land carriage, from the places where the navigation of those rivers ends. Which has given rise to this observation on the town of Lynn, that they bring in more coals, than any seaport between London and Newcastle, and import more wines than any port in England, except London and Bristol. Their trade to Norway, and to the Baltic Sea is also great in proportion, and of late years they have extended their trade farther to the southward. Here are more gentry, and consequently is more gaiety in this town than in Yarmouth, or even in Norwich itself, the place abounding in very good company. The situation of this town renders it capable of being made very strong, and in the late wars it was so, a line of fortification being drawn round it at a distance from the walls. The ruins, or rather remains of which works appear very fair to this day, nor would it be a hard matter to restore the bastions, with the ravelins and counterscarp, upon any sudden emergency, to a good state of defence. And that in a little time, a sufficient number of workmen being employed, especially because they are able to fill all their ditches with water from the sea, in such a manner as that it cannot be drawn off. There is, in the marketplace of this town, a very fine statue of King William on horseback, erected at the charge of the town. The Ouse is mighty large and deep, close to the very town itself, and ships of good burthen may come up to the quay. But there is no bridge, the stream being too strong, and the bottom moorish and unsound, nor for the same reason is the anchorage computed the best in the world, but there are good roads farther down. They pass over here in boats into the fen country, and over the famous washes into Lincolnshire, but the passage is very dangerous and uneasy, and where passengers often miscarry and are lost. But then it is usually on their venturing at improper times, and without the guides, which if they would be persuaded not to do, they would very rarely fail of going or coining safe. From Lynn, I bent my course to Downham, where is an ugly wooden bridge over the Ouse. From whence we passed the fen country to Wisbech, but saw nothing that way to tempt our curiosity but deep roads, innumerable drains and dykes of water, all navigable, and a rich soil, the land bearing a vast quantity of good hemp. But a base unwholesome air, so we came back to Ely, whose cathedral, standing in a level flat country, is seen far and wide, and of which town, when the Minster, so they call it, is described, everything remarkable is said that there is room to say. And of the Minster this is the most remarkable thing that I could hear, namely, that some of it is so antient, totters so much with every gust of wind, looks so like a decay, and seems so near it, that whenever it does fall, all that 'tis likely will be thought strange in it, will be, that it did not fall 100 years sooner. From hence we came over the Ouse, and in a few miles to Newmarket. In our way near Snaybell we saw a noble seat of the late Admiral Russell, now Earl of Orford. A name made famous by the glorious victory obtained under his command over the French fleet, and the burning their ships at La Hogue. A victory equal in glory to, and infinitely more glorious to the English nation in particular, than that at Blenheim, and above all more to the particular advantage of the Confederacy, because it so broke the heart of the naval power of France. That they have not fully recovered it to this day, but of this victory it must be said, it was owing to the haughty, rash, and insolent orders given by the King of France to his admiral, viz. to fight the Confederate fleet wherever he found them, without leaving room for him to use due caution if he found them too strong, which pride of France was doubtless a fate upon them, and gave a cheap victory to the Confederates. The French coming down rashly, and with the most impolitic bravery, with about 45 sail to attack between 70 and 80 sail, by which means they met their ruin. Whereas, had their own fleet been joined, it might have cost more blood to have mastered them, if it had been done at all. The situation of this house is low, and on the edge of the fen country, but the building is very fine, the avenues noble, and the gardens perfectly finished, the apartments also are rich. And I see nothing wanting but a family and heirs, to sustain the glory and inheritance of the illustrious ancestor, who riced it, said Caret Pedibus, these are wanting. Being come to Newmarket in the month of October, I had the opportunity to see the horse races, and a great concourse of the nobility and gentry, as well from London as from all parts of England. But they were all so intent, so eager, so busy upon the sharping part of the sport, their wagers and bets, that to me they seem just as so many horse-coursers in Smithfield, descending, the greatest of them, from their high dignity in quality, to picking one another's pockets, and biting one another as much as possible, and that with such eagerness, as that it might be said they acted without respect to faith, honour, or good manners. There was Mr. Frampton, the oldest, and as some say, the cunningest jockey in England. One day he lost 1,000 guineas, the next he won 2,000. And so alternately he made as light of throwing away 500 or 1,000 pounds at a time, as other men do of their pocket money, and as perfectly calm, cheerful, and unconcerned, when he had lost 1,000 pounds, as when he had won it. On the other side, there was Sir R. Fagg, of Sussex, of whom fame says he has the most in him and the least to shew for it, relating to jockeyship, of any man there, yet he often carried the prize. His horses, they said, were all cheats, how honest soever their master was. For he scarce ever produced a horse but he looked like what he was not, and was what no body could expect him to be. If he was as light as the wind, and could fly like a meteor, he was sure to look as clumsy, and as dirty, and as much like a cart-horse as all the cunning of his master and the grooms could make him. And just in this manner he bit some of the greatest gamesters in the field. I was so sick of the jockeying part, that I left the crowd about the posts, and pleased myself with observing the horses. How the creatures yielded to all the arts and managements of their masters, how they took their airings in sport, and played with the daily heats which they ran over the course before the grand day, but how, as knowing the difference equally with their riders, would they exert their utmost strength at the time of the race itself, and that to such an extremity, that one or two of them died in the stable when they came to be rubbed after the first heat. Here I fancied myself in the Circus Maximus at Rome, seeing the Antient games, and the racings of the chariots and horsemen. And in this warmth of my imagination I pleased and diverted myself more and in a more noble manner, than I could possibly do in the crowds of gentlemen at the weighing and starting posts, and at their coming in, or at their meetings at the coffee-houses and gaming tables after the races were over, where there was little or nothing to be seen, but what was the subject of just reproach to them, and reproof from every wise man that looked upon them. N.B. Pray take it with you as you go. You see no ladies at Newmarket, except a few of the neighbouring gentlemen's families who come in their coaches on any particular day to see a race and so go home again directly. As I was pleasing myself with what was to be seen here, I went in the intervals of the sport to see the fine seats of the gentlemen in the neighbouring county, for this part of Suffolk, being an open champaign country, and a healthy air, is formed for pleasure, and all kinds of country diversions. Nature, as it were, inviting the gentlemen to visit her, where she was fully prepared to receive them, in conformity to which kind summons they came. For the country is, as it were, covered with fine palaces of the nobility, and pleasant seats of the gentlemen. The Earl of Orford's house I have mentioned already, the next is Euston Hall, the seat of the Duke of Grafton. It lies in the open country towards the side of Norfolk, not far from Thetford, a place capable of all that is pleasant and delightful in nature, and improved by art to every extreme that nature is able to produce. From thence I went to Rushbrook, formerly the seat of the noble family of Germans, lately Lord Dover, and now of the house of Davers. Here nature, for the time I was there, drooped, and veiled all the beauties of which she once boasted. The family being in tears, and the house shut up. Sir Robert Davers, the head thereof, and knight of the shire for the county of Suffolk, and who had married the eldest daughter of the late Lord Dover, being just dead, and the corpse lying there in its funeral form of ceremony, not yet buried. Yet all looked lovely in their sorrow, and a numerous issue promising and grown up, intimated that the family of Davers would still flourish, and that the beauties of Rushbrook, the mansion of the family, were not formed with so much art in vain, or to die with the present possessor. After this we saw Brentley, the seat of the Earl of Dysart, and the Antient palace of my Lord Cornwallis, with several others of exquisite situation, and adorned with the beauties both of art and nature. So that I think, any traveller from abroad, who would desire to see how the English gentry live, and what pleasures they enjoy, should come into Suffolk and Cambridgeshire, and take but a light circuit among the country seats of the gentlemen on this side only, and they would be soon convinced, that not France, no not Italy itself, can outdo them, in proportion to the climate they lived in. I had still the county of Cambridge to visit, to complete this tour of the eastern part of England, and of that I come now to speak. We enter Cambridgeshire out of Suffolk with all the advantage in the world. The county beginning upon those pleasant and agreeable plains called New Market Heath, where passing the Devil's Ditch, which has nothing worth notice but its name, and that but fabulous too, from the hills called Gogmagog. We see a rich and pleasant vale westward, covered with cornfields, gentlemen's seats, villages, and at a distance, to crown all the rest, that antient and truly famous town and University of Cambridge. Capital of the county, and receiving its name from, if not as some say, giving name to it, for if it be true, that the town takes its name of Cambridge from its bridge over the river Cam. Then certainly the shire or county, upon the division of England into counties, had its name from the town, and Cambridgeshire signifies no more or less than the county of which Cambridge is the capital town. As my business is not to lay out the geographical situation of places, I say nothing of the buddings and boundings of this county. It lies on the edge of the great level, called by the people here the fen country. And great part, if not all, the Isle of Ely, lies in this county and Norfolk. The rest of Cambridgeshire is almost wholly a corn country. And of that corn 5 parts in 6 of all they sow, is barley, which is generally sold to Ware and Royston, and other great malting towns in Hertfordshire, and is the fund from whence that vast quantity of malt, called Hertfordshire malt is made, which is esteemed the best in England. As Essex, Suffolk, and Norfolk, are taken up in manufacturing, and famed for industry, this county has no manufacture at all, nor are the poor, except the husbandmen, famed for any thing so much as idleness and sloth, to their scandal be it spoken. What the reason of it is, I know not. It is scarce possible to talk of anything in Cambridgeshire but Cambridge itself, whether it be that the county has so little worth speaking of in it, or that the town has so much, that I leave to others. However, as I am making modern observations, not writing history, I shall look into the county as well as into the colleges, for what I have to say. As I said, I first had a view of Cambridge from Gogmagog Hills. I am to add, that there appears on the mountain that goes by this name, an antient camp, or fortification, that lies on the top of the hill, with a double or rather treble rampart and ditch, which most of our writers say was neither Roman nor Saxon, but British. I am to add, that King James II caused a spacious stable to be built in the area of this camp, for his running horses, and made old Mr. Frampton, whom I mentioned above, master or inspector of them. The stables remain still there, though they are not often made use of. As we descended westward, we saw the fen country on our right, almost all covered with water like a sea. The Michaelmas rains having been very great that year, they had sent down great floods of water from the upland countries. And those fens being, as may be very properly said, the sink of no less than 13 counties. That is to say, that all the water, or most part of the water of 13 counties, falls into them. They are often thus overflowed. The rivers which thus empty themselves into these fens, and which thus carry off the water, are the Cam or Grant, the Great Ouse, and Little Ouse, the Nene, the Welland, and the river which runs from Bury to Mildenhall. The counties which these rivers drain, as above, are as follows: Lincoln, Warwick, Norfolk, Cambridge, Oxford, Suffolk, Huntingdon, Leicester, Essex, Bedford, Northampton, Buckingham, Rutland. N.B. Those marked with empty all their waters this way, the rest but in part. In a word, all the water of the middle part of England which does not run into the Thames or the Trent, comes down into these fens. In these fens are abundance of those admirable pieces of art called duckoys. That is to say, places so adapted for the harbour and shelter of wildfowl, and then furnished with a breed of those they call decoy ducks, who are taught to allure and entice their land to the places they belong to. That it is incredible what quantities of wildfowl of all sorts, duck, mallard, teal, widgeon, and they take in those duckoys every week, during the season. It may indeed be guessed at a little by this, that there is a duckoy not far from Ely, which pays to the landlord, Sir, though Herr 500L. A year rent, besides the charge of maintaining a great number of servants for the management, and from which ducoy alone they assured me at St. Ives, a town on the Ouse, where the fowl they took was always brought to be sent to London Winkyface. That they generally sent up 3,000 couple a week. There are more of these about Peterborough, who send the fowl up twice a week in wagon loads at a time, whose wagons before the late Act of Parliament to regulate carriers, I have seen drawn by 10 and 12 horses apiece. They were loaden so heavy. As these fens appear covered with water, so I observed too, that they generally at this latter part of the year appear also covered with fogs, so that when the downs and higher grounds of the adjacent country were gilded by the beams of the sun, the Isle of Ely looked as if wrapped up in blankets, and nothing to be seen, but now and then, the lantern or cupola of Ely Minster. One could hardly see this from the hills and not pity the many thousands of families that were bound to or confined in those fogs, and had no other breath to draw than what must be mixed with those vapours. And that steam which so universally overspread the country, but notwithstanding this, the people, especially those that are used to it, live unconcerned, and as healthy as other folks, except now and then an ague, which they make light of. And there are great numbers of very antient people among them. I now draw near to Cambridge, to which I fancy I look as if I was afraid to come, having made so many circumlocutions beforehand, but I must yet make another digression before I enter the town. For in my way, and as I came in from Newmarket, about the beginning of September Winkyface, I cannot omit, that I came necessarily through Sturbridge Fair, which was then in its height. If it is a diversion worthy a book to treat of trifles, such as the gaiety of Bury Fair, it cannot be very unpleasant, especially to the trading part of the world, to say something of this fair, which is not only the greatest in the whole nation, but in the world. Nor, if I may believe those who have seen them all, is the fair at Leipzig in Saxony, the mart at Frankfurt on the Main, or the fairs at Nuremberg, or Augsburg, any way to compare to this fair at Sturbridge. It is kept in a large cornfield, near Casterton, extending from the side of the river Cam, towards the road, for about half a mile square. If the husbandmen who rent the land, do not get their corn off before a certain day in August, the fair keepers may trample it under foot and spoil it to build their booths, or tents. For all the fair is kept in tents, and booths, on the other hand, to balance that severity, if the fair keepers have not done their business of the fair, and removed and cleared the field by another certain day in September. The ploughmen may come in again, with plough and cart, and overthrow all and trample it into the dirt. And as for the filth, dung, straw, and necessarily left by the fair keepers, the quantity of which is very great, it is the farmers' fees, and makes them full amends for the trampling, riding, and carting upon, and hardening the ground. It is impossible to describe all the parts and circumstances of this fair exactly. The shops are placed in rows like streets, whereof one is called Cheapside. And here, as in several other streets, are all sorts of trades, who sell by red ale, and who come principally from London with their goods. Scarce any trades are omitted: goldsmiths, toy shops, braziers, turners, milliners, haberdashers, hatters, mercers, drapers, pewterers, china warehouses, and in a word all trades that can be named in London. With coffee houses, taverns, brandy shops, and eating houses, innumerable, and all in tents and booths, as above. This great street reaches from the road, which as I said goes from Cambridge to Newmarket, turning short out of it to the right towards the river, and holds in a line near half a mile quite down to the river side. In another street parallel with the road are like rows of booths, but larger, and more intermingled with wholesale dealers, and one side. Passing out of this last street to the left hand, is a formal great square, formed by the largest booths, built in that form, and which they call the Duddery. Whence the name is derived, and what its signification is, I could never yet learn, though I made all possible search into it. The area of this square is about 80 to 100 yards, where the dealers have room before every booth to take down, and open their packs, and to bring in wagons to load and unload. This place is separated, and peculiar to the wholesale dealers in the woolen manufacture. Here the booths, or tents, are of a vast extent, have different apartments, and the quantities of goods they bring are so great, that the insides of them look like another Blackwell Hall, being as vast warehouses filled up with goods to the top. In this Duddery, as I have been informed, there have been sold £100,000 worth of woolen manufactures in less than a week's time, besides the prodigious trade carried on here, by wholesale men, from London and all parts of England, who transact their business wholly in their pocket-books, and meeting their chapmen from all parts, make up their accounts, receive money chiefly in bills, and take orders. These they say exceed by far the sales of goods actually brought to the fair, and delivered in kind. It being frequent for the London wholesale men to carry back orders from their dealers for £10,000 worth of goods a man, and some much more. This especially respects those people, who deal in heavy goods, as wholesale grocers, salters, braziers, iron merchants, wine merchants, and the like. But does not exclude the dealers in woolen manufactures, and especially in mercery goods of all sorts, the dealers in which generally manage their business in this manner. Here are clothiers from Halifax, Leeds, Wakefield and Huddersfield in Yorkshire, and from Rochdale, Bury, and in Lancashire, with vast quantities of Yorkshire cloths, kerseys, pennistons, cottons, and with all sorts of Manchester ware, fustians, and things made of cotton wool, of which the quantity is so great, that they told me there were near 1,000 horsepacks of such goods from that side of the country, and these took up a side and half of the Duddery at least. Also a part of a street of booths were taken up with upholsterers' ware, such as tickings, sackings, Kidderminster stuffs, blankets, rugs, quilts, and in the Duddery I saw one warehouse, or booth, with 6 apartments in it, all belonging to a dealer in Norwich stuffs only, and who they said had there above £20,000 value, in those goods, and no other. Western goods had their share here also, and several booths were filled as full with serges, duroys, druggettes, chalons, cantaloons, Devonshire kerseys, and from Exeter, Taunton, Bristol, and other parts west, and some from London also. But all this is still outdone, at least in show, by 2 articles, which are the peculiars of this fair, and do not begin till the other part of the fair, that is to say for the woolen manufacture, begins to draw to a close. These are the WLL. And the hops. As for the hops, there is scarce any price fixed for hops in England, till they know how they sell at Sturbridge Fair. The quantity that appears in the fair is indeed prodigious, and they, as it were, possess a large part of the field on which the fair is kept, to themselves. They are brought directly from Chelmsford in Essex, from Canterbury Maidstone in Kent, and from Farnham in Surrey, besides what are brought from London, the growth of those, and other places. Inquiring why this fair should be thus, of all other places in England, the centre of that trade, and so great a quantity of so bulky a commodity be carried thither so far, I was answered by one thoroughly acquainted with that matter thus: the hops, said he, for this part of England, grow principally in the 2 counties of Surrey and Kent, with an exception only to the town of Chelmsford in Essex, and there are very few planted anywhere else. There are indeed in the west of England some quantities growing, as at Wilton, near Salisbury, at Hereford and Broomsgrove, near Wales, and the like, but the quantity is inconsiderable, and the places remote, so that none of them come to London. As to the north of England, they formerly used but few hops there, their drink being chiefly pale smooth ale, which required no hops, and consequently they planted no hops in all that part of England, north of Trent. Nor did I ever see 1 acre of hop ground planted beyond Trent, in my observations, but as for some years past, they not only brew great quantities of beer in the north, but also use hops in the brewing then ale much more than they did before. So they all come south of Trent to buy their hops, and here being vast quantities bought, 'tis great part of their back carriage into Yorkshire, and Northamptonshire, Derbyshire, Lancashire, and all those counties. Nay, of late, since the Union, even to Scotland itself, for I must not omit here also to mention, that the river Grant, or Cam, which runs close by the N.W. side of the fair in its way from Cambridge to Ely, is navigable, and that by this means, all heavy goods are brought even to the fair field, by water carriage from London and other parts. First to the port of Lynn, and then in barges up the Ouse, from the Ouse into the Cam, and so, as I say, to the very edge of the fair. In like manner great quantities of heavy goods, and the hops among the rest, are sent from the fair to Lynn by water, and shipped there for the Humber, to Hull, York, and for Newcastle upon Tyne, and by Newcastle, even to Scotland itself. Now as there is still no planting of hops in the north, though a great consumption, and the consumption increasing daily, this, says my friend, is one reason why at Sturbridge Fair there is so great a demand for the hops. He added, that besides this, there were very few hops, if any worth naming, growing in all the counties even on this side Trent, which were above 40 miles from London. Those counties depending on Sturbridge Fair for their supply, so the counties of Suffolk, Norfolk, Cambridge, Huntingdon, Northampton, Lincoln, Leicester, Rutland, and even to Stafford, Warwick and Worcestershire, bought most if not all of their hops at Sturbridge Fair. These are the reasons why so great a quantity of hops are seen at this fair, as that it is incredible, considering too, how remote from this fair the growth of them is, as above. This is likewise a testimony of the prodigious resort of the trading people of all parts of England to this fair. The quantity of hops that have been sold at one of these fairs is diversely reported, and some affirm it to be so great, that I dare not copy after them, but without doubt it is a surprising account, especially in a cheap year. The next article brought hither, is wool, and this of several sorts, but principally fleece wool, out of Lincolnshire, where the longest staple is found, the sheep of those countries being of the largest breed. The buyers of this wool, are chiefly indeed the manufacturers of Norfolk and Suffolk, and Essex, and it is a prodigious quantity they buy. Here I saw what I have not observed in any other country of England, namely, a pocket of wool. This seems to be first called, so in mockery, this pocket being so big, that it loads a whole wagon, and reaches beyond the most extreme parts of it, hanging over both before, and behind. And these ordinarily weigh a ton or 2,500 weight of wool, all in one bag. The quantity of wool only, which has been sold at this place at one fair, has been said to amount to 50 or 60,000 pounds in value, some say a great deal more. By these articles a stranger may make some guess, at the immense trade carried on at this place, what prodigious quantities of goods are bought, and sold here, and what a confluence of people are seen here from all parts of England. I might go on here to speak of several other sorts of English manufactures, which are brought hither to be sold, as all sorts of wrought iron, and brass ware from Birmingham, e.g. tools, knives, and from Sheffield, glassware, and stockings, from Nottingham, and Leicester, and an infinite throng of other things of smaller value, every morning. To attend this fair, and the prodigious conflux of people, which come to it, there are sometimes no less than 50 hackney coaches, which come from London, and ply night and morning to carry the people to and from Cambridge. For there the gross of the people lodge, nay, which is still more strange, there are wherries brought from London on wagons to ply upon the little river Cam, and to row people up and down from the town, and from the fair as occasion presents. It is not to be wondered at, if the town of Cambridge cannot receive, or entertain the numbers of people that come to this fair, not Cambridge only, but all the towns round are full. Nay, the very barns, and stables are turned into inns, and made as fit as they can to lodge the meaner sort of people. As for the people in the fair, they all universally eat, drink, and sleep in their booths, and tents. And the said booths are so intermingled with taverns, coffee-houses, drinking-houses, eating-houses, cook-shops, and all in tents too. And so many butchers, and higglers from all the neighbouring counties come into the fair every morning, with beef, mutton, fowls, butter, bread, cheese, eggs, and such things. And go with them from tent to tent, from door to door, that there's no want of any provisions of any kind, either dressed, or undressed. In a word, the fair is like a well-fortified city, and there is the least disorder and confusion, I believe, that can be seen anywhere, with so great a concourse of people. Towards the latter end of the fair, and when the great hurry of wholesale business begins to be over, the gentry come in, from all parts of the county round, and though they come for their diversion, yet 'tis not a little money they lay out, which generally falls to the share of the retailers, such as toy shops, goldsmiths, braziers, ironmongers, turners, milliners, mercers, and some loose coins, they reserve for the puppet shows, drolls, rope dancers, and such like. Of which there is no want, though not considerable like the rest. The last day of the fair is the horse fair, where the whole is clossed with both horse and foot races, to divert the meaner sort of people only. For nothing considerable is offered of that kind. Thus ends the whole fair, and in less than a week more there is scarce any sign left that there has been such a thing there, except by the heaps of dung and straw and other rubbish which is left behind, trod into the earth, and which is as good as a summer's fallow for dunging to the land, and as I have said above, pays the husbandman well for the use of it. I should have mentioned, that here is a court of justice always open, and held every day in a shed built on purpose in the fair. This is for keeping the peace, and deciding controversies in matters deriving from the business of the fair. The magistrates of the town of Cambridge are judges in this court, as being in their jurisdiction. Or they holding it by special privilege, here they determine matters in a summary way, as is practiced in those we call pie-powder courts in other places, or as a court of conscience. And they have a final authority without appeal. I come now to the town and University of Cambridge. I say the town and university, for though they are blended together in the situation, and the colleges, halls, and houses for literature are promiscuously scattered up and down among the other parts, and some even among the meanest of the other buildings, as Magdalen College over the bridge, is in particular, yet they are all incorporated together, by the name of the university, and are governed apart and distinct from the town, which they are so intermixed with. As their authority is distinct from the town, so are their privileges, customs, and government. They choose representatives, or members of Parliament for themselves, and the town does the like for themselves, also apart. The town is governed by a mayor, and alderman. The university by a chancellor, and vice-chancellor, and though their dwellings are mixed, and seem a little confused, their authority is not so. In some cases the vice-chancellor may concern himself in the town, as in searching houses for the scholars at improper hours, removing scandalous women, and the like. But as the colleges are many, and the gentlemen entertained in them are a very great number, the trade of the town very much depends upon them, and the tradesmen may justly be said to get their bread by the colleges. And this is the surest hold the university may be said to have of the townsmen, and by which they secure the dependence of the town upon them, and consequently their submission. I remember some years ago a brewer, who being very rich and popular in the town, and one of their magistrates, had in several things so much opposed the university, and insulted their vice-chancellor, or other heads of houses, that in short the university having no other way to exert themselves, and show their resentment, they made a by-law or order among themselves, that for the future they would not trade with him, and that none of the colleges, halls, and would take any more beer of him. And what followed? The man indeed braved it out a while, but when he found he could not obtain a revocation of the order, he was fain to leave off his brewhouse, and if I remember right, quitted the town. Thus I say, interest gives them authority. And there are abundance of reasons why the town should not disoblige the university, as there are some also on the other hand, why the university should not differ to any extremity with the town. Nor, such is their prudence, do they let any disputes between them run up to any extremities, if they can avoid it. As for society, to any man who is a lover of learning, or of learned men, here is the most agreeable under heaven. Nor is there any want of mirth and good company of other kinds, but 'tis to the honor of the university to say, that the governors so well understand their office, and the govern their duty, that here is very little encouragement given to those seminaries of crime, the assemblies, which are so much boasted of in other places. Again, as dancing, gaming, intriguing, are the three principal articles which recommend those assemblies, and that generally the time for carrying on affairs of this kind, is the night, and sometimes all night, a time as unseasonable as scandalous. Add to this, that the orders of the university admit no such excesses. I therefore say, as this is the case, 'tis to the honor of the whole body of the university, that no encouragement is given to them here. As to the antiquity of the university in this town, the originals and founders of the several colleges, their revenues, laws, government and governors, they are so effectually and so largely treated by other authors, and are so foreign to the familiar design of these letters, that I refer my readers to Mr. Camden's Britannia, and the author of the Antiquities of Cambridge, and other such learned writers, by whom they may be fully informed. The present Vice-Chancellor is Dr. Snape, formerly Master of Eton School near Windsor, and famous for his dispute with and evident advantage over the late Bishop of Bangor, in the time of his government. The dispute between the University and the Master of Trinity College has been brought to a head, so as to employ the pens of the learned on both sides, but at last prosecuted in a judicial way, so as to deprive Dr. Bentley of all his dignities and offices in the University, but the Dr. flying to the royal protection, the University is under a writ of mandamus, to shew cause why they do not restore the doctor again, to which it seems they demur, and that demur has not, that we hear, been argued. At least when these sheets were sent to the press. What will be the issue time must shew. From Cambridge the road lies northwest, on the edge of the fens, to Huntingdon, where it joins the Great North Road. On this side, 'tis all an agreeable corn country, as above, adorned with several seats of gentlemen, but the chief is the noble house, seat, or mansion of Wimpole, or Wimpole Hall, formerly built at a vast expense, by the late Earl of Radnor, adorned with all the natural beauties of situation, and to which was added all the most exquisite contrivances which the best heads could invent to make it artificially as well as naturally pleasant. However, the fate of the Radnor family so directing, it was bought, with the whole estate about it, by the late Duke of Newcastle, in a partition of whose immense estate, it fell to the Right Honourable the Lord Harley, son and heir apparent of the present Earl of Oxford and Mortimer, in right of the Lady Harriet Cavendish, only daughter of the said Duke of Newcastle, who is married to his lordship, and brought him this estate, and many other, sufficient to denominate her the richest heiress in Great Britain. Here his lordship resides, and has already so recommended himself to this country, as to be by a great majority chosen Knight of the Shire for the county of Cambridge. From Cambridge, my design obliging me, and the direct road, in part concurring, I came back through the west part of the county of Essex, and at Saffron Walden I saw the ruins of the once largest and most magnificent pile in all this part of England, viz. Audley End, built by, and decaying with the noble dukes and earls of Suffolk. A little north of this part of the country rises the river Stour, which for a course of 50 miles or more, parts the two counties of Suffolk and Essex. Passing through or near Haverhill, Clare, Cavendish, Halstead, Sudbury, Boors, Nayland, Stretford, Dedham, Manningtree, and into the sea at Harwich, assisting by its waters to make one of the best harbours for shipping that is in Great Britain. I mean Orwell Haven, or Harwich, of which I have spoken largely already. As we came on this side we saw at a distance Braintree and Barking, two towns, large, rich and populous, and made so originally by the Bay trade, of which I have spoken at large at Colchester, and which flourishes still among them. The manor of Braintree I found descended by purchase, to the name of Almius, the son of a London merchant of the same name, making good what I had observed before, of the great number of such who have purchased estates in this county. Near this town is Felsted, a small place, but noted for a free school, of an antient foundation, for many years under the mastership of the late Reverend Mr. Lydiot, and brought by him to the meridian of its reputation. 'Tis now supplied, and that very worthily, by the Reverend Mr. Hutchins. Near to this is the Priory of Lees, a delicious seat of the late Dukes of Manchester, but sold by the present Duke to the Duchess Dowager of Bucks. His Grace the Duke of Manchester removing to his yet finer seat of Kimbolton in Northamptonshire, the antient mansion of the family. From hence keeping the London road I came to Chelmsford, mentioned before, and Ingerstone, 5 miles west, which I mention again, because in the parish church of this town are to be seen the antient monuments of the noble family of Petre, whose seat, and a large estate, lie in the neighbourhood, and whose whole family, by a constant series of beneficent actions to the poor, and bounty upon all charitable occasions, have gained an affectionate esteem through all that part of the country, such as no prejudice of religion could wear out, or perhaps ever may. And I must confess, I think, need not, for good and great actions command our respect, let the opinions of the persons be otherwise what they will. From hence we crossed the country to the great forest, called Epping Forest, reaching almost to London. The country on that side of Essex is called the Rootings, I suppose because there are no less than 10 towns almost together, called by the name of Roding, and is famous for good land, good malt and dirty roads. The latter indeed in the winter are scarce passable for horse or man. In the midst of this we see Chipping Onger, Hatfield Broadoak, Epping, and many forest towns, famed, as I have said, for husbandry in good malt, but of no other note. On the south side of the county is Waltham Abbey, the ruins of the abbey remain. And though antiquity is not my proper business, I could not but observe, that King Harold, slain in the great battle in Sussex against William the Conqueror, lies buried here. His body being begged by his mother, the Conqueror allowed it to be carried hither, but no monument was, as I can find, built for him, only a flat gravestone, on which was engraven, Harold and Folix. From hence I came over the forest again, that is to say, over the lower or western part of it, where it is spangled with fine villages, and these villages filled with fine seats, most of them built by the citizens of London, as I observed before. But the lustre of them seems to be entirely swallowed up in the magnificent palace of the Lord Castlemaine, whose father, Sir Josiah Child, as it were, prepared it in his life for the design of his son, though altogether unforeseen. By adding to the advantage of its situation innumerable rows of trees, planted in curious order for avenues and vistos, to the house, all leading up to the place where the old house stood, as to a centre. In the place adjoining, his lordship, while he was yet Sir Richard Child only, and some years before he began the foundation of his new house, laid out the most delicious as well as most spacious pieces of ground for gardens that is to be seen in all this part of England. The greenhouse is an excellent building fit to entertain a prince. 'Tis furnished with stoves and artificial places for heat from an apartment, in which is a bagnio, and other conveniences, which render it both useful and pleasant. And these gardens have been so the just admiration of the world, that it has been the general diversion of the citizens to go out to see them, till the crowds grew too great, and his lordship was obliged to restrain his servants from shewing them, except on 1 or 2 days in a week only. The house is built since these gardens have been finished. The building is all of Portland stone in the front, which makes it look extremely glorious and magnificent at a distance. It being the particular property of that stone, except in the streets of London, where it is tainted and tinged with the smoke of the city, to grow whiter and whiter the longer it stands in the open air. As the front of the house opens to a long row of trees, reaching to the great road at Leytonstone, so the back face, or front, if that be proper, respects the gardens, and with an easy descent lands you upon the terrace, from whence is a most beautiful prospect to the river, which is all formed into canals and openings. To answer the views from above, and beyond the river, the walks and wildernesses go on to such a distance, and in such a manner up the hill, as they before went down, that the sight is lost in the woods adjoining. And it looks all like one planted garden as far as the eye can see. I shall cover as much as possible the melancholy part of a story, which touches too sensibly, many, if not most of the great and flourishing families in England. Pity in matter of grief is it to think that families, by estate, able to appear in such a glorious posture as this, should ever be vulnerable by so mean a disaster as that of stock jobbing, but the general infatuation of the day is a plea for it. So that men are not now blamed on that account. Southsea was a general possession. And if my Lord Castlemaine was wounded by that arrow shot in the dark, 'twas a misfortune, but 'tis so much a happiness, that it was not a mortal wound, as it was to some men, who once seemed as much out of the reach of it. And that blow, be it what it will, is not remembered for joy of the escape, for we see this noble family, by prudence and management rise out of all that cloud, if it may be allowed such a name, and shining in the same full lustre as before. This cannot be said of some other families in this county, whose fine parks and new-built palaces are fallen under forfeitures and alienations by the misfortunes of the times, and by the ruin of their masters' fortunes in that South Sea deluge. But I desire to throw a veil over these things, as they come in my way. 'Tis enough that we write upon them as was written upon King Harold's tomb at Waltham Abbey, in Felix, and let all the rest sleep among things that are the fittest to be forgotten. For my Lord Castlemaine's house, and the rest of the fine dwellings on that side of the forest, for there are several very good houses at Wanstead, only that they seem all swallowed up in the lustre of his lordship's palace. I say, from thence I went south, towards the great road over that part of the forest called the Flats, where we see a very beautiful, but retired and rural seat of Mr. Lethier's, eldest son of the late Sir John Lethier, of Lusholme in Kent, of whose family I shall speak when I come on that side. By this turn I came necessarily on to Stratford, where I set out, and thus having finished my first circuit, I conclude my first letter, and am, Sir, your most humble and obedient servant. Appendix to Letter I. Whoever travels, as I do, over England, and writes the account of his observations, will, as I noted before, always leave something, altering or undertaking, by such a growing, improving nation as this. Or something to discover in a nation, where so much is hid, sufficient to employ the pens of those that come after him, or to add, by way of appendix to what he has already observed. This is my case, with respect to the particulars which follow. Since these sheets were in the press, a noble palace of Mr. Walpole's, at present First Commissioner of the Treasury, Privy Councillor, and to King George, is, as it were, risen out of the ruins of the ancient seat of the family of Walpole, at Houghton, about 8 miles distant from Lynn, and on the north coast of Norfolk, near the sea. As the house is not yet finished, and when I passed by it, was but newly designed, it cannot be expected that I should be able to give a particular description of what it will be. I can do little more than mention, that it appears already to be exceeding magnificent, and suitable to the genius of the great founder. But a friend of mine, who lives in that county, has sent me the following lines, which, as he says, are to be plaqued upon the building. Whether on the frieze of the Corniche, or over the portico, or on what part of the building, of that I am not as yet certain. The inscription is as follows, viz. H.M.P. Fundamen utsm domus. In agro natali extraendi. Robertus a Walpole. Quem nulla nesciat posteritas. Faxit Deus. Postquam maturis annis dominus. Geo latitus furit absoluta. Incolumum tuenter incolums. Ad summum omnium diem. Id nati matorum etica nescenter abilis. Hic me posuit. A second thing proper to be added here, by way of appendix, relates to what I have mentioned of the port of London, being bounded by the Naze on the Essex shore, and the North Foreland on the Kentish shore, which some people, guided by the present usage of the custom house, may pretend is not so, to answer such objectors. The true state of that case stands thus. The clause taken from the Act of Parliament establishing the extent of the Port of London, and published, in some of the books of rates, is this. To prevent all future differences and disputes touching the extent and limits of the Port of London. The said port is declared to extend, and be accounted, from the promontory, or point, called the North Foreland, in the Isle of Thanet, and from thence northward in a right line to the point called the Naze, beyond the gun fleet, upon the coast of Essex. And so continued westward throughout the river Thames, and the several channels, streams and rivers falling into it, to London Bridge. Saving the usual and known rights, liberties and privileges of the ports of Sandwich, and Ipswich, and either of them, and the known members thereof, and of the customers, controllers, searchers, and their deputies. Of and within the said ports of Sandwich and Ipswich, and the several creeks, harbours and havens to them, or either of them, respectively belonging, within the counties of Kent and Essex. 2. Notwithstanding what is above written, the Port of London, as in use since the said order, is understood to reach no farther than Gravesend in Kent, and Tilbury Point in Essex. And the ports of Rochester, Milton and Feversham, belong to the Port of Sandwich. In like manner the ports of Harwich, Colchester, Wevenhoe, Malden, Lee, and are said to be members of the Port of Ipswich. This observation may suffice for what is needful to be said upon the same subject, when I may come to speak of the port of Sandwich, and its members, and their privileges, with respect to Rochester, Milton, Feversham, and in my circuit through the county of Kent. Letter 2. Containing a description of the sea coasts of Kent, Sussex, Hampshire, and of part of Surrey. Kent coast and Maidstone. Sir, as in my first journey I went over the eastern counties of England, viz. Essex, Suffolk, Norfolk, and Cambridge, and took my course on that side the river Thames, to view the sea coasts, harbours, and so being now to traverse the southern counties, I begin with the other side of the Thames, and shall surround the sea coast of Kent, as I did that of Norfolk and Suffolk. And perhaps it is as fruitful of instructing and diverting observations as any of the other. I took boat at Tower Wharf, sending my horses round by land to meet me at Greenwich, that I might begin my journey at the beginning of the county, and here I had the advantage of making my first step into the county of Kent. At a place which is the most delightful spot of ground in Great Britain. Pleasant by situation, those pleasures increased by art, and all made completely agreeable by the accident of fine buildings, the continual passing of fleets of ships up and down the most beautiful river in Europe. The best air, best prospect, and the best conversation in England. The Royal Hospital for Seamen, though not yet finished. The Park, the Queen's House, the Observatory on the hill, commonly called Flamstead House, are all things so well known, they need no particular description. The ground, part of this hospital now stands upon, and is to stand upon, is the same on which formerly stood the royal palace of our kings. Here Henry VIII held his royal feasts with justs and tournaments, and the ground which was called the Tiltyard, is the spot on which the easternmost wing of the hospital is built. The park, for it was even then a park also, was enlarged, walled about, and planted with beautiful rows, or walks of trees by King Charles II. Soon after the Restoration. And the design or plan of a royal palace was then laid out, one wing of which was finished and covered in a most magnificent manner, and makes now the first wing of the hospital as you come to it from London. The building is regular. The lower part a strong Doric, the middle part a most beautiful Corinthian, with an attic above all, to complete the height. The front to the water side is extremely magnificent and graceful, embellished with rich carved work and fine devices, such as will hardly be outdone in this or any age for beauty or art. They must be very ignorant of our English affairs, who have published very lately that Queen Elizabeth built the royal palace of Greenwich, whereas it is evident that it was the palace of King Henry VIII. Her father, before she was born. And this is proved beyond contradiction by this particular circumstance, that Her Majesty was born in this very palace which she is there said to have built. But the beauty of Greenwich is owing to the lustre of its inhabitants, where there is a kind of collection of gentlemen, rather than citizens, and of persons of quality and fashion, different from most, if not all, the villages in this part of England. Here several of the most active and useful gentlemen of the late armies, after having grown old in the service of their country, and covered with the honours of the field, are retired to enjoy the remainder of their time, and reflect with pleasure upon the dangers they have gone through, and the faithful services they have performed both abroad and at home. Several generals, and several of the inferior officers, I say, having thus chosen this calm retreat, live here in as much honour and delight as this world can give. Other gentlemen still in service, as in the navy ordnance, docks, yards, and as well while in business, as after laying down their employments, have here planted themselves, insomuch, that the town of Greenwich begins to outswell its bounds, and extends itself not only on this side the park to the top of the heath, by the way called Crumhill, but now stretches out on the east side, where Sir John Vanburgh has built a house castle-wise, and where in a little time 'tis probable, several streets of like buildings will be erected, to the enlarging and beautifying the town, and increasing the inhabitants, who, as I have said, are already the chief beauty and ornament of the place. We are told also that leave will be obtained to build a new church on that side. The parish church, though new rebuilt, and very large and beautiful, not being sufficient to receive the inhabitants, much less will it be so, if the buildings go on to increase, as they have done, and as they now seem to do. The river of Thames is here very broad, and the channel deep, and the water at some very high spring tides is salt, but in ordinary tides, is very sweet and fresh, especially at the tide of ebb. The country behind Greenwich adds to the pleasure of the place. Blackheath, both for beauty of situation, and an excellent air, is not outdone by any spot of ground so near the river and so near land in England. On the east side stands an hospital very particular for its foundation or design, though, through the misfortunes of the times, the generous design of the founder has been much straitened 3d, and in great part, defeated. It was built by Sir John Morden, a Turkey merchant of London, but who lived in a great house at the going off from the Heath, a little south of the hospital on the road to Eltham. His first design, as I had it from his own mouth the year before Lie began to build, was to make apartments for 40 decayed merchants, to whom he resolved to allow 4 ol. per annum, each. With coals, a gown, and servants to look after their apartments, and many other conveniences so as to make their lives as comfortable as possible, and that, as they had lived like gentlemen, they might die so. Sir John Morden and his lady lie buried in a vault in the chancel of the chapel of this hospital. The chapel is a very neat building facing the entrance into the court. The lodgings for the merchants are on either side. 2 apartments in each staircase, with cellars for their conveniences, coals, beer, 8 cubic centimeters, and each apartment consists of a bedchamber, and a study, or large closet, for their retreat, and to divert themselves in with books, and they have a public kitchen, a hall to dine in, and over the hall is a large room for the trustees, who manage the whole, to meet in. There is also a very good apartment for the chaplain, whose salary is 50l. a year. There are also dwellings for the cooks, butlers, porter, the women and other servants, and reasonable salaries allowed them, and behind the chapel is a handsome burying ground walled in. There are also very good gardens. In a word, it is the noblest foundation, and most considerable single piece of charity that has been erected in England since Sutton's Hospital in London. I call it single, because it has been built and endowed by one single hand. The situation is very pleasant, and the air very healthy and good. There is erected over the gate, since Sir John's death, his statue in stone, set up by his lady, and since her death, her own is set up near it, by the trustees, she having been a benefactress to the foundation many ways since his decease. There is a velvet pall given, by her ladyship in particular, to be laid up in the chapel for the use of the gentlemen, as also a large quantity of communion plate, and the chaplain is obliged to read prayers twice every day, viz. at 11 o'clock, and at 3, at which all the pensioners are obliged to attend. On the other side of the heath, north, is Charlton, a village famous, or rather infamous for the yearly collected rabble of mad people, at Horn Fair. The rudeness of which I cannot but think, is such as ought to be suppressed, and indeed in a civilized well-governed nation, it may well be said to be unsufferable. The mob indeed at that time take all kinds of liberties, and the women are especially impudent for that day. As if it was a day that justified the giving themselves a loose to all manner of indecency and immodesty, without any reproach, or without suffering the censure which such behavior would deserve at another time. The introduction of this rude assembly, or the occasion of it, I can meet with very little account of, in antiquity. And I rather recommend it to the public justice to be suppressed, as a nuisance and offence to all sober people, than to spend any time to inquire into its original. There are some very good houses lately built in this town, and abating the rabble and hurry of the 19th of October, as above, 'tis indeed a very pleasant village. Standing on the top of a high hill, yet sheltered on one side by Shooter's Hill, which is much higher, and on the other side, overlooking the marshes and the river Thames, on which it has a very agreeable prospect from London almost to Gravesend. Through this town lies the road to Woolwich, a town on the bank of the same river, wholly taken up by, and in a manner raised from, the yards, and public works, erected there for the public service. Here, when the business of the Royal Navy increased, and Queen Elizabeth built larger and greater ships of war than were usually employed before, new docks, and launches were erected, and places prepared for the building and repairing ships of the largest size. Because, as here was a greater depth of water and a freer channel, than at Deptford, where the chief yard in the river of Thames was before, so there was less hazard in the great ships going up and down. The crowd of merchant ships at Deptford, being always such, as that it could not be so safe to come up thither, as to put in at Woolwich. At this dock the Royal Sovereign was built, once the largest ship in the whole Royal Navy, and in particular esteemed, for so large a ship, the best sailor in the world. Here also was rebuilt the Royal Prince, now called the Queen, a first-rate, carrying 100 guns, and several others, close under the south shore from the west end of Woolwich. The Thames is very deep, and the men of war lie there moored. And as we call it, laid up. Their topmasts, and all their small rigging taken down and laid in warehouses. This reaches as high as the point over against Bow River and is called Bugby's Hole. The docks, yards, and all the buildings belonging to it, are encompassed with a high wall, and are exceeding spacious and convenient. And are also prodigious full of all manner of stores of timber, plank, masts, pitch, tar, and all manner of naval provisions to such a degree, as is scarce to be calculated. Besides the building yards, here is a large rope walk where the biggest cables are made for the men of war. And on the east or lower part of the town is the gun yard, or place set apart for the great guns belonging to the ships, commonly called the park, or the gun park. Where is a prodigious quantity of all manner of ordnance stores, such as are fit for sea service, that is to say, cannon of all sorts for the ships of war, every ship's guns by themselves. Heavy cannon for batteries, and mortars of all sorts and sizes, insomuch, that, as I was informed, here has been sometimes laid up at one time between 7,000 and 8,000 pieces of ordnance, besides mortars and shells without number. Here also is the house where the firemen and engineers prepare their fireworks, charge bombs, carcasses, and grenades for the public service, in time of war. And here, if I remember right, it was in the time of a Dutch war, by mischance, the fire in the laboratory took hold of some combustibles, which spreading furred first a bomb or shell. And the bursting of that shell blew up all the works with such a terrible blast and noise, as shook and shattered the whole town of Woolwich almost in pieces, and terrified the people to the last degree, but killed no person as I heard of. Except about 11 men who were in or near the fireworking house, where it first took hold. In this park, close on the south bank of the river, a large battery of 40 pieces of heavy cannon was riced, to have saluted the Dutch, if they had thought fit to have ventured up the river in 1667. As was given out they would when they burnt our ships at Chatham. And large furnaces and forges were erected to have furnished the gunners with red-hot bullets for that service, but the Dutch had no design that way and did their business with far less hazard, and as much to our disgrace in another place. Here is usually a guardship riding, especially in time of service. Also here is a large hulk made of the carcass of an old man of war, sufficiently large for setting the masts of the biggest ships in the navy. The Thames is here at high water near a mile over, and the water salt upon the flood, and as the Channel lies straight east and west for about 3 miles, the tide runs very strong. 'Tis entirely free from shoals and sands, and has 7 or 8 fathom water, so that the biggest ships, and a great many of them, might ride here with safety even at low water. From this town there is little remarkable upon the river, till we come to Gravesend, the whole shore being low, and spread with marshes and unhealthy grounds, except with small intervals, where the land bends inward as at Erith, Greenwich, Northfleet, and in which places the chalk hills come close to the river, and from thence the city of London, the adjacent countries, and even Holland and Flanders, are supplied with lime, for their building, or chalk to make lime, and for other uses. From these chalky cliffs on the river side, the rubbish of the chalk, which crumbles away when they dig the larger chalk for lime, or, as we might call it, the chips of the chalk, and which they must be at the charge of removing to be out of their way, is bought and fetched away by lighters and hoys, and carried to all the ports and creeks in the opposite county of Essex, and even to Suffolk and Norfolk, and sold there to the country farmers to lay upon their land, and that in prodigious quantities. And so is it valued by the farmers of those countries, that they not only give from 2 shillings and 6 pence, to 4 shillings a load for it, according to the distance the place is from the said chalk cliff, but they fetch it by land carriage 10 miles, nay 15 miles, up into the country. This is the practice in all the creeks and rivers in Essex, even to Malden, Colchester, the Nace, and into Harwich harbour up to Manningtree, and to Ipswich, as also in Suffolk, to Aldborough, Orford, Dunwich, Swold, and as high as Yarmouth in Norfolk. Thus the barren soil of Kent, for such the chalky grounds are esteemed, make the Essex lands rich and fruitful, and the mixture of earth forms a composition, which out of two barren extremes, makes one prolific medium. The strong clay of Essex and Suffolk is made fruitful by the soft meliorating melting chalk of Kent, which fattens and enriches it. On the back side of these marshy grounds in Kent at a small distance, lies the road from London to Dover, and on that highway, or near it, several good towns, for example, Eltham, formerly a royal palace when the court was kept at Greenwich. And Queen Elizabeth, who, as before, was born at Greenwich, was often carried, as they say, to Eltham by her nurses to suck in the wholesome air of that agreeable place, but at present there are few or no signs of the old palace to be seen. It is now a pleasant town, very handsomely built, full of good houses, and many families of rich citizens inhabit here, as I observed of the villages adjacent to London in other counties, so it is here. They bring a great deal of good company with them, also abundance of ladies of very good fortunes dwell here, and one sees at the church such an appearance of the sex, as is surprising. But 'tis complained of that the youths of these families where those beauties grow, are so generally or almost universally bred abroad, either in Turkey, Italy, or Spain, as merchants, or in the army or court as gentlemen. That for the ladies to live at Eltham, is, as it were, to live recluse and out of sight, since to be kept where the gentlemen do not come, is all one as to be kept where they cannot come. This they say threatens Eltham with a fatal turn, unless the scene alters in a few years, and they tell us, that all the ladies will abandon the place. In the neighbourhood of this place at Lvsvm, Sir John Lethelier, a Turkey merchant, lived for many years, and to a great age, and has established his family in the separate houses of 3 or 4 several sons. To all which he has left plentiful estates in this country, but especially in Essex, where his eldest son has a very noble seat and estate near Barking. From this side of the country all pleasant and gay, we go over Shooter's Hill, where the face of the world seems quite altered, for here we have but a chalky soil, and indifferently fruitful, far from rich. Much overgrown with wood, especially coppice wood, which is cut for faggots and bavins, and sent up by water to London. Here they make those faggots which the woodmongers call ostry wood, and here in particular those small light bavins which are used in taverns in London to light their faggots, and are called in the taverns a brush, the woodmen call them pimps. 'Tis incredible what vast quantities of these are laid up at Woolwich, Erith, and Dartford, but since the taverns in London are come to make coal fires in their upper rooms, that cheat of a trade declines. And though that article would seem to be trifling high itself, 'tis not trifling to observe what an alteration it makes in the value of those woods in Kent, and how many more of them than usual are yearly stubbed up, and the land made fit for the plough. As I passed, I saw Gravesend from the hills, but having been often in the town, I know enough to be able to say, that there is nothing considerable in it. Except first that it is the town where the great ferry, as they call it, is kept up between London and East Kent. It is hardly credible what numbers of people pass here every tide, as well by night as by day. Between this town and London, almost all the people of East Kent, when they go for London, go no farther by land than this town. And then for 6 pence in the tilt boat, or 1 shilling in a small boat or wherry, are carried to London by water. About 25 years ago one of these tilt boats was cast away, occasioned by the desperate obstinacy and rudeness of the steersman or master, as they call him, who would tack again and stand over upon a wind, in the reach called Long Reach. Contrary to the advice and entreaties not of the passengers only but of his own rowers, who told him it blew a storm and she would founder. But he called them fools, bid the wind blow devil, a rude sailor's proverb, the more wind the better boat, till coming into the Channel where the sea ran very high, he took in a wave, or a sea, as they call it, which run her down, and foundered her. As was foretold. And himself and 53 passengers were all drowned, only about 5 escaping by swimming. The other thing for which this town is worth notice, is, that all the ships which go to sea from London, take, as we say, their departure from hence. For here all outward-bound ships must stop, come to an anchor, and suffer what they call a second clearing, viz. Here a searcher of the customs comes on board, looks over all the coquettes or entries of the cargo, and may, if he pleases, rummage the whole loading, to see if there are no more goods than are entered. Which however they seldom do, though they forget not to take a compliment for their civility, and besides being well treated on board, have generally 3 or 5 guns furred in honour to them when they go off. The method of causing all ships to stop here before they go, is worth observing, and is as follows. When a merchant ship comes down from London, if they have the tide of ebb under foot, or a fresh gale of wind from the west, so that they have what they call fresh way, and the ships come down apace, they generally hand some of their sails, haul up a foresail or mainsail, or lower the foretop sail. So to slacken her way, as soon as they come to the old man's head. When they open the reach, which they call Gravesend Reach, which begins about 1.5 miles above the town, they do the like, to signify that they intend to bring to, as the sailors call it, and come to an anchor. As soon as they come among the ships that are riding in the road, as there are always a great many, the sentinel at the blockhouse, as they call it, on Gravesend side fires his musket, which is to tell the pilot he must bring to. If he comes on, as soon as the ship passes broadside with the blockhouse, the sentinel fires again, which is as much as to say, why don't you bring to? If he drives a little farther, he fires a third time, and the language of that is, bring to immediately, and let go your anchor, or we will make you. If the ship continues to drive down, and does not let go her anchor, the gunner of the fort is fetched, and he fires a piece of cannon though without ball. And that is still a threat, though with some patience, and is to say, will you come to an anchor or won't you? If he still ventures to go on, by which he gives them to understand he intends to run for it. Then the gunner fires again, and with a shot, and that shot is a signal to the fortress over the river, viz. Tilbury Fort, which I described in my account of Essex, and they immediately let fly at the ship from the guns on the east bastion and after from all the guns they can bring to bear upon her. It is very seldom that a ship will venture their shot, because they can reach her all the way unto the Hope, and round the Hope Point almost to Hole Haven. Yet I happened once to be upon the shore just by Tilbury Fort, when a ship ventured to run off in spite of all those firings. And it being just at the first shoot of the ebb, and when a great fleet of light colliers and other ships were under sail too. By that time, the ship escaping came round the Hope Point, she was so hid among the other ships, that the gunners on the bastion hardly knew who to shoot at. Upon which they manned out several boats with soldiers, in hopes to overtake her or to make signals to some men of war at the Nore, to man out their boats, and stop her, but she laughed at them all. For as it blew a fresh gale of wind at southwest, and a tide of ebb strong under her foot, she went 3 foot for their one, and by that time the boats got down to Hole Haven, the ship was beyond the Nore, and as it grew dark, they soon lost sight of her, nor could they ever hear to this day what ship it was, or on what account she ventured to run such a risque. Another time I was with some merchants in a large yacht, bound to France. They had a great quantity of block tin on board, and other goods, which had not been entered at the custom house. And the master or captain told us, he did not doubt but he would pass by Gravesend without coming to an anchor. He lay, when this thought came into his head, at an anchor in Gray's Reach just above the old man's head, mentioned above, which is a point or head of land on the Essex shore, which makes the bottom of Gray's Reach and the upper end of Gravesend Reach. He observed that the mornings were likely to be exceeding foggy. Particularly on the morning next after his resolution of trying there was so thick a fog, that it was scarce possible to see from the mainmast to the bowsprit, even of a hoy. It being high water, he resolved to weigh and drive, as he called it, and so he did. When he came among the other ships and over against the town, his greatest danger was running foul of them. To prevent which he kept a man lying on his belly at the bowsprit end, to look out, and so, though not without some danger too, he went clear. As for Gravesend or Tilbury Fort, they could see no more of us than they could of London Bridge. And we drove in this fog undiscerned by the forts of the custom-house men, as low as Holehaven, and went afterwards clear away to Cannes in Normandy without being visited. But such attempts as these, are what would very hardly be brought to pass again now, nor is the risque worth any body's running if the value be considerable that may be lost. And therefore one may venture to say, that all the ships which go out of the river from London, are first cleared here, even the empty colliers and coasters go on shore, and give an account who they are. And take a signal from the Customs House office, and pay 6d, and then pass on. As for ships coming in, they all go by here without any notice taken of them, unless it be to put waiters on board them, if they are not supplied before. From Gravesend we see nothing remarkable on the road but Gad's Hill, a noted place for robbing of CMEM after they have received their pay at Chatham. Here it was that famous robbery was committed in the year 1676 or thereabouts. It was about 4 o'clock in the morning when a gentleman was robbed by one Nix on a bay mare, just on the declining part of the hill, on the west side, for he swore to the spot and to the man, Mr. Nix who robbed him, came away to Gravesend, immediately ferried over, and, as he said, was stopped by the difficulty of the boat, and of the passage, near an hour. Which was a great discouragement to him, but was a kind of bait to his horse. From thence he rode cross the county of Essex, through Tilbury, Hornden, and by Lerwick to Chelmsford. Here he stopped about half an hour to refresh his horse, and gave him some balls. From thence to Braintree, Barking, Wethersfield, then over the downs to Cambridge, and from thence keeping still the cross roads, he went by Fenny Stanton to Godmanchester, and Huntington, where he baited himself and his mare about an hour. And, as he said himself, slept about half an hour, then holding on the north road, and keeping a full larger gallop most of the way, he came to York the same afternoon, put off his boots and riding clothes, and went dressed as if he had been an inhabitant of the place, not a traveller, to the Bowling Green, where, among other gentlemen, was the Lord Mayor of the city. He, singling out his lordship, studied to do something particular that the mayor might remember him by, and accordingly lays some odd bet with him concerning the bulls then running, which should cause the mayor to remember it the more particularly. And then takes occasion to ask his lordship what clock it was, who, pulling out his watch, told him the hour, which was a quarter before, or a quarter after 8 at night. Some other circumstances, it seems, he carefully brought into their discourse, which should make the Lord Mayor remember the day of the month exactly, as well as the hour of the day. Upon a prosecution which happened afterwards for this robbery, the whole merit of the case turned upon this single point: the person robbed swore as above to the man, to the place, and to the time, in which the fact was committed, namely, that he was robbed on Gad's Hill in Kent, on such a day, and at such a time of the day, and on such a part of the hill, and that the prisoner at the bar was the man that robbed him. Nix, the prisoner, denied the fact, called several persons to his reputation, all alleged that he was as far off as Yorkshire at that time, and that particularly the day whereon the prosecutor swore he was robbed, he was at bowls on the public green in the city of York. And to support this, he produced the Lord Mayor of York to testify that he was so, and that the mayor acted so and so with him there as above. This was so positive, and so well attested, that the jury acquitted him on a bare supposition, that it was impossible the man could be at two places so remote on one and the same day. There are more particulars related of this story, such as I do not take upon me to affirm, namely, that King Charles II prevailed on him on assurance of pardon, and that he should not be brought into any farther trouble about it, to confess the truth to him privately, and that he owned to his Majesty that he committed the robbery, and how he rode the journey after it. And that upon this the king gave him the name or title of Swift Nix, instead of Nix. But these things, I say, I do not relate as certain. I return to the business in hand. From Gad's Hill we come to Rochester Bridge, the largest, highest, and the strongest built of all the bridges in England, except London Bridge. Some indeed say, the bridge of Newcastle upon Tyne exceeds all the bridges in England for strength. And it is indeed very firm and wide, and has a street of houses upon it like London Bridge, and a gate in the middle as large as a little castle, of which in its place, but then it is neither so high nor so long as this bridge at Rochester. Rochester, Stroud, and Chatham are three distinct places, but contiguous, except the interval of the river between the two first, and a very small marsh or vacancy between Rochester and Chatham. There's little remarkable in Rochester, except the ruins of a very old castle, and an antient but not extraordinary cathedral, but the river, and its appendices are the most considerable of the kind in the world. This being the chief arsenal of the Royal Navy of Great Britain. The buildings here are indeed like the ships themselves, surprisingly large, and in their several kinds beautiful. The warehouses, or rather streets of warehouses, and storehouses for laying up the naval treasure are the largest in dimension, and the most in number, that are anywhere to be seen in the world. The rope walk for making cables, and the forges for anchors and other iron work, bear a proportion to the rest. As also the wet dock for keeping masts, and yards of the greatest size, where they lie sunk in the water to preserve them, the boat yard, the anchor yard, all like the whole, monstrously great and extensive, and are not easily described. We come next to the stores themselves, for which all this provision is made. And first, to begin with the ships that are laid up there, the sails, the rigging, the ammunition, guns, great and small shot, small arms, swords, cutlasses, half-pikes. With all the other furniture belonging to the ships that ride at their moorings in the river Medway, these take up one part of the place, having separate buildings, and storehouses appropriated to them. Where the furniture of every ship lies in particular warehouses by themselves, and may be taken out on the most hasty occasion without confusion, fire excepted. N.B. The powder is generally carried away to particular magazines to avoid disaster. Besides these, there are storehouses for laying up the furniture, and stores for ships, but which are not appropriated, or do not belong, as it is expressed by the officers, to any particular ship, but lie ready to be delivered out for the furnishing other ships to be built, or for repairing and supplying the ships already there, as occasion may require. For this purpose there are separate and respective magazines of pitch, tar, hemp, flax, tow, rosin, oil, tallow, also of sail cloth, canvas, anchors, cables, standing and running rigging, ready fitted, and cordage not fitted. With all kinds of ship chandlery necessaries, such as blocks, tackles, runners, and with the cooks, boatswains, and gunners' stores, and also anchors of all sizes, grapnels, chains, bolts, and spikes, wrought and unwrought iron, cast iron work, such as pots, cauldrons, furnaces, and also boats, spare masts and yards. With a great quantity of lead and nails, and other necessaries, too many to be enumerated, whose store looks as if it were inexhaustible. To observe these things deliberately, one would almost wonder what ships they were, and where they should be found, which could either for building, or repairing, fighting, or refitting, call for such a quantity of all those things. But when, on the other hand, one sees the ships, and considers their dimension, and consequently the dimension of all things which belong to them, how large, how strong every thing must be, how much of the materials must go to the making everything proportionable to the occasion, the wonder would change its prospect, and one would be as much amazed to think how and where they should be supplied. The particular government of these yards, as they are called, is very remarkable, the commissioners, clerks, accomplants, and within doors, the storekeepers, yard keepers, dock keepers, watchmen, and all other officers without doors, with the subordination of all officers one to another respectively, as their degree in offices require, is admirable. The watchmen are set duly every night at stated and certain places, within the several yards, with every one a bell over his head, which they ring or toll every hour, giving so many strokes as the hour reckons. And then one taking it from another through every part of the yard, and of all the yards, makes the watching part be performed in a very exact and regular manner. In the river there is a guard boat, which, as the main guard in a garrison, goes the grand rounds at certain times, to see that every sentinel does his duty on board the ships. These go by every ship in the river, and see that the people on board are at their post, if the ship does not challenge, that is to say, if the man placked to look out does not call, who comes there? The guard boat boards them immediately, to examine who is deficient in their duty. They told us an odd story of a guard boat which, having not been challenged by the person who ought to have been walking on the forecastle of the ship, boarded them on the bow. And as the boat's crew was entering the ship by the forechains, they found a man fallen overboard, but the lap of his coat catching in a block, was drawn so hard in by the running of the rope in the block, that it held the man fast. But he was fallen so low, that his head and arms hung in the water, and he was almost drowned. However, it seems he was not quite dead. So that catching hold of him, and pulling him out of the water, they saved his life, but they added, as the main part of the story, that the man could never give any account of his disaster, or how he came to fall overboard. Only said that it must be the devil that threw him overboard, for nothing else could do it. How true this passage may be, I do not undertake to enter upon the debate of. The expedition that has been sometimes used here in fitting out men of war, is very great, and as the workmen related, 'tis indeed incredible. Particularly, they told us, that the Royal Sovereign, a first rate of 106 guns, was riding at her moorings, entirely unrigged, and nothing but her 3 masts standing, as is usual when a ship is laid up, and that she was completely rigged. All her masts up, her yards put to, her sails bent, anchors and cables on board, and the ship sailed down to Blackstakes in 3 days, Sir Cloudesley Shovel being then her captain. I do not vouch the thing, but when I consider, first, that everything lay ready in her storehouses, and wanted nothing but to be fetched out and carried on board. 1,000 or 1,500 men to be employed in it, and more if they were wanted. And every man, knowing his business perfectly well, boats, carriages, pulleys, tacklers, cranes, and hulk all ready, I do not know, but it might be done in 1 day if it was tried. Certain it is, the dexterity of the English sailors in those things is not to be matched by the world. The building yards, docks, timber yard, deal yard, mast yard, gun yard, rope walks, and all the other yards and places, set apart for the works belonging to the navy, are like a well-ordered city, and though you see the whole place as it were in the utmost hurry, yet you see no confusion, every man knows his own business. The master builders appoint the working, or converting, as they call it, of every piece of timber, and give to the other head workmen, or foremen their moulds for the squaring and cutting out of every piece, and placing it in its proper byrth, so they call it, in the ship that is in building, and every hand is busy in pursuing those directions. And so in all the other works. It is about 16 or 18 miles from Rochester Bridge to Sheerness Fort by water on the river Medway. Of this it is about 14 miles to Blackstakes. The channel is so deep all the way, the banks soft, and the reaches of the river so short, that in a word, 'tis the safest and best harbour in the world. And we saw 2 ships of 80 guns, each riding afloat at low water within musket shot of Rochester Bridge. The ships ride as in a mill pond, or a wet dock, except that being moored at the chains, they swing up and down with the tide. But as there is room enough, so they are moored in such manner, that they cannot swing foul of one another. 'Tis as safe, I say, as in a wet dock, nor did I ever hear of any accident that befell any of the king's ships here, I mean by storms and weather, except in that dreadful tempest in 1703, when one ship, viz. the Royal Catherine was driven on shore, and receiving some damage sunk, and the ship also being old, could not be weighed again, but this was such a storm as never was known before, and 'tis hoped the like may never be known again. There are 2 castles on the shore of this river, the one at Upnor, where there is a good platform of guns, and which guards 2 reaches of the river, and is supposed to defend all the ships which ride above, between that and the bridge. Also on the other shore is Gillingham Castle, formed for the same purpose, and well furnished with guns which command the river, besides which there is a fort or platform of guns at a place called the Swamp and another at Cockham Wood. But all these are added, or at least additions made to them, since the time that the Dutch made that memorable attempt upon the Royal Navy in this river, viz., on the 22d of June, in the year 1667. For at that time all was left unguarded, and as it were, secure, there were but 4 guns that could be used at Upnor, and scarce so many at Gillingham, the carriages being rotten and broke. And in a word, everything concurring to invite the enemy. There were about 12 guns at the Isle of Sheppey, where since Sheerness Fort is built. But the Dutch soon beat them from those guns, and made the place too hot for them, dismounting also most of the guns, after which they went boldly up to Blackstakes with their whole squadron. And after that 7 of their biggest men of war went up as high as Upnor, where they did what mischief they could, and went away again, carrying off the Royal Charles, a first-rate ship of 100 guns, and burning the London, and several others. Besides the damaging most of the ships which were within their reach. And all things considered, it was a victory, that they went away without ruining all the rest of the navy that was in that river. But as this is a dull story in itself, so it is none of my present business farther than to introduce what follows. Namely, that this alarm gave England such a sense of the consequence of the river Medway, and of the docks and yards at Chatham, and of the danger the Royal Navy lay exposed to there, that all these doors which were open then are locked up and sufficiently barred since that time. And 'tis not now in the power of any nation under heaven, no, though they should be masters at sea, unless they were masters at land too at the same time, to give us such another affront. For besides all the castles, lines of guns, and platforms on each side the river Medway, as we go up, as above, there is now a royal fort built at the point of the Isle of Sheppey, called Sheerness, which guards that entrance into the river. This is a regular, and so complete a fortification, and has such a line of heavy cannon commanding the mouth of the river, that no man of war, or fleet of men of war, would attempt to pass by as the Dutch did. Or at least could not effect it without hazard of being torn to pieces by those batteries. Sheerness is not only a fortress, but a kind of town, with several streets in it, and inhabitants of several sorts. But chiefly such whose business obliges them to reside here. The officers of the ordnance have here apartments, and an office, they being often obliged to be here many days together. Especially in time of war, when the rendezvous of the fleet is at the Nore, to see to the furnishing every ship with military stores as need requires, and to check the officers of the ships in their demands of those stores, and the like. Here is also a yard for building ships, with a dock, the reason of which, is to repair any ship speedily that may meet with any accident, either riding at the Nore, or in any service at sea near the river. But then, 'tis to be observed, that those are but 5th and 6th rate ships, small frigates, yachas, and such vessels. At biggest, nothing above a 4th rate can come in here. The Sheerness galley, as I am told, was built here, and had her name on that occasion. This yard is a late thing also, and built many years since the fort. This fort commands only the entrance into the Medway, or that branch of the Medway, properly, which they call West Swale. The East Swale, not navigable by ships of force, goes in by the town of Queenborough, passes east, makes the Isle of Sheppey, parting it on the south side, and opens to the sea, near Feversham, and Swale Cliff, and is therefore of small consequence. As for the expression of a certain author, that Sheerness divides the mouth of the 2 rivers, Thames and Medway, 'tis not said for want of ignorance, and cannot be true in fact. The mouth of the Medway opening into the Thames, and the mouth of the Thames, not being within 20 miles of it, viz., from the Nace and North Foreland. At the southwest point of the Isle of Sheppey, where the East Swale parts from the west, and passes on, as above, stands a town memorable for nothing, but that which is rather a dishonour to our country than otherwise, namely, Queenborough. A miserable, dirty, decayed, poor, pitiful, fishing town. Yet vested with corporation privileges, has a mayor, alderman, and his worship the mayor has his mace carried before him to church, and attended in as much state and ceremony as the mayor of a town 20 times as good. I remember when I was there, Mr. Mayor was a butcher, and brought us a shoulder of mutton to our inn himself in person, which we bespoke for our dinner, and afterwards he sat down and drank a bottle of wine with us. But that which is still worse, and which I meant in what I said before, is, that this town sends 2 burgesses to Parliament, as many as the borough of Suffolk, or the city of Westminster, though, it may be presumed all the inhabitants are not possessed of estates answerable to the rent of one good house in either of those places I last mentioned. The chief business of this town, as I could understand, consists in ale-houses, and oyster-catchers. Here we took boat, and went up the East Swale to a town, which lies, as it were hid, in the country, and among the creeks, for 'tis out of the way, and almost out of sight, as well by water as by land, I mean Milton. It lies up so many creeks and windings of the water, that nobody sees it by water, but they who go on purpose out of the way to it. And as to the road, it lies also about a mile on the left hand of the great road, as we pass through Sittingbourne, so that no body sees it on that side neither, unless they go on purpose out of the road to it. And yet it is a large town, has a considerable market, and especially for corn, and fruit and provisions, which they send to London by water. From hence following the coast, and the great road together, for they are still within view of one another, we come to Feversham, a large populace, and as some say, a rich town, though here is no particular remarkable trade, either for manufacture or navigation. The principal business we found among them, was fishing for oysters, which the Dutch fetch hence in such extraordinary quantities, that when I was there, we found 12 large Dutch hoys and doggers lying there to load oysters. And sometimes, as they told us, there are many more. This is greatly to the advantage of the place, as it employs abundance of men and boats in drudging for the oysters, which they catch in great plenty, in the mouth of the East Swale, which, as I said above, enters in this part of the country into the sea, and opens very wide. It was at the mouth of this swale, namely, at Shellness, so called from the abundance of oyster shells always lying there, that the smack in which the late King James II was embarked for his escape into France, ran on shore, and being boarded by the fishermen, the king was taken prisoner. And I must mention it to the reproach of the people of Feversham, let the conduct of that unfortunate prince be what it will, that the fishermen and rabble can never be excused, who treated the king, even after they were told who he was, with the utmost indecency, using his majesty. For he was then their sovereign, even in the acknowledged sense of his enemies, I say, using him with such indignity in his person, such insolence in their behavior, and giving him such opprobrious and abusive language, and searching him in the rudest and most indecent manner, and indeed rifling him, that the king himself said, he was never more apprehensive of his life than at that time. He was afterwards carried by them up to the town, where he was not much better treated for some time, till some neighbouring gentlemen high the county came in, who understood their duty better, by whom he was at least preserved from farther violence. Till coaches and a guard came from London, by the Prince of Orange's order, to bring him with safety and freedom to London, where he was at least for the present much better received, as in the history of those times is to be seen. While I was near this town some years ago, a most surprising accident happened, namely, the blowing up of a powder mill, which stood upon the river, close to the town. The blast was not only frightful, but it shattered the whole town, broke the windows, blew down chimneys, and gable ends not a few. Also several people were killed at the powder house itself, though not any, as I remember, in the town, but what was most remarkable in it all, was, that the eldest son of the master of the powder mill, a youth of about 15 years of age, who was not in the mill, or near it, when it blew up, but in a boat upon the river, rowing cross for his diversion, was killed by a piece of the building of the mill, which blew up into the air by the force of the powder, and fell down upon him in the boat. I know nothing else this town is remarkable for, except the most notorious smuggling trade, carried on partly by the assistance of the Dutch, in their oyster boats, and partly by other arts, in which they say, the people hereabouts are arrived to such a proficiency, that they are grown monstrous rich by that wicked trade. Nay, even the oling trade, so they call the clandestine exporting of wool, has seemed to be transposed from Rumney Marsh to this coast, and a great deal of it had been carried on between the mouth of the East Swale and the North Foreland. As to the landing goods here from Holland and France, such as wine and brandy from the latter, and pepper, tea, coffee, calicoes, tobacco, and such goods, the duties of which being very high in England, had first been drawn back by debentures, that black trade has not only been carried on here, as I was informed, but on both sides the river, on the Essex as well as the Kentish shores, of which I shall speak again in its place. From this East Swale, and particularly from these last three towns, Queenborough, Milton, and Feversham, the fish market at Billingsgate is supplied with several sorts of fish. But particularly with the best and largest oysters, such as they call stewing oysters, which are generally called also Milton oysters. Some of which are exceeding large, as also with a very great quantity of others of a lesser size, as they are from the Essex side, with a smaller and greener sort, called Wallfleet. So that the whole city of London is chiefly supplied with oysters from this part of the Thames. From hence also are sent by water to London very great quantities of fruit, that is to say, apples and cherries. Which are product in this county, more than high any county in England, especially cherries, and this leads me to cross the hills from Milton to Maidstone, a town on the river Medway, about 10 miles distant. This is a considerable town, very populous, and the inhabitants generally wealthy. 'Tis the county town, and the river Medway is navigable to it by large hoys, of 50 to 60 tons burthen, the tide flowing quite up to the town. Round this town are the largest cherry orchards, and the most of them that are in any part of England. And the gross of the quantity of cherries, and the best of them which supply the whole city of London come from hence, and are therefore called Kentish cherries. Here likewise, and in the country adjacent, are great quantities of hops planted, and this is called the mother of hop grounds in England. Being the first place in England where hops were planted in any quantity, and long before any were planted at Canterbury, though that be now supposed to be the chief place in England, as shall be observed in its place, these were the hops, I suppose, which were planted at the beginning of the Reformation, and which gave occasion to that old distich. Hops, Reformation, Bays, and beer came into England all in a year. Maidstone is eminent for the plenty of provisions, and richness of lands in the country all round it, and for the best market in the county, not Rochester, no not Canterbury excepted. From this town, and the neighbouring parts, London is supplied with more particulars than from any single market town in England, which I mention in pursuance of my first resolution of observing how every part of England furnishes something to the city of London. From the Wild of Kent, which begins but about 6 miles off, and particularly from that part which lies this way. They bring the large Kentish bullocks, famed for being generally all red, and with their horns crooked inward, the 2 points standing one directly against the other, they are counted the largest breed in England. From the same country are brought great quantities of the largest timber for supply of the King's yards at Chatham, and often to London, most of which comes by land carriage to Maidstone. From the country adjoining to Maidstone also, is a very great quantity of corn brought up to London, besides hops and cherries, as above. Also a kind of paving stone, about 8 to 10 inches square, so durable that it scarce ever wears out. 'Tis used to pave courtyards, and passages to gentlemen's houses, being the same the Royal Exchange at London is paved with, which has never yet wanted the least repair. Also fine white sand for the glass houses, esteemed the best in England for melting into flint glass, and looking glass plates, and for the stationers' use also, vulgarly called writing sand. Also very great quantities of fruit, such as Kentish pippins, runnets, and which come up as the cherries do, whole hoyloads at a time to the wharf, called the Three Cranes, in London, which is the greatest pippin market perhaps in the world. At Maidstone you begin to converse with gentlemen, and persons of rank of both sexes, and some of quality, all that side of the county which I have mentioned already, as it is marshy, and unhealthy, by its situation among the waters. So it is embarrassed with business, and inhabited chiefly by men of business, such as shipbuilders, fishermen, seafaring men, and husbandmen, or such as depend upon them, and very few families of note are found among them. But as soon as we come down Boxley Hill from Rochester, or Hollingbourne Hill, from Milton, and descend from the poor chalky downs, and deep foggy marshes, to the wholesome rich soil, the well-wooded and well-watered plain on the banks of the Medway, we find the country everywhere spangled with populous villages, and delicious seats of the nobility and gentry. And especially on the north side of the river, beginning at Aylesford, on the Medway, and looking east towards the sea, this Aylesford was formerly the seat of Sir John Banks, and since descended, by his daughter, to Heneage Lord Finch, brother to the Earl of Nottingham, and created Earl of Aylesford, which estate he came to in right of his said lady, the country this way, I say, is full of gentlemen's houses, reckoning from this Aylesford, below Maidstone. On the Medway to Eastwell, near Ashford, the seat of the Earl of Winchelsea. Another noble family of the name of Finch also, though not nearly allied to the Nottingham house. Among these are the antient families of Fane, Colepeeper, Dereham, Honeywood, Wotton, Roberts, Hales, and others, with some good families extinct and gone, whose names however remain in memory. This neighbourhood of persons of figure and quality, makes Maidstone a very agreeable place to live in, and where a man of letters, and of manners, will always find suitable society, both to divert and improve himself. So that here is, what is not often found, namely, a town of very great business and trade, and yet full of gentry, of mirth, and of good company. It is to be recorded here for the honour of the gentry in this part of England, that though they are as sociable and entertaining as any people are, or can be desert to be, and as much famed for good manners, and good humour. Yet the new mode of forming assemblies so much, and so fatally now in vogue, in other parts of England, could never prevail here. And that though, there was an attempt made by some loose persons, and the gentlemen, and ladies, did for a little while appear there. Yet they generally disliked the practice, soon declined to give their company, as to a thing scandalous, and so it dropped of course. There is not much manufacturing in this county. What is left, is chiefly at Canterbury, and in this town of Maidstone, and the neighbourhood. The manufacture of this town is principally in thread, that is to say, linen thread, which they make to pretty good perfection, though not extraordinary fine. At Cranbrook, Tenterden, Goudhurst, and other villages thereabout, which are also in the neighbourhood of this part, on the other side the Medway, there was once a very considerable clothing trade carried on, and the yeomen of Kent, of which so much has been famed, were generally the inhabitants on that side, and who were much enriched by that clothing trade. But that trade is now quite decayed, and scarce 10 clothiers left in all the county. These clothiers and farmers, and the remains of them, upon the general elections of members of Parliament for the county, show themselves still there, being ordinarily 14 or 1,500 freeholders brought from this side of the county, and who for the plainness of their appearance, are called the grey coats of Kent, but are so considerable, that whoever they vote for is always sure to carry it, and therefore the gentlemen are very careful to preserve their interest among them. This town of Maidstone is a peculiar of the Archbishopric of Canterbury, and the Archbishop for the time being, is the proper incumbent, or parson of the parish, and puts in a curate to officiate for him. Here is the county jail also, and generally the assizes, and always the elections are held here. Here was a hot action in the time of the civil wars, between a party of gentlemen who took arms for the king, and who being defeated here, marched boldly towards London, as if they had intended to go directly thither, but turned short, and to their enemies' surprise, unexpectedly crossed the Thames, and joining some Essex gentlemen of the same party, went to Colchester, where they suffered a furious siege and blockade, and defended the town to the last extremity, as you have seen high my account of that place. Canterbury and Sussex. In prosecution of my journey east, I went from hence to Canterbury, of which town and its antiquities so much has been said, and so accurately, that I need do no more than mention it by recapitulation. For, as I have said, the antiquities, and histories of particular places is not my business here, so much as the present state of them. However, I observe here, that the first Christian bishop, if not the first Christian preacher, that ever came to England, for I know not what to say to the story of Joseph of Arimathea, and his holy thorn at Glastonbury, landed in this country, and settled in this place. I mean St. Augustine, sent over by Gregory, Bishop of Rome. This Gregory it seems was a true primitive Christian Bishop of Rome, not such as since are called so, long before they assumed the title of popes, or that usurped honour of universal bishop. That, 7 bishops of Canterbury, from St. Augustine, inclusive of himself, lie buried here in one vault. That Thomas Becket, or Thomas a Becket, as some call him, Archbishop of this see, and several archbishops before him, plagued, insulted, and tyrannized over the kings of England, their sovereigns, in an unsufferable manner. That the first of these, having made himself intolerable to King Henry II, by his obstinacy, pride and rebellion, was here murdered by the connivance, and as some say, by the express order of the king. And that they shew his blood upon the pavement to this day. That he was afterwards canonized, and his shrine made the greatest idol of the world. And they show the stone steps ascending to his shrine, worn away to a slope, by the knees of the pilgrims, and ignorant people who came thither to pray to him, and to desire him to pray for them. That the bodies of King Henry IV and of Edward the Black Prince are buried here, and the magnificent effigies of the latter very curiously carved and engraved, lies on his tomb, or monument. Also that King Stephen should have lain here, but on some scruple of the monks, the corpse was stopped short on the road, and was afterwards buried at Feversham, about 7 miles off. What the monks objected, or whether they had no money offered them, is not recorded with the rest of the story. That the immense wealth offered by votaries, and pilgrims, for several ages to the altar, or shrine of this mock saint, Thomas Becket, was such, that Erasmus Roterdamus, who was in the repository and saw it, relates of it. That the whole place glittered and shone with gold and diamonds. That all this immense treasure, with the lands and revenues of the whole monastery were seized upon, and taken away by King Henry VIII, at the general suppression of religious houses, except such as are annexed to the dean and chapter, and to the revenue of the archbishopric, which are not large. The church is a noble pile of building indeed, and looks venerable and majestic at a distance, as well as when we come nearer to it. The old monastery of all, with the church there, dedicated to St. Augustine, and in the porch of which St. Augustine himself, with the 6 bishops above mentioned lie buried, stands at, or rather stood at a distance, and the ruins of it shew the place sufficiently. What remains of the old buildings about Christ Church, or the cathedral, are principally the cloister, and the bishop's palace, which however is rather to be called a building raised from the old house, than a part of it. Under the church is a large Protestant French church, given first by Queen Elizabeth to the Walloons, who fled hither from the persecution of the Duke d'Alva, and the King of France, and whose number has been since very much increased by the particular cruelty of Louis XIV. The close or circumvallation, where the houses of the prebendaries, and other persons belonging to the cathedral stand, is very spacious and fair, and a great many very good houses are built in it, and some with good gardens, where those gentlemen live at large, and among whom a very good neighbourhood is kept up. As for the town, its antiquity seems to be its greatest beauty, the houses are truly antient, and the many ruins of churches, chapels, oratories, and smaller cells of religious people, makes the place look like a general ruin a little recovered. The city will scarce bear being called populous, were it not for 2,000 or 3,000 French Protestants, which, including men, women and children, they say there are in it, and yet they tell me the number of these decreases daily. The employment of those refugees was chiefly broad silk weaving. But that trade was so decayed before the first act for prohibiting the wearing of East India silks passed, that there were not 20 broad looms left in the city, of near 300, that had formerly been there. Upon the passing that act, the trade revived again and the number of master workmen increased, and the masters increased. And the masters which were there before, increasing their works also, the town filled again, and a great many looms were employed, but after this by the encroaching of the printed calicoes, chintz, and the prevailing of the smuggling trade as above, the silk trade decayed a second time. But now the use and wear of printed calicoes and chintz, being by Act of Parliament severely prohibited, 'tis expected the silk trade at Canterbury will revive a third time, and the inhabitants promise themselves much from it. But the great wealth and increase of the city of Canterbury, is from the surprising increase of the hop grounds all round the place. It is within the memory of many of the inhabitants now living, and that none of the oldest neither, that there was not an acre of ground planted with hops in the whole neighbourhood, or so few as not to be worth naming. Whereas I was assured that there are at this time near 6,000 acres of ground so planted, within a very few miles of the city. I do not vouch the number, and I confess it seems incredible, but I deliver it as I received it. It is observed that the ground round this city proves more particularly fruitful for the growth of hops than of any other production, which was not at first known. but which, upon its being discovered, set all the world, speaking in the language of a neighbourhood, a-digging up their grounds and planting. So that now they may say without boasting, there is at Canterbury the greatest plantation of hops in the whole island. The river Stour was made navigable to this city, by virtue of an Act of Parliament in the reign of King Henry VIII, but the person who undertook it, not meeting with encouragement, and failing in the carrying it on. The locks and sluices are all run to decay, and the citizens are obliged to fetch all their heavy goods either from Fordwich, 3 miles off, or from Whitstable 7 miles off. The latter they choose for such heavy goods as come from London, as oil, wine, grocery, and because 'tis the less hazard by sea, but as for coals, deals, and they come by way of Sandwich, and are brought up the river to Fordwich, as above. In the neighbourhood of this city are some antient families, as Sir Tho. Hales, the Lord Strangford, Sir Henry Oxenden, and several others, the 2 former Roman, also Sir George Rooke, famous for his services at sea against the French. The last of which was in the Straits, where the French fleet was commanded by the Count de Tourville, Admiral of France. Where both sides fought with such equal gallantry, and resolution, and the strength of the fleets were so equal, though the French the most in number of the two, that neither seemed to seek a second engagement. And of which the following lines were made by some of the merry wits of that time. The great Tourville Sir George did beat. The great Sir George beat him. But if they chance again to meet, George will his jacket trim. They both did fight, they both did beat. They both did run away. They both did strive again to meet. The clean contrary way. The shore from Whitstable, and the East Swale, affords nothing remarkable but sea marks, and small towns on the coast, till we come to Margate and the North Foreland. The town of Margate is eminent for nothing that I know of, but for King William's frequently landing here in his returns from Holland, and for shipping a vast quantity of corn for London market, most, if not all of it. The product of the Isle of Thanet, in which it stands. On the northeast point of this land, is the promontory, or headland which I have often mentioned, called the North Foreland. Which, by a line drawn due north to the Naas in Essex, about 6 miles short of Harwich, makes the mouth of the river of Thames, and the port of London, as soon as any vessels pass this foreland from London. They are properly said to be in the open sea. If to the north, they enter the German Ocean, if to the south, the Channel, as 'tis called, that is the narrow seas between England and France. And all the towns or harbours before we come this length, whether on the Kentish or Essex shore, are called members of the port of London. From this point westward, the first town of note is Ramsgate, a small port. The inhabitants are mighty fond of having us call it Romans' Gate, pretending that the Romans under Julius Caesar made their first attempt to land here, when he was driven back by a storm. But soon returned, and coming on shore, with a good body of troops beat back the Britons, and fortified his camp, just at the entrance of the creek, where the town now stands. All which may be true for aught any one knows, but is not to be proved, either by them or any one else, and is of so little concern to us, that it matters nothing whether here or at Deal, where others pretend it was. It was from this town of Ramsgate, that a fellow of gigantic strength, though not of extraordinary stature, came abroad in the world, and was called the English Samson, and who suffered men to fasten the strongest horse they could find to a rope. And the rope round his loins, sitting on the ground, with his feet straight out against a post, and no horse could stir him. Several other proofs of an incredible strength he gave before the king, and abundance of the nobility at Kensington, which no other man could equal. But his history was very short, for in about a year he disappeared, and we heard no more of him since. Sandwich is the next town, lying in the bottom of a bay, at the mouth of the river Stour, an old, decayed, poor, miserable town, of which when I have said that it is an antient town, one of the Cinque Ports, and sends 2 members to Parliament. I have said all that I think can be worth any body's reading of the town of Sandwich. From hence to Deal is about miles. This place is famous for the road for shipping, so well known all over the trading world, by the name of the Downs, and where almost all ships which arrive from foreign parts for London, or go from London to foreign parts, and who pass the Channel, generally stop. The homeward bound to dispatch letters, send their merchants and owners the good news of their arrival, and set their passengers on shore, and the like. And the outward bound to receive their last orders, letters, and farewells from owners, and friends, take in fresh provisions, and sometimes, and when the wind presents fair, ships do come in here, and pass through at once, without coming to an anchor. For they are not obliged to stop, but for their own convenience. This place would be a very wild and dangerous road for ships, were it nor for the South Foreland, a head of land, forming the east point of the Kentish shore, and is called, the South, as its situation respects the North Foreland, and which breaks the sea off, which would otherwise come rolling up from the west, this and a flat, or the bank of sands, which for 3 leagues together, and at about a league, or league and half distance run parallel with the shore, and are dry at low water. These two, I say, break all the force of the sea, on the east and southwest. So that the Downs is counted a very good road. And yet on some particular winds, and especially, if they overblow, the Downs proves a very wild road. Ships are driven from their anchors, and often run on shore, or are forced on the said sands, or into Sandwich Bay, or Ramsgate Pier, as above, in great distress. This is particularly when the wind blows hard at Se or at E by N or Ene. And some other points, and terrible havoc has been made in the Downs at such times. But the most unhappy account that can be given of any disaster in the Downs, is in the time of that terrible tempest, which we call by way of distinction, the Great Storm, being on 27th of November, 1703, unhappy in particular. For that there chanced just at that time to be a great part of the Royal Navy under Sir Cloudesley Shovel, just come into the Downs, in their way to Chatham, to be laid up. 5 of the biggest ships had the good hap to push through the Downs the day before, finding the wind then blow very hard, and were come to an anchor at the Gunfleet. And had they had but one fair day more, they had been all safe at the Nore, or in the river Medway at Blackstakes. There remained in the Downs about 12 sail when this terrible blast began, at which time England may be said to have received the greatest loss that ever happened to the Royal Navy at one time. Either by weather, by enemies, or by any accident whatsoever. The short account of it, as they shoot at me in the town, I mean of what happened in the Downs, is as follows. The Northumberland, a 3rd rate, carrying 70 guns, and 353 men. The Restoration, a 2nd rate, carrying 76 guns, and 386 men. The Stirling Castle, a 2nd rate, carrying 80 guns, and 400 men, but had but 349 men on board, and the Mary, a 3rd rate, of 64 guns, having 273 men on board. These were all lost, with all their men, high and low, except only 1 man out of the Mary, and 70 men out of the Stirling Castle, who were taken up by boats from Deal. All this was besides the loss of merchants' ships, which was exceeding great, not here only, but in almost all the ports in the south, and west of England, and also in Ireland, which I shall have occasion to mention again in another place. From hence we pass over a pleasant champaign country, with the sea, and the coast of France, clear in your view. And by the very gates of the Antient Castle, to the town of Dover. As we go, we pass by Deal Castle, and Sandown Castle, 2 small works, of no strength by land, and not of much use by sea, but however maintained by the government for the ordinary services of salutes, and protecting small vessels, which can lie safe under their cannon from picaroons, privateers, and in time of war. Neither Dover nor its castle has anything of note to be said of them, but what is in common with their neighbours. The castle is old, useless, decayed, and serves for little, but to give the title and honour of government to men of quality, with a salary, and sometimes to those that want one. The town is one of the Cinque Ports, sends members to Parliament, who are called barons, and has itself an ill-repaired, dangerous, and good for little harbour and pier, very chargeable and little worth. The packets for France go off here, as also those for Newport, with the mails for Flanders. and all those ships which carry freights from New York to Holland, and from Virginia to Holland, come generally hither, and unlade their goods, enter them with, and show them to the custom-house officers, pay the duties, and then enter them again by certificate, reload them, and draw back the duty by debenture, and so they go away for Holland. In the time of the late war with France, here was a large victualling office kept for the use of the navy, and a commissioner appointed to manage it, as there was also at Chatham, Portsmouth, and other places. But this is now unemployed. The Duke of Queensberry in Scotland, who was Lord Commissioner to the Parliament there, at the time of making the Union, was after the said Union created Duke of Dover, which title is possessed now by his son. From this place the coast affords nothing of note, but some other small cinque ports, such as Hythe and Rumney, and Rye. And as we pass to them Folkestone, eminent chiefly for a multitude of fishing boats belonging to it, which are one part of the year employed in catching mackerel for the city of London, the Folkestone men catch them. And the London embarking mackerel smacks, of which I have spoken at large in Essex, come down and buy them, and fly up to market with them, with such a cloud of canvas. And up so high that one would wonder their small boats could bear it and should not overset. About Michaelmas these Folkestone barks, among others from Shoreham, Brighthelmston and Rye, go away to Yarmouth, and Lowestoft. On the coast of Suffolk and Norfolk, to the fishing fair, and catch herrings for the merchants there, of which I have spoken at large in my discourse on that subject. As I rode along this coast, I perceived several dragoons riding, officers, and others armed and on horseback, riding always about as if they were huntsmen beating up their game. Upon inquiry I found their diligence was employed in quest of the oulers, as they call them, and sometimes they catch some of them. But when I came to inquire farther, I found too, that oftentimes these are attacked in the night, with such numbers, that they dare not resist, or if they do, they are wounded and beaten, and sometimes killed. And at other times are obliged, as it were, to stand still, and see the wool carried off before their faces, not daring to meddle. And the boats taking it in from the very horses' backs, go immediately off, and are on the coast of France, before any notice can be given of them, while the other are as nimble to return with their horses to their haunts and retreats, where they are not easily found out. But I find so many of these desperate fellows are of late taken up, by the courage and vigilance of the soldiers, that the knots are very much broken, and the oaling trade much abetted, at least on that side. The French also finding means to be supplied from Ireland with much less hazard, and at very little more expense. From Rumney Marsh the shore extends itself a great way into the sea, and makes that point of land, called Denginess. Between this point of land and Beachy, it was that the French in the height of their naval glory took the English and Dutch fleets at some disadvantage, offering them battle, when the French were so superior in number, that it was not consistent with humane prudence to venture an engagement, the French being 92 ships of the line of battle, and the English and Dutch, put together, not 60 sail. The French ships also generally bigger, yet such was the eagerness of both the English and Dutch seamen, and commanders, that it was not without infinite murmurings, that Admiral Herbert stood away, and called off the Dutch, who had the van, from engaging. The English it seems believed themselves so superior to the French when they came to lie broadside and broadside, yardarm and yardarm, as the seamen call it in an engagement, that they would admit of no excuse for not fighting. Though, according to all the rules of war, no admiral could justify hazarding the Royal Navy on such terms. And especially the circumstances of the time then considered, for the King was in Ireland, and King James ready in France, if the English and Dutch fleets had received a blow, to have embarked with an army for England, which perhaps would have hazarded the whole revolution. So that wise men afterwards, and as I have been told the King himself upon a full hearing justified the conduct of Admiral Herbert, and afterwards created him Earl of Torrington. Here, or rather a little farther, we saw the bones of one of the Dutch men of war, which was burnt and stranded by the French in that action. The towns of Rye, Winchelsea, and Hastings, have little in them to deserve more than a bare mention. Rye would flourish again, if her harbour, which was once able to receive the Royal Navy, could be restored. But as it is, the bar is so loaded with sand cast up by the sea, that ships of 200 ton chose to ride it out under dinghy or beachy, though, with the greatest danger. Rather than to run the hazard of going into Rye for shelter, it is true there is now an Act of Parliament passed for the restoring this port to its former state, when a man of war of 70 guns might have safely gone in. But 'tis very doubtful, whether it will be effectual to the main end or no, after so long a time. Indeed our merchants' ships are often put to great extremity hereabout, for there is not one safe place for them to run into, between Portsmouth and the Downs. Whereas in former days, Rye Bay was an asylum, a safe harbour, where they could go boldly in, and ride safe in all weathers, and then go to sea again at pleasure. From a little beyond Hastings to Bourne, we ride upon the sands in a straight line for 18 miles, all upon the coast of Sussex, passing by Pemsey, or Pevensey Haven, and the mouth of the river, which cometh from Battle. Without so much as knowing that there was a river, the tide being out, and all the water of the ordinary channel of the river sinking away in the sands, this is that famous strand where William the Norman landed with his whole army. And near to which, namely, at the town of Battle above named, which is about 9 miles off, he fought that memorable fight with Harold, then King of England. In which the fate of this nation was determined, and where victory gave the crown to the conqueror and his race, of the particulars of all which, our histories are full. This town of Battle is remarkable for little now, but for making the finest gunpowder, and the best perhaps in Europe. Near this town of Battle, they show us a hill with a beacon upon it, which since the beacon was set up, indeed has been called Beacon Hill, as is usual in such cases. But was before that called Standard Hill, being the place where William the Conqueror set up his great standard of defiance, the day before the great battle with Harold and the English. From the beginning of Rumney Marsh, that is to say, at Sandgate, or Sandfoot Castle near Hythe, to this place, the country is a rich fertile soil, full of feeding grounds, and where an infinite number of large sheep are fed every year, and sent up to London market. These Rumney Marsh sheep are counted rather larger than the Leicestershire and Lincolnshire sheep, of which so much is said elsewhere. Besides the vast quantity of sheep as above, abundance of large bullocks are fed in this part of the country. And especially those they call stalled oxen, that is, house-fed, and kept within the farmers' sheds or yards, all the latter season, where they are fed for the winter market. This I noted, because these oxen are generally the largest beef in England. From hence it was that, turning north, and traversing the deep, dirty, but rich part of these two counties, I had the curiosity to see the great foundries, or iron works, which are in this county. And where they are carried on at such a prodigious expense of wood, that even in a country almost all overrun with timber, they begin to complain of the consuming it for those furnaces. And leaving the next age to want timber for building their navies, I must own however, that I found that complaint perfectly groundless, the 3 counties of Kent, Sussex, and Hampshire. All which lie contiguous to one another, being one inexhaustible storehouse of timber never to be destroyed, but by a general conflagration, and able at this time to supply timber to rebuild all the royal navies in Europe. If they were all to be destroyed, and set about the building them together. After I had fatigued myself in passing this deep and heavy part of the country, I thought it would not be foreign to my design, if I refreshed myself with a view of Tunbridge Wells, which were not then above 12 miles out of my way. When I came to the wells, which were 5 miles nearer to me than the town, supposing me then at Battle to the southward of them, I found a great deal of good company there, and that which was more particular, was, that it happened to be at the time when His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales was there with abundance of the nobility and gentry of the country, who to honor the prince's coming, or satisfy their own curiosity, thronged to that place. So that at first I found it very difficult to get a lodging. The prince appeared upon the walks, went into the raffling shops, and to every public place, saw everything, and let every body see him, and went away, with the Duke of Dorset and other of his attendants for Portsmouth. So in 2 or 3 days, things returned all to their ancient chanel, and Tunbridge was just what it used to be. The ladies that appear here, are indeed the glory of the place. The coming to the wells to drink the water is a mere matter of custom. Some drink, more do not, and few drink physically, but company and diversion is in short the main business of the place, and those people who have nothing to do anywhere else, seem to be the only people who have anything to do at Tunbridge. After the appearance is over at the Wells, where the ladies acts all undressed, and at the chapel, the company go home. And as if it was another species of people, or a collection from another place, you are surprised to see the walks covered with ladies completely dressed and gay to profusion. Wear rich cloths, jewels, and beauty not to be set out by, but infinitely above, ornament, dazzles the eyes from one end of the range to the other. Here you have all the liberty of conversation in the world, and anything that looks like a gentleman, has an address agreeable, and behaves with decency and good manners, may single out whom he pleases, that does not appear in gagged, and may talk. Rally, be merry, and say any decent thing to them. But all this makes no acquaintance, nor is it taken so, or understood to mean so. If a gentleman desires to be more intimate, and enter into any acquaintance particular, he must do it by proper application, not by ordinary meeting on the walks, for the ladies will ask no gentleman there, to go off the walk. Or invite any one to their lodgings, except it be a sort of ladies of whom I am not now speaking. As for gaming, sharping, intriguing, as also fops, fools, beaux, and the like, Tunbridge is as full of these, as can be desired, and it takes off much of the diversion of those persons of honour and virtue, who go there to be innocently recreated, however a man of character and good behaviour cannot be there any time, but he may single out such company as may be suitable to him, and with whom he may be as merry as heart can wish. The air here is excellent good, the country healthful, and the provisions of all sorts very reasonable, particularly, they are supplied with excellent fish, and that of almost all sorts, from Rye, and other towns on the sea-coast. And I saw a turbot of near 20 weight sold there for 3s. In the season of mackerel, they have them here from Hastings, within 3 hours of their being taken out of the sea, and the difference which that makes in their goodness, I need not mention. They have likewise here abundance of wild fowl, of the best sorts, such as pheasant, partridge, woodcock, snipe, quails, also duck, mallard, teal, and particularly they have from the South Downs, the bird called a wheat-ear, or as we may call them, the English ortolans, the most delicious taste for a creature of one mouthful, for 'tis little more, that can be imagined. But these are very dear at Tunbridge, they are much cheaper at Seaford, Lewes, and that side of the country. In a word, Tunbridge wants nothing that can add to the felicities of life, or that can make a man or woman completely happy, always provided they have money, for without money a man is nobody at Tunbridge any more than at any other place. And when any man finds his pockets low, he has nothing left to think of, but to be gone, for he will have no diversion in staying there any longer. And yet Tunbridge also is a place in which a lady however virtuous, yet for want of good conduct may as soon shipwreck her character as in any part of England, and where, when she has once injured her reputation, 'tis as hard to restore it. Nay, some say no lady ever recovered her character at Tunbridge, if she first wounded it there, but this is to be added too, that a lady very seldom suffers that way at Tunbridge, without some apparent folly of her own. For that they do not seem so apt to make havoc of one another's reputation here, by tattle and slander, as I think they do in some other places in the world, particularly at Epsom, Hampstead, and such like places. Which I take to be, because the company who frequent Tunbridge, seem to be a degree or two above the society of those other places, and therefore are not so very apt either to meddle with other people's affairs, or to censure if they do. Both which are the properties of that more gossiping part of the world. In this I shall be much misunderstood, if it is thought I mean the ladies only, for I must own I look just the other way. And if I may be allowed to use my own sex so coarsely, it is really among them that the ladies' characters first and oftenest receive unjust wounds. And I must confess the malice, the reflections, the busy meddling, the censuring, the tattling from place to place, and the making havoc of the characters of innocent women, is found among the men gossips more than among their own sex. And at the coffee-houses more than at the tea-table. Then among the women themselves, what is to be found of it there, is more among the chambermaids, than among their mistresses. Slander is a meanness below persons of honour and quality, and to do injustice to the ladies, especially, is a degree below those who have any share of breeding and sense. On this account you may observe, 'tis more practised among the citizens than among the gentry, and in country towns and villages, more than in the city, and so on, till you come to the mere canale, the common mob of the street, and there, no reputation. No character can shine without having dirt thrown upon it every day, but this is a digression. I left Tunbridge, for the same reason that I give, why others should leave it, when they are in my condition, namely, that I found my money almost gone, and though I had bills of credit to supply myself in the course of my intended journey, yet I had none there, so I came away, or as they call it there, I returned, and came to Lewes, through the deepest, dirtiest, but many ways the richest, and most profitable country in all that part of England. The timber I saw here was prodigious, as well in quantity as in bigness, and seemed in some places to be suffered to grow, only because it was so far off of any navigation, that it was not worth cutting down and carrying away. In dry summers, indeed, a great deal is carried away to Maidstone, and other places on the Medway. And sometimes I have seen one tree on a carriage, which they call there a tug, drawn by 22 oxen, and even then, 'tis carried so little away, and then thrown down, and left for other tugs to take up and carry on, that sometimes 'tis 2 or 3 years before it gets to Chatham. For if once the rains come in, it stirs no more that year, and sometimes a whole summer is not dry enough to make the roads passable. Here I had a sight, which indeed I never saw in any other part of England, namely, that going to church at a country village, not far from Lewes, I saw an ancient lady, and a lady of very good quality, I assure you, drawn to church in her coach with 6 oxen. Nor was it done in frolic or humour, but mere necessity, the way being so stiff and deep, that no horses could go in it. Lewes is a fine pleasant town, well built, agreeably situate in the middle of an open champaign country, and on the edge of the South Downs, the pleasantest, and most delightful of their kind in the nation. It lies on the bank of a little wholesome fresh river, within 12 miles of the sea. But that which adds to the character of this town, is, that both the town and the country adjacent, is full of gentlemen of good families and fortunes, of which the Pelhams may be named with the first, whose chief was by King William made a baron, and whose eldest son succeeding to the greatest part of the estate of that English Crassus, the late Duke of Newcastle, has since brought the title and honour of Newcastle to the house of Pelham. Here are also the antient families of Gage, Shelley, and formerly Roman, but now Protestant, with many others. From this town, following still the range of the South Downs, west, we ride in view of the sea, and on a fine carpet ground, for about 12 miles to Brighthelmston, commonly called Brethamston, a poor fishing town, old built, and on the very edge of the sea, here again, as I mentioned at Folkestone and Dover. The fishermen having large barks go away to Yarmouth, on the coast of Norfolk, to the fishing fair there, and hire themselves for the season to catch herrings for the merchants. And they tell us, that these make a very good business of it. The sea is very unkind to this town, and has by its continual encroachments, so gained upon them, that in a little time more they might reasonably expect it would eat up the whole town. Above 100 houses having been devoured by the water in a few years past. They are now obliged to get a brief granted them, to beg money all over England, to raise banks against the water, the expense of which, the brief expressly says, will be £8,000. Which if one were to look on the town, would seem to be more than all the houses in it are worth. From hence, still keeping the coast close on the left, we come to Shoreham, a seafaring town, and chiefly inhabited by ship carpenters, ship chandlers, and all the several trades depending upon the building and fitting up of ships, which is their chief business. And they are famed for neat building, and for building good sea boats, that is to say, ships that are wholesome in the sea, and good sailors, but for strong building, they do not come up to Yarmouth, Ipswich, and the north. The builders of ships seem to plant here, chiefly because of the exceeding quantity and cheapness of timber in the country behind them. Being the same wooded country I mentioned above, which still continues through this county and the next also, the river this town stands upon, though not navigable for large vessels, yet serves them to bring down this large timber in floats from Bramber, Stenning, and the country adjacent. Which is as it were all covered with timber. Here in the compass of about 6 miles are 3 borough towns, sending members to Parliament, viz. Shoreham, Bramber, and Stenning, and Shoreham, Stenning are tolerable little market towns. But Bramber, a little ruin of an old castle excepted, hardly deserves the name of a town, having not above 15 or 16 families in it, and of them not many above asking you an alms as you ride by. The chiefest house in the town is a tavern, and here, as I have been told, the vintner, or alehouse-keeper rather, for he hardly deserved the name of a vintner, boasted, that upon an election, just then over, he had made 300 L. of 1 pipe of canary. This is the second town in this county, where the elections have been so scandalously mercenary. And of whom it is said, there was in one king's reign more money spent at elections, than all the lands in the parishes were worth, at 20 years' purchase. The other town I mean is Winchelsea, a town, if it deserves the name of a town, which is rather the skeleton of an ancient city than a real town, where the Antient gates stand near 3 miles from one another over the fields. And where the ruins are so buried, that they have made good corn fields of the streets, and the plough goes over the foundations, nay, over the first floors of the houses, and where nothing of a town but the destruction of it seems to remain. Yet at one election for this town the strife was such between Sir John Banks, father-in-law to the Earl of Aylesford, and Colonel Draper, a neighbouring gentleman, that I was told in the country the latter spent 11,000 L. at one election, and yet lost it too. What the other spent who opposed him, may be guessed at, seeing he that spent most was always sure to carry it in those days. Bramber is the very exemplification of this, with this difference only, namely, that at the former they have given it over, at the latter it seems to be rather worse than ever. Near Stenning, the famous Sir John Fagg had a noble Antient seat, now possessed with a vast estate by his grandson, Sir Robert Fagg. But I mention the Antient gentleman on this occasion, that being entertained at his house, in the year 1697, he showed me in his park 4 bullocks of his own breeding, and of his own feeding, of so prodigious a size, and so excessively overgrown by fat, that I never saw anything like them. And the bullock which Sir Edward Blackett, in Yorkshire, near Ripon, fed, and caused to be shewed about for a sight at Newcastle upon Tyne, was not any way equal to the least of them, nor had it so much flesh on it by near 20 stone a quarter. While I continued at Sir John's, some London butchers came down to see them, and in my hearing offered Sir John 26 a head for them, but he refused it. And when I moved him afterward to take the money, he said no, he was resolved to have them to Smithfield himself, that he might say he had the 4 biggest bullocks in England at market. He continued positive, and did go up to Smithfield market with them, but whether it was that they sunk a little high the driving, or that the butchers played a little upon him, I cannot tell. But he was obliged to sell them for £25 a head when he came there. I knew one of the butchers that bought them, and on a particular occasion inquired of him what they weighed when killed. And he assured me that they weighed 80 stone a quarter, when killed and cut out. Which is so incredible, that if I had not been well assured of the truth of it, I should not have ventured thus to have recorded it, but by this may be judged something of the largeness of the cattle in the wild of Kent and Sussex. For it is all the same, of which I mentioned something before, and for this reason I tell the story. From hence we come to Arundel, a decayed town also, but standing near the mouth of a good river, called Arun, which signifies, says Mr. Camden, the swift, though the river itself is not such a rapid current as merits that name. At least it did not seem to be so to me. The principal advantage to the country from this river, is the shipping of great quantities of large timber here, which is carried up the Thames to Woolwich and Deptford, and up the Medway to Chatham. As also westward to Portsmouth, and even to Plymouth, to the new dock there, that is to say, it goes to all the King's yards, where the business of the navy is carried on. The timber shipped off here is esteemed the best, as it is also the largest that is brought by sea from any part of England. Also great quantities of knee timber is had here, which is valuable in its kind above the straight timber, being not only necessary, but scarce, I mean that which is very large. This river, and the old decayed, once famous castle at Arundel, which are still belonging to the family of Howards, Earls of Arundel, a branch of the Norfolk family, is all that is remarkable here. Except it be that in this river are catched the best mullets, and the largest in England, a fish very good in itself, and much valued by the gentry round, and often sent up to London. From hence to the city of Chichester are 12 miles, and the most pleasant beautiful country in England, whether we go by the hill, that is the downs, or by the plain, viz., the enclosed country. To the north of Arundel, and at the bottom of the hills, and consequently in the wild, is the town of Petworth, a large handsome country market town, and very populous, and as it stands upon an ascent, and is dry and healthy. It is full of gentlemen's families, and good well-built houses both in the town and neighbourhood. But the beauty of Petworth, is the antient seat of the old family of Piercy, Earls of Northumberland, now extinct, whose daughter, the sole heiress of all his vast estates, married the present Duke of Somerset. Of the noble and antient family of Seymour, and among other noble seats brought his grace this of Petworth. The Duke pulled down the antient house, and on the same spot has built from the ground, one of the finest piles of building, and the best modelled houses then in Britain. It has had the misfortune to be once almost demolished by fire. But the damage is fully repaired. But another disaster to the family can never be repaired, which has happened to it, even while these sheets were writing. Namely, the death of the Duchess, who died in November 1722, and lies buried in the burying place of the family of Seymour, Dukes of Somerset, in the Cathedral Church of Salisbury. Her Grace was happy in a numerous issue, as well as in a noble estate. And besides 2 sons and 1 daughter, which lie buried with her, has left 1 son and daughters still living. I shall have occasion to mention the Northumberland estates again, when I come to speak of the other fine seats, which the Duke enjoys in right of his late Duchess, and the many old castles which were formerly part of that Northumberland estate. The Duke's house at Petworth, is certainly a complete building in itself, and the apartments are very noble, well contrived, and richly furnished. But it cannot be said, that the situation of the house is equally designed, or with equal judgment as the rest. The avenues to the front want space, the house stands as it were with its elbow to the town, its front has no visto answerable, and the west front looked not to the parks or fine gardens, but to the old stables. To rectify this, when it was too late to order it any other way, the Duke was obliged to pull down those noble buildings. I mean the mews, or stables, the finest of their kind in all the south of England, and equal to some noblemen's whole houses, and yet even the demolishing the pile has done no more than opened a prospect over the country. Whereas had the house been set on the rising ground, on the side of the park, over against the north wing of the house, and a little more to the westward, the front had been south to the town, the back front to the parks, which were capable of fountains, canals, vistos, and all the most exquisite pieces of art, that sets out the finest gardens, whereas all now lies on one angle, or opposite to one wing of the house. But with all these disadvantages, the house itself is a noble pile of building, and by far the finest in all this part of Britain. From Petworth west, the country is a little less woody than the wild, and there begin to show their heads above the trees, a great many fine seats of the nobility and gentlemen of the country, as the Duke of Richmond's seat at Goodwood, near Chichester. This family also is in tears, at the writing these sheets, for the death of her Grace the Duchess, who died the beginning of the month of December, and is buried in Westminster Abbey. And here the year closing, I think 'tis very remarkable, that this year 1722, no less than 5 dukes and 2 duchesses are dead, viz., the Dukes of Bucks, Bolton, Rutland, Manchester, and Marlborough, and the Duchesses of Somerset and Richmond. Besides earls, viz., the Earl of Sunderland, of Stamford, Exeter, and others, and since the above was written, and sent to the press, the Duke of Richmond himself is also dead. The seats of the late Earl of Tankerville, and the Earl of Scarborough, the antient house of the Lord Montacute at Midhurst, an antient family of the surname of Brown. The eldest branch of the house, these and a great many more lying so near together, make the country hereabout much more sociable and pleasant than the rest of the woody country, called the wild, of which I have made mention so often. And yet I cannot say much for the city of Chichester, in which, if 6 or 7 good families were removed, there would not be much conversation, except what is to be found among the canons, and dignitaries of the cathedral. The cathedral here is not the finest in England, but is far from being the most ordinary. The spire is a piece of excellent workmanship, but it received such a shock about, years ago, that it was next to miraculous. That the whole steeple did not fall down. Which in short, if it had, would almost have demolished the whole church. It was a fireball, if we take it from the inhabitants, or, to speak in the language of nature, the lightning broke upon the steeple, and such was the irresistible force of it, that it drove several great stones out of the steeple, and carried them clear off, not from the roof of the church only, but of the adjacent houses also, and they were found at a prodigious distance from the steeple, so that they must have been shot out of the places where they stood in the steeple. As if they had been shot out of a cannon, or blown out of a mine. One of these stones of at least a ton weight, by estimation, was blown over the south side, or row of houses in the West Street, and fell on the ground in the street at a gentleman's door, on the other side of the way. And another of them almost as big was blown over both sides of the said West Street, into the same gentleman's garden, at whose door the other stone lay, and no hurt was done by either of them. Whereas if either of those stones had fallen upon the strongest built house in the street, it would have dashed it all to pieces, even to the foundation. This account of the 2 stones, I relate from a person of undoubted credit, who was an eyewitness, and saw them, but had not the curiosity to measure them, which he was very sorry for. The breach it made in the spire, though within about 45 foot of the top, was so large, that as the workman said to me, a coach and 6 horses might have driven through it, and yet the steeple stood fast, and is now very substantially repaired. Withal, showing that it was before, an admirable sound and well-finished piece of workmanship. They have a story in this city, that whenever a bishop of that diocese is to die, a heron comes and sits upon the pinnacle of the spire of the cathedral. This accordingly happened, about, when Dr. Williams was bishop. A butcher standing at his shop door, in the South Street, saw it, and ran in for his gun, and being a good marksman shot the heron, and killed it, at which his mother was very angry with him, and said he had killed the bishop, and the next day news came to the town that Dr. Williams, the last bishop, was dead. This is affirmed by many people inhabitants of the place. This city is not a place of much trade, nor is it very populous. But they are lately fallen into a very particular way of managing the corn trade here, which it is said turns very well to account. The country round it is very fruitful, and particularly in good wheat, and the farmers generally speaking, carried all their wheat to Farnham, to market, which is very near 40 miles by land carriage, and from some parts of the country more than 40 miles. But some moneyed men of Chichester, Emsworth, and other places adjacent, have joined their stocks together, built large granaries near the Crook, where the vessels come up. And here they buy and lay up all the corn which the country on that side can spare. And having good mills in the neighbourhood, they grind and dress the corn, and send it to London in the meal about by Long Sea, as they call it. Nor now the war is over do they make the voyage so tedious as to do the meal any hurt, as at first in the time of war was sometimes the case for want of convoys. It is true, this is a great lessening to Farnham market, but that is of no consideration in the case. For, if the market at London is supplied, the coming by sea from Chichester is every jot as much a public good, as the encouraging of Farnham market, which is of itself the greatest corn market in England, London excepted. Notwithstanding all the decrease from this side of the country, this carrying of meal by sea met with so just an encouragement from hence, that it is now practised from several other places on this coast, even as far as Shampton, Hampshire and Surrey. From Chichester the road lying still west, passes in view of the Earl of Scarborough's fine seat at Stanstead, a house seeming to be a retreat, being surrounded with thick woods, through which there are the most pleasant agreeable vistas cut, that are to be seen anywhere in England, particularly, because through the west opening, which is from the front of the house, they sit in the dining room of the house, and see the town and harbour of Portsmouth, the ships at Spithead, and also at St. Helens, which when the Royal Navy happens to be there, as often happened during the late war, is a most glorious sight. This house was fatal to Dr. Williams, mentioned above, Bishop of Chichester, who having been here to make a visit to the late Earl of Scarborough, was thrown out of his coach, or rather threw himself out, being frightened by the unruliness of his horses, and broke his leg in the fall, which, his lordship being in years, was mortal to him, he died in a few days after. From hence we descend gradually to Portsmouth, the largest fortification, beyond comparison, that we have in England, but it was not with any consideration, that the author before recited could say, it was the only regular fortification in England. Especially the same writer owning afterwards that Sheerness, Langardfort, and Tilbury, were all regular fortifications, as they really are. The situation of this place is such, that it is chosen, as may well be said, for the best security to the navy above all the places in Britain. The entrance into the harbour is safe, but very narrow, guarded on both sides by terrible platforms of cannon, particularly on the Point, which is a suburb of Portsmouth properly so called, where there is a brick platform built with 2 tier of guns, one over another, and which can fire so in cover, that the gunners cannot be beaten from their guns, or their guns easily dismounted. The other is from the point of land on the side of Gosport, which they call Gill Kicker, where also they have 2 batteries. Before any ships attempt to enter this port by sea, they must also pass the cannon of the main platform of the garrison, and also another at Southsea Castle. So that it is next to impossible that any ships could match the force of all those cannon, and be able to force their way into the harbour. In which I speak the judgment of men well acquainted with such matters, as well as my own opinion, and of men whose opinion leads them to think the best of the force of naval batteries too, and who have talked of making no difficulty to force their way through the Thames, in the teeth of the line of guns at Tilbury. I say, they have talked of it, but it was but talk, as any one of judgment would imagine, that knew the works at Tilbury, of which I have spoken in its place. The reasons, however, which they give for the difference, have some force in them, as they relate to Portsmouth, though not as they relate to Tilbury. Viz. that the mouth or entrance into Portsmouth is narrow, and may be locked up with booms, which before the ships could break, and while they were lying at them to break them away, they would be torn in pieces by the battery at the Point. Next, that the guns on the said battery at the Point at Portsmouth, are defended as above, with ambrosiers, and the gunners stand covered, so that they cannot so soon be beaten from their guns, or their guns so soon dismounted by the warm quarter of a 3-deck ship, as at Tilbury, where all the gunners and guns too must stand open, both to small and great shot. Besides at Tilbury, while some of the ships lay battering the fort, others would pass behind them, close under the town, and if one or more received damage from the fort, the rest would pass in the cloud of smoke, and perhaps might compass their design, as is the case in all places where the entrance is broad. Whereas at Portsmouth, they would be battered within little more than pistol shot, and from both sides of the way, whereas at Tilbury there are very few guns on the Gravesend side of the river. But to avoid comparing of strengths, or saying what may be done in one place, and not done in another, 'tis evident, in the opinion of all that I have met with, that the greatest fleet of ships that ever were in the hands of one nation at a time, would not pretend, if they had not an army also on shore, to attack the whole work, to force their entrance into the harbour at Portsmouth. As to the strength of the town by land, the works are very large and numerous, and besides the battery at the Point aforesaid, there is a large hornwork on the south side, running out towards Southsea Castle. There is also a good counterscarp, and double moat, with ravelins in the ditch, and double palisadoes, and advanced works to cover the place from any approach. Where it may be practicable, the strength of the town is also considerably augmented on the land side, by the fortifications raised in King William's time about the docks and yards, which are now perfected, and those parts made a particular strength by themselves. And though they are indeed in some sense independent one of another, yet they cover and strengthen one another, so as that they cannot be separately attacked on that side, while they are both in the same hands. These docks and yards are now like a town by themselves, and are a kind of marine corporation, or a government of their own kind within themselves. There being particular large rows of dwellings, built at the public charge, within the new works, for all the principal officers of the place, especially the commissioner, the agent of the victualling, and such as these. The tradesmen likewise have houses here, and many of the labourers are allowed to live in the bounds as they can get lodging. The town of Portsmouth, besides its being a fortification, is a well-inhabited, thriving, prosperous corporation, and hath been greatly enriched of late by the fleets having so often and so long lain there, as well as large fleets of merchantmen, as the whole navy during the late war. Besides the constant fitting out of men here, and the often paying them at Portsmouth, has made a great confluence of people thither on their private business, with other things, which the attendance of those fleets hath required. These things have not only been a great advantage to the town, but has really made the whole place rich. And the inhabitants of Portsmouth are quite another sort of people than they were a few years before the Revolution. This is what Mr. Camden takes notice of, even so long ago as the reign of Queen Elizabeth. That Portsmouth was populous in time of war, but not so in time of peace, but now the business of the navy is so much increased, and so much of it always done here, that it may be said, there is as much to do at Portsmouth now in time of peace, as there was then in time of war, and more too. There is also this note to be put upon the two great arsenals of England, Portsmouth, and Chatham, namely, that they thrive by a war, as the war respects their situation, viz. that when a war with France happens, or with Spain, then Portsmouth grows rich, and when a war with Holland, or any of the powers of the north, then Chatham, and Woolwich, and Deptford are in request. But of this I shall speak again, when I come to speak of the like antithesis between Plymouth and the Humber, or Portsmouth and the Firth of Edinburgh. The government of the place is by a mayor and aldermen, and, as in other corporations, and the civil government is no more interrupted by the military, than if there was no garrison there. Such is the good conduct of the governors, and such it has always been. Since our sovereigns have CEAs to encourage the soldiery to insult the civil magistrates, and we have very seldom had any complaint on either side, either of want of discipline among the soldiers, or want of prudence in the magistrates, the inhabitants indeed necessarily submit to such things as are the consequence of a garrison town, such as being examined at the gates, such as being obliged to keep garrison hours, and not be let out, or let in after 9 o'clock at night, and the like. But these are things no people will count a burthen, where they get their bread by the very situation of the place, as is the case here. Since the increase of business at this place, by the long continuance of the war, the confluence of people has been so great, and the town not admitting any enlargement for buildings, that a kind of a suburb, or rather a new town has been built on the healthy ground adjoining to the town, which is so well built, and seems to increase so fast, that in time it threatens to outdo for numbers of inhabitants, and beauty of buildings, even the town itself. And particularly by being unconfined by the laws of the garrison, as above, and unencumbered with the corporation burthens, freedoms, town duties, services, and the like. From Portsmouth west, the country lies low and flat, and is full of creeks and inlets of the sea and rivers, all the way to Southampton, so that we ferry over 3 times in about 18 miles. Besides going over one bridge, namely, at Titchfield. The first of these ferries is that at Portsmouth itself, viz., cross the mouth of the harbour, from the point above mentioned to Gosport. From thence we ride to Titchfield, as above, where we pass the river Aura, which rises in the same county at Alresford, or near it, which is not above 22 miles off. And yet it is a large river here, and makes a good road below, called Titchfield Bay. Thence at about 4 miles we pass another river at Bustleton, narrow in breadth, but exceeding deep, and eminent for its being able to carry the biggest ships. Here is a building yard for ships of war, and in King William's time, 2 80-gun ships were launched here. It seems the safety of the creek, and the plenty of timber in the country behind it, is the reason of building so much in this place. From hence when we come opposite to Southampton, we pass another creek, being the mouth of the river Itchen, which comes down from Winchester, and is both very broad and deep, and the ferry men having a very sorry boat. We found it dangerous enough passing it. On the other bank stands the antient town of Southampton, and on the other side of Southampton comes down another large river, entreeing Southampton Water by Redbridge. So that the town of Southampton stands upon a point running out into the sea, between two very fine rivers, both navigable, up some length into the country. And particularly useful for the bringing down timber out of one of the best wooded counties in Britain. For the river on the west side of the town in particular comes by the edge of the great forest, called New Forest. Here we saw a prodigious quantity of timber, of an uncommon size, vastly large, lying on the shore of the river, for above 2 miles in length, which they told us was brought thither from the forest, and left there to be fetched by the builders at Portsmouth Dock, as they had occasion for it. In riding over the south part of Hampshire, I made this observation about that growth of timber, which I mention in supplement to what I said before concerning our timber being wasted and decayed in England, viz. that notwithstanding the very great consumption of timber in King William's reign, by building or rebuilding almost the whole navy, and notwithstanding so many of the king's ships were built hereabouts, besides abundance of large merchant ships, which were about that time built at Southampton, at Redbridge, and at Burselton, and yet I saw the gentlemen's estates, within 6, 8, or 10 miles of Southampton, so overgrown with wood, and their woods so full of large full-grown timber, that it seemed as if they wanted sale for it, and that it was of little worth to them. In one estate at Hursley in particular near Winchester, the estate since bought by Mr. Cardinal, late manager for the Duke of Marlborough, and formerly belonging to Mr. Cromwell, grandson to Oliver Cromwell, the whole estate not above 8 per and in rent, they might have cut £20,000 worth of timber down, and yet have left the woods in a thriving condition. In another estate between that and Petersfield, of about 1,000 per ann, they told me they could fell £1,000 a year in good large timber fit for building, for 20 years together, and do the woods no harm. Colonel Norton also, a known gentleman, whose seat at Southwick is within 6 miles of Portsmouth, and within 3 miles of the water carriage. This gentleman they told me had an immense quantity of timber, some growing within sight of the very docks in Portsmouth. Farther west it is the like, and as I rode through New Forest, I could see the antient oaks of many 100 years standing, perishing with their withered tops advanced up in the air, and grown white with age, and that could never yet get the favour to be cut down, and made serviceable to their country. These in my opinion are no signs of the decay of our woods, or of the danger of our wanting timber in England. On the contrary, I take leave to mention it again, that if we were employed in England, by the rest of the world, to build 1,000 sail of 3-deck ships, from 80 to 100 guns, it might be done to our infinite advantage, and without putting us in any danger of exhausting the nation of timber. I shall give other hints of the like, when I come to speak of Hertfordshire, Buckinghamshire, Berkshire, and the counties which we call inland, where the timber is really of small value, for want of water carriage to carry it away. Likewise again in the counties northward, bordering upon the Humber, and upon all the northern rivers, not to say a word of Ireland, which is still a storehouse of timber, more inexhaustible if possible than England. Southampton is a truly antient town, for 'tis in a manner dying with age. The decay of the trade is the real decay of the town. And all the business of moment that is transacted there, is the trade between us and the islands of Jersey and Guernsey, with a little of the wine trade, and much smuggling. The building of ships also is much stopped of late. However, the town is large, has many people in it, a noble fair high street, a spacious quay, and if its trade should revive, is able to entertain great numbers of people. There is a French church, and no inconsiderable congregation, which was a help to the town, and there are still some merchants who trade to Newfoundland, and to the Straits with fish. But for all other trade, it may be said of Southampton as of other towns, London has eaten it up. The situation of the town between 2 rivers was to its advantage formerly in point of strength, and the town was walled with a very strong wall, strengthened with a rampart and a double ditch. But I don't hear that they ever were put to make much use of them. Whatever the fable of Bevis of Southampton, and the giants in the woods thereabouts may be derived from, I found the people mighty willing to have those things pass for true. And at the north gate of the town, the only entrance from the land side, they have the figures of 2 eminent champions, who might pass for giants if they were alive now, but they can tell us very little of their history. But what is all fabulous like the rest, so I say no more of them. I was now at the extent of my intended journey west, and thought of looking no farther this way for the present, so I came away northeast, leaving Winchester a little on the left, and came into the Portsmouth road at Petersfield. A town eminent for little, but its being full of good inns, and standing in the middle of a country, still overgrown with a prodigious quantity of oak timber. From hence we came to Alton, and in the road thither, began a little to taste the pleasure of the western downs, which reach from Winchester almost to Alton. The Duke of Bolton has two very noble seats in this country, one between Alton and Alresford, and one at Basing, of which hereafter. Alton is a small market town, of no note, neither is there any considerable manufacture in all this part of England. Except a little drugget and shalloon making, which begins hereabouts, otherwise the whole counties of Kent, Sussex, Surrey, and Hampshire, are not employed in any considerable woolen manufacture. What there is, I have spoken of about Cranbrook in Kent, Guildford, and Farnham in Surrey, and a little in the north part of Berkshire, all which put together, is not equal to one ordinary manufacturing village in Essex or Norfolk. From Alton we came to Farnham, of which I can only say, that it is a large populous market town, the farthest that way in the county of Surrey, and without exception the greatest corn market in England, London excepted. That is to say, particularly for wheat, of which so vast a quantity is brought every market day to this market, that a gentleman told me, he once counted on a market day 1100 teams of horse, all drawing wagons, or carts, loaden with wheat at this market. Every team of which is supposed to bring what they call a load, that is to say, 40 bushel of wheat to market, which is in the whole, 44,000 bushel. But I do not take upon me to affirm this relation, or to say whether it be a probable opinion or not. I know some have thought the quantity has been much more. But this also was, I suppose, before the people of Chichester and Emsworth on one side, and Southampton, Titchfield, and Redbridge on the other, took to the trade of sending their wheat in meal to London by sea, as is mentioned above. At this town is a castle eminent for this, that it was built by a bishop of Winchester. And though its antiquity is evident, as far back as King Stephen, yet it remains to the bishops of Winchester to this day. Here the said bishops of Winchester usually keep their ordinary residence, and though the county of Surrey be generally speaking within the diocese, they may be truly said to reside in the middle of their ecclesiastical dominion. The Farnham people it seems, or some of the country folks, notwithstanding the liberality and bounty of the several bishops, who, if some people may be believed, have been very good benefactors to the town. I say, notwithstanding all this, have of late been very unkind to the bishop, in pulling down the pale of his park, and plundering it of the deer, killing, wounding, and disabling, even those they could not carry away. From Farnham, that I might take in the whole county of Surrey, I took the coach road, over Bagshot Heath, and that great forest, as 'tis called, of Windsor, those that despise Scotland, and the north part of England. For being full of waste and barren land, may take a view of this part of Surrey, and look upon it as a foil to the beauty of the rest of England. Or a mark of the just resentment shewed by heaven upon the Englishman's pride, I mean the pride they shew in boasting of their country, its fruitfulness, pleasantness, richness, the fertility of the soil, and whereas here is a vast tract of land, some of it within 17 or 18 miles of the capital city, which is not only poor, but even quite sterile, given up to barrenness, horrid and frightful to look on, not only good for little, but good for nothing. Much of it is a sandy desert, and one may frequently be put in mind here of Arabia Deserta, where the winds raise the sands, so as to overwhelm whole caravans of travellers, cattle and people together. For in passing this heath, in a windy day, I was so far in danger of smothering with the clouds of sand, which were raised by the storm, that I could neither keep it out of my mouth, nose, or eyes. And when the wind was over, the sand appeared spread over the adjacent fields of the forest some miles distant, so as that it ruins the very soil. This sand indeed is checked by the heath, or heather, which grows in it, and which is the common product of barren land, even in the very highlands of Scotland. But the ground is otherwise so poor and barren, that the product of it feeds no creatures, but some very small sheep, who feed chiefly on the said heather, and but very few of these, nor are there any villages, worth mentioning, and but few houses, or people for many miles far and wide. This desart lies extended so much, that some say, there is not less than 100,000 acres of this barren land that lies altogether, reaching out every way in the 3 counties of Surrey, Hampshire and Berkshire. Besides a great quantity of land, almost as bad as that between Godalming and Petersfield, on the road to Portsmouth, including some hills, called the Hindhead and others. Through this desart, for I can call it no less, we come into the Great Western Road, leading from London to Salisbury, Exeter, and past the Thames at Staines. And here I could not but call to mind, upon viewing the beautiful prospect of the river, and of the meadows, on the banks of the river, on the left hand of the road, I say, I could not but call to mind those 2 excellent lines of Sir John Denham, in his poem, called Cooper's Hill, viz. Though deep, yet clear, though gentle, yet not dull. Strong without rage, without overflowing full. Here I remembered that I had yet left the inland towns of the 2 counties of Kent and Sussex, and almost all the county of Surrey out of my account. And that having as it were taken a circuit round the coast only, I had a great many places worth viewing to give an account of. I therefore left Windsor, which was within my view, on one side of the river, and Hampton Court on the other, as being the subject of another letter, and resolved to finish my present view, in the order I had begun it. That is to say, to give an account of the whole country as I come on, that I may make no incongruous transitions from one remote part of England to another, at least as few as may be. From Staines therefore I turned and the sea to Chertsey, another market town, and where there is a bridge over the Thames. This town was made famous, by being the burial place of Henry VI. Till his bones were after removed to Windsor by Henry VII. Also by being the retreat of the incomparable Cowley, where he lived withdrawn from the hurries of the court and town, and where he died so much a recluse, as to be almost wholly taken up in country business, farming and husbandry. For his diversion, not for bread, according to the public flight of his own fancy. From this town wholly employed, either in malting, or in barges to carry it down the river to London. I went away south to Woking, a private country market town, so out of all road, or thoroughfare, as we call it, that 'tis very little heard of in England. It claims however some honour, from its being once the residence of a royal branch of the family of Plantagenet, the old Countess of Richmond, mother to King Henry VII, who made her last retreat here, where the king her son built, or rather repaired, an old royal house, on purpose for her residence, and where she ended her days in much honour and peace. The former part of her life having been sufficiently exposed to the storms and dangers of the times, especially under the tyranny and turbulent reign of the 2 precedent monarchs. From hence we came to Guildford, a well-known and considerable market town. It has the name of being the county town, though it cannot properly be called so. Neither the county jail being here, or the assizes, any more than in common with other towns, but the election indeed for Parliament men for the county is always held here. The river which according to Mr. Camden is called the Wey, and which falls into the Thames at Oatlands, is made navigable to this town, which adds greatly to its trade. And by this navigation a very great quantity of timber is brought down to London, not from the neighbourhood of this town only, but even from the woody parts of Sussex and Hampshire above 30 miles from it. The country carriages bringing it hither in the summer by land. This navigation is also a mighty support to the great corn market at Farnham, which I have mentioned so often, for as the mealmen and other dealers buy the corn at that market, much of it is brought to the mills on this river, which is not above 7 miles distant, and being first ground and dressed, is then sent down in the meal by barges to London. The expense of which is very small, as is practised on the other side of the Thames, for above 50 miles distance from London. Here, as I observed in its place, is a small remainder of an old manufacture, that is to say, of the clothing trade, and it extends itself to Godalming, Haslemere, and the Vale country, on the side of the Holmwood. A place of which I shall speak on another occasion. Quite to Darking, these cloths of a middling price, have formerly been in great repute, and then again were almost quite decayed, but by the application and skill of the clothiers. Maintain the credit of their make, and are encouraged, and indeed revived in reputation of late years, when the clothiers of Cranbrook and Tenterden in Kent, whose goods are of the same kind, are almost sunk to nothing, as I have already observed. This clothing trade, however small, is very assistant to the poor of this part of the country, where the lands, as I have noted, are but indifferent. Except just above the great towns, and where abundance of the inhabitants are what we call cottagers, and live chiefly by the benefit of the large commons and heath ground, of which the quantity is so very great. From this town of Guildford, the road to Farnham is very remarkable, for it runs along west from Guildford, upon the ridge of a high chalky hill, so narrow that the breadth of the road takes up the breadth of the hill. And the declivity begins on either hand, at the very hedge that bounds the highway, and is very steep, as well as very high. From this hill is a prospect either way, so far that, 'tis surprising, and one sees to the north, or N.W. Over the great black desart, called Bagshot Heath, mentioned above, one way, and the other way south-east into Sussex, almost to the South Downs, and west to an unbounded length, the horizon only restraining the eyes, this hill being all chalk. A traveller feels the effect of it in a hot summer's day, being scorched by the reflection of the sun from the chalk, so as to make the heat almost insupportable. And this I speak by my own experience. This hill reaches from Guildford town's end to within a mile and half of Farnham. The hill, or the going up to it from Guildford rather, is called St. Catherine's Hill, and at the top of the ascent from the town stands the gallows, which is so placed, respecting the town, that the townspeople from the High Street may sit at their shop doors, and see the criminals executed. The great road from London to Chichester, and from London to Portsmouth, lying through this town, it is consequently a town very well furnished with inns for accommodation of travellers, as is Godalming, also the next town within 3 miles of it. From Guildford there lies a cross-road, as it may be called, to London, not frequented by coaches or carriers, or the ordinary passengers to London. Though 'tis by some reckoned the nearest way, and is without question much the pleasanter road, if it is not the pleasantest in this part of England, viz. From this town to Leatherhead, 10 miles from Leatherhead to London, over Banstead Downs 15 miles, or if you please by Epsom 17 miles. Which, though it is called the farthest way, makes amends abundantly by the goodness of the way, and the advantage and pleasantness of the road. The 10 miles from Guildford to Leatherhead make one continued line of gentlemen's houses, lying all, or most of them, on the west side of the road and their parks. Or gardens almost touching one another. Here are pleasantly seated several very considerable persons, as the posterity of Sir Tho. Bloodworth, once Lord Mayor of London, a person famous for the implacable passion he put the people of London in, by one rash expression, at the time of the great fire, viz. That it was nothing, and they might piss it out. Which was only spoken at the beginning of the fire, when neither Sir Thomas or the citizens themselves could foresee the length it would go. And without any design to lessen their endeavours to quench it, but this they never forgot, or forgave to him, or his family after him. But fixed the expression on him, as a mark of indelible reproach, even to this day. Among the other fine seats high this row, is that of Arthur Moore, Esq. At Fetcham, where no cost has been spared to make a most beautiful and delicious situation be beholden to art, and which is set out at an immense charge, near to Guildford, at the village of Clendon, at the west end of this line of fine seats, is the antient mansion of the Onslows. The father of the present lord, was Sir Richard Onslow, Baronet. Several years one of the Lords Commissioners of the Treasury or Admiralty, and created Baron Onslow by King George. The seat is old, and the estate is old too, but the latter is much the better for its age, for it has been many years in the family, as appears in Mr. Camden, and has gone on, increasing from hand to hand. The late Lord Onslow improved and beautified both the house and the estate too very much. The house has several times been honoured with the presence of both King William and King George. The former erected an annual race for a royal plate of 100 guineas, called the King's Gold Plate, to be run for every year, and the latter has been so good, as twice at least to honour the diversion with his presence. At the like distance north from Guildford, and on the banks of the Wey, is a fine seat, every way as fit for the possession of a peer as is Clendon Park, and belonging to a branch of the same family, viz., to Denzil Onslow, Esq. Uncle to the present Lord Onslow, younger brother to his father the first Lord. This seat is called Purford, and is exceeding pleasant, especially for the most beautiful intermixture of wood, and water in the park, and gardens, and grounds adjoining. By which the possessor, whose genius lay wonderfully in improving lands, and making things more pleasant, brought Purford to such a perfection, as to be inferior to very few, if any, of the finest houses in Surrey. Particularly in one thing, which is not found in all that part of England, namely, a ducoy, which adjoins to his park, and which makes the rest inimitably agreeable. At the north-east end of this range of fine seats, is Leatherhead, a little thoroughfare town, with a stone bridge over the river Mole. This river is called the Mole, from its remarkable sinking into the earth, at the foot of Box Hill, near a village called Mickleham, and working its way underground like a mole, rising again at or near this town of Leatherhead, where its wandering streams are united again, and form a pretty large river, as they were before, running together under Leatherhead Bridge, and from thence to Cobham, and so it pursues its course to the Thames, which it joins at Molesey, which takes its name to be sure from the name of the river Mole. And here I cannot but take notice of an unaccountable error, which all the writers I have met with fall unwarily into, on account of this little river hiding itself in the earth, and finding its way underground, from the foot of Beechworth, more properly Betsworth Castle, near Box Hill, and then rising again at Leatherhead, as above. As if the water had at once engulfed itself in a chasm of the earth, or sunk in a whirlpit, as is said of the Caspian Sea, which they say rises again in the Persian Gulf with the same violence that it engulfs itself. 'Tis strange this error should prevail in this manner, and with men of learning too, and in a case so easily discovered and so near. But thus it is, nor is it at all remote from the true design of this work, to undeceive the world in the false or mistaken accounts, which other men have given of things, especially when those mistakes are so demonstrably gross. And when the subject is significant too, as in this part now in hand, Mr. Camden expresses it thus: the Mole, says he, coming to Whitehill, he should have said Box Hill, hides itself, or is rather swallowed up at the foot of it. And for that reason the place is called Swallow, but after 2 miles it bubbles up, and rises again. Then he adds, alluding to the river Guadiana in Castile, that the inhabitants of this tract no less than the Spaniards may boast of having a bridge that feeds several flocks of sheep. Thus far Mr. Camden. The Right Reverend and learned editor of the additions to Mr. Camden, makes it yet worse, speaking of Beechworth Castle, which is a mile before we come to Darking. And 'tis at the foot of this castle here, says his lordship, that the river Mole being nigh to the precipice of Box Hill is swallowed up. Now 'tis something strange for me to take upon me, after 2 such authorities, to say, that neither of these is right. The accounts are so positive, that many curious people have rid thither to see this place, called Swallow, and to see this Beechworth Castle, at the foot of which the river is swallowed up, not doubting but they should see some wonderful gulf, in which a whole river should be at once as it were buried alive. For Mr. Camden says, Swallow is the place, the bishop says, near Beechworth Castle the river is swallowed up, nay, and to make the wonder appear more conformable to the relation, the map of the county of Surrey, placked in Mr. Camden, makes a large blank between the river as swallowed up, a little off of Darking, and its rising again as at Leatherhead, breaking the river off abruptly, as if pouring its waters all at once into a great gulf, like one of the common shores of the streets of London, and bringing it out again at once, just as the water of the brook running into Fleet Ditch, comes out from under Holborn Bridge. Now after all these plausible stories, the matter of fact is this, and no more, and even of this, the thing is wonderful enough too, but I say, it is thus, and no more, viz. The river Mole passes by Beechworth Castle in a full stream. And for near a mile farther on the west of the castle, it takes into its stream Darking Brook, as they call it, and has upon it a large corn mill, called Darking Mill. Below this it runs close at the foot of Box Hill, near that part of the hill, which is called the Stomacher. Then, as if obstructed by the hill, it turns a little south, and runs cross the road which leads from Darking to Leatherhead, where it is apparently rapid and strong. And then fetches a circuit round a park, formerly belonging to Sir Richard Studolph, and which is part of it, within sight of Leatherhead, and so keeps a continued chenelle to the very town of Leatherhead. So that there is no such thing as a natural bridge, or a river lost, no, not at all. And in the winter, in time of floods the stream will be very large, and rapid all the way above ground, which I affirm of my own knowledge, having seen it so, on many occasions. But the true state of the case is this, the current of the river being much obstructed by the interposition of those hills, called Box Hill, which though descending in a kind of vale, as if parted to admit the river to pass, and making that descent so low as to have the appearance of a level, near a village called Mickleham. I say, these hills yet interrupting the free course of the river, it forces the waters as it were to find their way through, as well as they can. And in order to this, beginning, I say, where the river comes close to the foot of the precipice of Box Hill, called the Stomacher, the waters sink insensibly away. And in some places are to be seen, and I have seen them, little chenelles which go out on the sides of the river, where the water in a stream not so big as would fill a pipe of 1/4 of an inch diameter, trills away out of the river, and sinks insensibly into the ground. In this manner it goes away, lessening the stream for above a mile, near 2, and these they call the Swallows, and the whole ground on the bank of the river, where it is flat and low, is full of these subterraneous passages. So that if on any sudden rain the river swells over the banks, it is observed not to go back into the chenelle again when the flood abates, but to sink away into the earth in the meadows, where it spreads. A remarkable proof of which I shall give presently. But now take this with you as you go, that these swallows, for they are many, and not one called the swallow, as is said in Mr. Camden. These swallows, I say, though they diminish the stream much, do not so drink it up as to make it disappear, but that, where it crosses the road near Mickleham, it runs, as I have said, very sharp and broad. Nor did I ever know it dry in the driest summer in that place, though I lived in the neighbourhood several years. On the contrary, I have known it so deep, that wagons and carriages have not dared to go through. But never knew it, I say, dry in the greatest time of drought. Below this place the hills rise again on the other side very high, and particularly on the ridge, which the country people call the Ashcombe Hills, and they seem to force the river again west. So it surrounds most of the park I mentioned above, and has several bridges upon it, and by this time indeed, so much of it is sunk away, that in a very dry summer the chenelle, though full of water in pits and holes cannot be perceived to run. But this must be, I say, in a very dry season, and still there is the chenelle visible where it runs at other times fiercely enough. This part which I say has the least water, continuing about half a mile, we then perceive the chenelle insensibly to have more water than before, that is to say, that as it sunk in gradually and insensibly. So it takes vent again in the like manner in thousands of little springs, and unseen places, very few in any quantity, till in another half mile, it is a full river again, and passes in full streams under Leatherhead Bridge, as above. And for the truth of this, I appeal to the knowledge of the inhabitants of Darking, Mickleham, Leatherhead, and all the country round. A farther proof of this, and which is the account which I promised above, relating to the gradual sinking away of the water, take as follows. It was in the year 1676, in the month of October, or thereabouts, that there happened a very sudden hasty land flood, which swelled the river to a very great height. And particularly so high, that at Beechworth Castle, and other gentlemen's seats, near the river, where they had fish ponds that were fed by the river, it overflowed their ponds, and carried off all their fish. Or at least they thought so. Sir Adam Brown lived then at Beechworth Castle, a gentleman in those days, well known in the country, for he was many years knight of the shire, of the family of Browns, a branch of the house of Montacutes at Midhurst, mentioned before, but a collateral line. Another of the Browns lived at Bucknell, another at Darking, which I mention chiefly, because some ignorant writers, particularly the late Atlas, has confounded the title of Montacute with the surname of Montague, which is quite another family. and generation, not at all allied, and nothing near so antient, but this by the by. Sir Adam Brown's son, and the young gentlemen of these, and other neighbouring families, disturbed at the loss of their fish, and moved by the report, came all down to Darking, where they raised a little troop of the young fellows and boys of the town, and all went together, to that part of the river which runs by the foot of the stomacher, as I said they call it, on Box Hill. There was a low flat piece of meadow ground, lying close to the river on one side, just opposite to which, the hill lying also close to the river, made up the bank on the other. This piece of ground might contain about 4 or 5 acres, and lying, hollow in the middle, like the shape of a dripping pan, was by the overflowing of the river full of water, and so full, that the bank, which lay close to the river, though higher than the rest, was not to be seen. The gentlemen set themselves and all their little army at work, to raise this bank, which I say, lay between the river and the hollow of the field, so as to separate the water in the hollow part of the field from that in the river. And having so many hands, they effected that part the first day, and made a solid dam or bank, so that they could walk upon it dry-footed. Then they made a return to it, at the upper, or east end of the field, so that in short, no more water could run into the field from any part of the river. When this was done, they built huts or booths, and made fires, and sent for victuals and drink to treat their young company, and there they encamped, as if they waited some great event. And so indeed they did, for in about 2 nights and a day, exclusive of the time they took in making their dams, the water sunk all away in the field. And the consequence of that was, that the fish being surrounded, were catched, as it were, in a trap, for they could not be swallowed up with the water. And the purchase fully recompensed their labour, for the like quantity of fish, great and small, I believe was never taken at once in this kingdom, out of so small a river. This story would have nothing in it wonderful, or to make it worth recording, were it not so evident a demonstration of the manner of this river losing itself underground, or being swallowed up, as they call it. For this field where the water sunk away is just at the place, which Mr. Camden calls the Swallows, near the village of Mickleham, and under the precipice of the hill, and yet the water was 2 nights and a day, as I say, sinking leisurely off. And in this manner, and in no other, does the whole river, or so much of it as passes underground, sink away. The town of Darking is eminent for several little things worth observation. As first, for the great Roman highway, called Stormy Street, which Mr. Camden says, passes through the very churchyard of this town. Secondly, for a little common or heath, called the Cotman Dean, or the Dean or Heath of poor cottagers, for so the word signifies, belonging to the town. And where their almshouse stands, which some learned physicians have singled out for the best air in England. Thirdly, for Mr. Howard's house and garden, called Dedden. The garden is so naturally mounded with hills, that it makes a complete amphitheatre, being an oblong square, the area about 80 yards by 40, and the hills unpassably steep, serve instead of walls, and are handsomely planted with trees, whose tops rising above one another gradually, as the hill rises at their roots, make a most beautiful green wall, of perhaps 50 or 60 foot high. At the north end, which is the entrance, is the house, which closes it wholly, and at the south end, the antient possessor, Mr. Howard, by what we call perforation, caused a vault or cave to be made quite through the hill, which came out again into a fine vineyard, which he planted the same year, on the south side, or slope of the hill, and which they say has produced since most excellent good wines, and a very great quantity of them. Mr. Howard was an honourable and antient gentleman, younger brother to the old Duke of Norfolk, then living, viz. In the year 1676, for in that year, or the year before, was that vineyard planted, and though Mr. Howard was then upwards of 60 years of age, he enjoyed that pleasant seat near 30 years after. At this town lived another antient gentleman and his son, of a very good family, viz. Augustine Belson, Esq. Or as some write it Belshon. The father was measured 7 foot and half an inch high, allowing all that he might have sunk, for his age, being 71 years old, and the son measured 2 inches taller than his father. These families were Roman, as were several others thereabouts at that time, but were soon after that, upon the breaking out of the popish plot, dispersed, some one way, and some another, as the fate of those times obliged them to do. Though, I do not remember that any part of the scenes of treason were laid about Darking, or that any of the Romish gentlemen thereabout were charged with being concerned with them. The market of Darking cannot be omitted, as it relates to my design of giving an account of the several parts of England. From whence this great city of London, and all the dainty doings, which are to be seen there, as to eating, is supplied with provisions. This market is of all the markets in England famous for poultry, and particularly for the fattest geese, and the largest capons, the name of a Darking capon being well known among the poulterers in Leadenhall market. In a word, they are brought to this market from as far as Horsham in Sussex. And 'tis the business of all the country, on that side for many miles, to breed and fatten them up, insomuch, that 'tis like a manufacture to the country people, and some of these capons are so large, as that they are little inferior to turkeys. And I have seen them sold for 4s to 4s 6d. each, and weighing from 4/ to 5 or 61 a pace. Once a year here is also a fair, viz. on Holy Thursday, chiefly for lambs, and the greatest fair in England of that kind. I have passed over the so much celebrated house of Mr. Evelyn at Wotton, near Darking, not that it is not worth notice, but because so many other writers have said so much of it. On the top of Box Hill, and in view of this town, grows a very great beech tree, which by way of distinction is called the Great Beech, and a very great tree it is. But I mention it on the following account: under the shade of this tree, was a little vault or cave, and here every Sunday, during the summer season, there used to be a rendezvous of coaches and horsemen, with abundance of gentlemen and ladies from Epsom to take the air, and walk in the box woods. And in a word, divert, or debauch, or perhaps both, as they thought fit, and the game increased so much, that it began almost on a sudden, to make a great noise in the country. A vintner who kept the King's Arms Inn, at Darking, taking notice of the constant and unusual flux of company thither, took the hint from the prospect of his advantage, which offered, and obtaining leave of Sir Adam Brown, whose manor and land it was, furnished this little cellar or vault with tables, chairs, and with wine and eatables to entertain the ladies and gentlemen on Sunday nights, as above, and this was so agreeable to them as that it increased the company exceedingly. In a word, by these means, the concourse of gentry, and in consequence of the country people, became so great, that the place was like a little fair. So that at length the country began to take notice of it, and it was very offensive, especially to the best governed people. This lasted some years, I think 2 or 3, and though complaint was made of it to Sir Adam Brown, and the neighbouring justices, all alleging the revelling, and the indecent mirth that was among them, and on the Sabbath day too, yet it did not obtain a suitable redress, whereupon a certain set of young men, of the town of Darking, and perhaps prompted by some others, resenting the thing also, made an unwelcome visit to the place once on a Saturday night, just before the usual time of their wicked mirth, and behold, when the coaches and ladies, and from Epsom appeared the next afternoon, they found the cellar or vault, and all that was in it, blown up with gunpowder. And so secret was it kept, that upon the utmost inquiry it could never be heard, or found out who were the persons that did it. That action put an end to their revels for a great while. Nor was the place ever repaired that I heard of, at least it was not put to the same wicked use that it was employed in before. From this hill, and particularly from this part of it, is a fair view in clear weather quite over the Wild of Sussex, to the South Downs. And by the help of glasses, those who know where things are situate, may plainly see the town of Horsham, Ashdown Forest, the Duke of Somerset's house at Petworth, and the South Downs, as they range between Brighthelmston and Arundel. Besides an unbounded prospect into Kent. The vale beneath this hill is for many miles east and west, called the Homeward, by some the Homewood, others Holmesdale. But more vulgarly the Homeward, in the woody part of which are often found outlying red deer, and in the days of King James II, or while he was Duke of York, they have hunted the largest stags here that have been seen in England. The Duke took great care to have them preserved for his own sport, and they were so preserved for many years, but have since that been most of them destroyed. This homeward, or holmwood, is a vale, which is now chiefly grown with firs, famous for the country people gathering such quantities of strawberries, as they carry them to market by horseloads. I saw neither town or village, for many miles on it. Much less any gentlemen's seats, only cottages and single houses. But vast quantities of geese and poultry, which as is said above, employs all the country in breeding them up. There has been large timber here, they say, but most of it is cut down and gone, except that where there are any wood standing. The timber is still exceeding good and large. It is suggested that this place was in antient times so unpassable a wild, or overgrown waste, the woods so thick, and the extent so large, reaching far into Sussex, that it was the retreat for many ages of the native Britons, who the Romans could never drive out. And after that it was the like to the Saxons, when the Danes harassed the nation with their troops, and ravaged the country wherever they came, and on this account they retain here in memory the following lines. This is Holmesdale. Never conquered, never shall. But this is a piece of history, which I leave as I find it, the country though wild still, and perhaps having the same countenance now in many places, as it had above 1,000 years ago. Yet in other places is cultivated, and has roads passable enough in the summer quite through it, on every side, and the woods are cleared off in a great measure as above. Keeping at the bottom of these hills, and yet not entered into this vale, the county is dry, and rather sandy or gravel, and is full of gentlemen's houses, and of good towns. But if we go but a little to the right hand south, into the said wild part, 'tis a deep, strong, and in the wet season, an unpassable clay. Here travelling east at the foot of the hills, we came to Reigate, a large market town with a castle, and a mansion house, inhabited for some years by Sir John Parsons, once Lord Mayor of London, and whose son is high a fair way to be so also, being one of the aldermen and sheriffs of the said city at the writing these sheets. Here are 2 miserable borough towns too, which nevertheless send each of them 2 members to Parliament, to wit, Gatton under the side of the hill, almost at Reigate, and Bleachingley, more eastward on the same cross road, which we were upon before. In the first of these Sir John Thomson, afterwards Lord Haversham, having purchased the manor, was always elected, as Mr. Paul Docmanique, an Italian merchant, has been since. The last was for many years, the estate of Sir Robert Clayton, a known citizen, and benefactor to the city of London, whose posterity still enjoy it, and at either town the purchasers seem to buy the election with the property. At Nutfield, between Reigate and Bleachingley, is another branch of the family of Evelyn, who have flourished there many years, though in a kind of retreat, and are often chosen representatives for the town of Bleachingley, which is just at their door. From hence, crossing still the roads leading from London into Sussex, we come to a village called Godstone, which lies on the road from London to Lewes. And keeping on, east, we come to Westerham, the first market town in Kent on that side. This is a neat handsome well-built market town, and is full of gentry, and consequently of good company. The late Earl of Jersey built, or rather finished, for it was begun by a private gentleman, a very noble house here, which still remains in the family, and is every year made finer and finer. All this part of the country is very agreeably pleasant, wholesome and fruitful, I mean quite from Guildford to this place, and is accordingly overspread with good towns, gentlemen's houses, populous villages, abundance of fruit, with hop grounds and cherry orchards, and the lands well cultivated. But all on the right hand, that is to say, south, is exceedingly grown with timber, has abundance of waste and wild grounds, and forests, and woods, with many large iron works, at which they cast great quantities of iron cauldrons, chimneybacks, furnaces, retorts, boiling pots, and all such necessary things of iron. Besides iron cannon, bomb shells, stinkpots, hand grenadoes, and cannon ball, and in an infinite quantity, and which turn to very great account. Though, at the same time the works are prodigiously expensive, and the quantity of wood they consume is exceeding great, which keeps up that complaint I mentioned before, that timber would grow scarce, and consequently dear, from the great quantity consumed in the iron works in Sussex. From hence going forward east, we come to Riverhead, a town on the road from London to Tunbridge. And then having little to speak of in Kent, except some petty market towns, such as Rootham, commonly called Rootham, Townmaling, Cranbrook, and the like. Of which something had been observed, as I travelled forward. In the beginning of this circuit, I turned north, and came to Bromley, a market town, made famous by an hospital, lately built there by Dr. Warner, Lord Bishop of Rochester, for the relief of the widows of clergymen, which was not only well endowed at first, but has had many gifts and charities bestowed on it since, and is a very noble foundation for the best of charities in the world. Besides, it has been an example, and an encouragement to the like in other places, and has already been imitated, as Mr. Camden's most reverend continuator assures us, by the bishops of Winchester and Salisbury in their dioceses. Near this town we turned away by Beckenham, and through Norwood to Croydon. In the way we saw Dulwich or Sydenham Wells, where great crowds of people throng every summer from London to drink the waters, as at Epsom and Tunbridge. Only with this difference, that as at Epsom and Tunbridge, they go more for the diversion of the season, for the mirth and the company, for gaming, or intriguing, and the like. Here they go for mere physic, and this causes another difference. Namely, that as the nobility and gentry go to Tunbridge, the merchants and rich citizens to Epsom, so the common people go chiefly to Dulwich and Streatham. And the rather also, because it lies so near London, that they can walk to it in the morning, and return at night, which abundance do, that is to say, especially of a Sunday, or on holidays, which makes the better sort also decline the place. The crowd on those days being both unruly and unmannerly. Croydon is a great corn market, but chiefly for oats and oatmeal, all for London still. The town is large and full of citizens from London, which makes it so populous. It is the antient palace of the Archbishops of Canterbury, and several of them lie buried here. Particularly that great man, Archbishop Whitgift, who not only repaired the palace, but built the famous hospital and school, which remains there to this day, to the singular honour of the giver. In the gardens of this episcopal palace, the Lady Dowager Onslow, mother of the present lord of that name, of whom mention has been made, was very unhappily drowned about 2 years since, in one of the fish ponds. Whether she did it herself, or whether by accident, or how, 'tis not the business of such a work as this to inquire. Her daughter being the wife of Sir John Williams, merchant of London, had hired the house, and she was in his family. From hence we passed by Beddington, where is still the seat or mansion house of Sir Nicholas Carew. It was a fine building in Mr. Camden's time, but is now almost rebuilt from the ground, by the present owner, Sir Nicholas Carew, who now possesses that estate, and who is one of the representatives for the county of Surrey. The house is magnificently great, and the gardens are exquisitely fine, yet architects say, that the 2 wings are too deep for the body of the house, that they should either have been wider asunder, or not so long. The court before them is extremely fine, and the canal and the park, before the court, is so well that nothing can be better, having a river running through it. The gardens are exceedingly enlarged, they take up all the flat part of the park, with vistas, or prospects through the park, for 2 or 3 miles. The orange trees continue, and are indeed wonderful. They are the only standard orange trees in England, and have moving houses to cover them in the winter. They are loaded with fruit in the summer, and the gardeners told us, they have stood in the ground where they now grow above 80 years. I am sorry to record it to the reproach of any person in their grave, that the ancestor of this family, though otherwise a very honest gentleman, if fame lies not, was so addicted to gaming, and so unfortunately overmatched in his play, that he lost this noble seat and parks, and all the fine addenda which were then about it, at one night's play, some say, at one cast of dice, to Mr. Harvey of Combe, near Kingston. What misery had befallen the family, if the right of the winner had been prosecuted with rigor, as by what I have heard it would have been, is hard to write, but God had better things in store for the gentleman's posterity than he took thought for himself. And the estate being entailed upon the heir, the loser died before it came into possession of the winner, and so it has been preserved, and the present gentleman has not only recovered the disaster, but as above, has exceedingly improved it all. From hence it is but a little mile to Cashalton, a country village situate among innumerable springs of water, which all together, form a river in the very street of the town, and joining the other springs which come from Croydon and Beddington, make one stream, which are called the river Wandle. This village, seated among such delightful springs, is yet all standing upon firm chalk, and having the downs close adjoining, makes the most agreeable spot on all this side of London, as is abundantly testified by its being, as it were, crowded with fine houses of the citizens of London, some of which are built with such a profusion of expense, that they look rather like seats of the nobility, than the country houses of citizens and merchants, particularly those of Sir William Scawen, lately deceased, who besides an immense estate in money has left, as I was told, one article of £9,000 a year to his heir, and was himself since the fire of London, only Mr. Scawen, a Hanborough merchant, dealing by commission, and not in any view of such an increase of wealth, or anything like it. The other house is that of Sir John Fellows, late sub-governor of the South Sea Company, who having the misfortune to fall in the general calamity of the late directors, lost all his unhappy wealth, which he had gained in the company, and a good and honestly gotten estate of his own into the bargain. I cannot dwell on the description of all the fine houses in this and the neighbouring villages. I shall speak of them again in bulk with their neighbours, of Mitcham, Streatham, Tooting, Clapham, and others. But I must take a trip here across the downs to Epsom. Banstead Downs need no description other than this, that their being so near London, and surrounded as they are with pleasant villages, and being in themselves perfectly agreeable, the ground smooth, soft, level and dry, even in but a few hours after rain, they conspire to make the most delightful spot of ground, of that kind in all this part of Britain. When on the public race days they are covered with coaches and ladies, and an innumerable company of horsemen, as well gentlemen as citizens, attending the sport. And then adding to the beauty of the sight, the racers flying over the course, as if they either touched not, or felt not the ground they run upon. I think no sight, except that of a victorious army, under the command of a Protestant king of Great Britain could exceed it. About 4 miles, over those delicious downs, brings us to Epsom, and if you will suppose me to come there in the month of July, or thereabouts, you may think me to come in the middle of the season, when the town is full of company, and all disposed to mirth and pleasantry. For abating one unhappy stock jobbing year, when England took leave to act the frantic, for a little while, and when everybody's heads were turned with projects and stocks, I say, except this year, we see nothing of business in the whole conversation of Epsom, even the men of business, who are really so when in London, whether it be at the Exchange, the Alley, or the Treasury offices, and the Court, yet here they look as if they had left all their London thoughts behind them, and had separated themselves to mirth and good company. As if they came hither to unbend the bow of the mind, and to give themselves a loose to their innocent pleasures. I say, innocent, for such they may enjoy here, and such any man may make his being here, if he pleases. As, I say, this place seems adapted wholly to pleasure, so the town is suited to it. 'Tis all rural, the houses are built at large, not many together, with gardens and ground about them, that the people who come out of their confined dwellings in London, may have air and liberty, suited to the design of country lodgings. You have no sooner taken lodgings, and entered the apartments, but if you are anything known, you walk out, to see who and who's together. For 'tis the general language of the place, come let's go see the town. Folks don't come to Epsom to stay within doors. The next morning you are welcomed with the music under your chamber window. But for a shilling or two you get rid of them, and prepare for going to the Wells. Here you have the compliment of the place, are entered into the list of the pleasant company, so you become a citizen of Epsom for that summer. And this costs you another shilling, or if you please, half a crown, then you drink the waters, or walk about as if you did, dance with the ladies, though it be in your gown and slippers. Have music and company of what kind you like, for every man may sort himself as he pleases, the grave with the grave, and the gay with the gay, the bright, and the wicked. All may be matched if they seek for it, and perhaps some of the last may be overmatched, if they are not upon their guard. After the morning diversions are over, and every one are walked home to their lodgings, the town is perfectly quiet again. Nothing is to be seen, the green, the great room, the raffling shops all are, as if it was a trading town on a holiday, shut up. There's little stirring, except footmen, and maid servants, going to and fro of errands, and higglers and butchers, carrying provisions to people's lodgings. This takes up the town till dinner is over, and the company have reposed for 2 or 3 hours in the heat of the day. Then the first thing you observe is, that the ladies come to the shady seats, at their doors, and to the benches in the groves, and covered walks, of which every house that can have them, is generally supplied with several. Here they refresh with cooling liquors, agreeable conversation, and innocent mirth. Those that have coaches, or horses, as soon as the sun declines, take the air on the downs, and those that have not, content themselves with staying a little later, and when the air grows cool, and the sun low, they walk out under the shade of the hedges and trees, as they find it for their diversion. In the meantime, towards evening the bowling green begins to fill, the music strikes up in the great room, and company draws together apace, and here they never fail of abundance of mirth, every night being a kind of ball. The gentlemen bowl, the ladies dance, others raffle, and some rattle. Conversation is the general pleasure of the place, till it grows late, and then the company draws off, and, generally speaking, they are pretty well as to keeping good hours. So that by 11 o'clock the dancing generally ends, and the day closes with good wishes, and appointments to meet the next morning at the Wells, or somewhere else. The retired part of the world, of which also there are very many here, have the waters brought home to their apartments in the morning, where they drink and walk about a little, for assisting the physical operation, till near noon. Then dress dinner, and repose for the heat as others do. After which they visit, drink tea, walk abroad, come to their lodgings to supper, then walk again till it grows dark, and then to bed. The greatest part of the men, I mean of this grave sort, may be supposed to be men of business, who are at London upon business all the day, and thronging to their lodgings at night, make the families, generally speaking, rather provide suppers than dinners. For 'tis very frequent for the trading part of the company to place their families here, and take their horses every morning to London, to the Exchange, to the Alley, or to the warehouse, and be at Epsom again at night. And I know one citizen that practised it for several years together, and scarce ever lay a night in London during the whole season. This, I say, makes the good wives satisfy themselves with providing for the family, rather at night than at noon, that their husbands may eat with them. After which they walk abroad as above, and these they call the sober citizens, and those are not much at the Wells, or at the Green, except sometimes, when they give themselves a holiday, or when they get sooner home than usual. Nor are these which I call the more retired part the company, the least part of those that fill up the town of Epsom, nor is their way of living so retired, but that there is a great deal of society, mirth, and good manners, and good company among these two. The fine park of the late Earl of Berkeley, near Epsom, was formerly a great addition to the pleasure of the place, by the fine walks and cool retreats there. But the Earl finding it absolutely necessary, for a known reason, to shut it up, and not permit any walking there, that relief to the company was abated for some years. But the pleasures of nature are so many round the town, the shady trees so everywhere planted, and now generally well grown, that it makes Epsom like a great park filled with little groves, lodges and retreats for coolness of air, and shade from the sun. And I believe, I may say, it is not to be matched in the world, on that account, at least, not in so little a space of ground. It is to be observed too, that for shady walks, and innumerable numbers of trees planted before the houses, Epsom differs much from itself, that is to say, as it was 20 or 30 years ago. For then those trees that were planted, were generally young, and not grown, and now not only all the trees then young, are grown large and fair, but thousands are planted since. So that the town, at a distance, looks like a great wood full of houses, scattered everywhere, all over it. In the winter this is no place for pleasure indeed. As it is full of mirth and gaiety in the summer, so the prospect in the winter presents you with little, but good houses shut up, and windows fastened, the furniture taken down, the families removed, the walks out of repair, the leaves off of the trees, and the people out of the town. And which is still worse, The ordinary roads both to it, and near it, except only on the side of the downs, are deep, stiff, full of sloughs, and, in a word, impassable. For all the country, the side of the downs, as I have said, only excepted, is a deep stiff clay. So that there's no riding in the winter without the utmost fatigue, and some hazard, and this is the reason that Epsom is not, like Hampstead or Richmond, full of company in winter as well as summer. From Epsom, that I might thoroughly visit the county of Surrey, I rode over those clays, and through very bad roads to Kingstone, and from thence keeping the bank of the river on my right hand, I had a fine view of Hampton Court, at a distance. But had reserved it for another journey, and was bound now in search of a piece of antiquity to satisfy my own curiosity. This was to Oatland, that I might see the famous place where Julius Caesar passed the river Thames in the sight of the British army. And notwithstanding they had stuck the river full of sharp stakes for 3 miles together. The people said several of those stakes were still to be seen in the bottom of the river, having stood there for now above 1760 years, but they could show me none of them, though they call the place Cowes stakes to this day. I could make little judgment of the thing, only from this, that it really seems probable, that this was the first place where Caesar at that time could find the river fordable or any way passable to him, who had no boats, no pontons, and no way to make bridges over, in the teeth of so powerful, and so furious an enemy. But the Roman valor and discipline surmounted all difficulties, and he passed the army, routing the Britons, whose king in general, Cassibellinus, never offered a pitched battle to the Romans afterward. Satisfied with what little I could see here, which indeed was nothing at all, but the mere place, said to be so, and which it behoved me to believe, only because it was not unlikely to be true. I say, satisfied with this, I came back directly to Kingstone, a good market town, but remarkable for little, only that they say, the antient British and Saxon kings were usually crowned here in former times, which I will neither assert or deny. But keeping the river now on my left, as I did before on my right hand, drawing near to London, we came to Hame and Peterson, little villages, the first, famous for a most pleasant palace of the late Duke of Lauderdale, close by the river. A house King Charles II used to be frequently at, and be exceedingly pleased with. The avenues of this fine house to the land side, come up to the end of the village of Peterson, where the wall of New Park comes also close to the town, on the other side. In an angle of which stood a most delicious house, built by the late Earl of Rochester, Lord High Treasurer in King James II's reign, as also in part of Queen Anne's reign, which place he discharged so well, that we never heard of any misapplications, so much as suggested, much less inquired after. I am obliged to say only, that this house stood here. For even while this is writing the place seems to be but smoking with the ruins of a most unhappy disaster, the whole house being a few months ago burnt down to the ground with a fire, so sudden, and so furious, that the family who were all at home, had scarce time to save their lives. Nor was the house, though so exquisitely finished, so beautiful within and without, the greatest loss sustained, the rich furniture, the curious collection of paintings, and above all, the most curious collection of books, being the library of the first Earl of Clarendon, Lord Chancellor of England, and author of that most excellent history of the rebellion, of which the world knows so much. I say, this library, as I am assured, was here wholly consumed. A loss irreparable, and not to be sufficiently regretted by all lovers of learning, having among other valuable things, several manuscripts relating to those times, and to things transacted by himself, and by the king his master, both at home and abroad, and of other antient things, collected by that noble and learned author in foreign countries, which both for their rarity, antiquity, and authority, were of an inestimable value. From hence we come to Richmond, the delightful retreat of their Royal Highnesses, the Prince and Princess of Wales, and where they have spent the fine season every summer for some years. The Prince's court being so near must needs have filled Richmond, which was before a most agreeable retreat for the first and second-rate gentry. With a great deal of the best company in England, this town and the country adjacent, increased daily in buildings, many noble houses for the accommodation of such, being lately rised and more in prospect, but 'tis feared should the prince come, for any cause that may happen, to quit that side of the country, those numerous buildings must abate in the value which is now set upon them. The company however, at Richmond, is very great in the winter, when the prince's court is not there. Because of the neighbourhood of so many gentlemen, who live constantly there, and thereabouts, and of its nearness to London also, and in this it has the advantage both of Epsom and Tunbridge. Here are wells likewise, and a mineral water, which though not so much just as that at Epsom and Tunbridge, are yet sufficient to keep up the forms of the place, and bring the company together in the morning, as the music does in the evening. And as there is more of quality in and about the place than is ordinarily to be seen at Epsom, the company is more shining, and sometimes even illustriously bright. Mr. Temple created Baron Temple, of the Kingdom of Ireland, even since this circuit was performed. And who is the son and successor to the honour, estate, and great part of the character of the great Sir William Temple, has a fine seat and gardens, hard by, at Shen. The gardens are indeed exquisitely fine, being finished, and even contrived by the great genius of Sir William, his father. And as they were his last delight in life, so they were every way suited to be so, to a man of his sense and capacity, who knew what kind of life was best fitted to make a man's last days happy. It is not easy to describe the beauty with which the banks of the Thames shine on either side of the river, from hence to London, much more than our ancestors, even of but one age ago, knew anything of, if for pleasant villages, great houses, palaces, gardens, and it was true in Queen Elizabeth's time, according to the poet, that the Thames with royal Tiber may compare. I say, if this were true at that time, what may be said of it now? When for one fine house that was to be seen then, there are 100. Nay, for aught I know, 500 to be seen now, even as you sit still in a boat, and pass up and down the river. First beginning from Ham House, as above, the Prince's Palace salutes the eye, being formerly no more than a lodge in the park, and by that means belonging to the Ranger, who was then, the, since unhappy, Duke of Ormond, and who, with other branches of a noble estate, lost this among the rest by his precipitate retreat from the parliamentary justice. I have seen many of the seats of the nobility in France, and some larger, but none finer than this, except such as have been laid out at the royal expense. From Richmond to London, the river sides are full of villages, and those villages so full of beautiful buildings, charming gardens, and rich habitations of gentlemen of quality, that nothing in the world can imitate it. No, not the country for 20 miles round Paris, though that indeed is a kind of prodigy. To enumerate the gentlemen's houses in their view, would be too long for this work to describe them, would fill a large folio. It shall suffice to observe something concerning the original of the strange passion, for fine gardens, which has so commendably possessed the English gentlemen of late years, for 'tis evident it is but of late years. It is since the Revolution that our English gentlemen, began so universally, to adorn their gardens with those plants, we call evergreens, which leads me to a particular observation that may not be improper in this place. King William and Queen Mary introduced each of them 2 customs, which by the people's imitating them became the 2 idols of the town, and indeed of the whole kingdom. The Queen brought in, the love of fine East India calicoes, such as were then called Maslapidan chintz, atlases, and fine painted calicoes, which afterwards descended into the humours of the common people so much, as to make them grievous to our trade, and ruining to our manufactures and the poor. So that the Parliament were obliged to make 2 acts at several times to restrain, and at last prohibit the use of them, too. The Queen brought in the custom or humour, as I may call it, of furnishing houses with china ware, which increased to a strange degree afterwards, piling their china upon the tops of cabinets, scrutores, and every chimney-piece, to the tops of the ceilings, and even setting up shelves for their china ware, where they wanted such places, till it became a grievance in the expense of it, and even injurious to their families and estates. The good Queen, far from designing any injury to the country where she was so entirely beloved, little thought she was in either of these laying a foundation for such fatal excesses, and would no doubt have been the first to have reformed them had she lived to see it. The King on his part introduced, 1. The love of gardening, and, 2. Of painting. In the first His Majesty was particularly delighted with the decoration of evergreens, as the greatest addition to the beauty of a garden, preserving the figure of the place, even in the roughest part of an inclement and tempestuous winter. Sir Stephen Fox's gardens at Isleworth, and Sir William Temple's at East Sheen, mentioned above, were the only 2 gardens where they had entirely pursued this method at that time, and of Sir Stephen's garden, this was to be said, that almost all his fine evergreens were raised in the places where they stood, Sir Stephen taking as much delight to see them rise gradually, and form them into what they were to be, as to buy them of the nursery gardeners, finished to his hand. Besides that by this method his greens, the finest in England, cost him nothing but the labour of his servants, and about 10 years' patience, which if they were to have been purchased, would not have cost so little as £10,000, especially at that time. It was here that King William was so pleased that according to His Majesty's usual expression, when he licked a place very well, he stood, and looking round him from the head of one of the canals, well says His Majesty, I could dwell here 5 days. Everything was so exquisitely contrived, finished, and well kept, that the king, who was allowed to be the best judge of such things then living in the world, did not so much as once say, this or that thing could have been better. With the particular judgment of the king, all the gentlemen in England began to fall in, and in a few years fine gardens, and fine houses began to grow up in every corner. The king began with the gardens at Hampton Court and Kensington, and the gentlemen followed everywhere, with such a gust that the alteration is indeed wonderful through the whole kingdom. But nowhere more than in the 2 counties of Middlesex and Surrey, as they border on the river Thames, the beauty and expense of which are only to be wondered at, not described. They may indeed be guessed at, by what is seen in 1 or 2 such as these named, but I think to enter into a particular of them would be an intolerable task, and tedious to the reader. That these houses and gardens are admirably beautiful in their kind, and in their separate and distinct beauties, such as their situation, decoration, architect, furniture, and the like, must be granted. And many descriptions have been accurately given of them, as of Ham House, Q.E.W. Green, the Prince's House, Sir William Temple's, Sir Charles Hedges, Shown House, Osterley, Lord Ranelagh at Chelsea Hospital. The many noble seats in Isleworth, Twickenham, Hammersmith, Fulham, Putney, Chelsea, Battersea, and the like. But I find none has spoken of what I call the distant glory of all these buildings. There is a beauty in these things at a distance, taking them en passant, and in perspective, which few people value, and fewer understand. And yet here they are more truly great, than in all their private beauties whatsoever. Here they reflect beauty, and magnificence upon the whole country, and give a kind of a character to the island of Great Britain in general. The banks of the Seine are not thus adorned from Paris to Rhone, or from Paris to the Loire above the city. The Danube can show nothing like it above and below Vienna, or the Po above and below Turin. The whole country here shines with a lustre not to be described. Take them in a remote view, the fine seats shine among the trees as jewels shine in a rich coronet, in a near sight they are mere pictures and paintings. At a distance they are all nature, near hand all art, but both in the extremest beauty. In a word, nothing can be more beautiful. Here is a plain and pleasant country, a rich fertile soil, cultivated and enclosed to the utmost perfection of husbandry, then bespangled with villages. Those villages filled with these houses, and the houses surrounded with gardens, walks, vistas, avenues, representing all the beauties of building, and all the pleasures of planting. It is impossible to view these countries from any rising ground and not be ravished with the delightful prospect. For example, suppose you take your view from the little rising hills about Clapham. If you look to the east, there you see the pleasant villages of Peckham and Camberwell, with some of the finest dwellings about London. As, 1. The Lord Powys's at Peckham, 2. A house built by a merchant, 1 Collins, but now standing empty at Camberwell, but justly called a picture of a house, and several others. Then turning south, we see Loughborough House near Kennington, Mr. Howland's, now the Duchess of Bedford's, at Streatham, Sir Richard Temple's house near Croydon, a whole town of fine houses at Cashalton, Sir Nicholas Carew's, and Sir John Lake's at Beddington. Sir Theodore Jansen another South Sea forfeiture at Wimbledon, Sir James Bateman's at Tooting, besides an innumerable number in Clapham itself. On the south-west also you have Mr. Harvey's at Coombe, formerly the palace of a king. With all the villages mentioned above, and the country adjoining filled with the palaces of the British nobility and gentry already spoken of, looking north, behold, to crown all, a fair prospect of the whole city of London itself. The most glorious sight without exception, that the whole world at present can show, or perhaps ever could show since the sacking of Rome in the European, and the burning the Temple of Jerusalem in the Asian part of the world. Add to all this, that these fine houses and innumerable more, which cannot be spoken of here, are not, at least very few of them, the mansion houses of families, the antient residences of ancestors, the capital messuages of the estates. Nor have the rich possessors any lands to a considerable value about them, but these are all houses of retreat, like the bastides of Marseilles, gentlemen's mere summer houses, or citizens' country houses. Whither they retire from the hurries of business, and from getting money, to draw their breath in a clear air, and to divert themselves and families in the hot weather. And they that are shut up, and as it were stripped of their inhabitants in the winter, who return to smoke and dirt, sin and sea coal, as it was coarsely expressed, in the busy city. So that in short all this variety, this beauty, this glorious show of wealth and plenty, is really a view of the luxuriant age which we live in, and of the overflowing riches of the citizens, who in their abundance make these gay excursions. And live thus deliciously all the summer, retiring within themselves in the winter, the better to lay up for the next summer's expense. If this then is produced from the gay part of the town only, what must be the immense wealth of the city itself, where such a produce is brought forth? Where such prodigious estates are raised in one man's age. Instances of which we have seen in those of Sir Josiah Child, Sir John Lethelier, Sir James Bateman, Sir Robert Clayton, Sir William Scawen, and hundreds more. Whose beginnings were small, or but small compared, and who have exceeded even the greatest part of the nobility of England in wealth, at their death, and all of their own getting. It is impossible in one journey to describe effectually this part of the county of Surrey, lying from Kingston to London and Greenwich, where I set out, that is, including the villages of Richmond, Petersham, Eastsheen, Mortlock, Putney, Wandsworth, Barn Elms, Battersea, Wimbledon, Tooting, Clapham, Camberwell, Peckham and Deptford. The description would swell with the stories of private families, and of the reasons of these opulent foundations, more than with their history. It would also take up a large chapter in this book, to but mention the overthrow, and catastrophe of innumerable wealthy city families, who after they have thought their houses established, and have built their magnificent country seats, as well as others, have sunk under the misfortunes of business, and the disasters of trade, after the world has thought them past all possibility of danger. Such as Sir Joseph Hodges, Sir Justice Beck, the widow Cock at Camberwell, and many others. Besides all the late South Sea directors, all which I choose to have forgotten, as no doubt they desire to be, in recording the wealth and opulence of this part of England, which I doubt not to convince you infinitely outdoes the whole world. I am come now to Southwark, a suburb to, rather than a part of London, but of which this may be said with justice. A royal city were not London by. To give you a brief description of Southwark, it might be called a long street, of about 9 miles in length, as it is now built on eastward. Reaching from Vauxhall to London Bridge, and from the bridge to Deptford, all up to Deptford Bridge, which parts it from Greenwich, all the way winding and turning as the river winds and turns. Except only in that part, which reaches from Cuckold's Point to Deptford, which indeed winds more than the river does. In the centre, which is opposite to the bridge, it is thickened with buildings, and may be reckoned near a mile broad, viz. From the bridge to the end of Kent Street and Blackman Street, and about the Mint, but else the whole building is but narrow, nor indeed can it be otherwise, considering the length of it. The principal beauty of the borough of Southwark, consists in the prodigious number of its inhabitants. Take it as it was anciently bounded, it contained 9 parishes. But as it is now extended, and, as I say, joins with Deptford, it contains 11 large parishes, according to the weekly bills, for the year 1722, the 9 parishes only buried 4166, which is about 1/6 part of the whole body, called London. The bill of mortality for that year, amounting in all to 25750. The first thing we meet with considerable, is at the Spring Garden, just at the corner, where the road turns away to go from Vauxhall Turnpike, towards Newington. There are the remains of the old lines cast up in the times of the rebellion, to fortify this side of the town. And at that corner was a very large bastion, or rather a fort, and such indeed they call it, which commanded all the pass on that side, and farther on, where the openings nearest George's fields are, which they now call the Ducking Pond, there was another. The water they call the Ducking Pond, is evidently to this day the moat of the fort, and the lines are so high, and so undemolished still, that a very little matter would repair and perfect them again. From hence they turned south-east, and went to the Windmill, at the end of Blackman Street, where they crossed the road, and going to the end of Kent Street, we see another great bastion, and then turning se. Till they come to the end of Barnaby Street, or rather beyond, among the tanners, and there you see another fort, so plain, and so undemolished, the grass growing now over the works, that it is as plain as it was, even when it was thrown down. Here is also another remain of antiquity, the vestiges of which are easy to be traced, viz. the place where by strength of men's hands, they turned the channel of this great river of Thames, and made a new course for the waters, while the great bridge, which is now standing, was built. Here it is evident they turned the waters out, viz. about a place called 9 Elms, just beyond Vauxhall, where now a little brook, from the washway at Kennington, and which they once attempted to make navigable, enters the Thames, from thence it crossed the great road. A little beyond the end of the houses in Newington, between which and Kennington Common, on the left of the road, as you go south, there is a very large pond, or lake of water, part of the channel not filled up to this day. From thence it entered the marshes between Rotherhithe and Deptford, where for many years after there remained a drain for the water, upon which was a large mill pond and dam, and where since was built the second great wet dock, said to belong to the Duke of Bedford's estate, and called at first Snellgrove's dock, because built by one Mr. Snellgrove, a shipwright, whose building yards adjoined it. A farther description of Southwark, I refer till I come to speak of London, as one general appellation for the 2 cities of London and Westminster. And all the borough of Southwark, and all the buildings and villages included within the bills of mortality, make but one London, in the general appellation, of which in its order I am, and Letter 3. Containing a description of the south coasts of Hampshire, Wilts, Dorsetshire, Somersetshire, Devonshire, and Cornwall. London to Winchester. Sir, I find so much left to speak of, and so many things to say in every part of England, that my journey cannot be barren of intelligence, which way soever I turn. No, though I were to oblige myself to say nothing of anything that had been spoken of before. I intended once to have gone due west this journey. But then I should have been obliged to crowd my observations so close, to bring Hampton Court, Windsor, Blenheim, Oxford, the Bath and Bristol, all into one letter. All those remarkable places lying in a line, as it were, in one point of the compass, as to have made my letter too long, or my observations too light and superficial, as others have done before me. This letter will divide the weighty task, and consequently make it fit lighter on the memory, be pleasanter to the reader, and make my progress the more regular. I shall therefore take in Hampton Court and Windsor in this journey. The first at my setting out, and the last at my return, and the rest as their situation demands. As I came down from Kingston, in my last circuit, by the south bank of the Thames, on the Surrey side of the river. So I go up to Hampton Court, now, on the north bank, and on the Middlesex side, which I mention, because as the sides of the country bordering on the river, lie parallel, so the beauty of the country, the pleasant situations, the glory of innumerable fine buildings, noblemen's and gentlemen's houses, and citizens' retreats, are so equal a match to what I had described on the other side, that one knows not which to give the preference to, but as I must speak of them again, when I come to write of the county of Middlesex, which I have now purposely omitted. So I pass them over here, except the palace of Hampton only, which I mentioned in Middlesex, for the reasons above. Hampton Court lies on the north bank of the River Thames, about 2 small miles from Kingston, and on the road from Staines to Kingston Bridge. So that the road straightening the parks a little, they were obliged to part the parks, and leave the paddock, and the great park, part on the other side the road. A testimony of that just regard that the kings of England always had, and still have, to the common good, and to the service of the country, that they would not interrupt the course of the road, or cause the poor people to go out of the way of their business, to or from the markets and fairs, for any pleasure of their own whatsoever. The palace of Hampton Court was first founded, and built from the ground, by that great statesman, and favourite of King Henry VIII, Cardinal Wolsey. And if it be a just observation anywhere, as is made from the situation of the old abbeys and monasteries, the clergy were excellent judges of the beauty and pleasantness of the country, and chose always to plant in the best. I say, if it was a just observation in any case, it was in this, for if there be a situation on the whole river between Staines Bridge and Windsor Bridge, pleasanter than another, it is this of Hampton. Close to the river, yet not offended by the rising of its waters in floods, or storms, near to the reflux of the tides, but not quite so near as to be affected with any foulness of the water, which the flowing of the tides generally is the occasion of. The gardens extend almost to the bank of the river, yet are never overflowed, nor are there any marshes on either side the river to make the waters stagnate, or the air unwholesome on that account. The river is high enough to be navigable, and low enough to be a little pleasantly rapid, so that the stream looks always cheerful, not slow and sleeping, like a pond. This keeps the waters always clear and clean, the bottom in view, the fish playing, and in sight, and, in a word, it has everything that can make an inland, or, as I may call it, a country river, pleasant and agreeable. I shall sing you no songs here of the river in the first person of a water nymph, a goddess, and I know not what, according to the humour of the ancient poets. I shall talk nothing of the marriage of old Isis, the male river, with the beautiful Thame, the female river, a whimsy as simple as the subject was empty, but I shall speak of the river as occasion presents. As it really is made glorious by the splendour of its shores, gilded with noble palaces, strong fortifications, large hospitals, and public buildings. With the greatest bridge, and the greatest city in the world, made famous by the opulence of its merchants, the increase and extensiveness of its commerce. By its invincible navies, and by the innumerable fleets of ships sailing upon it, to and from all parts of the world. As I meet with the river upwards in my travels through the inland country, I shall speak of it, as it is the channel for conveying an infinite quantity of provisions from remote counties to London, and enriching all the counties again that lie near it, by the return of wealth and trade from the city. And in describing these things I expect both to inform and divert my readers, and speak, in a more masculine manner, more to the dignity of the subject, and also more to their satisfaction, than I could do any other way. There is little more to be said of the Thames, relating to Hampton Court, than that it adds, by its neighbourhood, to the pleasure of the situation, for as to passing by water to and from London, though, in summer, 'tis exceeding pleasant, yet the passage is a little too long to make it easy to the ladies, especially to be crowded up in the small boats, which usually go upon the Thames for pleasure. The Prince and Princess, indeed, I remember came once down by water, upon the occasion of her Royal Highness's being great with child, and near her time. So near, that she was delivered within 2 or 3 days after. But this passage being in the royal barges, with strength of oars, and the day exceeding fine, the passage, I say, was made very pleasant, and still the more so, for being short. Again, this passage is all the way with the stream, whereas, in the common passage, upwards, great part of the way is against the stream, which is slow and heavy. But be the going and coming how it will by water, 'tis an exceeding pleasant passage by land, whether we go by the Surrey side or the Middlesex side of the water, of which I shall say more in its place. The situation of Hampton Court being thus mentioned, and its founder, 'tis to be mentioned next, that it fell to the Crown in the forfeiture of his Eminence the Cardinal, when the King seized his effects and estate, by which this and Whitehall, another house of his own building also, came to King Henry VIII. 2 palaces fit for the kings of England, erected by one cardinal, are standing monuments of the excessive pride, as well as the immense wealth of that prelate, who knew no bounds of his insolence and ambition, till he was overthrown at once by the displeasure of his master. Whoever knew Hampton Court before it was begun to be rebuilt, or altered, by the late King William, must acknowledge it was a very complete palace before, and fit for a king. And though it might not, according to the modern method of building, or of gardening, pass for a thing exquisitely fine, yet it had this remaining to itself, and perhaps peculiar. Namely, that it shewed a situation exceedingly capable of improvement, and of being made one of the most delightful palaces in Europe. This Her Majesty Queen Mary was so sensible of, that while the king had ordered the pulling down the old apartments, and building it up in that most beautiful form, which we see them now appear in, Her Majesty, impatient of enjoying so agreeable a retreat, fixed upon a building formerly made use of chiefly for landing from the river, and therefore called the Water Gallery. And here, as if she had been conscious that she had but a few years to enjoy it, she ordered all the little neat curious things to be done, which suited her own conveniences, and made it the pleasantest little thing within doors that could possibly be made, though, its situation being such, as it could not be allowed to stand after the great building was finished. We now see no remains of it. The Queen had here her gallery of beauties, being the pictures, at full length, of the principal ladies attending upon Her Majesty, or who were frequently in her retinue. And this was the more beautiful sight, because the originals were all in being, and often to be compared with their pictures. Her Majesty had here a fine apartment, with a set of lodgings, for her private retreat only, but most exquisitely furnished, particularly a fine chintz bed, then a great curiosity. Another of her own work, while in Holland, very magnificent, and several others, and here was also Her Majesty's fine collection of Delft ware, which indeed was very large and fine. And here was also a vast stock of fine china ware, the like whereof was not then to be seen in England. The long gallery, as above, was filled with this china, and every other place, where it could be placked, with advantage. The Queen had here also a small bathing room, made very fine, suited either to hot or cold bathing, as the season should invite. Also a dairy, with all its conveniences, in which Her Majesty took great delight. All these things were finished with expedition, that here their Majesties might repose while they saw the main building go forward. While this was doing, the gardens were laid out, the plan of them devised by the King himself, and especially the amendments and alterations were made by the King, or the Queen's particular special command, or by both. For their Majesties agreed so well in their fancy, and had both so good judgment in the just proportions of things, which are the principal beauties of a garden, that it may be said they both ordered everything that was done. Here the fine parcel of limes, which formed the semicircle on the south front of the house, by the iron gates, looking into the park, were by the dexterous hand of the head gardener, removed, after some of them had been almost 30 years planted in other places, though not far off. I know the King of France, in the decoration of the gardens of Versailles, had oaks removed, which, by their dimensions, must have been above 100 years old, and yet were taken up with so much art, and by the strength of such engines, by which such a monstrous quantity of earth was raised with them, that the trees could not feel their remove. That is to say, their growth was not at all hindered. This, I confess, makes the wonder much the less in those trees at Hampton Court Gardens, but the performance was not the less difficult or nice, however, in these, and they thrived perfectly well. While the gardens were thus laid out, the King also directed the laying the pipes for the fountain and jet d'eau, and particularly the dimensions of them, and what quantity of water they should cast up, and increased the number of them after the first design. The ground on the side of the other front, has received some alterations since the taking down the Water Gallery. But not that part immediately next the lodgings, the orange trees, and fine Dutch bays, are placked within the arches of the building under the first floor, so that the lower part of the house was all one as a greenhouse for some time. Here stands advanced, on 2 pedestals of stone, 2 marble vases, or flower pots, of most exquisite workmanship. The one done by an Englishman, and the other by a German, 'Tis hard to say which is the best performance, though the doing of it was a kind of trial of skill between them. But it gives us room, without partiality, to say they were both masters of their art. The parterre on that side descends from the terrace walk by steps, and on the left a terrace goes down to the waterside, from which the garden on the eastward front is overlooked, and gives a most pleasant prospect. The fine scrolls and bordure of these gardens were at first edged with box. But on the Queen's disliking the smell, those edgings were taken up, but have since been planted again, at least in many places, nothing making so fair and regular an edging as box, or is so soon brought to its perfection. On the north side of the house, where the garden seemed to want screening from the weather, or the view of the chapel, and some part of the old building required to be covered from the eye. The vacant ground, which was large, is very happily cast into a wilderness, with a labyrinth, and espaliers so high, that they effectually take off all that part of the old building, which would have been offensive to the sight. This labyrinth and wilderness is not only well designed, and completely finished, but is perfectly well kept, and the espaliers filled exactly, at bottom to the very ground, and are led up to proportioned heights on the top. So that nothing of that kind can be more beautiful. The house itself is every way answerable on the outside to the beautiful prospect, and the two fronts are the largest, and, beyond comparison, the finest of the kind in England. The great stairs go up from the second court of the palace on the right hand, and lead you to the south prospect. I hinted in my last that King William brought into England the love of fine paintings, as well as that of fine gardens. And you have an example of it in the cartoons, as they are called, being 5 pieces of such paintings, as, if you will believe men of nice judgment in great travelling, are not to be matched in Europe. The stories are known. But especially 2 of them, viz. that of St. Paul preaching on Mars Hill to the self-wise Athenians, and that of St. Peter passing sentence of death on Ananias. I say, these 2 strike the mind with the utmost surprise. The passions are so drawn to the life, astonishment, terror and death in the face of Ananias, zeal and a sacred fire in the eyes of the blessed apostle, fright and surprise upon the countenances of the beholders in the peace of Ananias. All these describe themselves so naturally, that you cannot but seem to discover something of the like passions, even in seeing them. In the other, there is the boldness and courage with which St. Paul undertook to talk to a set of men, who he knew despised all the world, as thinking themselves able to teach them anything. In the audience, there is anticipating pride and conceit in some, a smile or fleer of contempt in others. But a kind of sensible conviction, though crushed in its beginning, on the faces of the rest. And all together appear confounded, but have little to say, and know nothing at all of it. They gravely put him off to hear him another time. All these are seen here in the very dress of the face. That is, the very countenances which they hold while they listen to the new doctrine, which the apostle preached to a people at that time ignorant of it. The other of the cartoons are exceeding fine. But I mention these as the particular 2 which are most lively, which strike the fancy the soonest at first view. 'Tis reported, but with what truth I know not, that the late French king offered 100,000 Louis d'ors for these pictures. But this, I say, is but a report. The king brought a great many other fine pieces to England, and with them the love of fine painting so universally spread itself among the nobility in persons of figure all over the kingdom, that it is incredible what collections have been made by English gentlemen since that time. And how all Europe has been rumagged, as we may say, for pictures to bring over hither, where, for 20 years, they yielded the purchasers, such as collected them for sale, immense profit, but the rates are abated since that. And we begin to be glutted with the copies and frauds of the Dutch and Flemish painters, who have imposed grossly upon us. But to return to the palace of Hampton Court, Queen Mary lived not to see it completely finished. And her death, with the other difficulties of that reign, put a stop to the works for some time, till the king reviving his good liking of the place, set them to work again, and it was finished, as we see it. But I have been assured that had the peace continued, and the king lived to enjoy the continuance of it, his majesty had resolved to have pulled down all the remains of the old building, such as the chapel, and the large court within the first gate, and to have built up the whole palace after the manner of those 2 fronts already done. In these would have been an entire set of rooms of state for the receiving, and, if need had been, lodging, and entertaining any foreign prince, with his retinue, also offices for all the secretaries of state, lords of the treasury, and of trade. To have repaired to for the dispatch of such business, as it might be necessary to have done there upon the king's longer residence there than ordinary, as also apartments for all the great officers of the household. So that had the house had 2 great squares added, as was designed, there would have been no room to spare, or that would not have been very well filled, but the king's death put an end to all these things. Since the death of King William, Hampton Court seemed abandoned of its patron. They have gotten a kind of proverbial saying relating to Hampton Court, viz. that it has been generally chosen by every other prince, since it became a house of note. King Charles was the first that delighted in it since Queen Elizabeth's time. As for the reigns before, it was but newly forfeited to the crown, and was not made a royal house till King Charles I. Who was not only a prince that delighted in country retirements, but knew how to make choice of them by the beauty of their situation, the goodness of the air, and he took great delight here, and, had he lived to enjoy it in peace, had purposed to make it another thing than it was, but we all know what took him off from that felicity, and all others. And this house was at last made one of his prisons by his rebellious subjects. His son, King Charles II, may well be said to have an aversion to the place, for the reason just mentioned, namely, the treatment his royal father met with there. And particularly that the rebel and murderer of his father, Cromwell, afterwards possessed this palace, and revelled here in the blood of the royal party, as he had done in that of his sovereign, King Charles II. Therefore chose Windsor, and bestowed a vast sum in beautifying the castle there, and which brought it to the perfection we see it in at this day, some few alterations excepted, done high the time of King William. King William, for King James is not to be nommed as to his choice of returred palaces, his delight running quite another way. I say, King William fixed upon Hampton Court. And it was in his reign that Hampton Court put on new clothes, and being dressed gay and glorious, made the figure we now see it in. The late Queen, taken up for part of her reign in her kind regards to the prince her spouse, was obliged to reside where her care of his health confined her, and in this case kept for the most part at Kensington, where he died. But her Majesty always discovered her delight to be at Windsor, where she chose the little house, as 'twas called, opposite to the castle, and took the air in her chaise in the parks and forest, as she saw occasion. Now Hampton Court, by the like alternative, is come into request again. And we find his present Majesty, who is a good judge too of the pleasantness and situation of a place of that kind, has taken Hampton Court into his favour, and has made it much his choice for the summer's retreat of the court. And where they may best enjoy the diversions of the season, when Hampton Court will find such another favourable juncture as in King William's time, when the remainder of her ashes shall be swept away, and her complete fabric, as designed by King William, shall be finished, I cannot tell. But if ever that shall be, I know no palace in Europe, Versailles excepted, which can come up to her either for beauty and magnificence, or for extent of building, and the ornaments attending it. From Hampton Court I directed my course for a journey into the south-west part of England, and, to take up my beginning where I concluded my last, I crossed to Chertsey on the Thames, a town I mentioned before. From whence crossing the Black Desert, as I called it, of Bagshot Heath, I directed my course for Hampshire, or Hampshire, and particularly for Basingstoke. That is to say, that a little before I passed into the great western road upon the heath, somewhat west of Bagshot, at a village called Blackwater, and entered Hampshire, near Hartlerow. Before we reach Basingstoke, we get rid of that unpleasant country, which I so often call a desart, and enter into a pleasant fertile country, enclosed and cultivated like the rest of England. And passing a village or two, we enter Basingstoke, in the midst of woods and pastures, rich and fertile, and the country accordingly spread with the houses of the nobility and gentry, as in other places, on the right hand. A little before we come to the town, we pass at a small distance the famous fortress, so it was then, of Basing, being a house belonging then to the Marquis of Winchester, the great ancestor of the present family of the Dukes of Bolton. This house, garrisoned by a resolute band of old soldiers, was a great curb to the rebels of the Parliament party, almost through 7 that whole war. Till it was, after a vigorous defence, yielded to the conquerors, by the inevitable fate of things at that time. The old house is indeed demolished. But the successor of the family, the first Duke of Bolton, has erected a very noble fabric in the same place, or near it, which, however, is not equal to the magnificence which fame gives to the ancient house, whose strength of building only, besides the outworks, withstood the battery of cannon in several attacks, and repulsed the Roundheads, 3 or 4 times, when they attempted to besiege it. 'Tis incredible what booty the garrison of this place picked up, lying, as they did, just on the Great Western Road, where they intercepted the carriers, plundered the wagons, and suffered nothing to pass, to the great interruption of the trade of the City of London. Basingstoke is a large populous market town, has a good market for corn, and lately, within a very few years, is fallen into a manufacture, viz. of making druggettes and shalloons, and such slight goods, which, however, employs a good number of the poor people, and enables them to get their bread, which knew not how to get it before. From hence the Great Western Road goes on to Whitchurch and Andover, 2 market towns, and sending members to Parliament. At the last of which, the Downs, or open country, begins, which we in general, though fousley, call Salisbury Plain, but my resolution being to take in my view what I had passed by before, I was obliged to go off to the left hand, to Alresford and Winchester. Alresford was a flourishing market town, and remarkable for this, that though it had no great trade, and particularly very little, if any manufactures, yet there was no collection in the town for the poor, nor any poor low enough to take alms of the parish. Which is what I do not think can be said of any town in England besides. But this happy circumstance, which so distinguished Alresford from all her neighbours, was brought to an end in the year, when, by a sudden and surprising fire, the whole town, with both the church and the market-house, was reduced to a heap of rubbish. And, except a few poor huts at the remotest ends of the town, not a house left standing. The town is since that very handsomely rebuilt, and the neighbouring gentlemen contributed largely to the relief of the people, especially by sending in timber towards their building. Also their market-house is handsomely built, but the church not yet, though we hear there is a fund raising likewise for that. Here is a very large pond, or lake of water, kept up to a head, by a strong batterdoe, or dam, which the people tell us was made by the Romans. And that it is to this day part of the great Roman highway, which leads from Winchester to Alton, and, as 'tis supposed, went on to London, though we nowhere see any remains of it, except between Winchester and Alton, and chiefly between this town and Alton. Near this town, a little northwest, the Duke of Bolton has another seat, which, though not large, is a very handsome beautiful palace, and the gardens not only very exact, but very finely situate, the prospect and vistos noble and great, and the whole very well kept. From hence, at the end of 7 miles over the downs, we come to the very ancient city of Winchester. Not only the great church, which is so famous all over Europe, and has been so much talked of, but even the whole city has, at a distance, the face of venerable, and looks ancient afar off. And yet here are many modern buildings too, and some very handsome, as the college schools, with the Bishop's Palace, built by Bishop Morley, since the late wars. The old palace of the Bishop having been ruined by that known church incendiary, Sir William Waller, and his crew of plunderers, who, if my information is not wrong, as I believe it is not, destroyed more monuments of the dead, and defact more churches, than all the Roundheads in England beside. This church, and the schools, also are accurately described by several writers, especially by the Monasticon, where their antiquity in original is fully set forth. The outside of the church is as plain and coarse, as if the founders had abhorred ornaments, or that William of Wykeham had been a Quaker, or at least a Quietist. There is neither statue, or a niche for a statue, to be seen on all the outside. No carved work, no spires, towers, pinnacles, balustrades, or anything, but mere walls, buttresses, windows, and coigns, necessary to the support and order of the building. It has no steeple, but a short tower covered flat, as if the top of it had fallen down, and it had been covered in haste to keep the rain out, till they had time to build it up again. But the inside of the church has many very good things in it, and worth observation. It was for some ages the burying place of the English Saxon kings, whose relics, at the repair of the church, were collected by Bishop Fox, and, being put together into large wooden chests, lined with lead, were again interred at the foot of the great wall in the choir, 3 on one side, and 3 on the other. With an account whose bones are in each chest, whether the division of the relics might be depended upon, has been doubted, but is not thought material, so that we do but believe they are all there. The choir of the church appears very magnificent, the roof is very high, and the Gothic work in the arched part is very fine, though very old. The painting in the windows is admirably good, and easy to be distinguished by those that understand those things. The steps ascending to the choir make a very fine show, having the statues of King James, and his son King Charles, in copper, finely cast, the first on the right hand, and the other on the left, as you go up to the choir. The choir is said to be the longest in England, and as the number of prebendaries, canons, and are many, it required such a length. The ornaments of the choir are the effects of the bounty of several bishops. The fine altar, the noblest in England by much, was done by Bishop Morley. The roof, and the coat of arms of the Saxon and Norman kings, were done by Bishop Fox. And the fine throne, for the bishop in the choir, was given by Bishop Mew, in his lifetime, and it was well it was, for if he had ordered it by will, there is reason to believe it had never been done. That reverend prelate, notwithstanding he enjoyed so rich a bishopric, scarce leaving money enough behind him, to pay for his coffin. There are a great many persons of rank buried in this church, besides the Saxon kings, mentioned above. And besides several of the most eminent bishops of the see, just under the altar lies a son of William the Conqueror, without any monument. And behind the altar, under a very fine and venerable monument, lies the famous Lord Treasurer, Weston, late Earl of Portland, Lord High Treasurer of England under King Charles I. His effigy is in copper armour, at full length, with his head riced on 3 cushions of the same, and is a very magnificent work. There is also a very fine monument of Cardinal Beaufort, in his cardinal's robes and hat. The monument of Sir John Cloberry is extraordinary, but more, because it puts strangers upon inquiring into his story, than for anything wonderful in the figure, it being cut in a modern dress. The habit gentlemen wore in those times, which, being now so much out of fashion, appears mean enough, but this gentleman's story is particular, being the person solely entrusted with the secret of the restoration of King Charles II. As the messenger that passed between General Monk on one hand, and Mr. Montague, and others entrusted by King Charles II, on the other hand, which he managed so faithfully, as to effect that memorable event, to which England owes the felicity of all her happy days since that time. By which faithful service, Sir John Cloberry, then a private musketeer only, riced himself to the honour of a knight, with the reward of a good estate from the bounty of the king. Every body that goes into this church, and reads what is to be read there, will be told, that the body of the church was built by the famous William of Wykeham, whose monument, intimating his fame, lies in the middle of that part, which was built at his expense. He was a courtier before a bishop. And though he had no great share of learning, he was a great promoter of it, and a lover of learned men. His natural genius was much beyond his acquired parts, and his skill in politics beyond his ecclesiastic knowledge. He is said to have put his master, King Edward III, to whom he was Secretary of State, upon the 2 great projects which made his reign so glorious, viz. First, upon setting up his claim to the crown of France, and pushing that claim by force of arms, which brought on the war with France, in which that prince was 3 times victorious in battle. 2. Upon setting up or instituting the Order of the Garter, in which he, being before that made Bishop of Winchester, obtained the honour for the bishops of Winchester, of being always prelates of the order, as an appendix to the bishopric. And he himself was the first prelate of the order, and the ensigns of that honour are joined with his episcopal ornaments, in the robing of his effigy on the monument above. To the honour of this bishop, there are other foundations of his, as much to his fame as that of this church, of which I shall speak in their order. But particularly the college in this city, which is a noble foundation indeed. The building consists of 2 large courts, in which are the lodgings for the masters and scholars, and in the centre a very noble chapel. Beyond that, in the second court, are the schools, with a large cloister beyond them, and some enclosures laid open for the diversion of the scholars. There also is a great hall, where the scholars dine. The funds for the support of this college are very considerable. The masters live in a very good figure, and their maintenance is sufficient to support it. They have all separate dwellings in the house, and all possible conveniences appointed them. The scholars have exhibitions at a certain time of continuance here, if they please to study, in the new college at Oxford, built by the same noble benefactor, of which I shall speak in its order. The clergy here live at large, and very handsomely, in the close belonging to the cathedral, where, besides the bishop's palace, mentioned above, are very good houses, and very handsomely built, for the prebendaries, canons, and other dignitaries of this church. The deanery is a very pleasant dwelling, the gardens very large, and the river running through them. But the floods in winter sometimes incommode the gardens very much. This school has fully answered the end of the founder, who, though he was no great scholar, resolved to erect a house for the making the ages to come more learned than those that went before. And it had, I say, fully answered the end, for many learned and great men have been raised here, some of whom we shall have occasion to mention as we go on. Among the many private inscriptions in this church, we found one made by Dr. Over, once an eminent physician in this city, on a mother and child, who, being his patients, died together, and were buried in the same grave, and which intimate, that one died of a fever, and the other of a dropsy. Surreput natum febris matrem abstulit hydrops. Igni prior fatis, altera cessit aqua. As the city itself stands in a vale on the bank, and at the conjunction of 2 small rivers, so the country rising every way, but just as the course of the water keeps the valley open, you must necessarily, as you go out of the gates, go uphill every way, but when once ascended, you come to the most charming plains, and most pleasant country of that kind in England, which continues, with very small intersections of rivers and valleys, for above 50 miles, as shall appear in the sequel of this journey. At the west gate of this city was anciently a castle, known to be so by the ruins, more than by any extraordinary notice taken of it in history. What they say of it, that the Saxon kings kept their court here, is doubtful, and must be meant of the West Saxons only. And as to the tale of King Arthur's Round Table, which, they pretend, was kept here for him, and his 24 of knights, which table hangs up still, as a piece of antiquity, to the tune of 1200 years, and has, as they pretend, the names of the said knights in Saxon characters. And yet such as no man can read. All this story I see so little ground to give the least credit to, that I look upon it, and it shall please you, to be no better than Fibb. Where this castle stood, or whatever else it was, for some say there was no castle there, the late King Charles II marked out, a very noble design, which had he lived, would certainly have made that part of the country, the Newmarket of the ages to come, for the country hereabout far excels that of Newmarket Heath, for all kinds of sport and diversion, fit for a prince, no body can dispute. And as the design included a noble palace, sufficient like Windsor, for a summer residence of the whole court, it would certainly have diverted the king from his cursory journeys to Newmarket. The plan of this house has received several alterations, and as it is never like to be finished, 'tis scarce worth recording the variety. The building is begun, and the front next the city carried up to the roof, and covered. But the remainder is not begun. There was a street of houses designed from the gate of the palace down to the town, but it was never begun to be built. The park marked out was exceeding large, near 10 miles in circumference, and ended west upon the open downs, in view of the town of Stockbridge. This house was afterwards settled with a royal revenue also, as an appanage, established by Parliament upon Prince George of Denmark for his life, in case he had outlived the Queen, but his Royal Highness dying before Her Majesty. All hope of seeing this design perfected, or the house finished, is now vanished. I cannot omit that there are several public edifices in this city, and in the neighbourhood, as the hospitals, and the building adjoining near the east gate. And towards the north, a piece of an old monastery undemolished, and which is still preserved to the religion, being the residence of some private Roman Catholic gentlemen, where they have an oratory, and, as they say, live still according to the rules of St. Benedict. This building is called Hyde House, and, as they live very usefully and, to the highest degree, obliging among their neighbours, they meet with no obstruction or disturbance from any body. Winchester is a place of no trade, other than is naturally occasioned by the inhabitants of the city in neighbouring villages, one with another. Here is no manufacture, no navigation. There was indeed an attempt to make the river navigable from Southampton, and it was once made practicable, but it never answered the expense, so as to give encouragement to the undertakers. Here is a great deal of good company. An abundance of gentry being in the neighbourhood, it adds to the sociableness of the place. The clergy also here are, generally speaking, very rich, and very numerous. As there is such good company, so they are gotten into that new-fashioned way of conversing by assemblies. I shall do no more than mention them here. They are pleasant and agreeable to the young people, and sometimes fatal to them, of which, in its place, Winchester has its share of the mirth, may it escape the ill consequences. The hospital on the south of this city, at a mile's distance on the road to Southampton, is worth notice. 'Tis said to be founded by King William Rufus, but was not endowed or appointed till later times by Cardinal Beaufort. Every traveller that knocks at the door of this house, in his way, and asks for it, claims the relief of a piece of white bread and a cup of beer, and this donation is still continued. A quantity of good beer is set apart every day to be given away. And what is left, is distributed to other poor, but none of it kept to the next day. How the revenues of this hospital, which should maintain the master and 30 private gentlemen, who they call fellows, but ought to call brothers, is now reduced to maintain only 14. While the master lives in a figure equal to the best gentleman in the country, would be well worth the inquiry of a proper visitor, if such can be named. 'Tis a thing worthy of complaint, when public charities, designed for the relief of the poor, are embezzled and depredated by the rich, and turned to the support of luxury and pride. Salisbury and Dorset. From Winchester, is about 25 miles, and over the most charming plains that can anywhere be seen, far in my opinion, excelling the plains of Mecca, we come to Salisbury. The vast flocks of sheep, which one everywhere sees upon these downs, and the great number of those flocks, is a sight truly worth observation. 'Tis ordinary for these flocks to contain from 3 to 5,000 in a flock. And several private farmers hereabouts have 2 or 3 such flocks. But 'tis more remarkable still, how a great part of these downs comes by a new method of husbandry, to be not only made arable, which they never were in former days, but to bear excellent wheat, and great crops too, though otherwise poor barren land. And never known to our ancestors to be capable of any such thing. Nay, they would perhaps have laughed at any one that would have gone about to plough up the wild downs and hills, where the sheep were wont to go, but experience has made the present age wiser, and more skilful in husbandry. For by only folding the sheep upon the ploughed lands, those lands, which otherwise are barren, and where the plough goes within 3 or 4 inches of the solid rock of chalk, are made fruitful, and bear very good wheat. As well as rye and barley. I shall say more of this when I come to speak of the same practice farther in the country. This plain country continues in length from Winchester to Salisbury 25 miles, from thence to Dorchester 22 miles, thence to Weymouth 6 miles, so that they lie near 50 miles in length and breadth. They reach also in some places 35 to 40 miles. They who would make any practicable guess at the number of sheep usually fed on these downs, may take it from a calculation made, as I was told, at Dorchester, that there were 600,000 sheep fed within 6 miles of that town, measuring every way round, and the town in the centre. As we passed this plain country, we saw a great many old camps, as well Roman as British, and several remains of the ancient inhabitants of this kingdom, and of their wars, battles, entrenchments, encampments, buildings, and other fortifications, which are indeed very agreeable to a traveller that has read anything of the history of the country. Old Sarum is as remarkable as any of these, where there is a double entrenchment, with a deep graff, or ditch, to either of them. The area about 100 yards in diameter, taking in the whole crown of the hill, and thereby rendering the ascent very difficult. Near this, there is one farmhouse, which is all the remains I could see of any town in or near the place. For the encampment has no resemblance of a town. And yet this is called the borough of Old Sarum, and sends 2 members to Parliament, who, those members can justly say, they represent, would be hard for them to answer. Some will have it, that the old city of Sorbiodunum, or Salisbury, stood here, and was afterwards, for I know not what reasons, removed to the low marshy grounds, among the rivers, where it now stands, but as I see no authority for it, other than mere tradition, I believe my share of it, and take it ad referendum. Salisbury itself is indeed a large and pleasant city, though I do not think it at all the pleasanter for that which they boast so much of. Namely, the water running through the middle of every street, or that it adds anything to the beauty of the place, but just the contrary, it keeps the streets always dirty, full of wet and filth, and weeds, even in the middle of summer. The city is placked upon the confluence of 2 large rivers, the Avon and the Willey, either of them considerable rivers, but very large, when joined together, and yet larger when they receive a third river, viz. the Nadder, which joins them near Clarendon Park, about 3 miles below the city. Then, with a deep channel, and a current less rapid, they run down to Christ Church, which is their port, and where they empty themselves into the sea. From that town upwards, towards Salisbury, they are made navigable to within 2 miles, and might be so quite into the city, were it not for the strength of the stream. As the city of Winchester is a city without trade, that is to say, without any particular manufactures, so this city of Salisbury, and all the county of Wilts, of which it is the capital, are full of a great variety of manufactures. And those some of the most considerable in England, namely, the clothing trade, and the trade of flannels, drugets, and several other sorts of manufactures, of which in their order. The city of Salisbury has 2 remarkable manufactures carried on in it, and which employ the poor of great part of the country round. Namely, fine flannels, and long cloths for the Turkey trade, called Salisbury whites. The people of Salisbury are gay and rich, and have a flourishing trade, and there is a great deal of good manners and good company among them. I mean, among the citizens, besides what is found among the gentlemen, for there are many good families in Salisbury, besides the citizens. This society has a great addition from the Closs, that is to say, the circle of ground walled in adjacent to the cathedral, in which the families of the prebendaries and commons, and others of the clergy belonging to the cathedral have their houses, as is usual in all cities where there are cathedral churches. These are so considerable here, and the place so large, that it is, as it is called in general, like another city. The cathedral is famous for the height of its spire, which is without exception the highest, and the handsomest in England, being from the ground 410 foot, and yet the walls so exceeding thin, that at the upper part of the spire upon a view made by the late Christopher Wren, the wall was found to be less than 5 inches thick. Upon which a consultation was had, whether the spire, or at least the upper part of it should be taken down, it being suppository to have received some damage by the great storm in the year 1703. But it was resolved in the negative, and Sir Christopher ordered it to be so strengthened with bands of iron plates, as has effectually secured it, and I have heard some of the best architects say, it is stronger now than when it was first built. They tell us here long stories of the great art in laying the first foundations of this church, the ground being marshy and wet, occasioned by the channels of the rivers. That it was laid upon piles according to some, and upon woolpacks according to others. But this is not suppositoried by those who know, that the whole country is one rock of chalk, even from the tops of the highest hills, to the bottom of the deepest rivers. They tell us, this church was 40 years a building, and cost an immense sum of money, but it must be acknowledged that the inside of the work is not answerable in the decoration of things, to the workmanship without. The painting in the choir is mean, and more like the ordinary method of common drawing-room, or tavern painting, than that of a church. The carving is good, but very little of it, and it is rather a fine church than finely set off. The ordinary boast of this building, that there were as many gates as months, as many windows as days, as many marble pillars as hours in the year, is now no recommendation at all. However, the mention of it must be preserved. As many days as in 1 year there be, so many windows in one church we see. As many marble pillars there appear, as there are hours throughout the fleeting year. As many gates as moons 1 year do view. Strange tale to tell, yet not more strange than true. There are however some very fine monuments in this church. Particularly one belonging to the noble family of Seymours, since Dukes of Somerset, and ancestors of the present flourishing family, which on a most melancholy occasion has been now lately opened again to receive the body of the late Duchess of Somerset, the happy consort for almost 40 years of his Grace the present Duke. An only daughter and heiress of the antient and noble family of Piercy, Earls of Northumberland, whose great estate she brought into the family of Somerset, who now enjoy it. With her was buried at the same time her Grace's daughter the Marchioness of Caermarthen, being married to the Marquis of Caermarthen, son and heir apparent to the Lord of Leeds, who died for grief at the loss of the Duchess her mother, and was buried with her. Also her second son the Duke Piercy Somerset, who died a few months before, and had been buried in the Abbey Church of Westminster, but was ordered to be removed and laid here with the ancestors of his house. And I hear his Grace designs to have a yet more magnificent monument erected in this cathedral for them, just by the other, which is there already. How the Dukes of Somerset came to quit this church for their burying place, and be laid in Westminster Abbey, that I know not. But 'tis certain that the present Duke has chosen to have his family laid here with their ancestors, and to that end has caused the corps of his son the Lord Piercy, as above, and one of his daughters who had been buried in the Abbey, to be removed and brought down to this vault, which lies in that they call the Virgin Mary's Chapel behind the altar. There is, as above, a noble monument for a late Duke and Duchess of Somerset in the place already, with their portraits at full length, their heads lying upon cushions, the whole perfectly well wrought in fine polished Italian marble, and their sons kneeling by them. Those I suppose to be the father of the great Duke of Somerset, uncle to King Edward IV, but after this the family lay in Westminster Abbey, where there is also a fine monument for that very Duke who was beheaded by Edward VI, and who was the great patron of the Reformation. Among other monuments of noble men in this cathedral they show you one that is very extraordinary, and to which there hangs a tale. There was in the reign of Philip and Mary a very unhappy murder committed by the then Lord Stetton, or Storton, a family since extinct, but well known till within a few years in that country. This Lord Storton being guilty of the said murder, which also was aggravated with very bad circumstances, could not obtain the usual grace of the crown, viz. to be beheaded, but Queen Mary positively ordered that like a common malefactor he should die at the gallows, after he was hanged, his friends desiring to have him buried at Salisbury. The bishop would not consent that he should be buried in the cathedral, unless as a farther mark of infamy, his friends would submit to this condition, viz. that the silken halter in which he was hanged should be hanged up over his grave in the church, as a monument of his crime, which was accordingly done, and there it is to be seen to this day. The putting this halter up here, was not so wonderful to me as it was, that the posterity of that lord, who remained in good rank some time after, should never prevail to have that mark of infamy taken off from the memory of their ancestor. There are several other monuments in this cathedral, as particularly of two noblemen of antient families in Scotland, one of the name of Hay, and one of the name of Gordon. But they give us nothing of their history, so that we must be content to say there they lie, and that's all. The cloister, and the chapter house adjoining to the church, are the finest here of any I have seen in England. The latter is octagon, or 8 square, and is 150 foot in its circumference, the roof bearing all upon one small marble pillar in the centre, which you may shake with your hands. And it is hardly to be imagined it can be any great support to the roof, which makes it the more curious. It is not indeed to be matched I believe in Europe. From hence directing my course to the seaside in pursuit of my first design, viz. of viewing the whole coast of England, I left the great road, and went down the east side of the river towards New Forest, and Lymington. And here I saw the antient house and seat of Clarendon, the mansion of the antient family of Hyde, ancestors of the great Earl of Clarendon, and from whence his lordship was honoured with that title. Or the house erected into an honour in favour of his family. But this being a large county, and full of memorable branches of antiquity, and modern curiosity, I cannot quit my observations so soon. But being happily fixed by the favour of a particular friend at so beautiful a spot of ground as this of Clarendon Park, I made several little excursions from hence to view the northern parts of this county. A county so fruitful of wonders, that though I do not make antiquity my chief search, yet I must not pass it over entirely, where so much of it, and so well worth observation is to be found. Which would look as if I either understood not the value of the study, or expected my readers should be satisfied with a total omission of it. I have mentioned that this county is generally a vast continued body of high chalky hills, whose tops spread themselves into fruitful and pleasant downs and plains, upon which great flocks of sheep are fed, and but the reader is destined to observe these hills and plains are most beautifully intersected, and cut through, by the course of divers pleasant and profitable rivers. In the course, and near the banks, of which there always is a chain of fruitful meadows, and rich pastures, and those interspersed with innumerable pleasant towns, villages, and houses, and among them many of considerable magnitude. So that while you view the downs, and think the country wild and uninhabited, yet when you come to descend into these valleys you are surprised with the most pleasant and fertile country in England. There are no less than 4 of these rivers which meet all together, at, or near the city of Salisbury, especially the waters of 3 of them run through the streets of the city. The Nadder and the Willey, and the Avon, and the course of these 3 lead us through the whole mountainous part of the county. The 2 first join their waters at Wilton, the shire town, though a place of no great notice now. And these are the waters which run through the canal, and the gardens of Wilton House, the seat of that ornament of nobility and learning, the Earl of Pembroke. One cannot be said to have seen anything that a man of curiosity would think worth seeing in this county, and not have been at Wilton House. But not the beautiful building, not the antient trophy of a great family, not the noble situation, not all the pleasures of the gardens, parks, fountains, hair warren, or of whatever is rare either in art or nature, are equal to that yet more glorious sight, of a noble princely palace, constantly filled with its noble and proper inhabitants. Viz. The lord and proprietor, who is indeed a true patriarchal monarch, reigns here with an authority agreeable to all his subjects, family. And his reign is made agreeable, by his first practicing the most exquisite government of himself, and then guiding all under him by the rules of honour and virtue, being also himself perfectly master of all the needful arts of family government. I mean needful to make that government, both easy, and pleasant to those who are under it, and who therefore willingly, and by choice conform to it. Here an exalted genius is the instructor, a glorious example the guide, and a gentle well-directed hand the governor and lawgiver to the whole. And the family like a well-governed city appears happy, flourishing and regular, groaning under no grievance, pleased with what they enjoy, and enjoying everything which they ought to be pleased with. Nor is the blessing of this noble resident extended to the family only, but even to all the country round, who in their degree feel the effects of the general beneficence. And where the neighbourhood, however poor, receive all the good they can expect, and are sure to have no injury, or oppression. The canal before the house lies parallel with the road, and receives into it the whole river Wylye, or at least is able to do so. It may indeed be said, that the river is made into a canal. When we come into the courtyards before the house there are several pieces of antiquity to entertain the curious, as particularly, a noble column of porphyry, with a marble statue of Venus on the top of it. In Italy, and especially at Rome and Naples, we see a great variety of fine columns, and some of them of excellent workmanship, and antiquity, and at some of the courts of the princes of Italy the like is seen. As especially at the court of Florence. But in England I do not remember to have seen anything like this, which as they told me is 32 foot high and of excellent workmanship, and that it came last from Candia, but formerly from Alexandria. What may belong to the history of it any further, I suppose is not known, at least they could tell me no more of it, who shewed it me. On the left of the court was formerly a large grotto, and curious waterworks, and in a house, or shed, or part of the building which opened with 2 folding doors, like a coach house. A large equestrian statue of one of the ancestors of the family in complete armour, as also another of a Roman emperor in brass, but the last time I had the curiosity to see this house, I missed that part. So that I supposed they were removed. As the present Earl of Pembroke, the lord of this fine palace, is a nobleman of great personal merit, many other ways. So he is a man of learning, and reading, beyond most men of his lordship's high rank in this nation, if not in the world. And as his reading has made him a master of antiquity, and judge of such pieces of antiquity, as he has had opportunity to meet with in his own travels, and otherwise in the world. So it has given him a love of the study, and made him a collector of valuable things, as well in painting as in sculpture, and other excellencies of art, as also of nature. Insomuch that Wilton House is now a mere museum, or a chamber of rarities, and we meet with several things there, which are to be found nowhere else in the world. As his lordship is a great collector of fine paintings. So I know no nobleman's house in England, so prepared, as if built on purpose to receive them, the largest, and the finest pieces that can be imagined extant in the world, might have found a place here capable to receive them. I say, they might have found, as if they could not now, which is in part true, for at present the whole house is so completely filled, that I see no room for any new pace to crowd in, without displacing some other fine piece that hung there before. As for the value of the piece, that might so offer to succeed the displact, that the great judge of the whole collection, the Earl himself, must determine, and as his judgment is perfectly good, the best picture would be sure to possess the place. In a word, here is without doubt the best, if not the greatest collection of rarities, and paintings, that are to be seen together, in any one nobleman's, or gentleman's house in England. The piece of our Saviour washing his disciples' feet, which they shew you in one of the first rooms you go into, must be spoken of by every body that has any knowledge of painting, and is an admirable piece indeed. You ascend the great staircase, at the upper end of the hall, which is very large. At the foot of the staircase you have a Bacchus large as the life, done in fine Peloponnesian marble. Carrying a young Bacchus on his arm, the young one eating grapes, and letting you see by his countenance, that he is pleased with the taste of them, nothing can be done finer, or more lively represent the thing intended. Namely the gust of the appetite, which if it be not a passion, 'tis an affection, which is as much seen in the countenance, perhaps more than any other. One ought to stop every 2 steps of this staircase, as we go up, to contemplate the vast variety of pictures, that cover the walls, and of some of the best masters in Europe, and yet this is but an introduction to what is beyond them. When you are entered the apartments, such variety seizes you every way, that you scarce know to which hand to turn yourself. First, on one side you see several rooms filled with paintings, as before, all so curious, and the variety such, that 'tis with reluctance, that you can turn from them. While looking another way, you are called off by a vast collection of bustos, and pieces of the greatest antiquity of the kind, both Greek, and Romans. Among these, there is one of the Roman Emperor, Marcus Aurelius in basso relievo. I never saw anything like what appears here, except in the Chamber of Varieties at Munich in Bavaria. Passing these, you come into several large rooms, as if contrived for the reception of the beautiful guests that take them up. One of these is near 70 foot long and the ceiling 26 foot high, with another adjoining of the same height and breadth, but not so long. Those together might be called the Great Gallery of Wilton, and might vie for paintings with the Gallery of Luxembourg in the Fauxbourg of Paris. These 2 rooms are filled with the family pieces of the House of Herbert, most of them by Lilly, or Van Dyck, and one in particularly, outdoes all that ever I met with either at home, or abroad. 'Tis done, as was the mode of painting at that time, after the manner of a family piece of King Charles I, with his queen, and children, which before the burning of Whitehall, I remember to hang at the east end of the long gallery in the palace. This piece fills the farther end of the great room which I just now mentioned. It contains the Earl of Montgomery, ancestor of the House of Herbert, not then Earls of Pembroke, and his lady, sitting, and as big as the life. There are about them, their own 5 sons, and 1 daughter, and their daughter-in-law, who was daughter of the Duke of Buckingham, married to the elder Lord Herbert, their eldest son. It is enough to say of this piece, 'tis worth the labour of any lover of art to go 500 miles to see it, and I am informed several gentlemen of quality have come from France almost on purpose. It would be endless to describe the whole set of the family pictures, which take up this room, unless we would enter into the roof tree of the family, and set down a genealogical line of the whole house. After we have seen this fine range of beauties, for such indeed they are. Far from being at an end of your surprise, you have 3 or 4 rooms still upon the same floor, filled with wonders, as before. Nothing can be finer than the pictures themselves, nothing more surprising than the number of them. At length you descend the back stairs, which are in themselves large, though not like the other. However, not a hand's breadth is left to crowd a picture in of the smallest size, and even the upper rooms, which might be called garrets, are not naked, but have some very good pieces in them. Upon the whole, the genius of the noble collector may be seen in this glorious collection, than which, take them together, there is not a finer in any private hand in Europe, and in no hand at all in Britain, private or public. The gardens are on the south of the house, and extend themselves beyond the river, a branch of which runs through one part of them, and still south of the gardens in the great park, which extending beyond the vale, mounts the hill opening at the last to the great down, which is properly called by way of distinction, Salisbury Plain, and leads from the city of Salisbury, to Shaftesbury. Here also his lordship has a hare warren, as 'tis called, though improperly. It has indeed been a sanctuary for the hares for many years. But the gentlemen complain that it mars their game, for that as soon as they put up a hare for their sport, if it be anywhere within 2 or 3 miles, away she runs for the warren, and there is an end of their pursuits. On the other hand, it makes all the countrymen turn poachers, and destroy the hares, by what means they can, but this is a smaller matter, and of no great import one way or other. From this pleasant and agreeable day's work, I returned to Clarendon, and the next day took another short tour to the hills, to see that celebrated piece of antiquity, the wonderful Stonehenge, being 6 miles from Salisbury north, and upon the side of the river Avon, near the town of Amesbury. 'Tis needless that I should enter here into any part of the dispute about which our learned antiquaries have so puzzled themselves, that several books, and one of them, in folio, has been published about it. Some allege it to be a heathen, or pagan temple, an altar, or place of sacrifice, as Mr. Jones; others, a monument, or trophy of victory; others a monument for the dead, as Mr. Aubrey, and the like. Again, some will have it be British, some Danish, some Saxon, some Roman, and some before them all, Phoenician. I shall suppose it, as the majority of all writers do, to be a monument for the dead, and the rather, because men's bones have been frequently dug up in the ground near them. The common opinion that no man could ever count them, that a baker carried a basket of bread, and laid a loaf upon every stone, and yet could never make out the same number twice, this, I take, as a mere country fiction, and a ridiculous one too. The reason why they cannot easily be told, is, that many of them lie half, or part buried in the ground, and a piece here, and a piece there, only appearing above the grass. It cannot be known easily, which belong to one stone, and which to another, or which are separate stones, and which are joined underground to one another. Otherwise, as to those which appear, they are easy to be told, and I have seen them told 4 times after one another, beginning every time at a different place, and every time they amounted to 72 in all. But then this was counting every pace of a stone of bulk, which appeared at above the surface of the earth, and was not evidently part of, and adjoining to another, to be a distinct and separate body, or stone by itself. The form of this monument is not only described but delineated in most authors, and indeed, 'tis hard to know the first, but by the last. The figure was at first circular, and there were at least 4 rows or circles, within one another. The main stones were placed upright, and they were joined on the top by cross stones, laid from one to another, and fastened with vast mortices and tenons. Length of time has so decayed them, that not only most of the cross stones which lay on the top are fallen down, but many of the upright also, notwithstanding the weight of them is so prodigious great. How they came thither, or from whence, No stones of that kind being now to be found in any part of England near it, is still the mystery, for they are of such immense bulk that no engines, or carriages which we have in use in this age could stir them. Doubtless they had some method in former days in foreign countries, as well as here, to move heavier weights than we find practicable now. How else did Solomon's workmen build the battlement, or additional wall to support the precipice of Mount Moriah, on which the temple was built? Which was all built of great stones of Parian marble, each stone being 40 cubits long, and 14 cubits broad, and 8 cubits high, or thick, which reckoning each cubit at 2 foot and half of our measure, as the learned agree to do, was 100 foot long, 35 foot broad, and 20 foot thick. These stones at Stonehenge, as Mr. Camden describes them, and in which others agree, were very large, though not so large, the upright stones 24 foot high, 7 foot broad, 16 foot round, and weight 12 ton each. And the cross stones on the top, which he calls coronets, were 6 or 7 ton, but this does not seem equal, for if the cross stones weighed 6 or 7 ton, the others, as they appear now, were at least 5 or 6 times as big, and must weigh in proportion. And therefore, I must think their judgment much nearer the case who judged the upright stones at 16 ton, or thereabouts, supposing them to stand a great way into the earth, as 'tis not doubted but they do. And the coronets, or cross stones, at about 2 ton, which is very large too, and as much as their bulk can be thought to allow. Upon the whole, we must take them as our ancestors have done. Namely, for an erection, or building so antient, that no history has handed down to us the original, as we find it then uncertain, we must leave it so. 'Tis indeed a reverend piece of antiquity. And 'tis a great loss that the true history of it is not known. But since it is not, I think the making so many conjectures at the reality, when they know they can but guess at it, and above all the insisting so long, and warmly on their private opinions, is but amusing themselves and us with a doubt, which perhaps lies the deeper for their search into it. The downs and plains in this part of England being so open, and the surface so little subject to alteration, there are more remains of antiquity to be seen upon them, than in other places. For example, I think they tell us there are 53 antient encampments, or fortifications to be seen in this one county, some whereof are exceeding plain to be seen, some of one form, some of another. Some of one nation, some of another, British, Danish, Saxon, Roman, as at Ebb Down, Berrywood, Oldburg Hill, Comerford, Roundway Down, St. Anne's Hill, Bratton Castle, Clay Hill, Staunton Park, Whitecole Hill, Battlebury, Strathbury, Yainsbury, Fripsbury, Southbury Hill, Amesbury, Great Bodwin, Easterley, Merdon, Aubury, Martinsill Hill, Barbury Castle, and many more. Also the barrows, as we all agree to call them, are very many in number in this county, and very obvious, having suffered very little decay. These are large hillocks of earth cast up, as the ancients agree, by the soldiers over the bodies of their dead comrades slain in battle. Several hundreds of these are to be seen, especially in the north part of this county, about Marlborough, and the Downs, from thence to St. Anne's Hill, and even every way, the Downs are full of them. I have done with matters of antiquity for this county, unless you will admit me to mention the famous Parliament in the reign of Hen. 2, held at Clarendon, where I am now writing, and another intended to be held there in Rich. 2ds time, but prevented by the barons, being then up in arms against the king. Near this place at Farlow was the birthplace of the late Sir Stephen Fox, and where the town sharing in his good fortune, shews several marks of his bounty, as particularly, the building a new church from the foundation, and getting an Act of Parliament passed, for making it parochial, it being but a chapel of ease before to an adjoining parish. Also Sir Stephen built and endowed an almshouse here for 6 poor women, with a master and a free school. The master is to be a clergyman, and to officiate in the church, that is to say, is to have the living, which including the school is very sufficient. I am now to pursue my first design, and shall take the west part of Wiltshire in my return, where are several things still to be taken notice of, and some very well worth our stay. In the meantime I went on to Langborough, a fine seat of my Lord Coleraine, which is very well kept, though the family it seems is not much in this country, having another estate and dwelling at Tottenham Highcross near London. From hence in my way to the seaside I came to New Forest, of which I have said something already with relation to the great extent of ground, which lies wast, and in which there is so great a quantity of large timber, as I have spoken of already. This wast and wild part of the country was, as some record, laid open, and wast for a forest, and for game, by that violent tyrant William the Conqueror, and for which purpose he unpeopled the country, pulled down the houses, and which was worse, the churches of several parishes or towns, and of abundance of villages, turning the poor people out of their habitations, and possessions, and laying all open for his deer. The same histories likewise record that two of his own blood and posterity, and particularly his immediate successor William Rufus, lost their lives in this forest, one, viz. the said William Rufus being shot with an arrow directed at a deer, which the king, and his company were hunting, and the arrow glancing on a tree, charmed his course and struck the king full on the breast, and killed him. This they relate as a just judgment of God on the cruel devastation made here by the Conqueror, be it so or not, as heaven pleases, but that the king was so killed, is certain, and they show the tree, on which the arrow glanced, to this day. In King Charles II. time, it was ordered to be surrounded with a pale, but as great part of the paling is down with age, whether the tree be really so old, or not, is to me a great question, the action being near 700 years ago. I cannot omit to mention here a proposal made a few years ago to the late Lord Treasurer, Godolphin, for repeopling this forest, which for some reasons I can be more particular in, than any man now left alive. Because I had the honour to draw up the scheme, and argue it before that noble lord, and some others who were principally concerned at that time in bringing over, or rather providing for when they were come over, the poor inhabitants of the Palatinate. A thing in itself commendable, but as it was managed, made scandalous to England, and miserable to those poor people. Some persons being ordered by that noble lord, above mentioned, to consider of measures, how the said poor people should be provided for, and whether they could be provided for, or no, without injury to the public, the answer was grounded upon this maxim, that the number of inhabitants is the wealth and strength of a kingdom, provided those inhabitants were such, as by honest industry applied themselves to live by their labor. To whatsoever trades, or employments they were brought up, in the next place it was inquired, what employments those poor people were brought up to. It was answered, there were husbandmen, and artificers of all sorts, upon which the proposal was as follows. New Forest in Hampshire was singled out to be the place. Here it was proposed to draw a great square line, containing 4,000 acres of land, marking out 2 large highways, or roads through the centre, crossing both ways, so that there should be 1,000 acres in each division, exclusive of the land contained in the said cross roads. Then it was proposed to single out 20 men, and their families, who should be recommended as honest industrious men, expert in, or at least capable of being instructed in husbandry, curing and cultivating of land, breeding and feeding cattle, and the like. To each of these should be parcelled out in equal distributions, 200 acres of this land, so that the whole 4,000 acres should be fully distributed to the said 20 families, for which they should have no rent to pay, and be liable to no taxes, but such as provided for their own sick or poor, repairing their own roads, and the like, this exemption from rent and taxes, to continue for 20 years, and then to pay each 50l. a year to the Queen, that is to say, to the Crown. The form of the several farms would be laid out thus. A the church, B the shambles, C the market house, D a town hall, E a conduit with stocks, and F the conduits, or wells, G houses, H the lands enclosed behind, streets of houses for tradesmen. To each of these families, who I would now call farmers, it was proposed to advance 200l. in ready money, as a stock to set them to work, to furnish them with cattle, horses, cows, hogs, and to hire and pay laborers, to enclose, clear, and cure the land. Which it would be supposed the first year would not be so much to their advantage as afterwards, allowing them timber out of the forest to build themselves houses, and barns, sheds, and offices, as they should have occasion. Also for carts, wagons, ploughs, harrows, and the like necessary things, care to be taken, that the men and their families went to work forthwith according to the design. Thus 20 families would be immediately supplied, and provided for there would be no doubt, but these families with so much land given them gratis, and so much money to work with, would live very well. But what would this do for the support of the rest? Who were suppositoried to be to every 20 farmers, 40 or 50 families of other people, some of one trade, some of another, with women and children. To this it was answered, that these 20 farmers would by the consequence of their own settlements, provide for, and employ such a proportion of others of their own people, that by thus providing for 20 families in a place, the whole number of Palatinates would have been provided for, had they been 20,000 more in number than they were, and that without being any burthen upon, or injury to the people of England. On the contrary, they would have been an advantage, and an addition of wealth and strength to the nation, and to the country in particular where they should be thus seated. For example, as soon as the land was marked out, the farmers put in possession of it, and the money given them, they should be obliged to go to work, in order to their settlement, suppose it then to be in the spring of the year, when such work was most proper. First all hands would be required, to fence, and part off the land, and clear it of the timber, or bushes, or whatever else was upon it, which required to be removed. The first thing therefore which the farmers would do, would be to single out from the rest of their number, every one 3 servants, that is to say, 2 men, and a maid. Less could not answer the preparations they would be obliged to make, and yet work hard themselves also. By the help of these, they would with good management soon get so much of their land cured, fenced off, ploughed, and sowed, as should yield them a sufficiency of corn and kitchen stuff, the very first year, both for horse meat, hog meat, food for the family, and some to carry to market too, by which to bring in money to go farther on, as above. At the first entrance, they were to have the tents allowed them to live in, which they then had from the tower. But as soon as leisure, and conveniences admitted, every farmer was obliged to begin to build him a farm-house, which he would do gradually, some and some, as he could spare time from his other works, and money from his little stock. In order to furnish himself with carts, wagons, ploughs, harrows, wheelbarrows, hurdles, and all such necessary utensils of husbandry, there would be an absolute necessity of wheelwrights, or cartwrights, one at least to each division. Thus by the way, there would be employed 3 servants to each farmer, that makes 60 persons. For families of wheelwrights, 1 to each division, which suppose 5 in a family, makes 20 persons. Suppose 4 head carpenters, with each 3 men, and as at first all would be building together, they would to every house building have at least 1 laborer, for families of carpenters, 5 to each family, and 3 servants. Is 32 persons, 1 laborer to each house building, is 20 persons more. Thus here would be necessarily brought together, in the very first of the work 132 persons, besides the head farmers, who at 5 also to each family are 100 more, in all 232. For the necessary supply of these with provisions, clothes, household stuff, and for all should be done among themselves. First, they must have at least 4 butchers with their families, 20 persons, for shoemakers with their families, and each shoemaker 2 journeymen for every trade, would increase the number of customers to every trade. This is 28 persons more. They would then require a hatmaker, a glover, at least 2 ropemakers, for tailors, 3 weavers of woolen, and 3 weavers of linen, 2 basketmakers, 2 common brewers, 10 or 12 shopkeepers to furnish chandlery in grocery wares, and as many for drapery and mercery, over and above what they could work. This makes 42 families more, each at 5 in a family, which is 210 persons. All the laboring part of these must have at least 2 servants, the brewers more, which I cast up at 40 more. Add to these 2 ministers, 1 clerk, 1 sexton, or gravedigger with their families, 2 physicians, 3 apothecaries, 2 surgeons, lest there could not be, only that for the beginning it might be said the physicians should be surgeons. And I take them so. This is 45 persons, besides servants. So that in short, to omit many tradesmen more who would be wanted among them, there would necessarily, and voluntarily follow, to these 20 families of farmers at least 600 more of their own people. It is no difficult thing to show that the ready money of 4,000 which the government was to advance to those 20 farmers, would employ and pay, and consequently subsist all these numerous dependents, in the works which must severally be done for them, for the first year. After which the farmers would begin to receive their own money back again, for all these tradesmen must come to their own market to buy corn, flesh, milk, butter, cheese, bacon, and which after the first year the farmers having no rent to pay, would have to spare sufficiently, and so take back their own money with advantage. I need not go on to mention, how by consequence provisions increasing, and money circulating, this town should increase in a very little time. It was proposed also that for the encouragement of all the handicraftsmen, and labouring poor, who either as servants, or as labourers for day work, assisted the farmers or other tradesmen, they should have every man 3 acres of ground given them, with leave to build cottages upon the same, the allotments to be upon the waste, at the end of the crossroads where they entered the town. In the centre of the square was laid out a circle of 12 acres of ground, to be cast into streets for inhabitants to build on, as their ability would permit. All that would build to have ground gratis for 20 years, timber out of the forest, and convenient yards, gardens and orchards allotted to every house. In the great streets near where they cross each other, was to be built a handsome market house, with a town hall for parish or corporation business, doing justice, and the like. Also shambles, and in a handsome part of the ground mentioned to be laid out for streets, as near the centre as might be, was to be ground laid out for the building a church, which every man should either contribute to the building of, in money, or give every 10th day of his time to assist in labouring at the building. I have omitted many tradesmen, who would be wanted here, and would find a good livelihood among their country folks, only to get accidental work, as daymen, or labourers. Of which such a town would constantly employ many, as also poor women for assistance in families, such as midwives, nurses, and adjacent to the town was to be a certain quantity of common land, for the benefit of the cottages, that the poor might have a few sheep, or cows as their circumstances required, and this to be appointed at the several ends of the town. There was a calculation made of what increase here would be, both of wealth and people in 20 years in this town, what a vast consumption of provisions they would cause, more than the 4,000 acres of land given them would produce. By which consumption and increase, so much advantage would accrue to the public stock, and so many subjects be added to the many thousands of Great Britain, who in the next age would be all true-born Englishmen, and forget both the language, and nation from whence they came. And it was in order to this that 2 ministers were appointed, one of which should officiate in English, and the other in High Dutch. And withal to have them obliged by a law to teach all their children both to speak, read and write the English language. Upon their increase they would also want barbers, and glazers, painters also, and plumbers. A windmill or 2, and the millers and their families, a fulling mill, and a cloth worker, as also a master clothier, or 2, for making a manufacture among them for their own wear, and for employing the women and children. A dyer or 2, for dyeing their manufactures, and, which above all, is not to be omitted, for families at least of smiths, with every one 2 servants. Considering that besides all the family work, which continually employs a smith, all the shoeing of horses, all the ironwork of ploughs, carts, wagons, harrows, and must be wrought by them. There was no allowance made for inns, and ale-houses, seeing it would be frequent that those who kept public houses of any sort, would likewise have some other employment to carry on. This was the scheme for settling the Palatinates, by which means 20 families of farmers, handsomely set up, and supported, would lay a foundation, as I have said, for 600 or 700 of the rest of their people. And as the land in New Forest is undoubtedly good, and capable of improvement by such cultivation, so other wastes in England are to be found as fruitful as that. And 20 such villages might have been erected, the poor strangers maintained, and the nation evidently be bettered by it, as to the money to be advanced, which in the case of 20 such settlements, at 4,000 L. each, would be 80,000 L. Two things were answered to it. That the annual rent to be received for all those lands after 20 years, would abundantly pay the public for the first disburses on the scheme above, that rent being then to amount to 40,000 L. per ann. More money than would have done this, was expended, or rather thrown away upon them here, to keep them in suspense, and afterward starve them. Sending them a begging all over the nation, and shipping them off to perish in other countries, where the mistake lay, is none of my business to inquire. I reserve this account for this place, because I passed in this journey over the very spot where the design was laid out, namely, near Lyndhurst, in the road from Rumsey to Lymington, whither I now directed my course. Lymington is a little, but populous seaport, standing opposite to the Isle of Wight, in the narrow part of the strait, which ships sometimes pass through, in fair weather, called, the Needles. And right against an ancient town of that island called Yarmouth, and which, in distinction from the great town of Yarmouth in Norfolk, is called South Yarmouth, this town of Lymington is chiefly noted for making fine salt. Which is indeed excellent good. And from whence all these south parts of England are supplied, as well by water as by land carriage. And sometimes, though not often, they send salt to London, when contrary winds having kept the northern fleets back, the price at London has been very high, but this is very seldom and uncertain. Lymington sends 2 members to Parliament, and this and her salt trade is all I can say to her. For though she is very well situated, as to the convenience of shipping, I do not find they have any foreign commerce, except it be what we call smuggling, and roguing. Which, I may say, is the reigning commerce of all this part of the English coast, from the mouth of the Thames to the Land's End of Cornwall. From hence there are but few towns on the sea coast west, though there are several considerable rivers empty themselves into the sea, nor are there any harbours, or seaports of any note, except Poole, as for Christchurch. Though it stands at the mouth of the Avon, which, as I have said, comes down from Salisbury, and brings with it all the waters of the south and east parts of Wiltshire. And receives also the Stour and Piddle, 2 Dorsetshire rivers, which bring with them all the waters of the north part of Dorsetshire, yet it is a very inconsiderable poor place, scarce worth seeing, and less worth mentioning in this account. Only, that it sends 2 members to Parliament, which many poor towns in this part of England do, as well as that. From hence I stepped up into the country northwest, to see the ancient town of Wimburne, or Wimberminster. There I found nothing remarkable, but the church, which is indeed a very great one, ancient, and yet very well built, with a very firm strong square tower, considerably high. But was, without doubt, much finer, when on the top of it, stood a most exquisite spire, finer and taller, if fame lies not, than that at Salisbury, and, by its situation, in a plainer, flatter country, visible, no question. Much farther, but this most beautiful ornament was blown down by a sudden tempest of wind, as they tell us, in the year 1622. The church remains a venerable piece of antiquity, and has in it the remains of a place, once, much more in request than it is now, for here are the monuments of several noble families, and in particular of one king, viz. King Etheldred, who was slain in battle by the Danes. He was a prince famed for piety and religion, and, according to the zeal of these times, was esteemed as a martyr. Because venturing his life against the Danes, who were heathens, he died fighting for his religion and his country. The inscription upon his grave is preserved, and has been carefully repaired, so as to be easily read, and is as follows. In hoc loco quiescit corpus S. Etheldredi, Regis West Saxonum, Martyris, ca anno dom, DCCCLXXAI. 23. Aprilis per manus denorum paganorum occubit. In English thus. Here rests the body of holy Etheldred, king of the West Saxons, and martyr, who fell by the hands of the pagan Danes, in the year of our Lord 872, the 23d of April. Here are also the monuments of the great Marchioness of Exeter, mother of Edward Courtenay, Earl of Devonshire, and last of the family of Courtenays who enjoyed that honour. As also of John de Beaufort Duke of Somerset, and his wife, grandmother of King Henry VII. by her daughter Margaret, Countess of Richmond. This last lady I mention, because she was foundress of a very fine free school, which has since been enlarged, and had a new benefactress in Queen Elizabeth, who has enlarged the stipend and annexed it to the foundation. The famous Cardinal Poole was dean of this church before his exaltation. Having said this of the church, I have said all that is worth naming of the town. Except that the inhabitants, who are many, and poor, are chiefly maintained by the manufacture of knitting stockings, which employs great part indeed of the county of Dorset, of which this is the first town eastward. South of this town, over a sandy wild and barren country, we came to Poole, a considerable seaport, and indeed the most considerable in all this part of England, for here I found some ships, some merchants, and some trade. Especially, here were a good number of ships fitted out every year to the Newfoundland fishing, in which the Poole men were said to have been particularly successful for many years past. The town sits in the bottom of a great bay, or inlet of the sea, which entreeing at one narrow mouth opens to a very great breadth within the entrance, and comes up to the very shore of this town. It runs also west up almost to the town of Wareham, a little below which, it receives the rivers Frome and Piddle, the two principal rivers of the county. This place is famous for the best, and biggest oysters in all this part of England, which the people of Poole pretend to be famous for pickling, and they are barreled up here, and sent not only to London, but to the West Indies, and to Spain, and Italy, and other parts. 'Tis observed more pearl are found in the Poole oysters, and larger than in any other oysters about England. As the entrance into this large bay is narrow, so it is made narrower by an island, called Branksea, which lying in the very mouth of the passage, divides it into two, and where there is an old castle, called Branksea Castle, built to defend the entrance, and this strength was very great advantage to the trade of this port, in the time of the late war with France. Wareham is a neat town, and full of people, having a share of trade with Poole itself. It shows the ruins of a large town, and 'tis apparent has had 8 churches, of which they have 3 remaining. South of Wareham, and between the bay I have mentioned and the sea, lies a large tract of land, which being surrounded by the sea, except on one side is called an island, though it is really what should be called a peninsula. This tract of land is better inhabited than the sea coast of this west end of Dorsetshire generally is, and the manufacture of stockings is carried on there also. It is called the Isle of Purbeck, and has in the middle of it a large market town, called Corfe, and from the famous castle there, the whole town is now called Corfe Castle. It is a corporation, sending members to parliaments. This part of the country is eminent for vast quarries of stone, which is cut out flat, and used in London in great quantities for paving courtyards, alleys, avenues to houses, kitchens, footways on the sides of the high streets, and the like. And is very profitable to the place, as also in the number of shipping employed in bringing it to London. There are also several rocks of very good marble, only that the veins in the stone are not black and white, as the Italian, but grey, red, and other colours. From hence to Weymouth, which is, miles we rode in view of the sea. The country is open, and in some respects pleasant, but not like the northern parts of the county, which are all fine carpet ground, soft as velvet, and the herbage, sweet as garden herbs, which makes their sheep be the best in England, if not in the world, and there will find to an extreme. I cannot omit here a small adventure, which was very surprising to me on this journey. Passing this plain country, we came to an open piece of ground where a neighbouring gentleman had at a great expense laid out a proper piece of land for a decoy, or duck coy, as some call it. The works were but newly done, the planting young, the ponds very large, and well made. But the proper places for shelter of the fowl not covered, the trees not being grown, and men were still at work improving, and enlarging, and planting on the adjoining heath, or common, near the decoy keeper's house, were some places where young decoy ducks were hatched, or otherwise kept to fit them for their work. To preserve them from vermin, polecats, kites, and such like, they had set traps, as is usual in such cases, and a gibbet by it, where abundance of such creatures as were taken were hanged up for show. While the decoy man was busy showing the new works, he was alarmed with a great cry about this house for help, help, and away he run, like the wind, guessing, as we suppositoried, that something was catched in the trap. It was a good big boy about 13 or 14-year-old, that cried out, for coming to the place, he found a great fowl catched by the leg in the trap, which yet was so strong, and so outrageous, that the boy going too near him, he flew at him, and frightened him, bit him, and beat him with his wings, for he was too strong for the boy. As the master ran from the decoy, so another manservant ran from the house, and finding a strange creature fast in the trap, not knowing what it was, laid at him with a great stick. The creature fought him a good while, but at length he struck him an unlucky blow, which quieted him. After this we all came up to see what was the matter, and found a monstrous eagle caught by the leg in the trap, and killed by the fellow's cudgel, as above. When the master came to know what it was, and that his man had killed it, he was ready to kill the fellow for his pains, for it was a noble creature indeed, and would have been worth a great deal to the man to have it shown about the country, or to have sold to any gentleman curious in such things. But the eagle was dead, and there we left it. 'Tis probable this eagle had flown over the sea from France, either there, or at the Isle of Wight, where the channel is not so wide. For we do not find that any eagles are known to breed in those parts of Britain. From hence we turned up to Dorchester, the county town, though not the largest town in the county. Dorchester is indeed a pleasant agreeable town to live in, and where I thought the people seemed less divided into factions and parties, than in other places. For though here are divisions and the people are not all of one mind either as to religion, or politics, yet they did not seem to separate with so much animosity as in other places. Here I saw the Church of England clergyman and the dissenting minister, or preacher drinking tea together, and conversing with civility in good neighborhood, like Catholic Christians, and men of a Catholic, and extensive charity. The town is populous, though not large, the streets broad, but the buildings old, and low. However, there is good company and a good deal of it, and a man that coveted a retreat in this world might as agreeably spend his time, and as well in Dorchester, as in any town I know in England. The downs round this town are exceeding pleasant, and come up on every side, even to the very street's end, and here it was that they told me, that there were 600,000 sheep fed on the downs, within 6 miles of the town. That is, 6 miles every way, which is 12 miles in diameter, and 36 miles in circumference. This I say, I was told, I do not affirm it to be true, but when I viewed the country round, I confess I could not but incline to believe it. It is observable of these sheep, that they are exceeding fruitful, and the ewes generally bringing 2 lambs, and they are for that reason bought by all the farmers through the east part of England, who come to Burford Fair in this country to buy them, and carry them into Kent and Surrey eastward, and into Buckinghamshire, and Bedfordshire, and Oxfordshire north, even our Banstead Downs in Surrey, so famed for good mutton, is supplied from this place. The grass, or herbage of these downs is full of the sweetest, and the most aromatic plants, such as nourish the sheep to a strange degree, and the sheep's dung again nourishes that herbage to a strange degree. So that the valleys are rendered extremely fruitful, by the washing of the water in hasty showers from off these hills. An eminent instance of this is seen at Amesbury in Wiltshire, the next county to this, for it is the same thing in proportion over this whole county. I was told that at this town there was a meadow on the bank of the river Avon, which runs thence to Salisbury, which was let for 12 a year per acre for the grass only. This I inquired particularly after, at the place, and was assured by the inhabitants as one man, that the fact was true, and was shewed the meadows. The grass which grew on them was such as grew to the length of 10 or 12 foot, rising up to a good height, and then taking root again, and was of so rich a nature as to answer very well such an extravagant rent. The reason they gave for this, was the extraordinary richness of the soil, made so, as above, by the falling, or washing of the rains from the hills adjacent, by which though no other land thereabouts had such a kind of grass, yet all other meadows and low grounds of the valley were extremely rich in proportion. There are abundance of good families, and of very antient lines in the neighbourhood of this town of Dorchester, as the Napiers, the Courtneys, Strangeways, Seymours, Banks, Tregonells, Sadenhams, and many others, some of which have very great estates in the county, and in particular Colonel Strangeways, Napier, and Courtney. The first of these is master of the famous swanery, or nursery of swans, the like of which I believe is not in Europe. I wonder any man should pretend to travel over this country, and pass by it too, and then write his account, and take no notice of it. From Dorchester it is 6 miles to the sea-side south, and the ocean in view almost all the way. The first town you come to is Weymouth, or Weymouth and Melcombe, 2 towns lying at the mouth of a little rivulet, which they call the Wey, but scarce claims the name of a river. However, the entrance makes a very good, though small harbour, and they are joined by a wooden bridge, so that nothing but the harbour parts them. Yet they are separate corporations, and choose each of them 2 members of Parliament, just as London and Suffolk. Weymouth is a sweet, clean, agreeable town, considering its low situation, and close to the sea. 'Tis well built, and has a great many good substantial merchants in it, who drive a considerable trade, and have a good number of ships belonging to the town. They carry on now, in time of peace, a trade with France. But besides this, they trade also to Portugal, Spain, Newfoundland, and Virginia, and they have a large correspondence also up in the country for the consumption of their returns. Especially the wine trade, and the Newfoundland trade are considerable here. Without the harbour is an old castle, called Sandfoot Castle, and over against them, where there is a good road for ships to put in on occasions of bad weather, is Portland Castle, and the road is called Portland Road. While I was here once, there came a merchant ship into that road, called Portland Road, under a very hard storm of wind. She was homeward bound from Oporto for London, laden with wines, and as she came in, she made signals of distress to the town, firing guns for help, and the like, as is usual in such cases. It was high the dark of the night that the ship came in, and, by the help of her own pilot, found her way into the road, where she came to an anchor, but, as I say, fired guns for help. The venturous Weymouth men went off, even before it was light, with 2 boats to see who she was, and what condition she was in, and found she was come to an anchor, and had struck her topmasts. But that she had been in bad weather, had lost an anchor and cable before, and had but 1 cable to trust to, which did hold her, but was weak, and as the storm continued to blow, they expected every hour to go on shore, and split to pieces. Upon this, the Weymouth boats came back with such diligence, that, in less than 3 hours, they were on board them again with an anchor and cable, which they immediately bent in its place, and let go to assist the other, and thereby secured the ship. 'Tis true, that they took a good price of the master for the help they gave him, for they made him draw a bill on his owners at London for 12l. For the use of the anchor, cable, and boat, besides some gratuities to the men, but they saved the ship and cargo by it, and in 3 or 4 days the weather was calm, and he proceeded on his voyage, returning the anchor and cable again. So that, upon the whole, it was not so extravagant as at first I thought it to be. The Isle of Portland, on which the castle I mentioned stands, lies right against this port of Weymouth. Hence it is, that our best and whitest free stone comes, with which the cathedral of St. Paul's, the monument, and all the public edifices in the city of London, are chiefly built. And 'tis wonderful, and well worth the observation of a traveller to see the quarries in the rocks, from whence they are cut out, what stones, and of what prodigious a size are cut out there. The island is indeed little more than one continued rock of free stone, and the height of the land is such, that from this island they see, in clear weather, above half over the channel to France, though the channel here is very broad. The sea off of this island, and especially to the west of it, is counted the most dangerous part of the British Channel. Due south, there is almost a continued disturbance in the waters, by reason of what they call 2 tides meeting, which I take to be no more than the sets of the currents from the French coast, and from the English shore meeting. This they call Portland race. And several ships, not aware of these currents, have been embayed to the west of Portland, and been driven on shore on the beach, of which I shall speak presently, and they're lost. To prevent this danger, and guide the mariner in these distresses, they have, within these few months, set up 2 lighthouses on the 2 points of that island. And they had not been many months set up, with the directions given to the public for their bearings, but we found 3 outward-bound East India ships which were in distress in the night, in a hard extreme gale of wind. Were so directed by those lights, that they avoided going on shore by it, which, if the lights had not been there, would inevitably happen to their destruction. This island, though seemingly miserable, and thinly inhabited, yet the inhabitants being almost all stone-cutters, we found there was no very poor people among them, and when they collected money for the rebuilding of St. Paul's, they got more in this island than in the great town of Dorchester, as we were told. Though Portland stands a league off from the main land of Britain, yet it is almost joined by a prodigious rife of beach, that is to say, of small stones cast up by the sea, which runs from the island so near the shore of England, that they ferry over with a boat and a rope, the water not being above half a stone's throw over. And the said rifle of beach ending, as it were, at that inlet of water, turns away west, and runs parallel with the shore quite to Abbotsbury, which is a town about 7 miles beyond Weymouth. I name this for 2 reasons. First, to explain again what I said before, of ships being embayed and lost here. This is when ships coming from the westward omit to keep a good offing, or are taken short by contrary winds, and cannot weather the high land of Portland, but are driven between Portland and the main land. If they can come to an anchor, and ride it out, well and good, and if not, they run on shore on that vast beach, and are lost without remedy. On the inside of this beach, and between it, and the land, there is, as I have said, an inlet of water, which they ferry over, as above, to pass and repass to and from Portland. This inlet opens at about 2 miles west, and grows very broad, and makes a kind of lake within the land of 1.5 miles broad, and near 3 miles in length, the breadth unequal. At the farthest end west of this water is a large duck coy, and the verge of the water well grown with wood, and proper groves of trees for cover for the fowl. In the open lake, or broad part, is a continual assembly of swans. Here they live, feed and breed, and the number of them is such, that, I believe, I did not see so few as 7 or 8,000. Here they are protected, and here they breed in abundance. We saw several of them upon the wing, very high in the air, whence we supposed, that they flew over the rife of beach, which parts the lake from the sea to feed on the shores as they thought fit, and so came home again at their leisure. From this duck coy west, the lake narrows, and at last almost closes, till the beach joins the shore, and so Portland may be said not to be an island, but part of the continent. And now we came to Abbotsbury, a town anciently famous for a great monastery, and now eminent for nothing but its ruins. From hence we went on to Bridport, a pretty large corporation town on the sea shore, though without a harbour. Here we saw boats all the way on the shore fishing for mackerel, which they take in the easiest manner imaginable. For they fix one end of the net to a pole, set deep into the sand, then the net being in a boat, they row right out into the water some length, then turn, and row parallel with the shore, veering out the net all the while, till they have let go all the net, except the line at the end, and then the boat rows on shore, when the men hailing the net to the shore at both ends, bring to shore with it such fish, as they surrounded in the little way they rowed. This, at that time, proved to be an incredible number, insomuch, that the men could hardly draw them on shore. As soon as the boats had brought their fish on shore, we observed a guard, or watch, placed on the shore in several places, who we found had their eye not on the fishermen, but on the country people, who came down to the shore to buy their fish. And very sharp we found they were, and some that came with small carts were obliged to go back empty, without any fish. When we came to inquire into the particulars of this, we found, that these were officers placed on the shore by the justices and magistrates of the towns about, who were ordered to prevent the country farmers buying the mackerel to dung their land with them, which was thought to be dangerous, as to infection. In short, such was the plenty of fish that year, that mackerel, the finest and largest I ever saw, were sold at the sea-side 100 for a penny. From Bridport, a town in which we see nothing remarkable, we came to Lyme, the town particularly made famous by the landing of the Duke of Monmouth, and his unfortunate troop, in the time of King James II. Of which I need say nothing, the history of it being so recent in the memory of so many living. This is a town of good figure, and has in it several eminent merchants, who carry on a considerable trade to France, Spain, Newfoundland, and the Straits, and though they have neither creek or bay, road, or river, they have a good harbour. But 'tis such a one as is not in all Britain besides, if there is such a one in any part of the world. It is a massy pile of building, consisting of high and thick walls of stone, riced, at first, with all the methods that skill and art could devise, but maintained now with very little difficulty. The walls are riced in the main sea, at a good distance from the shore. It consists of one main and solid wall of stone, large enough for carts and carriages to pass on the top, and to admit houses and warehouses to be built on it, so that it is broad as a street. Opposite to this, but farther into the sea, is another wall of the same workmanship, which crosses the end of the first wall, and comes about with a tail, parallel to the first wall. Between the point of the first or main wall, is the entrance into the port, and the second, or opposite wall, breaking the violence of the sea from the entrance, the ships go into the basin, as into a pier, or harbour, and ride there as secure as in a mill pond, or as in a wet dock. The townspeople have the benefit of this wonderful harbour, and it is carefully kept in repair, as indeed it behoves them to do, but they could give me nothing of the history of it. Nor do they, as I could perceive, know anything of the original of it, or who built it. It was lately almost beaten down by a storm, but is repaired again. This work is called the Cobb. The custom-house officers have a lodge and warehouse upon it, and there were several ships of very good force, and rich in value, in the basin of it when I was there. It might be strengthened with a fort. And the walls themselves are firm enough to carry what guns they please to plant upon it. But they did not seem to think it needful, and as the shore is convenient for batteries, they have some guns planted in proper places, both for the defence of the Cobb, and the town also. This town is under the government of a mayor and alderman, and may pass for a place of wealth, considering the bigness of it. Here we found the merchants began to trade in the pitchard fishing, though not to so considerable a degree as they do farther west. The pitchard seldom coming up so high eastward as Portland, and not very often so high as Lyme. It was in sight of these hills that Queen Elizabeth's fleet, under the command of the Lord Howard of Effingham, then Admiral, began first to engage in a close and resolved fight with the invincible Spanish Armada, in 1588, maintaining the fight, the Spaniards making eastward, till they came the length of Portland Race, where they gave it over. The Spaniards having received considerable damage, and keeping then closer together. Off of the same place was a desperate engagement in the year 1672, between the English and Dutch, in which the Dutch were worsted, and driven over to the coast of France, and then glad to make home to refit and repair. While we stayed here some time viewing this town and coast, we had opportunity to observe the pleasant way of conversation, as it is managed among the gentlemen of this county, and their families, which are without reflection some of the most polite and well-bred people in the Isle of Britain, as their hospitality is very great, and their bounty to the poor remarkable, so their generous friendly way of living with, visiting, and associating one with another is as hard to be described, as it is really to be admired. They seem to have a mutual confidence in, and friendship with one another, as if they were all relations. Nor did I observe the sharping tricking temper, which is too much crept in among the gaming and horse-racing gentry in some parts of England, to be so much known among them any otherwise than to be abhorred. And yet they sometimes play too, and make matches, and horse-races, as they see occasion. The ladies here do not want the help of assemblies to assist in matchmaking, or half-pay officers to run away with their daughters, which the meetings, called assemblies in some other parts of England, are recommended for. Here's no Bury Fair, where the women are scandalously said to carry themselves to market, and where every night they meet at the play, or at the assembly for intrigue, and yet I observe that the women do not seem to stick on hands so much in this country, as in those countries, where those assemblies are so lately set up. The reason of which I cannot help saying, if my opinion may bear any weight, is, that the Dorsetshire ladies are equal in beauty, and may be superior in reputation. In a word, their reputation seems here to be better kept, guarded by better conduct, and managed with more prudence, and yet the Dorsetshire ladies, I assure you, are not nuns, they do not go veiled about streets, or hide themselves when visited. But a general freedom of conversation, agreeable, mannerly, kind, and good runs through the whole body of the gentry of both sexes, mixed with the best of behaviour, and yet governed by prudence and modesty. Such as I nowhere see better in all my observation, through the whole Isle of Britain. In this little interval also I visited some of the biggest towns in the northwest part of this county, as Blandford, a town on the river Stour in the road between Salisbury and Dorchester, a handsome well-built town, but chiefly famous for making the finest bone lace in England, and where they shewed me some so exquisitely fine, as I think I never saw better in Flanders, France, or Italy, and which they said, they rated at above 30l. sterling a yard, but I suppose there was not much of this to be had, but 'tis most certain, that they make exceeding rich lace in that county, such as no part of England can equal. From thence I went west to Stourbridge, vulgarly called Stradbridge. The town, and the country round is employed in the manufacture of stockings, and which was once famous for making the finest, best, and highest prized knit stockings in England. But that trade now is much decayed by the increase of the knitting stocking engine, or frame, which has destroyed the hand knitting trade for fine stockings through the whole kingdom, of which I shall speak more in its place. From hence I came to Shireburn, a large and populous town, with one collegiate, or conventual church, and may properly claim to have more inhabitants in it than any town in Dorsetshire, though it is neither the county town. Or does it send members to Parliament? The church is still a reverend pile, and shews the face of great antiquity. Here begins the Wiltshire medley clothing, though this town be in Dorsetshire, of which I shall speak at large in its place, and therefore I omit any discourse of it here. Shaftesbury is also on the edge of this county, adjoining to Wiltshire and Dorsetshire, being 14 miles from Salisbury, over that fine down or carpet ground, which they call particularly, or properly Salisbury Plain. It has neither house or town in view all the way, and the road which often lies very broad, and branches off insensibly, might easily cause a traveller to lose his way. But there is a certain never-failing assistance upon all these downs for telling a stranger his way, and that is the number of shepherds feeding, or keeping their vast flocks of sheep, which are everywhere in the way, and who, with a very little pains, a traveller may always speak with. Nothing can be like it, the Arcadians' plains of which we read so much pastoral trumpery in the poets, could be nothing to them. This Shaftesbury is now a sorry town, upon the top of a high hill, and which closes the plain, or downs, and whence nature presents you a new scene or prospect, viz. of Somerset and Wiltshire, where 'tis all enclosed, and grown with woods, forests, and planted hedgerows, the country rich, fertile and populous, the towns and houses standing thick, and being large and full of inhabitants. And those inhabitants fully employed in the richest and most valuable manufacture in the world, viz. the English clothing, as well, the medley or mixed clothing, as whites, as well for the home trade, as the foreign trade. Of which I shall take leave to be very particular in my return through the west and north part of Wiltshire, in the latter part of this work. In my return to my western progress, I passed some little part of Somersetshire, as through Evil, or Yeovil, upon the river Ivel, in going to which we go down a long steep hill, which they call Babylon Hill. But from what original I could find none of the country people to inform me. This Yeovil is a market town of good resort, and some clothing is carried on, in, and near it, but not much. Its main manufacture at this time is making of gloves. It cannot pass my observation here, that when we are come this length from London, the dialect of the English tongue, or the country way of expressing themselves is not easily understood, it is so strangely altered. It is true, that it is so in many parts of England besides, but in none in so gross a degree as in this part. This way of boorish country speech, as in Ireland, it is called the brogue upon the tongue. So here 'tis called Jurringand. 'Tis certain, that though the tongue be all mere natural English, yet those that are but a little acquainted with them, cannot understand one half of what they say. It is not possible to explain this fully by writing. Because the difference is not so much in the orthography of words, as in the tone, and diction. They're abridging the speech, cham for I am, cheel for I will, don, for put on, and doff, for put off, and the like. And I cannot omit a short story here on this subject. Coming to a relation's house, who was a schoolmaster at Martock in Somersetshire, I went into his school to beg the boys a play day, as is usual in such cases. I should have said to beg the master a play day, but that by the way. Coming into the school, I observed one of the lowest scholars was reading his lesson to the usher, which lesson it seems was a chapter in the Bible, so I sat down by the master. Till the boy had read out his chapter, I observed the boy read a little oddly in the tone of the country, which made me the more attentive, because on inquiry, I found that the words were the same, and the orthography the same as in all our Bibles. I observed also the boy read it out with his eyes still on the book, and his head like a mere boy, moving from side to side, as the lines reached across the columns of the book. His lesson was in the cant 5:3, of which the words are these: I have put off my coat, how shall I put it on? I have washed my feet, how shall I defile them? The boy read thus, with his eyes, as I say, full on the text. Chava doffed my coat, how shall I don't? Chava washed my feet, how shall I moil them? How the dexterous dunce could form his mouth to express so readily the words, which stood right printed in the book, in his country jargon, I could not but admire. I shall add to this another piece as diverting, which also happened in my knowledge at this very town of Yeovil, though, some years ago. There lived a good substantial family in the town, not far from the Angel Inn, a well-known house, which was then, and I suppose is still the chief inn of the town. This family had a dog, which among his other good qualities, for which they kept him, for he was a rare house dog, had this bad one, that he was a most notorious thief. But withal, so cunning a dog, and managed himself so warily, that he preserved a mighty good reputation among the neighbourhood, as the family was well beloved in the town, so was the dog. He was known to be a very useful servant to them, especially in the night, when he was fierce as a lion, but in the day the gentlest, lovingest creature that could be, and as they said, all the neighbours had a good word for this dog. It happened that the good wife, or mistress at the Angel Inn, had frequently missed several pieces of meat out of the pail, as they say, or powdering tub, as we call it, and that some very large pieces. 'Tis also to be observed the dog did not stay to eat what he took, upon the spot, in which case some pieces, or bones, or fragments might be left, and so it might be discovered to be a dog. But he made cleaner work, and when he fastened upon a piece of meat he was sure to carry it quite away, to such retreats as he knew he could be safe in, and so feast upon it at leisure. It happened at last, as with most thieves it does, that the innkeeper was too cunning for him, and the poor dog was nabbed, taken in the fact, and could make no defence. Having found the thief, and got him in custody, the master of the house, a good-humoured fellow, and loath to disoblige the dog's master, by executing the criminal, as the dog law directs, mitigates his sentence, and handled him as follows. First taking out his knife, he cut off both his ears, and then bringing him to the threshold, he chopped off his tail. And having thus effectually dishonoured the poor cur among his neighbours, he tied a string about his neck, and a piece of paper to the string directed to his master, and with these witty West Country verses on it. To my honoured master, Esq. Hail master a chama, come home. So cut as an ape, and tail have I known. For stealing of beef, and pork, out of the pail. For these they've cut my ears, for wothier my tail. Nea meester, and us tell thee more nor that. Ance come there again, my brains will be flat. I could give many more accounts of the different dialects of the people of this country, in some of which they are really not to be understood, but the particulars have little or no diversion in them, they carry it such a length, that we see their curing speech even upon their monuments, and gravestones. As for example, even in some of the churchyards of the city of Bristol, I saw this excellent poetry after some other lines. And when that thou doest hear of thick, think of the glass that runneth quick. But I proceed into Devonshire, from Evil we came to Crewcorn, thence to Chard, and from thence into the same road I was in before at Honiton. This is a large and beautiful market town, very populous, and well built, and is so very remarkably paved with small pebbles, that on either sides the way a little channel is left shouldered up on the sides of it, so that it holds a small stream of fine clear running water with a little square dipping place left at every door, so that every family in the town has a clear clean running river, as it may be called, just at their own door. And this so much finer, so much pleasanter, and agreeable to look on, than that at Salisbury, which they boast so much of, that in my opinion, there is no comparison. Here we see the first of the great serge manufacture of Devonshire, a trade too great to be described in miniature, as it must be, if I undertake it here. And which takes up this whole county, which is the largest and most populous in England, Yorkshire excepted, which ought to be esteemed 3 counties, and is indeed divided as such into the east, west and north riding Winky face. But Devonshire, one entire county, is so full of great towns, and those towns so full of people, and those people so universally employ in trade, and manufactures, that not only it cannot be equalled in England, but perhaps not in Europe. In my travel through Dorsetshire, I ought to have observed that the biggest towns in that county sent no members to Parliament, and that the smallest did. That is to say, that Sherborne, Blandford, Winbourne-Minster, Sturminster, and several other towns choose no members, whereas Weymouth, Melcombe, and Bridport were all burgess towns. But now we come to Devonshire, we find almost all the great towns, and some smaller choosing members also. It is true, there are some large populous towns that do not choose, but then there are so many that do, that the county seems to have no injustice, for they send up 26 members. However, as I say above, there are several great towns which do not choose Parliament men, of which Biddeford is one, Crediton or Curtin another, Ilfracombe a third. But those excepted the principal towns in the county do all choose members of Parliament. Honiton is one of those, and may pass not only for a pleasant good town, as before, but stands in the best and pleasantest part of the whole county. And I cannot but recommend it to any gentlemen that travel this road, that if they please to observe the prospect for half a mile, till they're coming down the hill, and to the entrance into Honiton. The view of the country is the most beautiful landskip in the world, a mere picture. And I do not remember the like in any one place in England. 'Tis observable that the market of this town was kept originally on the Sunday, till it was changed by the direction of King John. From Exeter to Land's End. From Honiton the country is exceeding pleasant still, and on the road they have a beautiful prospect almost all the way to Exeter, which is 12 miles. On the left hand of this road lies that part of the county, which they call the South Hams, and which is famous for the best cider in that part of England, also the town of St. Mary Ottery, commonly called St. Mary Ottery. They tell us the name is derived from the river Ottery, and that, from the multitude of otters found always in that river, which however to me seems fabulous. Nor does there appear to be any such great number of otters in that water, or in the county about, more than is usual in other counties, or in other parts of the county about them. They tell us they send 20,000 hogsheads of cider hence every year to London, and which is still worse, that it is most of it bought there by the merchants to mix with their wines, which if true, is not much to the reputations of the London vintners. But that by the by. From hence we came to Exeter, a city famous for 2 things, which we seldom find unite in the same town, viz., that 'tis full of gentry, and good company, and yet full of trade and manufactures also. The serge market held here every week is very well worth a stranger's seeing, and next to the Brig Market at Leeds in Yorkshire, is the greatest in England. The people assured me that at this market is generally sold from 60 to 70 to 80, and sometimes £100,000 value in serges in a week. I think 'tis kept on Mondays. They have the river Esk here, a very considerable river, and principal in the whole county, and within 3 miles, or thereabouts, it receives ships of any ordinary burthen, the port there being called Topsham. But now by the application, and at the expense of the citizens, the channel of the river is so widened, deepened, and cleansed from the shoal, which would otherwise interrupt the navigation, that the ships come now quite up to the city. And there with ease both deliver and take in their lading. This city drives a very great correspondence with Holland, as also directly to Portugal, Spain and Italy. Shipping off vast quantities of the woolen manufactures, especially, to Holland, the Dutch giving very large commissions here for the buying of Surges perpetuans, and such goods, which are made not only in and about Exeter, but at Crediton, Honiton, Culleton, St. Mary Autry, Newton Bushel, Ashburton and especially at Tiverton, Cullompton, Bampton, and all the north-east part of the county, which part of the county is, as it may be said, fully employed, the people made rich. And the poor that are properly so called, well subsisted, and employed by it. Exeter is a large rich, beautiful, populous, and was once a very strong city. But as to the last, as the castle, the walls, and all the old works are demolished, so were they standing, the way of managing sieges, and attacks of towns is such now, and so altered from what it was in those days, that Exeter in the utmost strength it could ever boast, would not now hold out 5 days open trenches. Nay, would hardly put an army to the trouble of opening trenches against it at all. This city was famous in the late civil unnatural war, for its loyalty to the king, and for being a sanctuary to the queen, where her majesty resided for some time, and here she was delivered of a daughter, being the Princess Henrietta Maria, of whom our histories give a particular account, so I need say no more of it here. The cathedral church of this city is an antient beauty, or as it may be said, it is beautiful for its antiquity. But it has been so fully, and often described that it would look like a mere copying from others to mention it. There is a good library kept in it, in which are some manuscripts, and particularly an old missal, or mass book, the Leaves of Velum, and famous for its most exquisite writing. This county, and this part of it in particular, has been famous for the birth of several eminent men, as well for learning, as for arts, and for war, as particularly Sir William Petre, who the learned Dr. Wake, now Archbishop of Canterbury, and author of the additions to Mr. Camden, says, was Secretary of State, and Privy Councillor to King Hen. 8, ed. 6. Queen Mary, and Queen Elizabeth, and 7 times sent ambassador into foreign countries. Sir Thomas Bodley, famous, and of grateful memory to all learned men, and lovers of letters, for his collecting, and establishing, the best library in Britain, which is now at Oxford, and is called after his name the Bodleian Library to this day. Also Sir Francis Drake, born at Plymouth. Sir Walter Raleigh, of both those I need say nothing, fame publishes their merit upon every mention of their names. That great patron of learning, Hooker, author of the Ecclesiastical Polity, and of several other valuable pieces. Of Dr. Arthur Duck, a famed civilian, and well known by his works among the learned advocates of Doctors' Commons. Dr. John Morman of Southold, famous for being the first clergyman in England, who ventured to teach his parishioners the Lord's Prayer, Creed, and 10 Commandments in the English tongue, and reading them so publicly in the parish church of Mayenhennet, in this county, of which he was vicar. Dr. John de Brampton, a man of great learning, who flourished in the reign of Hen. 6. Was famous, for being the first that read Aristotle publicly in the University of Cambridge, and for several learned books of his writing, which are now lost. Peter Blundell, a clothier, who built the Free School at Tiverton, and endowed it very handsomely, of which in its place. Sir John Glanville, a noted lawyer, and one of the judges of the Common Pleas. Sergeant Glanville his son, as great a lawyer as his father. Sir John Maynard, an eminent lawyer of later years, one of the commissioners of the Great Seal under King William III. All these 3 were born at Tavistock. Sir Peter King, the present Lord Chief Justice of the Common Pleas, and many others. I shall take the north part of this county in my return from Cornwall. So I must now lean to the south, that is to say, to the south coast, for in going on indeed, we go southwest. About 22 miles from Exeter we go to Totnes, on the River Dart. This is a very good town. Of some trade, but has more gentlemen in it than tradesmen of note. They have a very fine stone bridge here over the river, which being within 7 or 8 miles of the sea, is very large, and the tide flows 10 or 12 foot at the bridge. Here we had the diversion of seeing them catch fish, with the assistance of a dog. The case is this, on the south side of the river, and on a slip, or narrow cut or channel made on purpose for a mill, there stands a corn mill. The mill tail, or floor for the water below the wheels is wharfed up on either side with stone, above high water mark, and for above 20 or 30 foot in length below it, on that part of the river towards the sea. At the end of this wharfing is a grating of wood, the crossbars of which stand bearing inward, sharp at the end, and pointing inward towards one another, as the wires of a mousetrap. When the tide flows up, the fish can with ease go in between the points of these crossbars, but the mill being shut down they can go no farther upwards. And when the water ebbs again, they are left behind, not being able to pass the points of the grating, as above, outwards, which like a mousetrap keeps them in, so that they are left at the bottom with about a foot, or a foot and half water. We were carried hither at low water, where we saw about 50 or 60 small salmon, about 17 to 20 inches long, which the country people call salmon peel, and to catch these, the person who went with us, who was our landlord at a great inn next the bridge, put in a net on a hoop at the end of a pole, the pole going cross the hoop, which we call in this country a shove net, the net being fixed at one end of the place they put in a dog, who was taught his trade beforehand, at the other end of the place, and he drives all the fish into the net, so that only holding the net still in its place, the man took up 2 or 3 and 30 salmon peel at the first time. Of these we took 6 for our dinner, for which they asked a shilling, viz., 2d. apiece, and for such fish not at all bigger, and not so fresh, I have seen a success. 6d. Each given at a London fish market, whither they are sometime brought from Chichester by land carriage. This excessive plenty of so good fish, and other provisions being likewise very cheap in proportion, makes the town of Totnes a very good place to live in. Especially for such as have large families, and but small estates, and many such are said to come into those parts on purpose for saving money, and to live in proportion to their income. From hence we went still south about 7 miles, all in view of this river, to Dartmouth, a town of note, seated at the mouth of the river Dart, and where it enters into the sea at a very narrow, but safe entrance. The opening into Dartmouth harbour is not broad, but the channel deep enough for the biggest ship in the Royal Navy. The sides of the entrance are high mounded with rocks, without which just at the first narrowing of the passage, stands a good strong fort without a platform of guns, which commands the port. The narrow entrance is not much above half a mile, when it opens and makes a basin, or harbour able to receive 500 sail of ships of any size, and where they may ride with the greatest safety, even as in a mill pond, or wet dock. I had the curiosity here with the assistance of a merchant of the town to go out to the mouth of the haven in a boat to see the entrance, and castle, or fort that commands it. And coming back with the tide of flood, I observed some small fish to skip, and play upon the surface of the water, upon which I asked my friend what fish they were. Immediately one of the rowers or seamen starts up in the boat, and throwing his arms abroad, as if he had been betwitched, cries out as loud as he could bawl, "A school, a school." The word was taken to the shore as hastily as it would have been on land if he had cried fire, and by that time we reached the quays, the town was all in a kind of an uproar. The matter was, that a great shoal, or as they call it a school of pilchards came swimming with the tide of flood directly, out of the sea into the harbour. My friend whose boat we were in, told me this was a surprise which he would have been very glad of, if he could but have had a day's or two's warning, for he might have taken 200 ton of them, and the like was the case of other merchants in town. For in short, no body was ready for them, except a small fishing boat, or 2, one of which went out into the middle of the harbour, and at 2 or 3 hauls, took about 40,000 of them. We sent our servant to the quay to buy some, who for a halfpenny, brought us 17, and if he would have taken them, might have had as many more for the same money. With these we went to dinner. The cook at the inn broiled them for us, which is their way of dressing them, with pepper and salt, which cost us about a farthing. So that 2 of us, and a servant dinned, and at a tavern 2, for 3 farthings, dressing and all, and this is the reason of telling the tale. What drink, wine, or beer we had, I do not remember, but whatever it was, that we paid for by itself. But for our food we really dinned for 3 farthings, and very well too. our friend treated us the next day with a dish of large lobsters, and I being curious to know the value of such things, and having freedom enough with him to inquire, I found that for 6d. or 8d. they bought as good lobsters there, as would have cost in London 3s. to 3s. 6d each. In observing the coming in of those pilchards, as above, we found that out at sea, in the offing, beyond the mouth of the harbour there was a whole army of porpoises, which as they told us pursued the pilchards. And 'tis probable drove them into the harbour, as above. The school it seems drove up the river a great way, even as high as Totnes Bridge, as we heard afterwards. So that the country people who had boats and nets, catched as many as they knew what to do with, and perhaps lived upon pilchards for several days, but as to the merchants and trade, their coming was so sudden, that it was no advantage to them. Round the west side of this basin, or harbour in a kind of a semicircle, lies the town of Dartmouth, a very large and populous town, though but meanly built and standing on the side of a steep hill. Yet the quay is large, and the street before it spacious. Here are some very flourishing merchants, who trade very prosperously, and to the most considerable trading ports of Spain, Portugal, Italy, and the plantations. But especially, they are great traders to Newfoundland, and from thence to Spain, and Italy with fish, and they drive a good trade also, in their own fishery of pilchards, which is hereabouts carried on with the greatest number of vessels of any port, in the west, except Falmouth. A little to the southward of this town, and to the east of the port, is Torbay, of which I know nothing proper to my observation, more than that it is a very good road for ships, though, sometimes, especially with a southerly, or S.E. wind, ships have been obliged to quit the bay, and put out to sea, or run into Dartmouth for shelter. I suppose I need not mention, that they had from the hilly part of this town, and especially from the hills opposite to it, the noble prospect, and at that time particularly delightful, of the Prince of Orange's fleet, when he came to that coast. And as they entered into Torbay, to land, the prince and his army being in a fleet of about 600 sail of transport ships, besides 50 sail of men of war of the line, all which with a fair wind, and fine weather came to an anchor there at once. This town, as most of the towns of Devonshire are, is full of dissenters, and a very large meeting house they have here. How they act here with respect to the great dispute about the doctrine of the Trinity, which has caused such a breach among those people at Exeter, and other parts of the county, I cannot give any account of. This town sends 2 members to Parliament. From hence we went to Plympton, a poor and thinly inhabited town, though blessed with the like privilege of sending members to the Parliament. Of which I have little more to say, but that from thence the road lies to Plymouth, distance about 6 miles. Plymouth is indeed a town of consideration, and of great importance to the public. The situation of it between 2 very large inlets of the sea, and in the bottom of a large bay, which is very remarkable for the advantage of navigation. The sound, or bay, is compassed on every side with hills, and the sheer generally steep and rocky, though the anchorage is good, and it is pretty safe riding. In the entrance to this bay, lies a large and most dangerous rock, which at high water is covered, but at low tide lies bare, where many a good ship has been lost, even in the view of safety, and many a ship's crew drowned in the night, before help could be had for them. Upon this rock, which was called the Eddystone, from its situation, the famous Mr. Winstanley undertook to build a lighthouse for the direction of sailors, and with great art and expedition finished it. Which work, considering its height, the magnitude of its building, and the little hold there was, by which it was possible to fasten it to the rock, stood to admiration, and bore out many a bitter storm. Mr. Winstanley often visited, and frequently strengthened the building, by new works, and was so confident of its firmness, and stability, that he usually said, he only desired to be in it when a storm should happen, for many people had told him it would certainly fall, if it came to blow a little harder than ordinary. But he happened at last to be in it once too often, namely, when that dreadful tempest blew, November the 27th, 1703. This tempest began on the Wednesday before, and blew with such violence, and shook the lighthouse so much, that as they told me there, Mr. Winstanley would fain have been on shore, and made signals for help, but no boats durst go off to him. And to finish the tragedy, on the Friday, November 26th, when the tempest was so redoubled, that it became a terror to the whole nation. The first sight there seaward, that the people of Plymouth were presented with in the morning after the storm, was the bare Eddystone, the lighthouse being gone, in which Mr. Winstanley, and all that were with him perished, and were never seen, or heard of since. But that which was a worse loss still, was, that a few days after a merchant's ship called the Winchelsea homeward bound from Virginia, not knowing the Eddystone lighthouse was down, for want of the light that should have been seen, run foul of the rock itself, and was lost with all her lading, and most of her men, but there is now another lighthouse built on the same rock. What other disasters happened at the same time, in the Sound, and in the roads about Plymouth, is not my business. They are also published in other books, to which I refer. One thing, which I was a witness to, on a former journey to this place, I cannot omit. It was the next year after that great storm, and but a little sooner in the year, being in August, I was at Plymouth, and walking on the Hoe, which is a plain on the edge of the sea, looking to the road. I observed the evening so serene, so calm, so bright, and the sea so smooth, that a finer sight, I think, I never saw. There was very little wind, but what was, seemed to be westerly. And, about an hour after, it blew a little breeze at southwest, with which wind there came into the Sound, that night, and the next morning, a fleet of 14 sail of ships, from Barbadoes, richly loaden, for London. Having been long at sea, most of the captains and passengers came on shore to refresh themselves, as is usual, after such tedious voyages, and the ships rode all in the Sound on that side next to Catwater, as is customary. Upon safe arriving to their native country, there was a general joy and rejoicing, both on board and on shore. The next day the wind began to freshen, especially in the afternoon, and the sea to be disturbed, and very hard it blew at night, but all was well for that time. But the night after it blew a dreadful storm, not much inferior, for the time it lasted, to the storm mentioned above, which blew down the lighthouse on the Eddystone. About midnight the noise indeed was very dreadful, what with the roaring of the sea, and of the wind, intermixed with the firing of guns for help from the ships, the cries of the seamen and people on shore, and, which was worse, the cries of those which were driven on shore by the tempest, and dashed in pieces. In a word, all the fleet, except 3, or thereabouts, were dashed to pieces against the rocks, and sunk in the sea, most of the men being drowned. Those 3, who were saved, received so much damage that their lading was almost all spoiled. One ship in the dark of the night, the men not knowing where they were, run into Catwater, and run on shore there, by which she was however saved from shipwreck, and the lives of her crew were saved also. This was a melancholy morning indeed. Nothing was to be seen but wrecks of the ships, and a foaming furious sea, high that very place where they rode all in joy and triumph. But the evening before, the captains, passengers and officers who were, as I have said, gone on shore, between the joy of saving their lives, and the affliction of having lost their ships, their cargoes, and their friends, were objects indeed worth our compassion and observation. And there was a great variety of the passions to be observed in them, now lamenting their losses, then giving thanks for their deliverance. Many of the passengers had lost their all, and were, as they expressed themselves, utterly undone. They were, I say, now lamenting their losses, with violent excesses of grief, then giving thanks for their lives, and that they should be brought on shore, as it were, on purpose to be saved from death, then again in tears for such as were drowned. The various cases were indeed very affecting, and, in many things, very instructing. As, I say, Plymouth lies in the bottom of this Sound, in the centre between the 2 waters, so there lies against it, in the same position, an island, which they call St. Nicholas, on which there is a castle, which commands the entrance into Hamos, and indeed that also into Catwater in some degree. In this island the famous General Lambert, one of Cromwell's great agents or officers in the rebellion, was imprisoned for life, and lived many years there. On the shore, over against this island, is the citadel of Plymouth, a small, but regular fortification, inaccessible by sea, but not exceeding strong by land, except that they say the works are of a stone, hard as marble. And would not soon yield to the batteries of an enemy, but that is a language our modern engineers now laugh at. The town stands above this, upon the same rock, and lies sloping on the side of it, towards the east. The inlet of the sea, which is called Catwater, and which is a harbour, capable of receiving any number of ships, and of any size, washing the eastern shore of the town, where they have a kind of natural mole, or haven, with a quay, and all other conveniencies for bringing in vessels for loading and unloading. Nor is the trade carried on here inconsiderable in itself, or the number of merchants small. The other inlet of the sea, as I term it, is on the other side of the town, and is called Hamos, being the mouth of the river Tamar, a considerable river, which parts the two counties of Devon and Cornwall, here the war with France making it necessary that the ships of war should have a retreat nearer hand than at Portsmouth. The late King William ordered a wet dock, with yards, dry docks, launches, and conveniencies of all kinds for building, and repairing of ships to be built. And with these followed necessarily the building of storehouses and warehouses, for the rigging, sails, naval and military stores, and of such ships as may be appointed to be laid up there, as now several are, with very handsome houses for the commissioners, clerks, and officers of all kinds usual in the king's yards, to dwell in. It is in short, now become as complete an arsenal, or yard, for building and fitting men of war as any of the government are masters of, and perhaps much more convenient than some of them, though not so large. The building of these things, with the addition of rope walks, and mast yards, and as it brought abundance of tradespeople, and workmen to the place, so they began by little and little to build houses on the lands adjacent, till at length there appeared a very handsome street, spacious and large, and as well inhabited. And so many houses are since added, that it is become a considerable town, and must of consequence in time draw abundance of people from Plymouth itself. However, the town of Plymouth is, and will always be a very considerable town, while that excellent harbour makes it such a general port for the receiving all the fleets of merchants' ships from the southward, as from Spain, Italy, the West Indies, and who generally make it the first port to put in at for refreshment, or safety, from either weather or enemies. The town is populous and wealthy, having, as above, several considerable merchants, and abundance of wealthy shopkeepers, whose trade depends upon supplying the seafaring people, that upon so many occasions put into that port. As for gentlemen, I mean those that are such by family, and birth, and way of living, it cannot be expected to find many such in a town, merely depending on trade, shipping and seafaring business, yet I found here some men of value. Persons of liberal education, general knowledge, and excellent behaviour, whose society obliges me to say, that a gentleman might find very agreeable company in Plymouth. From Plymouth we passed the Tamar, over a ferry to Saltash, a little poor shattered town, the first we sat foot on in the county of Cornwall. The Tamar here is very wide, and the ferry boats bad, so that I thought myself well escaped, when I got safe on shore in Cornwall. Saltash seems to be the ruins of a larger place, and we saw many houses as it were falling down, and I doubt not but the mice and rats have abandoned many more, as they say they will, when they are likely to fall. Yet this town is governed by a mayor and alderman, has many privileges, sends members to Parliament, takes toll of all vessels that pass the river, and have the sole oyster fishing in the whole river, which is considerable. Mr. Carew, author of the Survey of Cornwall, tells us a strange story of a dog in this town, of whom it was observed, that if they gave him any large bone, or piece of meat, he immediately went out of doors with it, and after having disappeared for some time, would return again, upon which after some time they watched him, when to their great surprise they found that the poor charitable creature carried what he so got to an old decrepit mastiff, which lay in a nest that he had made among the brakes a little way out of the town, and was blind, so that he could not help himself, and there this creature fed him. He adds, also, that on Sundays, or holidays, when he found they made good cheer in the house, where he lived, he would go out, and bring this old blind dog to the door, and feed him there till he had enough, and then go with him back to his habitation in the country again, and see him safe in. If this story is true, it is very remarkable indeed, and I thought it worth telling, because the author was a person, who they say might be credited. This town has a kind of jurisdiction upon the river Tamar down to the mouth of the port, so that they claim anchorage of all small ships that enter the river, their coroner sits upon all dead bodies that are found drowned in the river. And the like, but they make not much profit of them. There is a good market here, and that is the best thing to be said of the town. It is also very much increased since the number of the inhabitants are increased at the new town, as I mentioned, as near the dock at the mouth of Ham Ouse. For those people choose rather to go to Saltash to market by water, than to walk to Plymouth by land for their provisions. Because, first, as they go in the town boat, the same boat brings home what they buy. So that it is much less trouble. Second, because provisions are bought much cheaper at Saltash, than at Plymouth. This I say, is like to be a very great advantage to the town of Saltash, and may in time put a new face of wealth upon the place. They talk of some merchants beginning to trade here, and they have some ships that use the Newfoundland fishery. But I could not hear of anything considerable they do in it. There is no other considerable town up the Tamar, till we come to Launceston, the county town, which I shall take in my return, so I turned west, keeping the south shore of the county. To the Land's End. From Saltash I went to Liskeard, about 7 miles. This is a considerable town, well built, has people of fashion in it, and a very great market. It also sends 2 members to Parliament, and is one of the 5 towns, called Stanary towns, that is to say, where the blocks of tin are brought to the coinage, of which by itself. This coinage of tin is an article very much to the advantage of the towns where it is settled, though the money paid goes another way. This town of Liskeard was once eminent, had a good castle, and a large house, where the antient dukes of Cornwall kept their court in those days. Also it enjoyed several privileges, especially by the favour of the Black Prince, who, as Prince of Wales, and Duke of Cornwall resided here. And in return, they say this town, and the country round it, raised a great body of stout young fellows, who entered into his service, and followed his fortunes in his wars in France, as also in Spain. But these buildings are so decayed, that there are now scarce any of the ruins of the castle, or of the prince's court remaining. The only public edifices they have now to show, are the guild, or town hall, on which there is a turret with a fine clock, a very good free school, well provided, a very fine conduit in the marketplace. An antient large church, and which is something rare, for the county of Cornwall, a large new-built meeting-house for the dissenters, which I name, because they assured me there was but 3 more. And those very inconsiderable in all the county of Cornwall. Whereas in Devonshire, which is the next county, there are reckoned about 70, some of which are exceeding large and fine. This town is also remarkable for a very great trade in all manufactures of leather, such as boots, shoes, gloves, purses, breeches, and some spinning of late years is set up here, encouraged by the woolen manufacturers of Devonshire. Between these 2 towns of Saltash and Liskeard, is Street Germans, now a village, decayed, and without any market, but the largest parish in the whole county. In the bounds of which is contained, as they report, 17 villages, and the town of Saltash among them, for Saltash has no parish church, it seems of itself but as a chapel of ease to St. Germans. In the neighbourhood of these towns are many pleasant seats of the Cornish gentry, who are indeed very numerous, though their estates may not be so large as is usual in England. Yet neither are they despicable in that part, and in particular this may be said of them, that as they generally live cheap, and are more at home than in other counties, so they live more like gentlemen, and keep more within bounds of their estates than the English generally do, take them all together. Add to this, that they are the most sociable, generous, and to one another, the kindest neighbours that are to be found. And as they generally live, as we may say, together, for they are almost always at one another's houses, so they generally intermarry among themselves, the gentlemen seldom going out of the county for a wife, or the ladies for a husband. From whence they say, that proverb upon them was riced, viz. that all the Cornish gentlemen are cousins. On the hills north of Liskeard, and in the way between Liskeard and Launceston, there are many tin mines, and as they told us some of the richest veins of that metal are found there, that are in the whole county. The metal when cast at the blowing houses into blocks, being as above, carried to Liskeard to be coined. From Liskeard, in our course west, we are necessarily carried to the sea coast, because of the river Foy or Fowth, which empties itself into the sea, at a very large mouth. And hereby this river rising in the middle of the breadth of the county, and running south, and the river Camel rising not far from it, and running north, with a like large channel. The land from Bodmin to the western part of the county is almost made an island, and in a manner cut off from the eastern part, the peninsula, or neck of land between, being not above 12 miles over. On this south side we come to Foy, or Foy, an antient town, and formerly very large. Nay, not large only, but powerful and potent, for the Foyans, as they were then called, were able to fit out large fleets, not only for merchants' ships, but even of men of war. And with these not only fought with, but several times vanquished, and routed the squadron of the Cinque Port men, who in those days were thought very powerful. Mr. Camden observes, that the town of Foy quarters some part of the arms of every one of those Cinque Ports with their own, intimating, that they had at several times trampled over them all. Certain it is, they did often beat them, and took their ships, and brought them as good prizes into their haven of Foy, and carried it so high, that they fitted out their fleets against the French. And took several of their men of war when they were at war with England, and enriched their town by the spoil of their enemies. Edward IV favoured them much, and because the French threatened them, to come up their river with a powerful navy to burn their town, he caused 2 forts to be built at the public charge, for security of the town and river. Which forts at least some show of them remain there still, but the same King Edward was some time after so disgusted at the townsmen for officiously falling upon the French after a truce was made, and proclaimed, that he effectually disarmed them. Took away their whole fleet, ships, tackle, apparel and furniture. And since that time we do not read of any of their naval exploits, nor that they ever recovered, or attempted to recover their strength at sea. However, Foy, at this time, is a very fair town. It lies extended on the east side of the river for above a mile, the buildings fair. And there are a great many flourishing merchants in it, who have a great share in the fishing trade, especially for pilchards, of which they take a great quantity hereabouts. In this town, is also a coinage for the TNN, of which a great quantity is dug up in the country, north and west of the town. The river Foy, which is very broad and deep here, was formerly navigable by ships of good burthen as high as Lestwithiel and Antient, and once a flourishing, but now a decayed town, and as to trade and navigation quite destitute. Which is occasioned by the river being filled up with sands, which some say, the tides drive up in stormy weather from the sea. Others say, 'tis by sands washed from the lead mines in the hills. The last of which, by the way, I take to be a mistake, the sand from the hills being not of quantity sufficient to fill up the channel of a navigable river, and if it had, might easily have been stopped by the townspeople from falling into the river. But that the sea has choked up the river with sand, is not only probable but true, and there are other rivers which suffer in the like manner in this same country. This town of Lestwithiel retains however several advantages, which support its figure, as first, that it is one of the coinage towns, as I call them, or Stanary towns, as others call them. 2. The common jail for the whole Stanary is here, as are also the county courts for the whole county of Cornwall. There is a mock cavalcade kept up at this town, which is very remarkable, the particulars, as they are related by Mr. Carew in his Survey of Cornwall, take as follows. Upon Little Easter Sunday, the freeholders of this town manoir by themselves, or their deputies, did there assemble, amongst whom, one, as it fell to his lot by turn, bravely apparelled, gallantly mounted, with a crown on his head, a sceptre in his hand, and a sword borne before him, and dutifully attended by all the rest also on horseback, rode through the principal street to the church. The curate in his best beseen solemnly received him at the churchyard stile, and conducted him to hear divine service, after which, he repaired with the same pomp, to a house provided for that purpose, made a feast to his attendants, kept the tables and himself, and was served with kneeling assay. and all other rights due to the estate of a prince, with which dinner, the ceremony ended, and every man returned home again. The pedigree of this usage is derived from so many descents of ages that the cause and author outreach the remembrance, howbeit, these circumstances afford a conjecture, that it should betoken royalties appertaining to the honour of Cornwall. Behind Foy, and nearer to the coast at the mouth of a small river, which some call Low, though, without any authority, there stand two towns opposite to one another, bearing the name of the river Low, that is to say, distinguished by the addition of East Low, and West Low. These are both good trading towns, and especially fishing towns, and which is very particular, are like Weymouth and Melcombe, in Dorsetshire, separate only by the creek, or river. And yet each of them send members to parliaments. These towns are joined together by a very beautiful and stately stone bridge having 15 arches. East Loo was the anti-enter corporation of the two, and for some ages ago the greater and more considerable town. But now they tell us West Loo is the richest, and has the most ships belonging to it. Were they put together, they would make a very handsome seaport town. They have a great fishing trade here, as well for supply of the country, as for merchandise, and the towns are not despisable. But as to sending 4 members to the British Parliament, which is as many as the City of London chooses, that I confess seems a little scandalous, but to who, is none of my business to inquire. Passing from hence, and ferrying over Foy River, or the river Foweth, call it as ye please, we come into a large country without many towns in it of note, but very well furnished with gentlemen's seats, and a little higher up with tin works. The sea making several deep bays here, they who travel by land are obliged to go higher into the country to pass above the water, especially at Trewardreth Bay, which lies very broad, above 10 miles within the country. Which passing at Trewardreth, a town of no great note, though the bay takes its name from it, the next inlet of the sea, is the famous firth, or inlet, called Falmouth Haven. It is certainly next to Milford Haven in South Wales, the fairest and best road for shipping that is in the whole Isle of Britain, when there be considered the depth of water for above 20 miles within land. The safety of riding, sheltered from all kind of winds or storms, the good anchorage, and the many creeks, all navigable, where ships may run in and be safe, so that the like is nowhere to be found. There are 6 or 7 very considerable places upon this haven, and the rivers from it, viz. Grampound, Tregony, Truro, Penryn, Falmouth, St. Mawes, and Pendennis. The 3 first of these send members to Parliament. The town of Falmouth, as big as all the 3, and richer than 10 of them, sends none, which imports no more than this, that Falmouth itself is not of so great antiquity, as to its rising, as those other towns are. And yet the whole haven takes its name from Falmouth too, unless as some think the town took its name from the haven, which however they give no authority to suggest. St. Mawes and Pendennis are 2 fortifications placed at the points or entrance of this haven, opposite to one another, though not with a communication, or view, they are very strong. The first principally by sea, having a good platform of guns, pointing thwart the channel, and planted on a level with the water. But Pendennis Castle is strong by land as well as by water, is regularly fortified, has good outworks, and generally a strong garrison. Street Mawes, otherwise called St. Mary's, has a town annexed to the castle, and is a borough, sending members to the Parliament. Pendennis is a mere fortress, though there are some habitations in it too, and some at a small distance near the sea side, but not of any great consideration. The town of Falmouth is by much the richest, and best trading town in this county, though not so anti-ent as its neighbour town of Truro, and indeed, is in some things obliged to acknowledge the seigneury. Namely, that in the corporation of Truro, the person who they choose to be their mayor of Truro, is also mayor of Falmouth of course. How the jurisdiction is managed, is an account too long for this place. The Truro men also receive several duties collected in Falmouth, particularly wharfage for the merchandises landed, or shipped off. But let these advantages be what they will, the town of Falmouth has gotten the trade, at least the best part of it from the other, which is chiefly owing to the situation, for that Falmouth lying upon the sea, but within the entrance. Ships of the greatest burthen come up to the very quays, and the whole Royal Navy might ride safely in the road, whereas the town of Truro lying far within, and at the mouth of two fresh rivers, is not navigable for vessels of above 150 tons. Or thereabouts. Some have suggested that the original of Falmouth, was the having so large a quay, and so good a depth of water at it. The merchants of Truro formerly used it for the place of lading and unlading their ships, as the merchants of Exeter did at Topsham, and this is the more probable in that, as above, the wharfage of those landing places is still the property of the corporation of Truro. But let this be as it will, the trade is now in a manner wholly gone to Falmouth, the trade at Truro, being now chiefly if not only for shipping off of block tin and copper ore. The latter being lately found in large quantities in some of the mountains between Truro and St. Michael's, and which is much improved since the several mills are erected at Bristol, and other parts, for the manufactures of battery ware or, as 'tis called, brass, which is made out of English copper, most of it dug in these parts. The ore itself also being found very rich and good. Falmouth is well built, has abundance of shipping belonging to it, is full of rich merchants, and has a flourishing and increasing trade. I say increasing, because by the late setting up the English packets between this port and Lisbon, there is a new commerce between Portugal and this town, carried on to a very great value. It is true, part of this trade was founded in a clandestine commerce, carried on by the said packets at Lisbon, where being the king's ships, and claiming the privilege of not being searched or visited by the custom-house officers, they found means to carry off great quantities of British manufactures, which they sold on board to the Portuguese merchants, and they conveyed them on shore, as 'tis supposed without paying custom. But the government there, getting intelligence of it, and complaint being made in England also, where it was found to be very prejudicial to the fair merchant, that trade has been effectually stopped. But the Falmouth merchants having by this means gotten a taste of the Portuguese trade, have maintained it ever since in ships of their own. These packets bring over such vast quantities of gold in specie, either in moidores, which is the Portugal coin, or in bars of gold, that I am very credibly informed the carrier from Falmouth, brought by land from thence to London, at one time, in the month of January, 1722, or near it, 80,000 moidores in gold, which came from Lisbon in the Paquet boats, for account of the merchants at London, and that it was attended with a guard of 12 horsemen well armed, for which the said carrier had half per cent for his hazard. This is a specimen of the Portugal trade, and how considerable it is in itself, as well as how advantageous to England, but as that is not to the present case, I proceed. The custom house for all the towns in this port, and the head collector is established at this town, where the duties, including the other ports, is very considerable. Here is also a very great fishing for pilchards. And the merchants for Falmouth have the chief stroke in that gainful trade. Truro is however a very considerable town too. It stands up the water north and by east from Falmouth in the utmost extended branch of the haven, in the middle, between the conflux of two rivers, which though not of any long course, have a very good appearance for a port, and make a large wharf between them in the front of the town. And the water here makes a good port for small ships, though it be at the influx, but not for ships of burthen. This is the particular town where the Lord Warden of the Stannaries always holds his famous Parliament of Miners, and for stamping of TNN. The town is well built, but shews that it has been much fuller, both of houses and inhabitants, than it is now, nor will it probably ever rise, while the town of Falmouth stands where it does, and while the trade is settled in it, as it is. There are at least 3 churches in it, but no dissenters' meeting house, that I could hear of. Tregony is upon the same water north-east from Falmouth, distance about 16 miles from it, but is a town of very little trade, nor indeed have any of the towns so far within the shore, notwithstanding the benefit of the water, any considerable trade but what is carried on under the merchants of Falmouth, or Truro. The chief thing that is to be said of this town, is, that it sends members to Parliament, as does also Grandpound, a market town, and Borough, about 4 miles farther up the water. This place indeed has a claim to antiquity, and is an appendix to the Duchy of Cornwall, of which it holds at a fee farm rent, and pays to the Prince of Wales, as Duke, 10l. 11s, 1d. per annum. It has no parish church, but only a chapel of ease to an adjacent parish. Penrhyn is up the same branch of the Haven as Falmouth, but stands 4 miles higher towards the west, yet ships come to it of as great a size as can come to Truro itself. It is a very pleasant agreeable town, and for that reason has many merchants in it, who would perhaps otherwise live at Falmouth. The chief commerce of these towns, as to their sea affairs, is the pilchards, and Newfoundland fishing, which is very profitable to them all. It had formerly a conventual church, with a chantry, and a religious house, a cell to curtain, but they are all demolished, and scarce the ruins of them distinguishable enough to know one part from another. Quitting Falmouth Haven from Penrhyn west, we came to Helston, about 7 miles, and stands upon the little river Cober, which however admits the sea so into its bosom as to make a tolerable good harbour for ships a little below the town. It is the 5th town, allowed for the coining tin, and several of the ships called tin ships are loaden here. This town is large and populous, and has 4 spacious streets, a handsome church, and a good trade. This town also sends members to Parliament. Beyond this is a market town, though of no resort for trade, called Market Jew. It lies indeed on the seaside, but has no harbour or safe road for shipping. At Helford is a small, but good harbour between Falmouth and this port, where many times the TNN ships go in to load for London. Also here are a good number of fishing vessels for the pilchard trade, and abundance of skilful fishermen. It was from this town that in the great storm, which happened, November 27, 1703, a ship loaden with tin, was blown out to sea, and driven to the Isle of Wight, in 7 hours, having on board only 1 man, and 2 boys. The story is as follows, viz. The beginning of the storm, there lay a ship laden with tin, in Helford Haven, about 2 leagues and a half west of Falmouth. The tin was taken on board at a place called Gweg Wharf, 5 or 6 miles up the river, and the vessel was come down to Helford, in order to pursue her voyage to London. About 8 o'clock in the evening the commander, whose name was Anthony Jenkins, went on board with his mate to see that everything was safe, and to give orders, but went both on shore again, leaving only a man, and 2 boys on board. Not apprehending any danger, they being in safe harbour. However, he ordered them, that if it should blow hard, they should carry out the small bower anchor, and so to moor the ship by 2 anchors, and then giving what other orders he thought to be needful, he went ashore, as above. About 9 o'clock, the wind beginning to blow harder, they carried out the anchor according to the master's order. But the wind increasing about 10, the ship began to drive, so they carried out their best bower, which having a good new cable, brought lie ship up. The storm still increasing they let go the kedge anchor. So that they then rode by 4 anchors ahead, which were all they had. But between n and 12 o'clock, the wind came about west and by south, and blew in so violent and terrible a manner, that though they rid under the lee of a high shore, yet the ship was driven from all her anchors. And about midnight drove quite out of the harbour, the opening of the harbour lying due east and west, into the open sea, the men having neither anchor or cable, or boat to help themselves. In this dreadful condition, they driving, I say, out of the harbour, their first and chief care was to go clear of the rocks, which lie on either side the harbour's mouth, and which they performed pretty well. Then, seeing no remedy, they consulted what to do next. They could carry no sail at first, no not a knot, nor do anything but run away afore it. The only thing they had to think on, was to keep her out at sea as far as they could, for fear of a point of land, called the Dead Man's Head, which lies to the eastward of Falmouth Haven, and then if they could escape the land, thought to run in for Plymouth, next morning, so if possible, to save their lives. In this fright condition they drove away at a prodigious rate, having sometimes the bonnet of their foresail a little out, but the yard lowered almost to the deck. Sometimes the ship almost under water, and sometimes above, keeping still in the offing, for fear of the land, till they might see daylight. But when the day brake they found they were to think no more of Plymouth, for they were far enough beyond it, and the first land they made was Peveril Point, being the southernmost land of the Isle of Purbeck, in Dorsetshire. and a little to the westward of the Isle of Wight. So that now they were in a terrible consternation, and driving still at a prodigious rate, by 7 o'clock they found themselves broadside of the Isle of Wight. Here they consulted again what to do to save their lives. One of the boys was for running her into the Downs, but the man objected, that having no anchor or cable, nor boat to go on shore with, and the storm blowing off shore, in the Downs, they should be inevitably blown off and lost upon the unfortunate Goodwin, which it seems the man had been on once before, and narrowly escaped. Now came the last consultation for their lives. The other of the boys said, he had been in a certain creek in the Isle of Wight, where between the rocks he knew there was room to run the ship in, and at least to save their lives, and that he saw the place just that moment. So he desired the man to let him have the helm, and he would do his best, and venture it. The man gave him the helm, and he stood directly in among the rocks, the people standing on the shore, thinking they were mad, and that they would in a few minutes be dashed in 1,000 pieces. But when they came nearer, and the people found they steered as if they knew the place, they made signals to them to direct them, as well as they could, and the young bold fellow run her into a small cove, where she stuck fast, as it were, between the rocks on both sides, there being but just room enough for the breadth of the ship. The ship indeed giving 2 or 3 knocks staved, and sunk, but the man and the 2 youths jumped ashore, and were safe, and the lading being tin was afterwards secured. N.B. The merchants very well rewarded the 3 sailors, especially the lad that ran her into that place. Penzance is the farthest town of any note west, being 254 miles from London, and within about 10 miles of the promontory, called the Land's End. So that this promontory is from London 264 miles, or thereabouts. This town of Penzance is a place of good business, well built and populous, has a good trade, and a great many ships belonging to it, notwithstanding it is so remote. Here are also a great many good families of gentlemen, though, in this utmost angle of the nation. And, which is yet more strange, the veins of lead, tin, and copper ore, are said to be seen, even to the utmost extent of land at low water mark, and in the very sea. So rich, so valuable a treasure is contained in these parts of Great Britain, though they are supposed to be so poor, because so very remote from London, which is the centre of our wealth. Between this town and St. Buryan, a town midway between it and the Land's End, stands a circle of great stones, not unlike those at Stonehenge in Wiltshire, with one bigger than the rest in the middle. They stand about 12 foot asunder, but have no inscription, neither does tradition offer to leave any part of their history upon record, as whether it was a trophy, or a monument of burial, or an altar for worship, or what else. So that all that can be learned of them, is, that here they are. The parish where they stand is called Boscawen, from whence the ancient and honourable family of Boscawen derive their names. Near Penzance, but open to the sea, is that gulf they call Mount's Bay, known so from a high hill standing in the water, which they call St. Michael's Mount, the seamen call it only, the Cornish Mount. It has been fortified, though the situation of it makes it so difficult of access, that like the base in Scotland, there needs no fortification. Like the base too, it was once made a prison for prisoners of state, but now it is wholly neglected. There is a very good road here for shipping, which makes the town of Penzance be a place of good resort. A little up in the county towards the northwest is Godalcin, which though a hill, rather than a town, gives name to the noble and ancient family of Godolphin, and nearer on the northern coast is Royalton, which since the late Sidney Godolphin, Esq., a younger brother of the family, was created Earl of Godolphin, gave title of Lord to his eldest son, who was called Lord Royalton during the life of his father. This place also is infinitely rich in tin mines. I am now at my journey's end. As to the islands of Scilly, which lie beyond the Land's End, I shall say something of them presently. I must now return sur mes pas, as the French call it, though not literally so, for I shall not come back the same way I went. But as I have coasted the south shore to the Land's End, I shall come back by the north coast, and my observations in my return will furnish very well materials for a 4th letter. I am, Endk. Appendix to Letter 3. I have ended this account at the utmost extent of the island of Great Britain West, without visiting those excrescences of the island, as I think I may call them, viz. the rocks of Scilly, of which, what is most famous, is their infamy, or reproach. Namely, how many good ships are, almost continually dashed in pieces there, and how many brave lives lost, in spite of the mariner's best skill, or the lighthouses, and other seamarks' best notice. These islands lie so in the middle between the two vast openings of the north and south narrow seas, or as the sailors call them, the Bristol Channel, and the Channel, so called by way of eminence, that it cannot, or perhaps never will be avoided. But that several ships in the dark of the night, and in stress of weather may by being out in their reckonings, or other unavoidable accidents mistake, and if they do, they are sure, as the sailors call it, to run bump ashore upon Scilly, where they find no quarter among the breakers, but are beat to pieces, without any possibility of escape. One can hardly mention the bishop and his clerks, as they are called, or the rocks of Scilly, without letting fall a tear to the memory of Sir Cloudesley Shovel, and all the gallant spirits that were with him at one blow, and without a moment's warning dashed into a state of immortality. The admiral with 3 men of war, and all their men, running upon these rocks, right afore the wind, and in a dark night, being lost there, and not a man saved. But all our annals and histories are full of this, so I need say no more. They tell us of 11 sail of merchant ships homeward bound, and richly laden from the southward, who had the like fate, in the same place, a great many years ago. And that some of them coming from Spain, and having a great quantity of bullion, or pieces of 8 on board, the money frequently drives on shore still, and that in good quantities, especially after stormy weather. This may be the reason why, as we observed during our short stay here, several mornings after, it had blown something hard in the night. The sands were covered with country people running to and fro, to see if the sea had cast up anything of value. This the seamen call, going a-shoring, and it seems they do often find good purchase. Sometimes also dead bodies are cast up here, the consequence of shipwrecks among those fatal rocks and islands. As also broken pieces of ships, casks, chests, and almost everything that will float, or roll on shore by the surges of the sea. Nor is it seldom that the voracious country people scuffle and fight about the right to what they find, and that in a desperate manner, so that this part of Cornwall may truly be said to be inhabited by a fierce and ravenous people. For they are so greedy, and eager for the prey, that they are charged with strange, bloody, and cruel dealings, even sometimes with one another. But especially with poor distressed seamen when they come on shore by force of a tempest, and seek help for their lives, and where they find the rocks themselves not more merciless than the people who range about them for their prey. Here also, as a farther testimony of the immense riches which have been lost at several times upon this coast, we found several engineers, and projectors, some with one sort of diving engine, and some with another. Some claiming such a wreck, and some such and such others, where they all edged, they were assured there were great quantities of money, and strange unprecedented ways were used by them to come at it. Some, I say, with one kind of engine, and some another. And though, we thought several of them very strange impracticable methods, yet, I was assured by the country people, that they had done wonders with them under water, and that some of them had taken up things of great weight, and in a great depth of water. Others had split open the wrecks they had found, in a manner one would have thought not possible to be done, so far under water, and had taken out things from the very holds of the ships. But we could not learn, that they had come at any pieces of 8, which was the thing they seemed most to aim at, and depend upon, at least they had not found any great quantity, as they said they expected. However, we left them as busy as we found them, and far from being discouraged, and if half the golden mountains, or silver mountains either, which they promised themselves, should appear, they will be very well paid for their labor. From the tops of the hills, on this extremity of the land, you may see out into that they call the chops of the Channel, which, as it is the greatest inlet of commerce, and the most frequented by merchant ships of any place in the world. So one seldom looks out to seaward, but something new presents, that is to say, of ships passing, or repassing, either on the great or lesser channel. Upon a former accidental journey into this part of the country, during the war with France, it was with a mixture of pleasure and horror that we saw from the hills at the Lizard, which is the southernmost point of this land, an obstinate fight between 3 French men of war, and 2 English, with a privateer, and 3 merchant ships in their company. The English had the misfortune, not only to be fewer ships of war in number, but of less force, so that while the 2 biggest French ships engaged the English, the third in the meantime took the 2 merchant ships, and went off with them. As to the picaroon, or privateer, she was able to do little in the matter, not daring to come so near the men of war, as to take a broadside, which her thin sides would not have been able to bear, but would have sent her to the bottom at once. So that the English men of war had no assistance from her, nor could she prevent the taking the 2 merchant ships. Yet we observed that the English captains managed their fight so well, and their seamen behaved so briskly, that in about 3 hours both the Frenchmen stood off, and being sufficiently banged, let us see that they had no more stomach to fight. After which the English, having damage enough to no doubt, stood away to the eastward, as we supposed, to refit. This point of the Lizard, which runs out to the southward, and the other promontory mentioned above, make the 2 angles, or horns, as they are called, from whence 'tis supposed this county received its first name of Cornwall, or as Mr. Camden says, Cornubia in the Latin, and in the British Cornau, as running out in 2 vastly extended horns. And indeed it seems, as if nature had formed this situation for the direction of mariners, as foreknowing of what importance it should be, and how in future ages these seas should be thus thronged with merchant ships, the protection of whose wealth, and the safety of the people navigating them, was so much her early care, that she stretched out the land so very many ways, and extended the points and promontories so far, and in so many different places into the sea, that the land might be more easily discovered at a due distance, which way soever the ships should come. Nor is the Lizard Point less useful, though not so far west, than the other, which is more properly called the Land's End, but if we may credit our mariners, it is more frequently, first discovered from the sea. For as our mariners knowing by the soundings when they are in the mouth of the channel, do then most naturally stand to the southward, to avoid mistaking the channel, and to shun the Severn Sea, or Bristol Channel. But still more to avoid running upon Scilly, and the rocks about it, as is observed before, I say, as they carefully keep to the southward, till they think they are fair with the channel, and then stand to the northward again, or northeast, to make the land. This is the reason why the Lizard is generally speaking, the first land they make, and not the Land's End. Then having made the Lizard, they either, first, run in for Falmouth, which is the next port, if they are taken short with easterly winds, or are in want of provisions and refreshment, or have anything out of order, so that they care not to keep the sea. Or, to delay, stand away for the Ram Head, and Plymouth Sound, or, 3 delay, keep an offing to run up the channel. So that the Lizard is the general guide, and of more use in these cases than the other point, and is therefore the land which the ships choose to make first, for then also they are sure that they are past Scilly, and all the dangers of that part of the island. Nature has fortified this part of the island of Britain in a strange manner, and so as is worth a traveller's observation, as if she knew the force and violence of the mighty ocean, which beats upon it, and which indeed, if the land was not made firm in proportion, could not withstand, but would have been washed away long ago. First, there are the islands of Scilly, and the rocks about them. These are plaqued like outworks to resist the first assaults of this enemy, and so break the force of it. As the piles, or starlings, as they are called, are plaqued before the solid stonework of London Bridge, to fence off the force either of the water, or ice, or anything else that might be dangerous to the work. Then there are a vast number of sunk rocks, so the seamen call them, besides such as are visible, and above water, which gradually lessen the quantity of water, that would otherwise lie with an infinite weight and force upon the land. 'Tis observed, that these rocks lie under water for a great way off into the sea on every side the said 2 horns or points of land, so breaking the force of the water, and as above lessening the weight of it. But besides this, the whole terra firma, or body of the land, which makes this part of the Isle of Britain, seems to be one solid rock, as if it was formed by nature to resist the otherwise irresistible power of the ocean. And indeed if one was to observe with what fury the sea comes on sometimes against the shore here, especially at the Lizard Point, where there are but few, if any outworks, as I call them, to resist it. How high the waves come rolling forward, storming on the neck of one another, particularly when the wind blows off sea, one would wonder, that even the strongest rocks themselves should be able to resist, and repel them. But, as I said, the country seems to be as it were one great body of stone, and prepared so on purpose. And yet, as if all this was not enough, nature has provided another strong fence, and that is, that these vast rocks are, as it were, cemented together by the solid and weighty ore of TNN and copper, especially the last, which is plentifully found upon the very outmost edge of the land, and with which the stones may be said to be soldered together, lest the force of the sea should separate and disjoint them, and so break in upon these fortifications of the island, to destroy its chief security. This is certain, that there is a more than ordinary quantity of tin, copper, and lead also, placed by the great Director of Nature in these very remote angles and, as I have said above, the ore is found upon the very surface of the rocks a good way into the sea, and that it does not only lie, as it were, upon, or between the stones among the earth, which in that case might be washed from it by the sea, but that it is even blended or mixed in with the stones themselves, that the stones must be split into pieces to come at it. By this mixture the rocks are made infinitely weighty and solid, and thereby still the more qualified to repel the force of the sea. Upon this remote part of the island we saw great numbers of that famous kind of crows, which is known by the name of the Cornish cough, or chough, so the country people call them, they are the same kind, which are found in Switzerland among the Alps, and which Pliny pretended, were peculiar to those mountains, and calls the Pyrrhocorax. The body is black, the legs, feet, and bill of a deep yellow, almost to a red. I could not find that it was affected for any good quality it had, nor is the flesh good to eat, for it feeds much on fish and carrion. It is counted little better than a kite, for it is of ravenous quality, and is very mischievous. It will steal and carry away anything it finds about the house, that is not too heavy, though not fit for its food. As knives, forks, spoons and linen cloths, or whatever it can fly away with. Sometimes they say it has stolen bits of firebrands, or lighted candles, and lodged them in the stacks of corn, and the thatch of barns and houses, and set them on fire. But this I only had by oral tradition. I might take up many sheets in describing the valuable curiosities of this little Chersonese, or neck land, called the Land's End, in which there lies an immense treasure, and many things worth notice. I mean besides those to be found upon the surface, but I am too near the end of this letter. If I have opportunity, I shall take notice of some part of what I omit here, in my return by the northern shore of the county. Addenda to the first volume. Addenda to the first volume. Since the closing this volume there are several great and magnificent buildings begun to be erected, within the circuit of these letters, which however, not being finished, cannot now be fully described, viz. Sir Gregory Page's house on Blackheath, which they tell us, will be a more magnificent work than any private gentleman's seat in this part of Great Britain. The Lord Onslow's seat, re-edifying near Guildford. Sir John Williams's seat all new, at Stoke, near Nayland Bridge, in Suffolk. A new square, almost a new town, at the east side of Greenwich, on the Heath, in the way to Charlton. And, lastly, the famous addition, or square begun at King's College Chapel in Cambridge, of which the foundation is but even now laid. The author's preface to the second volume. The reception which the first part of this work has met with, has not been so mean as to discourage the performance of the second volume, nor to slacken the diligence in our endeavors to perform it well. It is not an easy thing to travel over a whole kingdom, and in so critical a manner too, as will enable the traveller to give an account of things fit for the use of those that shall come after him. To describe a country by other men's accounts of it, would soon expose the writer to a discovery of the fraud, and to describe it by survey, requires a preparation too great for any thing but a public purse, and persons appointed by authority. This was the case in Mr. Camden's travelling, by which means he had access to every curiosity, public and private. But to describe a country by way of journey, in a private capacity, as has been the case here, though it requires a particular application, to what may be learned from due inquiry and from conversation. Yet it admits not the observer to dwell upon every nicety, to measure the distances, and determine exactly the site, the dimensions, or the extent of places, or read the histories of them. But it is giving an account by way of essay, or, as the moderns call it, by memoirs of the present state of things, in a familiar manner. This we have performed in the best manner we could, and have taken care to have it come fully up to our proposals. We are not to boast of the performance, but are content to have it compared with any that have gone before it. If it may be done with impartiality in a fair design of determining according to truth, our manner is plain, and suited to the nature of familiar letters, our relations have no blusters, no rudimentados of our own abilities. But we keep close to the first design of giving, as near as possible, such an account of things, as may entertain the reader, and give him a view of our country, such as may tempt him to travel over it himself. In which case it will be not a little assisting to him, or qualify him to discourse of it, as one that had a tolerable knowledge of it, though he stayed at home. As we observed in the first volume, and frequently am this, there will always be something new, for those that come after. And if an account of Great Britain was to be written every year, there would be something found out, which was overlooked before, or something to describe, which had its birth since the former accounts. New foundations are always laying, new buildings always raising, highways repairing, churches and public buildings erecting, fires and other calamities happening, fortunes of families taking different turns, new trades are every day erected, new projects enterprised, new designs laid. So that as long as England is a trading, improving nation, no perfect description either of the place, the people, or the conditions and state of things can be given. For example, since the finishing of the last volume, the South Sea Company have engaged in the Greenland fishery, and have fitted out a fleet of 12 great ships, which they have built new from the stocks. And have made that great wet dock between Deptford and Redriff, the centre of all that commerce and the buildings, the works, and the management, of that they call their cookery. That is, the boiling their blubber into oil. 'Tis well if they do not make stink enough, and gain too little, especially to the neighbouring places of Deptford and Redriff. Another article has happened, even between the writing the appendix to this work, and this preface. Namely, that an Act of Parliament is passing, and will soon, we suppose, be passed for making the River Nine navigable fro Peterborough to Northampton, a work which will be of infinite advantage to the country. Because the river pierces so far into the heart of the island, where there is no navigation for between 20 or 30 miles any way. 'Tis true, this may be long in doing, it being above 50 miles in length by the river, and they had once before an act granted for the same thing. Yet, 'tis said, they intend now to go about it in good earnest, and that they will be content with performing it piecemeal, that is to say, some and some, that they may see how practicable it may be, and how well it will turn to account. It is not designed to make apologies here for the performance. There were so few mistakes in the former volume, that were of any importance, and those few so easily rectified, that though this circuit is much greater, and perhaps the variety the greatest of all the three, yet 'tis hoped there will be so few exceptions, as they may be easily accounted for hereafter. The saying that Sudbury was not a corporation, when really it was so. That Chelmsford was the first and chief plantation of hops in Essex, when it seems Castle Henningham claims precedence, the debate whether Dunwich has now any trade left, or whether it be quite devoured of the sea. Or whether Woodbridge or Ipswich are the chief ports for exporting Suffolk butter. Are all so easily to be rectified by any reader, though they are among the chief mistakes of the last volume, that we cannot but hope the candour of the reader will make allowances for it, if such should unavoidably have slipped observation. In this part also, though we hope not. We have now finished the whole south of Trent, which being the most populous part of the country, and infinitely fuller of great towns, of people, and of trade, has also the greatest variety of incidents in its passing over. But the northern part being also to include Scotland, and being the greatest in extent, will have its beauties, we can assure you, and though the country may in some respects be called barren, the history of it will not be so. Scotland will have justice done it, without the flattery and ridiculous encomiums which have already so much exposed two Scottish writers upon that subject. The great and once wasted countries of Northumberland, Cumberland, and Durham, shall be truly and not slightly described, with their real improvements, without loading our work with fragments of antiquity, and dressing up the wilds of the borders as a paradise, which are indeed but a wilderness. In the meantime we recommend our performance to the candour of the reader, and whatever may be objected, we doubt not to have obtained the just reputation of having written with impartiality and with truth.